Chapter 201. Though Melantha was certainly eager to get on to what was in her mind the main event, things simply weren't set up that way. It was a joint training exercise with the combining Luster sect and the Tenebach and Brandel clans. And while her position certainly afforded her some benefits, Melantha was not able to demand to fight someone specific right away. And she knew it well enough to not try, though she certainly looked as if she were going to. The first battle John thought was of note involved Turdo, notable partly because he was John's son, but also because he was the first member of the Brandel clan to go up against the combining Luster sect. Before that, only a few of the younger disciples from the Tenebach clan participated. The triplets were most certainly the youngest participants, but they were not the weakest. They were in the late foundation phase, putting them in a similar position as those who had trained for several years as an adult. Their previous restrictions in how they were allowed to train were being lifted as it was determined there were no ill effects, unlike most cultivators beginning too young. Turdo just happened to be positioned in an optimal state where he could provide some variety in both style and cultivation level. Those who were watching were trying to learn, after all, and while the individual participants should learn just about the same if they were matched appropriately, the watchers would do better without so much repetition. His opponent was Maid-Lin, somewhere around 20 years old, and one of the sect's promising disciples. Both were matched at the 16th rank, the first rank of the late foundation phase. Though it was an oddity to have such an age gap in the earlier phases of cultivation, ages would generally diversify in later phases, as those who were quicker and slower matched each other in rank for a time. John watched the arena from the viewing platform, having already determined that it was about as close to fair as a sect could provide on their home turf. Various pillars covered the battlefield, ranging in shape from round to anywhere between 3 and 6 flat sides. Not all of the pillars were precisely vertical, and more importantly, the battlefield had rises and falls that varied things up. There was cover for those who would use it, but not all of it was easy and predictable. There was little spiritual energy making its way into the arena, though between sect disciples it would be left to its natural inclinations towards light. The favored weapon of the combining Luster sect seemed to be scepters or staves. In either case, a crystal would be embedded in the top of the weapon to aid in focusing their attacks. When using a scepter, they tended to also use a shield in the other hand, polished to a mirror sheen for more than just looks. The battle began somewhat predictably. Maid-Lin had no reason to hide her abilities when they were much the same as all of the other disciples, firing a beam of light from her scepter towards Turdo. The young man calmly took cover nearby as he sensed the attack on the way. It wasn't quite clear if the attacks actually reached light speed, but they could be avoided by both time required to form them and the sustained contact required to cause significant damage. After the initial attack, the battle rapidly became more complex. Maid-Lin didn't just aim her attacks directly at Turdo, but instead at any of the surrounding pillars or the floor itself, rebounding the beams of light. The pillars themselves hardly aided the process. They were only made to be sturdy. Instead, it was the combining Luster sect's techniques that made everything possible. The arrangement of the battlefield was irregular not to empower them, but to set them apart. Those who had the skill to make use of difficult angles could fight on nearly any battlefield to great effect, whereas those who could only deal with regular patterns would be greatly weakened. Turdo kept track of his surroundings, accurately predicting the easiest angles to target him and staying on the move so that they couldn't be used to great effect. A few beams from Maid-Lin grazed him as he worked his way towards her, but ultimately neither had used much energy yet. Maid-Lin had maneuvered herself into an area with greater open space, such that Turdo would have to expose himself to her to approach. That also meant she had fewer opportunities for tricks inside the area, but it was still advantageous to her. As Turdo slid around a triangular pillar, Maid-Lin was waiting with her scepter pointed, requiring only minute adjustments to her aim. Turdo broke into a sprint, his spear ready, while she gathered energy for her attack, unable to simply hold it ready indefinitely. He was at most a third of the distance between them when her attack was ready. Then a powerful beam of light struck Turdo in the chest. Or it would have, had he not prepared himself for just that. His defensive energy wasn't just formed around his body, but instead a bubble of water was extended that could have scattered the light to some extent, but he also had a nearly invisible prism of pure, transparent ice within the bubble. The water itself would have slightly scattered the light, no doubt accounted for to some extent by Maid Lin, but the prism split the power around Turdo, the parts that still struck him barely relevant. If Maid Lin could have sustained her beam in one continuous attack, she might have adjusted for his defense, as it was she could only angle to either side where the curvature of the water did the job as much as the hidden prism. She wasn't done just because Turdo reached her, however. Their weapons could focus light, but were also usable for blunt force in melee combat. She deflected Turdo's spear thrust with her shield, her own counter swing slowed by the sphere of water Turdo sustained. A battle between light and water was much less destructive than light and darkness, which were mutually explosive, neither having any sort of specific advantage or disadvantage besides their own skill. Ultimately, such a battle would go to whoever had more talent or experience, and Maid Lin would have been reasonable to assume that would be her. Yet Turdo had been training himself in some form since he was able to move about on his own, and had an almost unfair amount of natural affinity for his element. Ultimately, Turdo expanded the influence of his water sufficiently to slow Maid Lin more than just a little. First he controlled her attacks, then her movement, then at a key moment he froze her to the arena floor. His spear pressed against her throat as her shield failed to reach in time. The defenses of the arena activated, protecting her, though Turdo had been ready to stop his attack regardless. A good match, he inclined his head politely. Maid Lin responded in kind, but she couldn't deny his victory had been legitimate despite it being somewhat embarrassing to lose to someone much younger. That was something the combining luster sect would have to get used to, though. John was expecting each of his children to win more matches than they lost. To Melanthina's continued annoyance, she was not the next of the triplets to fight. That honor went to Ursul, the one standout oddity in the matches. She was sort of part of both clans while also being a member of neither, but nobody could say she didn't belong. And for the sake of training, having diverse opponents was good. It was just unfortunate for her opponent who had no prior knowledge of her abilities except that she was an earth element combatant. Ursul was close to the same age as Maid Lin, though he favored the larger staff instead of opting for a shield. He was also the 17th rank. Exact matches for every opponent weren't always possible. When he opened the battle with a beam of light at Ursul, he could have easily expected several options. Logically, she could have dodged, seeking cover, or simply sidestepping his attack. Blocking with her heavy stone club would have also been reasonable. Even amping up her defensive energy would have made sense. Instead, she just ignored the attack, charging forward without any actual response. She wasn't crazy, and while she was sometimes reckless in battle, John knew she at least thought about things at some point. She'd seen plenty of battle, so she should know what sort of damage the attacks could do. And that was why. The attack wasn't completely ineffectual, poking a hole in her flexible armor that John was going to make Ursul repair for her carelessness. However, when the beam got to her skin, it made it no further, the beams of light even reflecting slightly. Diamond defense came into play, showing the drawback of sustained attacks. There was a reason Ursul only wore the lighter armor she had on when she could clearly wear something heavier. Ursul continued to charge straight forward, accelerating her motion with the emerging bamboo sex techniques, propelling herself forward and into the air slightly. Ursul dodged her downward swing easily, stepping to the side, but clearly didn't expect the shockwave in the ground to reverse its course after it went behind him, shoving the ground up and towards Ursul as her club rebounded towards him. Despite the surprise, Ursul was still a rank ahead of Ursul. He met her club with his staff, absorbing some of the energy and letting himself be thrown back. That was the perfect time to make use of another beam of light, but Ursul had managed to convince him it was pointless. To that end, he charged up a more powerful attack, his beam splitting apart into a rainbow with the intention to recombine into a more powerful attack. It was just a bit too slow, and Ursul Brute forced her way into the splitting part, where each individual part of the rainbow was individually less intense. She only needed to land a single solid attack to win, and her pretend invincibility kept Ursul on the back foot until he was finally taken out. After the match, Ursul quietly complained to John about her burn from the first beam. It wasn't bad and looked like even less, but sustained effort could have definitely made it into something serious. Diamond defense was only decently powerful. John was afraid of the expenses required to make use of a more powerful version. He didn't think the Tenebach clan could afford that as they were now. Such would have been the required materials. Melantha could be described as more than a little bit put out that her first opponent from the combining luster sect was not Nick. However, instead of complaining about it, she simply dealt with it. John wasn't sure if it was in a healthy manner, but she did go through with the match. John didn't get to remember her opponent's name, but he was the 16th rank. The opening salvo was generally quite effective against the Tenebach clan, who had no choice but to avoid it. Defending with their spiritual energy was just asking to get injured in an explosive reaction. Yet when the match opened, Melantha didn't dodge or seek cover, but instead pointed her finger directly towards her opponent. A beam of light met a sharp dart of darkness, destabilizing the attack and creating a flash of light and darkness, impossible for any vision to see properly through. That was where Melantha took cover, slipping behind pillars once her position was properly hidden for a moment. Her opponent tried to catch sight of her or pick her up with his senses, but she was quite good at stealth and had trained against the light element in particular. Where normally a wave of light element would strongly react if it passed over her and reveal at least her general location, the sweeps of her opponent reacted as if she didn't exist. Then Melantha stabbed him in the spine, just below the skull. Thankfully, the arena's formations were able to override her attack, or they would have had some difficult explaining to do. But she had likely been counting on it. Her opponent could only freeze as he felt cold metal touch his skin and the formations activate. But when he turned around, she really was there. Instead of any sort of proper reaction, Melantha stomped off. That wasn't necessarily good for future relations with the combining luster sect, but hopefully Melantha would control herself better later. And maybe if she were up against a stronger opponent, she'd have to act more appropriately. Chapter 202. Melantha continued to dominate her opponents, even in matchups against those of superior rank. The matches resulted in awkward looks between the elders of the combining luster sect, including Elder Romantas who had escorted them down below, and sect head Ardalian. It wasn't the most embarrassing things could be. After a few more combined victories under their belt, both Ursul and Turdo eventually faced defeat. Likewise, other members of the Tenebach clan's younger generation were defeated. It was just Melantha, who had specially trained to defeat light cultivators, that was doing concerningly well. It was embarrassing to be defeated by someone so young and in many cases lower cultivation rank, regardless of her being the young mistress of a powerful clan. Obviously, they could not bring out soul expansion phase cultivators. That was simply inappropriate. And John saw in their eyes, it would be a greater embarrassment than continuously losing if she somehow managed to defeat one. Frankly, John couldn't say whether that was possible. In a battle between light and dark elements, the stronger cultivator would usually dominate, while those who were closely matched would find themselves both on the losing end. Usually strength was pure power and cultivation rank, but there were always exceptions based on familiarity and special training. He paid attention to a good majority of Melantha's training, but she was performing better than even he would have thought. John sidled his way closer in time to overhear a vaguely whispered conversation. That began with Ardalian leaning over to Elder Romantas. Didn't one of our lesser disciples defeat her in the tournament just last year? That seems to be the case, but Elder Romantas shook his head. At the time, it was thought to be a difference of age. We didn't really pay it much mind. Why not send in whoever it was? Well, he's just the same rank as her, and kind of specially requested not to be placed against her. Not confident? The sect head asked. Unclear, though I would presume that to be the case. John caught their eye as he was now less subtly approaching the pair. Ah, the Tenebach clan head. Your daughter is certainly something special. John smiled. Yes, quite problematic, isn't she? I couldn't help but overhear part of your discussion. She has been quite eager to have a rematch with a certain opponent for matters of pride. Perhaps it would be best to convince this fellow to fight. I'm sure I could convince her to withdraw afterwards, win or lose. Sect head Ardalian sighed. Though it would be nice to keep our technical record of having defeated her, it is probably best to get this over with. He turned to Elder Romantas, talk to him, and offer him rewards for participating, and more if he can win. Ardalian's eyes turned back to John at that. John just shrugged. If he can defeat her still, it would be for the best. If not, we'll have to find something to deflate her ego elsewhere. It was one thing for the Tenebach clan and Melantha to get prestige from continuous victories, but he also wanted his daughter to have her head on straight for the future. That wasn't going to happen without this fight, one way or another. Finally, Melantha said when her next match was announced. It is good they found another opponent willing to face me. John was tempted to inform her that her strong feelings on the matter were easy to read, but perhaps it was best to keep that a secret for the moment. It was kind of fun having her think she was subtle about something and completely not be, especially when she was actually rather good at subtlety in most cases. With luck, her victory over Nick would clear her of this momentary obsession and things could return to normal. That was what John liked to tell himself. John was surprised to see the confidence with which the young man walked into the arena opposite Melantha. Nick was a few years older, 15 where Melantha was 12. A significant gap at the moment, but one that would quickly become insignificant. That still made him younger than the rest of her opponents. Besides the display of confidence, which John thought was at least partly a front, the young man didn't have much to distinguish himself from the common disciple. He was not equipped with anything particularly fancy, just a staff with a crystal head like the others of the Combining Luster sect. The battle began slightly differently than most of the other matches. Nick opened up with not a single beam directed at Melantha, but two, split apart to either side. Those two beams of light then further split into a rainbow of colors forming a wall. Momentary, but significant. Melantha hadn't been quite sure how to react, her prepared counter going unused. She had still reacted well, going for a pillar to cover herself, and when she found her way blocked, she shifted the gathered darkness that was supposed to counter a direct attack to cover her dagger, slicing apart the curtain of light element. Surprisingly, this happened with little gravitas and no explosions. Melantha had cover, but her position was not unknown. Before she could manage any sort of distraction, Nick had another beam of light going for the closest pillar behind her, somehow managing to bounce his beam off the cylindrical shape in the direction he desired. As it reflected, it split into a rainbow. Melantha moved to dodge the recombined beam, but it never did that. Instead, it remained a cone that covered the area. John expected a particularly nasty reaction when it struck her defensive energy, but she continued to surprise him, casting off a net of darkness and pushing the light away from her without a detonation. Now out in the open once more, Melantha didn't immediately seek cover again. Instead, she launched her own attack, a beam of darkness from her bare hand. Unamplified by equipment and less of a formalized technique, it was weaker than the Combining Luster sect's attacks. But it forced Nick to cease his next attack and deflect it. His staff swept forward in an arc, creating a sweeping trail of light. The attack flowed along with the trail, light and darkness burying themselves in the ground with only several flashes along the way, minimal as clashes of light and darkness went. This already put Nick ahead of most of the opponents Melantha had faced, who were either unaware of her location or occasionally out of the fight at this point. Only those who were higher in cultivation than her so easily took her attacks head-on, others dodging. Those at the peak of the foundation phase had enough extra spiritual energy to simply overpower her attacks, but that hadn't lasted as the explosions of mutual annihilation were hard on their defenses. Then Nick did something unexpected. From John's angle, it didn't look like that much. He simply held his staff vertically, moving it from his right side around the front to his left. There was a shimmer of light and clear usage of light element, but that was about it. Melantha's reaction was quite different, her eyes darting around and her senses reaching as she fled for cover. Nick positioned himself behind a horizontal pillar, a triangular shape lying flat on one side. He managed to bounce an attack between two pillars, splitting and combining as it moved around the arena to come at Melantha from the back rear side. She only barely reacted in time, her dagger chopping awkwardly into it. This time there was some level of negative reaction from light and dark meeting, but the force of the impact was mostly pushed away from Melantha even in that moment of panic. At the same time, after that attack, Melantha shrouded herself in darkness to dull the senses. John could keep track of her only by virtue of his much greater strength and advantageous positioning, plus the fact that she wasn't concerning herself with those outside the arena. Nick quickly shot beams around, reflecting off of several other surfaces in a different direction before finally spreading out in a wide pattern to cover everything around Melanthena's former position. She couldn't have gotten far, and she hadn't, simply slipping to the far side of the pillar, which ironically put her on the same side as Nick. Yet shrouded in darkness, and with the young man maintaining cover and apparently concealing his position, the two of them didn't quite have track of each other. The next minute or so involved both combatants slinking around, during which time Nick expanded his technique in all directions, turning invisible. He was even difficult to track with energy senses which outsiders had to keep passive. The two combatants even passed quite close to each other on the opposite sides of one pillar, without either quite picking out the other. The stalemate was broken when Nick extended his staff out from behind his current cover, sweeping it horizontal to the ground. A thin beam of light cut across the arena, small parts of it manipulated to intentionally reflect around the rears of the pillars. It was impressive how much he could do at once, especially given that the actual pillars were not reflective on their own. The thin beam of light was not enough to do damage, but it revealed Melanthena's position as she automatically tried to bend it around her. In turn, however, the act revealed Nick. Bolts of light and darkness met each other in the middle, creating flashes of light and darkness that blinded both opponents as they sought out different locations. Melanthena shifted her tactics from stealthily approaching her opponent to get him in melee combat to covering as much of the arena as she could, circling each pillar as she passed. She crouched low, beneath the previous height of Nick's sweeping beam, that allowed her to pass unknown on his next attempt, and she had a dagger ready for it. The weapon flew towards his revealed location, unfortunately for her, on the far side of the arena. By the time it reached its destination, he was gone, and she had been unable to track him down. Nick didn't make the same mistake twice, seeking her location with not one but two beams, the light splitting from his staff to end up somewhere around knee and neck height as they swept across the arena. The way they covered the area behind pillars was less expert with the multitasking, but they did well enough to catch the back of Melanthena's knee as she tried to duck behind a hexagonal pillar. The beam did minimal damage, but revealed her location. Melanthena quickly began to dart around the arena, keeping what cover she could, but Nick moved opposite of her. Everything was fine for him until he ducked behind a particular pillar and found himself stepping on a ring of darkness element, placed by Melanthena's movements and concealed there. The majority of the energy exploded uselessly on the other side of the pillar, but the trap certainly damaged his defensive energy. Unfortunately for Melanthena, she'd placed many of them, and he'd so far only set off one, meaning both were using up their spiritual energy. Nick decided to forego cover from then on, leaving him vulnerable to counterattacks when she saw through his invisibility, but saving him from unexpected reactions beneath his feet. Ultimately, the two of them fought their way towards each other, Nick realizing he couldn't keep tabs on Melanthena long enough to do anything but wide-area attacks targeting her, and Melanthena preferring melee combat to begin with. The climax of the battle came with Melanthena finding her way behind Nick, stabbing towards his spine. Yet instead of that being the end for him, his staff flicked backwards, knocking Melanthena's dagger out of her hand. He spun around, light element coating his staff. Melanthena did the craziest thing possible, interlacing her hands with his on the staff. They both controlled one end with one hand in the middle of the other's, their energies clashing. Both tried to direct the destructive energy towards the other, but the control of either side was greater near their own bodies, and most of it was deflected around them. At nearly the same time Melanthena twisted the staff, Nick kicked towards her, the end result being they staggered apart, the staff flying off to the side. Instead of seeking out their own weapons or even attempting ranged attacks without augmentation, both seemed to mutually agree on an unarmed brawl, perhaps because they were nearly out of spiritual energy. The battle turned from a dazzling display of light and darkness to two exhausted individuals attempting to pummel each other, gradually getting slower, but neither having an advantage. Soon enough, they were both exhausted of spiritual energy. The match would have normally been called at that point, but neither of them had a readable advantage. Then Melanthena pulled a page from her sister's book, finding the opportunity to headbutt Nick when they got close. They both staggered back. Melanthena cussed and held her hand up to her forehead. Nick reached up to his nose and then they toppled over unconscious. John sighed deeply, looking over at Mateo, who was shaking her head. Then they both laughed because they didn't know what else to do. Chapter 203. During the match, John had been able to watch Sect Head Ardalian and Elder Romana's reactions. It was clear they weren't confident in his ability to win, at least not at first. However, even from shortly into the battle, he displayed abilities others had not, and he had excellent control. If there was one flaw John found in Nick, it was that his power was a bit lacking, even for his cultivation. But that was something that could be improved. He was still young, and his rate of cultivation was sufficient. Between two cultivators, one who made more efficient use of their power would win if their cultivations were close. So even if he fell behind slightly in cultivation, he would still be decent. But that presumed he kept the same rate of cultivation even as he grew older, and John was fairly certain it would increase as he properly reached adulthood. Where did he come from? Sect Head Ardalian asked. I haven't heard anything about this fellow. Elder Romantas shook his head. He's had no standout results so far. I first took note in the tournament when he defeated Melantha, but it was only a battle between two Foundation phase cultivators. Even if one was a scion of a powerful clan, he was 3 years older, so nobody thought much of it. As for his origins, he's just one of the locals who displayed some natural affinity for light and joined the sect through standard channels. And the resources for his development? Standard for his cultivation rank, Elder Romantas explained. While that sounded reasonable, John knew that it effectively meant minimal. A sect could not afford to be stingy if it wanted to raise powerful disciples, but the basic levels of resource distribution were as little as anyone could get. If they were determined to be a waste, a disciple would usually be expelled or at least no longer considered a disciple. Ardalion know that slowly. We'll have to keep track of him from here on out, and what he does with the resources will be awarding him for his participation. Ardalian's gaze shifted to John. What do you think? He certainly seems to have talent, John agreed. This rivalry my daughter has with him also seems like a great motivator. I have no intention to ask you to let her win any victories she doesn't take with her own hands. And if he were to truly defeat her, she might learn something. Now if you'll excuse me, John nodded. I should go see my daughter before she wakes up. Melantha had already been carried off by her sister, brought to the infirmary where she'd previously only had minor wounds treated. Though she currently wasn't particularly wounded either, since both combatants had been out of spiritual energy and disarmed of their weapons. She'd simply brought about her own state of unconsciousness with a poorly executed headbutt. John's senses flickered over Nick as he moved past him towards the other side of the infirmary. There was something, but if it was important, the actual medics could deal with it. John wasn't going to pretend to know better than them, just because he could beat them in a fight. The young man didn't look to be in a particularly bad state, except for the bandage plastered over his nose, except for his drained spiritual energy. Melantha was likewise healthy, with only minimal marks from her battle, generally scorched clothes where the beams of light had made their way through her defenses. Mateo was already there, but as John stepped forward, their darkness-attuned daughter reacted to him, her eyes fluttering open. Father, did I win? You fought well, John said with a smile. Ultimately, your battle ended in a draw. Melantha grimaced. Somehow, it seemed as if that was worse than simply losing again. Melantha sat up, sighed, then flopped forward. I'm so exhausted, and my head hurts. Why does my head hurt? Ursul was the one to answer that. Because you're not hard as stone, dummy, she said as she lightly pressed her finger on the bandages over her sister's forehead. And your headbutt technique is bad. Melantha reached for her forehead. For a moment, John felt the same sort of thing Nick had, but a flicker of spiritual energy inside Melantha, and it disappeared. It seemed there was nothing to worry about. I should have won, she declared to the room, or perhaps herself. John and Mateo both seemed to have words to say there, but Turdo was first to respond. You don't always have to win, he said calmly. Sometimes you just lose. But to the same person twice? Melantha grimaced as she already considered her tie another loss. I'm not going to let some obstacle of some guy with no background stop me. She spun her legs off the bed and moved to stand up, where she immediately staggered forwards into her mother's arms. You rattled your head quite a bit, dear. Mateo pat her on the head. You have to rest until the doctors say you can go. Melantha grumbled, but accepted being pushed gently back to her position on the bed. Fine, she declared. John made his way back to the other side of the room. Nick was there, having properly returned to consciousness himself. He wasn't surrounded by people. The doctors had made sure his condition was improving, then left him be. Though they had declared intentions to encourage his growth, Elder Romantas and the sect head were not present. A single tie in a vaguely important duel was not enough to rocket him into such importance that he should be visited by such individuals. That also meant that getting a visit from a foreign sect head would be quite unusual, but that was only if anyone noticed. John made use of just a small bit of darkness energy to minimize the impact of his presence. An impressive fight, young man, John said, causing Nick's head to jerk towards him. Almost another victory against my daughter. The young man swallowed. Well, it is a good thing to take such a battle seriously. I doubt she would have been pleased if you simply gave up. John tried to be reassuring, but he understood it wasn't very comforting to have a consolidated soul phase cultivator looming nearby. What do you think of my daughter? She's Nick hesitated, strong and talented. He eventually came up with. And scary, I imagine, John grinned. She doesn't usually let things get to her, but her loss to you is one of them. I don't think she'll give up on facing off against you in the future. In fact, she'll probably want to fight you again right away. Don't worry, that wouldn't be good for either of you. I'll deal with that. As for you, just make sure you keep training. Get stronger. Don't be afraid to display your power in front of your sect, either. They've seen it now, so it will only hurt you to keep your head down. So you want me to get stronger, so your daughter will have someone to fight? John shrugged. Why not? It's better for you either way. And don't forget you were promised some rewards to show up. You know about that? John's grin widened. I wouldn't have wanted to fight her again either. John took half a step away. Don't be afraid to make use of everything you have to get stronger. Saving things up for the peak of Foundation phase sounds nice, but if you get there sooner, you'll be able to earn more for yourself. A smart sect won't let those who show talent go unrewarded, though that probably doesn't mean much from someone who was born into his position. With the draw between Melantha and Nick, the training exercises moved on to include those of higher cultivations. There was a significant period of time before John himself got involved, at which point things were less in a formal match structure. They still fought in the same arenas for the safety precautions, but there weren't exactly many matchups for John or Mateo. Ardalian was only in the early consolidated soul phase, and the rest of the combining luster sect were weaker than him. Either of them versus a single opponent was a poor match, but when things got to 2 or 3 opponents, they became unbalanced anyway. There was some intention to have John and Mateo against Ardalian and several others, but there were concerns about the strength of the arena's wards keeping them safe with so many participants of significant power. During the whole process, Melantha was moping off to the side, annoyed that she wasn't allowed to have a rematch against Nick right away. She would get over it eventually, though John wasn't sure how long that would take. The triplets were just about to head into their teens, so there was bound to be more turmoil ahead. A wave of light washed over John. He had previously tried to replicate Melantha's techniques, and though she made it look easy to have it flow around her with little damage, it most certainly was not. Perhaps it was a particular talent she had, or there was some insight John had missed. Either way, it was more efficient for him to simply protect himself with other elements rather than dealing with the clash of light and darkness. The combining luster sect might not be terribly powerful. Though they weren't weak with a consolidated soul phase cultivator, the general power of the region had grown, but their actual techniques were impressive. Among other things, they properly made use of range techniques, and while they were not the most powerful, they were swift and accurate. Against darkness users, that was the worst case, as the power came into existence from the clash of elements. John was better able to replicate Melantha's beams of darkness that didn't require whatever she did with the light, simply forming spiritual energy into a condensed line, more or less. Either way, John found the power was sufficient to stagger his opponent for a moment, allowing him to move in closer. If ranged attacks using darkness were so easy, it would be used more often, and John didn't think it was powerful enough except when clashing against light element cultivators. Throwing daggers carrying energy were more effective, even if slower. He wasn't going to begrudge another option in his arsenal, however, and he might develop it further with practice. Once in melee range, his opponent still had the ability to fight back, but even with John restraining himself somewhat, he had more options to work with. He could likely overcome his opponent in a few moves with his other elements, but John tried to make sure he did his best to match his darkness against light to some extent, learning different lessons than he had from the Golden Tomb Guardians. After reviewing various of her new abilities, John found himself, once again, quite impressed with Melanthena's talent. And though it would be somewhat embarrassing, he might have to ask her for guidance. He didn't think it was a result of him going away from pure darkness either. He kept up with the rest in terms of control, without issue. She was just an exception. Perhaps being born with the affinity helped, but she also worked hard. Without the dedication Melanthena had, she would likely have ended up much closer to average. John intended to seek out further sources of motivation for the triplets, though Turdo seemed well covered. He was easygoing, and what encouragement he needed came mainly from his mother. John wasn't planning to ignore him, but he was currently the least likely to fall behind. Ursul had gained a great bout of motivation after her visit to the Viridia wildlands, but it hadn't suddenly given her a place. She was still the third child of 2 clans, with no structure constraining her, but also nothing telling her where she belonged. Chapter 204. Time continued to pass, and soon the triplets were properly young teens, with all the good and bad that came of it. Though it would have been simple to fall into the bad habit of having his entire life revolve around them, John kept a reasonable portion of his perspective on himself. By that manner, he'd been in his new world over 20 years, with close to 2/3 of that time having the triplets as a part of it. Given the split in time spent with them, he had only been around them a bit over 1/3 of his time in the world, but by no measure was it insignificant. At the current point in time, he had barely spent more time with Mateo, his actual wife. It was somewhat concerning that he spent what felt like so little time with his family, but he had to remember that it was not necessarily less than he would have expected in a normal life. He was not away at work all day, though he did have clan business that kept him occupied some of the time, with more portions reserved for training. Yet he also had free time to spend with his children, and though some of that time was still occupied with training, improving their cultivation, together was a reasonable bonding activity in this world. Nothing was going to be close to what he'd grown up with anyway, not in this world. And while that was fine, it was difficult to not put higher emphasis on his early memories as being normal. John was not an animal tamer. Those spiritual beasts were more intelligent, and thus the right ones were easier to handle in certain regards. That still didn't make it a trivial investment of time. However, just because John himself did not have the ability didn't mean the Tenebach clan had nobody to perform the task. Radolf was one of the branch members only a decade or so younger than John's grandfather. And though most of his time had been spent handling lesser spiritual beasts before the Tenebach clan's rise in status, he still had the necessary knowledge. The most important creatures under his care were the Shadowhawks. It was not a matter of them as potential combatants, though there was some value in that, but rather for their potential as messengers. It had already taken them several years since they hatched to begin reaching adulthood, but they had a wingspan of nearly 2 meters and were somewhere around the strength of early Foundation phase cultivators. Not enough to affect any battles, but more than a trivial effort to take out while flying. For the most part, they were only active in Marble County. The Tenebach clan had some influence further to the west, but this was still the first generation of Shadowhawks early in their lifespan. Eventually, they would be tested in the Shimmering Islands, but the storms there were far too much for them at the current moment. With a bit more maturity, they might fly over or around such storms, but there was also the matter of distances between islands. John was glad he barely had to deal with those issues and had simply come to oversee their progress. "How are they doing?" John asked Radolf. "Quite well," the older man explained. "They are eager to return to the comfort and care of the clan, but smart enough to be dutiful. Healthy and strong, too. I've been taking some of them around to other climates to see how they handle it." And, John prompted, "It's about as expected. They're not particularly well suited to the heat of the green sands, their feathers trapping even more than they would otherwise. They'd likely have to have regular stops if we wish to coordinate with the Milanovic clan. There aren't really enough of them for that yet, however." "True," John agreed. 6 is a sizable amount, but insufficient for large-scale operations. "I've been carefully contacting other keepers," Radolf said, "negotiating an exchange of breeders. It's better not to have these siblings produce the only offspring. Yeah, the small gene pool would be a problem, John nodded. While a scientific understanding of genetics was not present in this world as far as John had seen, they still understood the inheritance of traits, and where it encountered problems in animal or spiritual beast breeding. A specific understanding of genes was unnecessary for that, as was clearly shown on Earth where humans had been successful animal breeders for thousands of years. And John, with a college-level education but not specialized in the field, couldn't exactly revolutionize the process just by talking about chromosomes. And there were oddities that couldn't be explained with that, like offspring of spiritual beasts that grew to a higher cultivation rank being more powerful. It was one thing if it was simply potential, but children born later in a certain beast's lifespan were generally stronger if they had methods to continuously improve. John had a basic understanding of epigenetics and how they could change during a lifespan, but no idea whether that even applied in those cases or if it was something else. Regardless, Radolf said proudly, we have reduced the travel time for critical messages in Marble County down by half or more. With another decade or two and additional generations, who can say how things will be? John nodded. Decades seemed so long, yet it had already been 2 since he came to this world. If they'd had the resources and Shadowhawks when he arrived, the process would already be well on its way. Though there were always limits to how many magical beasts a clan or sect could have as a practical matter, they weren't cheap to raise or maintain. Feeding them average food would result in mediocre abilities at best. The same of human cultivators. In a way, those spiritual beasts lean more towards the consumption side of things rather than absorbing free spiritual energy. Good work. I look forward to the future. Radolf nodded. I've been teaching others as well. This knowledge will outlive me. Don't you worry. Well, I wasn't worried until you said it, John grinned. In truth, he did have some concerns. Radolf was younger than Luctus, but he also hadn't stepped over the threshold into the consolidated soul phase. Thus, his lifespan would be less by a significant margin. For that matter, Luctus himself was not getting any younger. He was slowly advancing through the early consolidated soul phase, but it was unclear if he would go any longer. Without improvements, he might live another 50 years, but his health was not as great as it once might have been, and it could easily be cut short. Outside of battle, of course, which was one of the nearly inevitable ends for a cultivator. Though certain individuals would live through many battles, you only died in one. Though information regularly came from the Brandel clan, John still wanted to personally catch up on everything with Mateo around. What about the Sea God, he asked. Any progress with whatever you're planning there? Insights. Madiel nodded. The insights, at least, are sufficient. I would not have advanced to mid-consolidated soul phase so swiftly otherwise. Hearing her say that was something special because she'd always been a fast cultivator. At certain points, John felt like he was barely able to hold on to her and drag himself along, though he didn't find that he was actually slowing her down. Especially not now, because even the minor amounts of fire he could control were improving. The improvement was slow, but everything was slow at their cultivation rank. Yet in terms of absolute power growth over time, it was also not negligible. It was unlikely either of them would suddenly pull ahead of their peers, but their ability to dominate those sufficiently below themselves would always improve. I know there were ideas to recruit it as a guardian beast, John said. Have those progressed any? The Leviathan continues to sleep, but I do not think its slumber will continue indefinitely, Mateo began. If it is at all feasible to bring it into our fold, I will make the attempt. However, though its power is unquestionable, its intelligence and nature are unclear. I could only find the barest mention of it in the records throughout the Shimmering Islands. I suspect few know of it, and I have seen no others around it. Though its size is quite expansive, so they could have been missed. I suppose it might be a bit ambitious to actually recruit it, John said. Something of that power. What could we offer? It has to be at least compatible to a well-established ascending soul phase cultivator. Anything it wants, it could take. Perhaps, Mateo agreed. Let us hope it is not too hungry when it awakes. Fortunately, it is quite far from Pualani, at least for that sake, as it is rather a tiresome journey to make regularly. I understand that, John nodded. The other clan affairs are going well, I hear? The same as they are here. Measured expansion. There have been attempts to work with the Mliani clan to tame storm birds as messengers. If that works, they could easily go to Dolomite Harbor. Unfortunately, they're not easily tamed, or they would have been all over the place centuries ago. John nodded. And you'll be around for the meeting later, right? With your club. Mateo grinned. Since it seems important, I will be. Though before then, I intend to spy on our son. Lacanus and Justina did bring along their daughters, after all. Are we trying to set him up with one of them in particular? John asked. I don't know if I'm trying, but Amelia is not too far in age. And she'd be better for him than someone from the Mliani clan. If he's going to be clan head, he'll need someone supporting him in everything, including cultivation. That does seem suitable, John agreed. Though I would be reluctant to actually arrange anything, even now. Amelia wouldn't be taking over for her clan regardless of her position, Mateo reminded John. So, they would not end up in a situation like us. You know Justina is not interested in leading the Milanovic clan and disrupting their current lines of succession. I just hope he can find the right woman, John nodded. Ursul, well, she'll have to make her own decisions in that regard. She doesn't exactly strike me as the type to settle down, but it's still early. And Melantha, you just hope she gets over her obsession with Nick. John sighed. I can't tell if it's romantic at all, but I was really hoping the whole thing would go away after our excursion. No luck there. At least she's motivated to grow stronger still. Let's just hope she doesn't do anything too foolish. As long as she keeps to official matches, John shook his head. I'd hate for them to actually kill each other. The club of reincarnators and transmigrators who had discovered each other through various means had 5 members, a split of 2 and 3 at the current moment. Those numbers seemed high, considering they hadn't found any outside of their inner circle, but nobody could say what the true numbers were. Today, their newest member known to the world as Deidre and the married pair from the Green Sands had news to share, worth coming in person. As John and Renato were located close to each other, Marble County was the easiest place to meet, and the Tenebach clan a bit more secretive. The Order of the Amber Heart would not begrudge Renato having secret meetings, but he was not the sect head. Though he was a decent rival in power for Johannes Dallin, his relative youth made his political connections weaker. Though it was not a true issue, as they were not in competition, having a strong individual like Renato would only benefit the Order. Deirdre began her explanation first, though the general message was simple. Recently, the molten sea far beyond the Sunfields has been towards Sunfields territory, not as disorganized squabbles, but because of the control of several large clans. In addition, we have reason to believe some of the Sunfields are supporting their activity. Dire news, matched by that from the Green Sands. Similar activity comes from beyond the Wuthering Heights. The inhabitants of the Sky Islands that rest beyond those peaks seem to have turned their eyes on areas below. Justina was the one sharing the message, or it would have been much more casual, if technically correct. It seems the rise of power in the area is beginning to draw attention from surrounding regions. John nodded. Strong cultivators meant resources, and though it also meant better defenders, cultivators were always attracted to what they thought they could get their hands on, and over long periods of time, certain groups would grow ahead, watching for signs of something worth plundering. Acquisition of resources was not always through violence, but at the very least it was backed by threats of it. That was true even for the clans and the Order of the Amber Heart. If they could not fight for what they had, they would lose it. The importance of the following discussions, then, would be how much of a threat to people that were cared about these events were, and what would be done about it. Chapter 205. Countries were a simple way to represent something, though that something was not political unity. Instead, more were geographical descriptors, a certain confluence of elements. Those living within the area might feel protective of the whole area because it was useful to them, but there was rarely any incentive to protect others within the area. They were just competition. That was the reality of the world. Even so, people still had reasons to unite. It could be more than just a sect or a clan, but a larger expansive alliance for the purposes of mutual defense, and ultimately, for establishing control of the strongest in the area. Marble County fell under the sway of the Tenebach clan and the Order of the Amber Heart, joint powers that maintained a good relationship, and had the advantage of needing somewhat different resources. If the Tenebach clan had been Earth elemental cultivators, then things might have been different, though it would have still been possible for them to join hands. Those thoughts brought John and the rest of the club, along with Mateo, back to the current matters. Powerful groups moving on the sun fields and the Wuthering Heights. It seems that the issues to the southeast are further removed, John commented, both geographically and politically. He looked towards Deirdre, or at least that was the name convenient to continue using. I sense greater concern about the Molten Sea. It depends on where they stop, Deirdre admitted. There's still quite a distance for them to cover before they even begin stepping into the sun fields. The bigger issue is that if they're working with individuals from the sun fields, will they continue beyond that point or not? Lacanus, also known as Steve, tilted his head. We're also just assuming they can do this. Shouldn't people be able to stop them? Yestina placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. I know you're not interested in the politics, but I'm sure it must have been mentioned in your presence that these places have produced ascending soul phase cultivators. So, he shrugged, we've killed one before. One not stabilized after their forceful advancement, and it took our combined efforts. We're stronger now, Lacanus countered. Could you take one by yourself? Upon seeing her husband's face, she sighed. That's not a challenge. You're right, he finally shook his head. I probably couldn't. Don't forget that none of our regions have regularly produced even consolidated soul phase cultivators. This period of growth is a spike, and there's no guarantee the Molten Sea or any of the Sky Islands haven't gone through something similar. Lacanus snorted, bits of flame spewing from his nose, but he just nodded. John was at least glad that he could trust Yestina to keep him from doing anything stupid alone, at least. John moved on to the next step. Do we have any information on the groups involved here? Whether they actually have ascending soul phase cultivators, or information like that? It's unclear, Deirdre admitted. However, there should be at least one among the group from the Molten Sea, perhaps more. That would depend on if there are a number of lesser sects under one greater banner, or if they are a group of relatively equal strengths working towards some common goal. The latter is simply rare enough that it's a concern they're moving at all. Unfortunately, Yestina said, our information is also incomplete, just that there have been rapid successes in taking over parts of the Wuthering Heights. The expansion is too aggressive to just hope that it stops. Mateo nodded. The question then is if we are going to do anything immediately, either as individuals or as a group. It seems that the incidents are still too far removed to safely involve our forces. Thus, I propose that in addition to keeping watch on the situation, we prepare and train. Not just ourselves, but our forces. Our coordination was sufficient in the assault on the Society of Midnight, but there could always be improvements. John nodded. Obviously, I'm going to agree with you on that. It's a shame we don't have any air cultivators among our peers. Kuzuma is not young. More importantly, she'd never fully recovered after the incident in the Kelp Spire forest, her cultivation seeming to stagnate as well. It was impossible to say if the woman would have pushed beyond the early consolidated soul phase if that didn't happen, or if that was always her limit. We still need to include the Mulyani clan, of course. It would be a shame if our relations were only tied to Kuzuma. Is there a reason specifically for air? Deirdre asked. We're facing air and fire cultivators, right? He wants all 6 elements, obviously, Renato said, to cover any weaknesses, just like he is doing with his own cultivation. To cover weaknesses and to augment each other, John pointed out. You all have seen how that can work. Fair enough. About the elements, however, Yestina shook her head. It is my understanding that the Molten Sea has abundant water element as well as fire. The Sky Islands ironically require earth element to stay afloat. How does that work? John asked. Some sort of gravity manipulation along with natural minerals within the islands. Unfortunately, that's all I know, Yestina admitted. So we could be facing each of the 4 core elements, Deirdre nodded, though preferably not all at once. Mateo nodded. Indeed. Hopefully, we have to only face one of them at a time, if we have to fight at all. At least we don't have to deal with light element, John said, except perhaps those from the sun fields. The question is the timeline. Should we expect trouble to escalate within the next few weeks? Months? Years? I know conquering territory can take a long time. If they manage to threaten any of us within weeks, we would do best to capitulate to whatever they wish, Xianxia said. Unless they are planning to annihilate anyone in their path. With just months of time, if they do not have a specific goal in mind that they quickly reach and extract, they will be exposed to all around them. If they truly are conquering, it is most likely to be a matter of years. And perhaps these threats will be forgotten next year, replaced by others. But we need to be strong enough to face them soon. Mateo expanded the idea. Because inevitably, there will be more threats of this kind. Exactly, Xianxia nodded. Not having a proper air cultivator was definitely an issue for some of their training. John was quite capable of many things, but the amount of time he spent training air techniques was less than a quarter. It was closer to a third of his time spent on darkness, then a sixth on each of the other three elements he had, as well as fire and light combined. He simply wasn't up to the same standard as the rest of them. In terms of darkness, however, that was his base. He could perform basically any function they needed darkness for, and if they really truly needed a pure darkness cultivator, the Tenebach clan had a few options, including Aiden. Though he was somewhat older, there was a significant difference between one cultivator generation and two in terms of age, and that bled over into growth potential to some extent. The core of their training was combining elements, augmenting individuals, or bolstering their whole lineup. These were something they could only do when together. The fire pair were the linchpins of the whole operation, partly because there were two of them, and partly because there was no air cultivator to be had. Their position meant that Deirdre only had them to make use of as an associated element, at least without involving John, who could fill many roles to some extent. But he could only do so much at once, which put those two as the official bridge between Deirdre and the rest, and the link between Mateo and Renato. Earth-augmented fire. Renato had quite a bit of pure spiritual energy to offer, a wild force that Lacanus was absolutely able to capitalize on. He or Xianxia could both filter that energy to her more preferred level of calmness. Xianxia was the next step for working with Mateo. As a water cultivator in her previous life, her current style was still influenced by that. She understood the flow of energy Mateo would want, how much fire would benefit her, and empower her to rapidly transition state changes within the water element. In a somewhat unintuitive way, it was even easier to make ice when augmented by a flow of the fire element. Yet it always took energy to make anything happen, so it wasn't actually contradictory. John stood at the opposite end of Deirdre, his darkness element working smoothly with both earth and water, especially so as he held totems for those elements himself. He was also the most familiar with using the cycle of elements in battle, so he provided guidance in terms of insights as well as actual control of the flow in many circumstances. Yet he found that, especially without a fire totem, taking a secondary position was usually best. He could be the start of the flow, empowering Renato and his earth element. Lacanus and Xianxia were the next step, power flowing from them to Mateo or Deirdre. It could go to both. With two cultivators in the line splitting, it was reasonable. Yet there were always decisions to be made about the total flow. They could focus on the four core elements, John acting as an air cultivator bridging the gap between Mateo and back to Renato. That was fine enough, but it left Deirdre somewhat stranded. John could also attempt to work with her, though light element was still difficult for him. Or she could simply work with the fire cultivators, but whatever they chose, it could lead to imbalances. Taking the position of air also meant John was potentially ignoring the allied cycle of water, earth, and darkness. He had no trouble working the flow of the core cycle and the allied cycle for himself. But when incorporating other people, it was sufficiently difficult. When they managed to attain a proper balance, energy augmenting energy, it could flow back into the cycle for a measure of continuous growth and power. With constant increases, one could wonder why they did not simply let it build up until they were as powerful as they wished. But that was far too naive of an idea. It became clear to all of them that even when they achieved a proper flow with any subcycles, there was a limit, not a technical one, but simply a matter of control. In short, it was limited by the same things as any sort of power. When there was enough power in an area, it would become an uncontrolled explosion. Of course, it never actually got to that point directly. More generally, someone would slip up and leak out power, potentially breaking down the entire cycle and losing whatever energy the group had projected. that could happen in a violent manner, but they were adept enough to recognize their approaching limits and at least direct things away from themselves. Even so, after 1 week of near-constant training, they could augment their power through more or less 2 cycles and maintain that level. Excess energy would be expended in one way or another, bled off on purpose or by accident. But in practical terms, if they could maintain such a state in combat, all of them would have increased power output that could be sustained. Ultimately, that was one of the deciding factors. Total capacity was important, but if an enemy could drive a sword through your heart, it didn't matter how much energy either side had remaining afterwards. Though the cycle of elements was theoretically an efficient use of their power as well. The problem was maintaining a more complicated state in battle, rather than just the basics they had done already. The married pairs could manage with just the 2 of them, but it was always more difficult with those they didn't actually dual cultivate with. And nobody was planning to actually open themselves up to a total of 5 others all at once. That was a level of synchronicity that was a pipe dream. Even if they trusted each other in general, that was the way they would get themselves killed or crippled. The higher level cycle, making use of joint formation tactics, was quite sufficient. Not too much risk for a reasonable reward. That was the core of their focus for their training, though they also took advantage of the variety of elements at play to test each other's weaknesses and grow in more traditional manners. Chapter 206. A burst of fire washed over Turdo, and all he could think about was how uncomfortable it was. Not painful or anything. How could it be when produced by someone so much weaker than him and of a supporting element at that? It was just uncomfortable, like the itchy feeling of salt water left to dry on the skin. "I think we should take a break," Turdo said, looking at Amelia across from him, propping her body up with her hands on her thighs after her exertion. "No," she clenched her fists. "I can keep going." "Well," Turdo drew out the word, "I was just thinking that I'm a little tired, and I have to reflect on the insights I have gained." Amelia puffed out her cheeks, little trickles of flame shooting out of her nostrils. "Fine, we'll do that." With that, Turdo wandered over next to the pond and flopped on his back. Being tired wasn't a lie, just not the whole truth. His spiritual energy was basically full, as could be expected for someone in the foundation phase training with a spiritual collection phase beginner. But he was tired. Turdo was well aware that he was still a child, maybe old enough to be called a young man in a few circles, but still a kid. Only his spiritual energy was that of an adult, due to no particular work of his own. He trained, of course, but so did Amelia, and her spiritual energy was just barely getting started. His results didn't really count. Though he was a child, he had some understanding of adults. That was required for him as the young master of a clan, and he was mature enough to understand some things, like the fact that asking him to train with Amelia was not random. It was a simple calculation about the elemental cycle. A fire element cultivator would be able to support a water element cultivator. The Milanovichs, and especially Licanus and Justina, were friendly with his parents and their clans. It was a pretty obvious conclusion. Someday he would marry Amelia, though he wasn't sure if she understood that yet. He was fine with that, but boy was watching her exhausting sometimes. "What ya doing?" Turtle looked up to see a little kid, something he was comfortable thinking despite his own youth. A girl, clutching in her hands 2 fistfuls of worms. "Aren't you a little old to be playing with worms, Verusha?" "Nah," she shook her head. "We don't even have worms at home. I'm learning." "And what are you learning?" "Worms don't taste good. I think almost anyone could have told you that." "The birds like them," she protested, her hands flailing and flinging earthworms all over. She reminded him of Ursul, though now he was older than her instead of the same age. "Are you a bird?" Turtle asked. "I could be." Verusha crossed her arms. "Maybe I'm a phoenix." "Did you hatch out of an egg?" Turtle asked. Maybe." "Do you have feathers? Can you create fire?" "No." "Maybe." Verusha stretched her hand towards Turdo. If she had any spiritual energy or control over it, that might have been dangerous, but not yet. "You would know if you could," Turdo said. "And you have to be careful with controlling it. Fire is dangerous." "Everyone says that, but everyone also uses fire," Verusha complained. "And they control it. Maybe I should use water like you." "That seems difficult," Turdo said. "There's not really much water elemental spiritual energy in the green sands, is there?" "Well, I don't know. We don't have a lake like this, though," she gestured. "That's a pond," Turdo said. "Lakes are bigger." "Nah." Oceans are the bigger things. Oceans are even bigger than lakes, Turdo said. I live in one, I know. Okay, she said, switching from complete rejection to accepting his statement. When are you going to marry my sister? Yuck, Turdo groaned. Does everyone know about that? I don't know. Amelia said that she was going to marry you, and then you were going to be my big brother. I don't have a big brother. I don't have any brothers, Turdo shrugged. Tell your parents to have more babies, Versha suggested. I'm still waiting for a little brother. More children would be complicated. Turdo shook his head. He had no intention of explaining why, especially since Versha wouldn't understand. Her parents didn't manage clan affairs, despite almost certainly the strongest. Then again, Turdo's own parents weren't the clan heads because they were strongest, just like when he took over would be because he was born into it, which wasn't necessarily a better plan than letting the strongest rule. Maybe he would be allowed to come up with another plan of succession, though he'd have to run the Brandel clan for that, so it would have to be after that. Versha was still talking, though Turdo hadn't been listening to most of it. It seemed no responses had been required of him, however. And my sister wants to win a spar against you. You should let her. Turdo considered that. Amelia did seem frustrated with her lack of power, but it wasn't unreasonable. The fact that she was training spiritual energy at her age was already an exception. I don't know if that would help, Turdo said finally, since it wouldn't be real. Seemed likely to just get her angry. Lying next to his element had been refreshing, even if his spiritual energy itself had not been drained. Sometimes he just needed to not interact with people for a bit. Though he'd traded one for another, his input had been less required, so it worked out. The triplets were strong enough to train with almost whoever they pleased, but it was often easiest for them to train with each other. It was always odd for them to train with full adults regardless. Since Turdo was occupied with Amelia, Melantha and Ursul were training together. They were also most familiar with each other's strength, so they knew exactly how far they could go. Ursul stood with her stance wide, her club resting on the ground. It seemed like it would be difficult to lift it quickly to counter an attack, but not only was that incorrect, she didn't necessarily need to. Her sister was good at many things. Overwhelming others' defenses was not among them. With diamond defense, Ursul could afford to slip up once or twice. But her sister knew that, so she wouldn't carelessly commit. She felt the ground, searching for signs of her sister. Darkness element could erase them, but nothing was perfect. They both had a lot of experience going back and forth. Melantha couldn't simply conceal herself from sight or hearing. But if she properly covered up her footprints and the tremors of her movement, Ursul had difficulty finding her. That was why the Earth Cultivator was attempting something new and hopefully subtle enough. It would be obvious she was doing something, but at least the local area had a good mix of earth and darkness, so neither of the two stood out too obviously. Tiny roots grew under the ground, invisible to the eye and easily ignored by most senses. They could not grab or trip anyone, nor was there sufficient power to suddenly increase in size. In fact, they were quite delicate, able to fall apart with too much shock to their systems. That was what Ursul was using them for, hoping to find the pressure of feet or a brief loss of sensation. She continued to turn slowly, occasionally reversing directions so she did not get predictable. If nothing else, it was harder for Melantha to keep herself hidden if eyes were on her occasionally. A twinge in the ground, then a bolt of darkness behind Ursul. She spun to face the attack, raising her arm to block. Darkness energy skittered off her forearm, her solid defenses resisting it. Then something came for her knee from behind. She'd half sensed something, but she was too slow to fully prevent the attack. Her automatic response was to shake the earth, sending bits of it up into the air and causing chaos. Though her sister was not immediately in the area, the disruption still revealed her. Ursul pulled the throwing dagger out of her leg, one which had found its way through not only a weak point in her actual armor, but pierced her toughened skin. Ursul hadn't expected an attack to her lower body, usually safe, which was, of course, why it came there. A series of moves were exchanged as Ursul dislocated the terrain and Melantha attempted to stay hidden, but ultimately the latter couldn't keep it up forever. At some point, she would just be spending darkness element to be invisible while her sister knew right where she was from all the stomping around. She had the quickness to avoid Ursul's stone club, though the attacks were certainly not slow. And though Melantha had gotten the first strike, Ursul had the endurance to overpower her. Eventually, The club found her ribcage. The force intentionally distributed to knock her back instead of crush her. Melantha just lay on the ground in her defeat. "What's wrong, sis?" Ursul asked, stomping over. "You're not quite up to par today." "Am I ever?" Melantha asked. "Yes. Usually." Ursul sat down with a thud next to her sister. "What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong is I lost to a peasant." "Wow." Ursul rolled her eyes. "You're still hung up about that? That was months ago. And you didn't really lose." Ursul leaned over her sister. "But if you want to do something specific about it, I can teach you to properly headbutt. Because if you're going to do it, you need to know how." "I'm the genius young mistress of a powerful clan." Melantha ignored the whole thing about headbutts as she vented. "I should be crushing you masters a decade older than me, not losing to people with no background. If only we'd been allowed to train to our fullest all along." "This is exactly the sort of thing our parents were trying to avoid by slowing our training," Ursul said to her prone sister. "Along with injuries, but that's not the point. The point is, when did you get so entitled?" This wasn't the first time they'd had some version of this conversation, but there was always more to learn. Melantha just crossed her arms. "I'm not supposed to lose. Nobody is supposed to lose. But someone always will in a competition. Fathers never lost." Ursul held her face right above her sister, an eyebrow raised. "Huh? What are you talking about?" "He loses all the time. To Mom or Master Renato or a bunch of other people. And in tournaments too. Mom and Dad had to flee a tournament at the same time they discovered she was pregnant with us. He's never lost anything important." "In that case," Ursul slapped her palm into the dirt next to her sister, "neither have you. Because nothing we've done is important yet. Except that one time we almost died. That's just how the world works. Most things aren't important enough to matter if you lose, until it is, and one side dies and can never win or lose again. We're on the side that is winning, and I intend to keep it that way." "Well," Melantha just kept her arms crossed, grumbling. "Things can be important and not life or death." Ursul nodded. "But you just want to find a reason because you don't want to think about the real one." "Oh yeah," Melantha asked. "What's the real reason then?" "Because he's cute." No. No, he's not. Nick is average at best, and his attempt to grow a beard is pathetic." "Aha," Ursul nodded. "Sure. Also, he's like 15. Of course he can't grow a beard." Ursul patted her sister on the head. "You ever think that boys might also want to win against cute girls to impress them? That's not. None of that is true. If you go a whole month without talking about Nick, I'll believe you," Ursul said. Easy. That guy doesn't even matter." Chapter 207. Despite some threats looming on the next horizon over, time passed relatively peacefully for John and his family. As much as it could in a world like they lived in, anyway. The triplets were now 15, looking like proper young adults. Their cultivations were at the peak of the foundation phase, just waiting for opportunities to push themselves to the next level. Resources could be used, but using them carelessly could result in issues down the line. They needed something of proper quality or with known effects. Though John was fully confident that the triplets would advance with just a bit of waiting. For Melantha in particular, there was an opportunity that had been waiting for some time. The Tenebach clan's empowerment ceremony. All her growth up to that point had been done without an active blessing from sigh. But an empowerment ceremony couldn't just be thrown out however people pleased. It was the opportunity for an entire generation of Tenebach clan youths. It had been 22 years since John found himself transmigrated, and it had been more than a year before that when the Tenebach clan had their proper ceremony, John's individual blessing being an exception. Sigh was whole now, but a proper blessing would still require some sacrifice. The intent was simply to provide a treasure of sufficient darkness element rather than some of the cultivation base of the elders. That wasn't just for personal reasons of John not wishing to lower his cultivation. It was problematic for the clan to have a loss in power, even if it would be merely for a decade or so. The tradition had managed to keep younger generations growing strong. But now that things were better, they could hopefully manage the same without the loss, except perhaps financial. Though even that cost did not have to be so significant with Sigh current strength. It was with some luck and some planning that an opportunity came. The empowerment ceremony could have been performed already or postponed a few years. So for an event that came only every decade or so, it had a reasonable chance to fall within the right time frame. Said event was the opening of the prismatic chambers, managed by the Supreme Slate sect. The entrance to the prismatic chambers was within the northern portion of the stone conglomerate, and much like the crystal caverns managed by the Order of the Amber Heart, the prismatic chambers were shared because they were impossible to monopolize. While the Supreme Slate sect was fairly strong on an individual basis, they could not deal with those from the stone conglomerate gathering against them, and that would not be the limit either. While the crystal caverns were dominantly earth element, the prismatic chambers were more expansive and transitioned to other elements in various pockets throughout. Thus, it wasn't simply a matter limited to the stone conglomerate either. The Supreme Slate sect maintained control because their strength was sufficient and they were local, but they kept the price of admission reasonable. It was simply not worthwhile for anyone from a distant power to try to take over, and of those who were local, they were dominant. Even with the new heights of the Tenebach clan and the Order, John didn't favor the forces of Marble County against them. "We must discuss our plans," John addressed the rest of those present. The Brandel, Mulyani, and Milanovich clans, as well as the Golden Tomb Guardians and the Order of the Amber Heart. Their full alliance, basically. While it would obviously be tempting to rush off to the areas with the most resources for ourselves, that would weaken our overall positions, and thus our losses might outweigh our gains. Everyone understood. While the Order of the Amber Heart could enforce some sort of justice within the crystal caverns, even that was limited. Any rules in place within the more expansive prismatic chambers were much more difficult to enforce, so they were barely implemented. The only generally agreed upon thing was to not be excessive. What that meant varied wildly, but deaths were common to both natural dangers and cultivators. Losing people for the sake of resources was not a pleasant idea, but those resources could make their clans stronger and save lives in the future. The one thing that was inevitable was violent conflict. "I would propose splitting into two major groups," Renato said. "At least for those focused on gathering resources. For the younger individuals going for training purposes, they and their guardians should be a third group together. There might still be several subgroups for those who are gathering, but they should remain close." "A conservative approach," said a sigh, one of the representatives of the Mulyani clan. It was a sad day when Kuzuma would not personally come to such an important event, and though remaining to guard the clan itself was part of it, there was obviously more to it than that. Unfortunately, Kuzuma was not getting any younger, among other things, but a reasonable one. "My fighting power is sufficient to help with the youths, but I think I would best abstain from the main battles." She turned her head to the individual next to her, another member of the clan, Harda. Harda Mulyani was not a large man, but he had an air of strength. Not that being larger necessarily mattered where cultivation was in play. Spiritual energy was the dominant force with few exceptions. "I will participate in the actual gathering. We need to earn our part." It was unfortunate that he was only at the peak of the soul expansion phase. Though he was young enough, it was almost guaranteed he would break through sooner rather than later. That would be an important step for the Mulyani clan, producing a consolidated soul phase cultivator for more than a single generation. Their youthful generation was simply at a different phase of growth than the Tenebach and Brandel clans, their closest allies. Lucanus and Justina were representing the Milanovich clan, with Alina busy with leadership trouble. Not all clans would have active participation of their heads in every event. That was true even in John's case, though he did tend to poke his nose into everything important. The current period of growth was not necessarily stable yet, and there were the triplets specifically to be concerned about. Deirdre referenced the maps of the tunnels they possessed. The shifts in cave structure were less significant than the crystal caverns, but as the prismatic chambers were much larger in scope, they were never explored thoroughly. More importantly, that information was not always shared in a reliable manner. Based on the general layout, the elements are arranged about as would be expected, generally opposing each other. Though darkness is sort of in the middle of the winding paths to get their place at not directly next to light. "Which is good," John commented, "or there would be another annihilation strip. Or just nothing." "Right," she nodded. "Now, it seems sensible to send groups of the allied trios. Firelight and air circle around the outside edge counterclockwise here. Earth, water, and darkness circle clockwise and then inward. But, given the options we have, I don't know if we should immediately settle on that. There are other reasonable combinations, Renato agreed. For example, a pairing of two allied elements, light or darkness and one other, could then have another element in the cycle to support them, or the other way around. Darkness, fire, and earth, for example. Though the other way covers our weaknesses. I think much of this will be about traversal, John admitted. The three elements allied with light would require the longest possible route to cover everything, while the remaining trio would be short, favoring them to find more resources early. John shook his head. That is to say us, John gestured to himself, Mateo, and Renato. I am not opposed to the possibility, but it seems least favorable to the Mulyani clan who will traverse the long way around the caverns, if the distances are believable. John pursed his lips. I'm not certain if the scale is clear here, but these tunnels might traverse under a good portion of a strain. Certainly, some of it had to go beyond the borders of the stone conglomerate. They discussed groups of pairs as well, of which there were only a few practical options based on the placement. Ultimately, despite their positive relationships, the Tenebach clan and the Golden Tomb Guardians did not wish to travel together to their respective elemental regions. They would both be much less effective that portion of the time, without really covering for potential weaknesses. The final decision was a general balance of trios. Darkness, water, and air would take their clockwise spiral, the three clans having much experience together. Then earth, fire, and light, the groups more on the east side which had also increased direct contact with each other. There was simply too much risk in traveling with fewer, since various strong groups would be participating and because others would no doubt form their own alliances. What was more, there was the rumor that some individuals from the Sky Islands and Molten Sea would be participating. Neither had caused any trouble in the stone conglomerate as of yet, so the Supreme Slate sect had no reason to bar them entry. The neighboring regions hadn't yet had direct conflict with those either, and it would be difficult to refuse them if they showed up. Then again, so far it was only rumors. Now then, John looked at the triplets. You know what you're supposed to do? Fight and grow strong? Ursul said, tentatively. Stay together, Mateo emphasized. That's the first priority, both with each other and the escorts. If you're lost, there's little we can do to find you. Understood, Turdo said confidently. We will support each other and ensure each other's safety. You're going to have escorts along, John said, but don't assume that we'll make you safe. You should know by now that unless they are crowding your area, it's not possible for someone to fully protect you. The gap of dangers you will be facing is also less significant than when you were younger. A consolidated soul phase cultivator can casually brush off anyone in the spiritual collection phase, but someone or something who is a challenge for the three of you at the peak of foundation phase is not so easily dealt with without interfering with you. Melantha nodded. She was sometimes mischievous, but she still had a reasonable head on her shoulders. We will properly judge our opponents before engaging, if possible. I don't want to have to call upon help anyway. That is reasonable, John nodded. But if you need it, you can't hesitate. We understand, Turdo said. We remember the Kelpspire forest, though at least those particular enemies are dealt with. There are more still, John reminded him. Clans of our status will never be without enemies, and even those with minor grudges might choose to capitalize in a moment of weakness. It would be best to stay away from those outside of our alliance unless you have some other reason to trust them. You know who we are on friendly terms with, at least. Even leaving the triplets in the hands of Aiden and Yonit, among others, was difficult for John. Yet he simply couldn't be a hovering parent, as that would interfere with both their growth and his. They would be staying in safer and more known areas with fewer treasures but also fewer obstacles. The triplets would be fine. The one he should be worrying about was himself, or at least those who would be with him. They were going to places where there would be competition from cultivators and natural dangers, beasts that lived in the underground, and elemental obstacles that would appear with dense concentrations of any sort of spiritual energy. So rather than losing the triplets, John knew he should focus more on making sure they still had parents when things were said and done. The risk shouldn't be that high, but if they were careless, then theoretical danger level would mean nothing. Chapter 208. The entrance to the prismatic caverns was not just a small tunnel, but a gaping maw, complete with teeth formed of stalactites and stalagmites. John actually hesitated wondering if this was another creature similar to the Leviathan. But if it had been alive, it was certainly not now. The stone around the entrance felt as natural as it could, easily explainable through natural processes. There were more than just a few sects and clans gathered. All told, there had to be thousands of people pouring into the place, a few confident independent cultivators, but most sticking to their sects or clans. They all rushed ahead, intent on getting the greatest benefits. Surprisingly, the teeth did not chomp down on them. Sure, it wasn't a living thing, but with all the spiritual energy floating about, John wasn't going to bet something like that couldn't happen. "What are you thinking about?" Mateo asked from next to him. Given his thoughts felt rather silly, he considered lying. Instead, he went with the simple description. "The rock looks like teeth. I was wondering if the cavern itself might be an obstacle at some point." Mateo nodded. "Perhaps. That would depend on how the energy manifests itself." The other group with Renato and the Order of the Amber Heart should have theoretically been most interested in the resources in the first area, but they were also not rushing ahead. And why should they? With a reasonable understanding of the area's scale, it was not like rushing into a conquered city to claim spoils of war. The area was much more expansive than that and not so densely packed with rewards. The Darkness Water Air group split off from the others not far inside the prismatic chambers. Their trajectory was mainly northwest, while the others would be heading more northeast. The youths, on the other hand, would be slowly working their way through the nearby area, looking for smaller challenges that had been passed over. Any place with higher concentrations of spiritual energy would be gone over thoroughly, but it was impossible to completely explore everything. The first thing of actual note, since John wasn't going to count vaguely interesting rock formations, was a body beneath a large mushroom. The fungus was somewhere taller than head height, its cap looming over the height a man would stand. Beneath it was an individual with a torch dropped next to them. Still alive, it seemed, but unable to move. Spores, John noted as he gathered some air element to himself. Gusting wind over the fallen figure, while following that up with another gust of wind and a stomp on the ground, sending a small shockwave through the rocks and flinging the large mushroom back. The movement dropped more spores from its gills, but those were also carried away into a corner. There was a good chance the mushroom was good for something, medicine, maybe, and clearly it could be used for poison, but John didn't have the expertise to collect it without ending up like the fallen individual. The man remained paralyzed on the ground, and John propped him up against the wall as he felt through the man's pockets. He didn't even have a storage bag. Finally, John fished out what seemed to be the best quality general antidote the man had. It wasn't clear if it was any good, but John tossed it inside the man's mouth and made sure it went down into his stomach to be dissolved. The man could either guide it with his spiritual energy, or he could not. John then placed the torch upright next to him, so he would not be unmoving in the dark. All of that only took a minute. If the man recovered, hopefully he would be smart enough to just leave, or at least be more cautious. After what was at best a minorly good deed that took little effort, the group continued onward. There was no point in doing any more robbing or putting in the effort to get on friendly terms with someone, such as that was a waste. But it seemed a bit too callous to just ignore an easily dealt with plight. There were more than mushrooms alive in the area. Pools of water and general moisture providing some amount of sustenance for some amount of spiritual cave beasts and other forms of plants. Well, actual plants, given that fungus were not technically in that category, but they were close enough. Some healthy vines dangled from the ceilings, tendrils that attempted to grab anything that brushed past them. A frightened bat was too quick in its flight to properly avoid them as the group approached. That was after one of their own had gotten caught looking down a side corridor. But with allies, the vines were easily chopped apart and the individual released. The incident would teach them to be more cautious. As they kept a moderate pace, they soon began to pass other groups that had rushed ahead, either locked in combat or taking a break from their exertions. Nobody wanted to pick a fight with a group including several consolidated soul phase cultivators, and their group didn't intend to start anything. As they traveled, John did begin to pick up some decent concentrations of earth energy. While they might not specifically be looking for earthen treasures, there was no point in leaving potential resources behind if they found them. They could exchange them with the Order of the Amber Heart or sell them to others easily enough. As they approached a certain chamber, John and Mateo stopped together at the front of their group. Hardemoyani was not far behind them, but he was more vulnerable with his lower cultivation, so he didn't quite keep pace. The married couple exchanged a glance as they looked at the room ahead of them. "What is it?" Harta asked. "There's an exceptional spirit stone in there," John said. "And you're not currently getting it because there's some sort of danger?" Harta looked around, frowning. "I can't pick it out. Is it hidden in the darkness deeper into the chamber?" "You're thinking too narrowly," Mateo said. "The chamber is the danger." Harta could be seen probing the area with his spiritual energy, finding no pits nor anything particularly sharp. There were neither poisons nor other hazards to be seen, nor did he sense hidden cultivators. "I guess I don't know what I'm looking for." "Perhaps you've been cooped up in your clan for too long," Mateo said. "This will be good practical experience." An elemental spirit. This was not John's first encounter with such. The crystal caverns likewise had such things, though their forms were more consolidated into moving piles of crystal shards. Here it was less obvious. "We should demonstrate," John said. He looked at the edges of the cavern entrance, making some estimations. "Everyone be prepared for combat." John hefted his sword. He didn't have much in the way of attacks that were particularly effective against Earth, but he wasn't weak against it either. Since he had time, he carefully gathered what fire element he could, augmented by a core of earth. With 2 hands, he stepped forward, chopping at the base of a stalagmite. His sword impacted the stone, shattering it more than it cut through. But his attack forced the majority of the shock away from his sword. It would be a shame to break his weapon carelessly. For half a second after his attack, nothing happened except for the settling of rock shards. Then they began to pile together as the walls began to flow towards them. Sharp spikes of rock twisting through the moderately sized opening. "Direct your power to us," John ordered. He would have had that happen sooner, but there was a significant increase in wind-up between using his own energy and directing a group's. The elemental spirit would not have stayed put if a large attack was being formed right in front of it. With the power flowing to them, John and Mateo launched their attacks at the surroundings together. While it might seem like a fruitless endeavor to attack the cavern itself, the elemental spirit was only inhabiting a relatively thin portion of the rock. If that was destroyed, it would have to shift its essence into other stones surrounding it or reincorporate the shattered pieces, both of which would drain its energy and ultimately its very existence. The exceptional spirit stone it formed was a trap, meant to lure people inside it where they could be easily crushed. Instead of doing that, John and Mateo did their best to hold it at the mouth of the chamber it had been inhabiting. That wasn't completely possible, but John's sword cut deep gouges into the stone, ripping chunks away on his side while Mateo pierced her spear into the stone, forcing water inside and bursting it apart. The two of them then directed some of the power being offered by the group to those on the outer edges on either side. When it tried to flow under their feet, they stabbed their weapons into the ground, creating simultaneous shockwaves and driving it back. Unfortunately, they weren't able to fully prevent it from flowing along the ceiling above them, but they weren't completely encompassed. The cultivators of the Mulyani clan found themselves in a tough position. They couldn't simply combat stone walls with gusts of wind, though they weren't actually so limited. Some summoned bolts of lightning, while others chose to serve as distractions. The portions of the elemental that rose above them dropped spikes of stone that might have once been stalactites, but could have easily come from another position as the stone flowed towards them. The air element cultivators empowered themselves and others with the swiftness of the wind to avoid those effects, allowing the rest of those in the middle to keep their focus on empowering the outer row. Even as the elemental tried to force itself into the group, combined attacks pushed it back. Some individuals staggered away from the heavy lunges of rock walls, but others were able to prevent it from fully entrapping anyone. If only John or Mateo had been present, perhaps even the two together, the battle could have been quite difficult. However, with the 2 consolidated soul phase cultivators and dozens of soul expansion phase cultivators, it was unable to completely surround anyone. Its expansive nature became a weakness as it opened it to attacks from more individuals. In the end, the last bits and pieces of it were broken apart, the spiritual energy losing the semblance of life it had come to possess. Piles of rubble lay around the group, and more than a few individuals had bruises or broken bones. But they were not deep into the prismatic caverns. The dangers were not so great yet, with this particular challenge being an exception. As for the rewards, why John bothered with provoking it instead of their group leaving? The bait spirit stone was still of exceptional quality, as well as bits and pieces of the rubble maintaining a high level or spiritual density. Battering apart rock was not a simple task even for cultivators, so there was a break to bind wounds and simply to rest. The air cultivators would not have the easiest time recovering their spiritual energy, but the area wasn't completely lacking either. In the worst case, John could convert some other spiritual energy for them. Aside from the rewards, John had another reason to challenge the elemental, promoting teamwork. Though their clans had a history of working together, the individuals in question might not have. Things hadn't gone quite as smoothly as they might have, but it was better to determine those things now, where there was a significant enough threat to have everyone participate without it being a true danger. But the spirit stones were a nice reward too. Running a clan was expensive. Chapter 209. As a member of the Order of the Amber Heart, Renato was not in a hurry to leave the Earth elemental section of the prismatic chambers. Of course, he didn't plan to force his allies to remain in the area overly long, but they were a bit more thorough in their exploration along their path to make sure they obtained what Earth elemental resources they could get. When they came across some overly large fungus, Licanus was the one who was the quickest to deal with them. That was his general state, rapidly active in his offense. Gouts of flame washed over the mushroom, focused heat that left little extra around the area. The only thing that remained was the shriveled central stalk and the ash that had been the cap. "Next time let us handle it," Renato said. He wasn't certain, but it seemed likely that the various things that lived in the caverns would likely have some value. When they came across a different variety, Renato and another member of the order flanked it, striking the stone on either side of it and crushing it between two waves of stone. They weren't exactly highly mobile. Once the spores settled, they gathered the slightly flattened remains. They wove their way through the tunnels, seeking out concentrations of earth energy for whatever rewards they might contain, which often resulted in battle. The caverns themselves were alive, and though traditional beasts were rare, there were still some cave dwellers, bats, and insects, both of which grew to quite significant sizes. Along with those, there were some varieties of fungus and molds, mostly toxic. Then there were the vines. Normally, they would have needed sunlight to grow to any significant size, but abundant earth energy for them to absorb was sufficient. As everything in the area, things that couldn't fight to survive and take control of the necessary earth energy were not found. A wave of fire washed over vines dangling over a tunnel mouth, but instead of immediately perishing, they flailed about, reaching towards Licanus. Though they were greatly damaged, healthy plants did not immediately burn. Of course, that was only the case when the fire element was insufficient. As vines attempted to wrap around Licanus, blue flames flourished around him, forming a protective cocoon around his body. The vines could not withstand the sustained heat, and never even got to touch him. When he ceased his efforts, a small circle of softly glowing stone was left where he had been standing. Licanus grumbled. "That's not very efficient, is it?" He wasn't asking anyone in particular, so he didn't receive an answer. Instead, he moved further down the tunnel, seeking out further vines growing from cracks. This time, his opening move targeted only a small portion of the vines. A flat sheet of flame sliced into them. Though its actual sharpness was minimal, the fire was more focused, severing the vines as pulses of power charred through them. With no intelligence to begin with, the vines simply reacted by attempting to grab anything nearby. But separated from their leverage in the rocks they grew from, they flailed almost uselessly until they were out of energy to remain mobile. The last sort of enemy were human cultivators. The allied group was not excessively overbearing. If another group clearly arrived first and secured their claim to something, they would not rob them. However, if they arrived first, they would not give up their claims. In those times when neither they nor others could definitively be said to be first, they wouldn't back down. Faced with a group sporting no fewer than 4 consolidated soul phase cultivators, most were intimidated and backed down from confrontations. Others remained stubborn, usually those who were stronger or thought they were fast enough to grab a prize and retreat. For a cultivator, gemstones of great size could generally be considered a vanity, but when possessed of significant spiritual energy, it was a different matter, being a valuable training source for any number of cultivation styles. In front of the group now was a large oblong rock, yet anyone with basic cultivation sense could feel the power radiating from it. Renato's experience told him that there was a gemstone concealed within. Perhaps it would be quite lumpy once revealed, but that didn't change its practical value. Marks of all sorts from claws and crushed rocks from more blunt force scarred the room around it, indicating the native denizens of the area had spent quite some effort digging out this crystal, as well as competing with each other for control of the area. The current dominant force seemed to be a rock frog not taller than Renato's knees, but he wasn't going to underestimate it for its size. It radiated a strong energy, and its size was such that their significant numbers would be less able to attack it. If that had been the only obstacle to obtaining the prize, Renato would have considered it already theirs. However, there was also a band of unfamiliar, yet not unexpected cultivators. With them was a large turtle, and Renato found it was quite an odd experience to see an aquatic creature on land, though perhaps this turtle would not properly be called aquatic. Beneath its dark brown scales was the glow of a furnace, and when its mouth opened, flames spewed out. This was a creature from the molten sea, and the cultivators with it as well. A man with a beard like flames, yet streaked with the dull gray of age, inspected their group in the same way Renato and the others clocked their group. The man himself was in the late consolidated soul phase, along with two more behind him. The Crimson Temple has claimed this prize, the man said imperiously. Leave. Renato countered his words. You could not have been here more than a fraction of a second longer than ourselves, if at all. Nor do I see you engaged in battle or in possession of anything. It was Renato's job to speak, because he was quite certain that Xianxia was uninterested and Lacanus entirely inappropriate to do so. Deirdre might do well, but she was still not terribly confident in the authority her power provided, given her limited years in this world. It would be better in the hands of those of the earth element. Taking in the opponents, their consolidated soul phase cultivators were slightly higher in cultivation, but the rest of their forces were outmatched. It should be a fairly reasonable match, and that was before Renato factored in his high opinions of himself and his companions. Two reincarnated individuals, and two who had undergone transmigration and displayed significant talent. If a battle is what you wish, the old man settled into a relaxed stance. We will be glad to provide it. Renato was still assessing the situation. He had not actually fought cultivators from the Molten Sea before, and was surprised to feel that they had a split of fire totems and what felt like water totems. Was not the Molten Sea liquid stone? However, the uniformity he felt even among what he perceived to be different sects indicated it was the norm. Renato was going to continue studying them, but apparently the old man's words had been sufficient for Lacanus to decide that they were fighting. Renato couldn't complain about him seizing the initiative, but he personally would have waited. Xianxia did not let Lacanus charge forward alone. And of course the other members of the Milanovic clan were quick to react to the expected course of action. Renato kept up with them, of course, but they were the first to clash with the enemy. The elder leading the Crimson Temple placed a hand on the turtle, which lowered its head to the floor, spewing flames. Renato certainly felt the intensity of the fire, but even then the floor melted uncharacteristically quickly, a molten pool several meters across appearing in moments. Clearly a practice technique and not a simple display of brute force. With the molten pool in place, the three consolidated soul phase cultivators moved in unison, sweeping their arms forward and creating a wave of molten rock. Xianxia broke ahead of Lacanus, wresting control of the center of the attack and sweeping it around herself and her husband. The molten rock was flung back towards her opponents, though it was blocked, instead falling back into the pool it was pulled from. Lacanus charged through the opening with her. Behind them, the other fire cultivators dealt with the wall of magma in their own ways, though they also had to consider a sudden volley of attacks from the weaker enemies. The wave was avoided by leaping over it or deflected, or in some places even directly countered with spiritual energy, pushing it back. Renato led the charge of the Order of the Amber Heart, creating an angled wall of rock in front of him and pushing through. Unfortunately, these particular opponents were the type that made optimal use of fire's dominance over earth. But that did not mean it was pointless to fight. It just made things tougher for him. Finally, Deirdre and cultivators from the Golden Tomb Guardians charged around the side, looking to get into melee range where their tricky attacks were most effective. though they did not wait to engage to gather bursts of light, flashing to blind enemies' eyes for a moment or a few. Renato had plans to flip the turtle on its back by creating a pillar of stone, after he leapt the pool of molten rock. However, there was one opponent in the battle that had been forgotten and should not have been. As he leapt through the air, a long tongue suddenly latched onto his ankle, sticking to it and yanking him off course. That pulled his trajectory around to the right, where he slammed into the ground. He was quite certain the attack was intended to pull him closer to the frog, but there was simply not enough mass in the creature to redirect his momentum and pull him a significant amount closer. Renato and his weapon were quite heavy. Even as he tried to steady himself in his new position, the frog leapt towards him, crossing half of the room in an instant. Renato only just managed to bring his club up to bat it away, clashing against claws he had not expected upon the front legs. Through his earth energy coating the weapon, the claws managed to tear away a significant scrape of his weapon, and it would have likely done much worse to his chest. Meanwhile, the force of his weapon didn't seem to harm the creature at all, merely flinging it into the rear ranks of the molten sea cultivators. Though the damage to his weapon would be costly to repair, at least he'd been able to make something of the situation. A glob of molten rock struck Renato in the back. The frog's attack did leave him open to the molten sea elder, but the turtle and the other two strongest cultivators were currently distracted by Licanus and Xianxia. The molten rock was repulsed by Renato's own earth element, but not before his back was charred painfully. The two other elders shielded themselves from Licanus and Xianxia with another portion of their pool, but it didn't stop them from shoving their way through. Though the Crimson Temple elders deflected the burst of flames, Licanus breathed on them. They did not expect him to rush forward and grab onto them. Blue flames surrounded the three, a direct competition of force and heat. Meanwhile, the turtle stuck its head into the pool, grabbing a globule that was intended to be launched as an attack. Its plans were disrupted as Xianxia leapt onto it, sitting on the creature's neck. The globule of molten rock was spat angrily upward, but the creature did not have the flexibility to actually aim at Xianxia. The two wrestled their spiritual energy to control the motion, more or less counteracting each other and causing it to land uselessly. The turtle was not defenseless just because Xianxia was atop its neck. It angrily flared up, the glow beneath its scales intensifying and flames bursting out. Xianxia struggled to redirect them towards the leading elder. She was only partially successful, keeping herself safe while at least providing a small distraction for Renato to reorient himself. The entire battle had lasted only a handful of seconds, rapid exchanges of furious power. The full forces of the Golden Tomb Guardians had been the furthest back and were only now reaching the enemy. Deirdre at the lead. Her glaive staff attacks twisted and spun, the blade disappearing whenever it might be blocked and reappearing just in time to cause maximum trouble. She took her forces with her to push in from the side towards the elders while keeping cautious of the frog deeper within the enemy forces. It was not on either side, clearly quite hostile to both, so it could easily become a threat to her or the others if they just ignored it. Chapter 210. The ground rose up, not simple spikes of stone but molten and flowing. A wave carried Licanus away, tearing his grip from the two Crimson Temple elders he had grabbed onto. The wave carried him across the pool of molten rock onto his back, where it instantly solidified back into rock. It only took a moment for Licanus to melt it away with his blue flames, but as he pulled himself to his feet, he exhaled a cloud of flames, slowly taking a breath to repeat the process once more. However, he couldn't delay long, as that left Xianxia with more opponents than she could handle. The Golden Tomb Guardians had broken through the enemy lines, which allowed Deirdre to back up Xianxia against the elders and the lava turtle. Her spinning glaive staff flickered between having an extended blade or not, depending on what was best. When the enemy chose to block, she would usually retract the blade, unless a conflict of energy suited her in that moment. She remained in constant motion as the elders attempted to capture her in molten rock. Renato's heavy stone club came down on the back of the distracted turtle. The resulting crack was a testament both to the power of Renato's swing and the turtle's shell. Any of the elders, should they have taken the attack head-on, would have found themselves little more than a pile of flesh and bone. The shell of the lava turtle was made to withstand the heat of the molten sea, durable to an extreme. With the conflict of opposing forces, the shell merely cracked, but it was sufficient for the turtle to react on instinct. The turtle charged forward, surprisingly mobile despite not having proper feet. Instead, its front flippers shoved backwards, causing it to lurch towards the molten pool created by it and the elders. Xianxia, on the back of its neck, did not appreciate that trajectory and rolled off to the side before it landed with a splash. Neither side appeared to be winning, but the natural inhabitant of the area, a stone frog, was currently in the back lines of the Crimson Temple, causing havoc. Their elders exchanged looks, and without a word they focused their efforts on the molten pool. Rock and turtle together rose in a wave towards them, forcing away everyone around them, but they didn't go through the effort for a temporary repositioning. The elders rode the wave back into the rest of their forces, then beyond. Other members of the Crimson Temple joined in, adding their own efforts to the flow. Their retreat didn't leave them completely unscathed, but there was only so much that could be done to punish them without chasing wildly after them, a risk to anyone who chose to do so. Some of their weaker cultivators were cut down as they joined the motions, and the expense of energy was sufficient that their elders would be fatigued. The rock frog slashed at a few more individuals as they retreated, its tongue grabbing a leg and slamming someone into a wall. But once they left its domain, it focused on those remaining. "Look, Canis," Renato called towards him. "You're closest to the gemstone. Secure while we deal with this. Amberheart, watch the exit." If they secure the entrance to the room, as well as retrieving the prize, then it didn't matter if the Crimson Temple returned. They could simply turn and leave themselves. The rock frog picked a target from the three strongest approaching it, its tongue darting towards Renato's arm. He shifted his large stone club to block the tongue instead, finding that the weight was not so different between himself and the stone frog. They both dragged closer together instead of one being flung about. Xianxia and Deirdre moved in from either side. Globes of flame launched from Xianxia's hand, while Deirdre momentarily blinded the creature with a flash. Dwelling in the prismatic chambers which had inconsistent light at best, the creature was not ready for such a thing, though it was tough enough to shrug off the effects after a moment. That moment was sufficient for the three to close the distance, and the frog found itself dealing with the coordinated assaults of three consolidated soul phase cultivators. Though its own strength was quite high, at best it was stronger than one of them. If they were other beasts, it might manage to overpower them. But despite its intelligence, it could not match the teamwork of humans. Renato's heavy attacks forced it to dodge, while Xianxia blanketed the area with flames it could not avoid. Deirdre's flashing glaive forced it to take some hits from her weapon to avoid the heavy stone club. The battle quickly finished, and with everything secured, it could be called their victory. No, it was a victory, but it was clear the Crimson Temple simply didn't find the risk equal to the reward. A single elder's death would completely outweigh the potential benefits. The same was true for the other side. None of them wanted to die, but they had displayed enough confidence and power that the enemy backed down first. "Let's get moving," Xianxia said. "I'd prefer not to stay in the area where they might come back for us." "Agreed," Canis said. "Those guys were particularly difficult to ignite." "That's the water element," she explained. "They made use of your own heat to form the molten rock that pushed you away. I can help you figure out ways to deal with that later." "Who else is here, I wonder?" Melantha said as they passed by several unfamiliar sects. "Yuck," came the twin groans of Ursul and Turdo. "What?" Melantha looked genuinely confused. "Shouldn't we try to anticipate our potential enemies?" "You were just thinking about Nick," Ursul commented. "And no," Melantha stammered. Perhaps she hadn't been, but she certainly was. Now. Anyway, the Combining Luster sect is on good terms with us, so we should avoid conflict where it is not necessary. "Did you hear that, sis?" Turdo said. "She wants to avoid conflict now." "Umph. Careful now, I'm not the one getting awfully close to Amelia." "That's different," Turdo frowned. "Our parents would approve." Melantha nodded. "And you think I would pine after someone our parents would disapprove of? A light element boy who couldn't possibly benefit the Tenebach clan? Preposterous." Melantha folded her arms across her chest. Ursul tilted her head. "He's a few years older, so isn't he just a man now?" "It's not age that matters," Melantha said. "It's maturity. So of the three of us, maybe only Turdo, Ursul commented. That was the essence of their discussion as they led the pack of mostly younger cultivators, generally in the foundation phase or lower. Quietly following along with them, though with a clear protective aura, were Asai Mulyani, Yonit, Zachary, and Aiden. Three consolidated soul phase cultivators with the first on the threshold. Nobody was going to leave the triplets or any of the younger generation completely undefended, but they would still be responsible for facing their own trials. With so many potential dangers or enemy factions, they couldn't be completely free to move as they wished. They angled towards a place that seemed to have some worthwhile resources, but as two tunnels merged together in a Y, they came across another group. Melantha spoke confidently for their group. The Quartz clan, is it? Though we are on good terms, I don't know if you have the strength to compete with us. This particular Quartz clan was the one from the northeast specifically, not one of the others. The situation was somewhat awkward for the other side. Though there were some elders guiding their youth, there was a serious gap between their individuals in the foundation phase and the triplets. Specifically, most were in their 20s while the triplets were only 15. Nearly adults, but still obviously young. The one leading the group was nearly a decade older than them, but he answered appropriately. Perhaps in a direct battle we would lose out, but as you have said, we are on friendly terms. Would it not be better to compete with each other in another manner? According to my senses, there is not merely one single prize ahead. They should go to those who have the strength and speed to obtain them. Oh, interesting. Melantha nodded. Then we'll do that. Her stance relaxed, not because she was becoming unready, but instead leaning towards mobility. On the count of 5, then, behind the various weaker cultivators, the guardians of both groups exchanged glances. There was no need for them to step into this situation, as the terms were reasonable, if vague. When the count finished, Melantha calling out the numbers at a steady pace with no trickery, both groups took off running. The Quartz clan cultivators ran as if the uneven floors were flat and comfortable, but they could not match the enthusiasm and coordination of the triplets. There was little to impress in the combined tunnel, only minor increases in speed that put the triplets perhaps half a step ahead of the others, followed by others from their alliance. The tunnel opened up into a larger cavern with dozens of pools of water filled with dense spiritual energy. Above each pool sat stalactites like sharp teeth, slowly dripping water from above. The triplets charged towards one pool, intent on sweeping up the prizes within. Yet Turdo stopped at the edge, taking a defensive stance, and his sisters understood he would not do so without reason. When the water rose up, anyone that had been standing in it would have been swept up as well. Then the water itself reached out tendrils of icy water towards Turdo. Ursul was the first to attack, smashing her stone club through the elemental creature. Her attack was at best partially effective, momentarily destabilizing the form of the creature and forcing it to expend more spiritual energy to piece itself back together. But it was impossible to actually damage water, so the effects only went so far. That gave Turdo time to respond, his own spiritual energy swirling around his spear. As the figure reincorporated, he pierced through it, sending a moderately sized section back a dozen feet in a waterspout. However, that movement carried him a step into the pool. Melantha used her free hand to yank him back as the stalactite fell upon him. Even as it crashed into the pool of water, it was shifting to be a strange figure of spikes and bladed rocks. Ursul, how about you handle that one? Melantha said. She would be better fighting something intangible rather than rock itself. Meanwhile, water and darkness fought against the water creature, wearing it down. Melantha fired bolts of darkness from her free hand at the separated portion of the creature, desperately trying to recombine. In the other hand, her dagger sliced into the other part, forcing bits and pieces of it apart. Along with Turdo sweeping his spear around, it quickly disintegrated, combining its remnant energy with the spirit water in the pool. A sharp blade struck Ursul on the neck, slicing through her earth energy, but leaving only a bloody line as the force pushed her back. What would have been a deep gouge turned into a more minor wound because of diamond defense. Though Ursul knew if she didn't improve its strength, it would quickly fall behind. Maybe she could find something worthy in these caverns. The rock creature was quickly defeated by a combined attack from Ursul and Turdo. His spear pierced through it, led by a jet of water. The damage to its structure provided weaknesses for Ursul to smash through, cracking and ultimately shattering the living spiritual energy. It did not have the fortitude to reform itself. Spirit water and stone were left behind, some potentially bait or yet unabsorbed food for the living energy. Those were quickly swept into storage bags, Turdo being prepared with flasks to store liquids, whereas the stones could be placed loose into a bag with little concern. Other groups were still dealing with their first pool, finding quite similar results, though there were sometimes mixes of darkness as well. The triplets went on the move to claim more, both for the sake of the rewards and to prove what was already spent on them was not wasted. Chapter 2:11. The terrain in the water chambers varied from the same stone tunnels and pools of water to fully flooded caverns. Obviously, the two clans from the Shimmering Islands were fully prepared to deal with all of it, and the Tenebach clan had trained with them enough that most members were confident enough. Since the main group was comprised of those in at least early soul expansion phase, they could at least handle controlling their breath for a moderate duration even without experience. The flooded areas had an interesting variety of water-dwelling beasts, though it still contained some earth element creatures as well. There were also pure elementals, water itself, that came to life. John found that Mateo was extremely skilled at dismantling them, though he had little experience with them himself. And, despite being lower in cultivation rank, Harda was quite effective himself. It was logical that the Mulyani clan, as air element cultivators, would be effective against the water element, but he was nearly the strength Kazuma herself had displayed when John first met her. He used a spear, a sensible weapon for those from the Shimmering Islands. While the Brandel clan tended towards shorter spears, Harda's weapon was quite long. While it seemed like that might lose out in maneuverability, with his style it didn't matter. Harda's spear merely had to strike out and made brief contact with his target for the lightning he charged it with to seek them out. Even underwater, his power only flowed where he wished it to. The control of spiritual energy ignored natural rules. Otherwise, no element would do anything. It wasn't as if water naturally rose into protective spheres around people. It wasn't any more odd to control the pathways lightning followed. There were a reasonable number of water element treasures to be found along the way. Spirit water that had not yet been devoured or the remnants of elemental creatures, as well as some of the stronger beasts. When beasts consumed materials cultivators would want, they inevitably became materials. The same was true among the beasts, of course. Those with power attempted to gather more through whatever means they could for the sake of growth. Liquid water was not the only form it could take, of course. As they moved along, it sometimes grew colder to the point that ice would form, generally on the rock faces or the surface of the water. They'd been traveling through this particular area for Mateo murmured as she scanned the area around them with her energy. She was the best of those present at discerning subtle changes in the water around them. Mateo pointed to a flooded tunnel. If we head that way, we can find a reasonable place to rest. We just have to clear out its current occupants. The way she said it made it sound easy, but John imagined it wouldn't be trivial. For them, a good place to rest meant something where other trouble would not wander into the area, and that meant taking out a dominant force. But such spiritual beasts were a good part of the reason they were here to begin with, so it was quite a reasonable approach. Freezing water surrounded them as they dove into the tunnels to approach their goal. Entering a large chamber, the water below them was surprisingly deep, enough that even John couldn't see the bottom. It wasn't a matter of simple darkness, but sufficient impurities to block vision. Given the fish swimming down there, it seemed to have a reasonable ecosystem beyond everything feeding on spiritual energy, though the density was high enough for that to also be feasible. They surfaced next to ice floes, remaining in the water only as long as was necessary. "We will encounter company soon enough," Mateo said. "It should be large ice bears." "Polar bears?" John asked. He didn't actually even know if the poles of this planet froze. It was possible they did, or it was possible some spiritual energy concentration made things different. Or perhaps she meant literal ice bears. They'd fought creatures made of rock. Why not ice? People gravitated towards comfortable positions on the floating ice. They could swim or stand atop the water if necessary. But conserving their heat and energy seemed more appropriate. As predicted, John felt enemies approaching. He hadn't expected them to be small. Polar bears weren't, and powerful spiritual beasts were rarely small. That retained its truth here, but John had based his assumptions on what was reasonable to fit through the majority of tunnels in the area. The smallest of the approaching creatures was 2 meters across at the shoulders, and the largest approximately 4, meaning it would only fit in the largest tunnels. That was just their width, the creatures ranging somewhere around 4 meters long to the largest being nearly 10. There would be plenty for each and every one of their group to fight. There were only about a dozen of the bears versus a few dozen humans, but it did not seem like it was going to be an easy fight. Winnable though. The largest bear rose from the waters first. The battle swiftly escalated from there. Other bears scrabbling up onto the same chunks of ice the humans were standing upon. Gusts of wind and bolts of lightning met them from the Mulyani clan, while the Brandel clan countered the waves of freezing water the creatures brought along with them. John led the Tenebach clan in creating a shroud of darkness over the area. Just because the creatures were eyeless didn't mean it was a waste of effort. In fact, that allowed them to completely ignore that facet. So except for a thin fog of darkness, there was nothing visible to the cultivators. They would of course minimize the sensory dampening effects on their allies regardless. But by focusing on their enemy's best senses, they could be more effective. If John had to guess, scent and hearing might be the best, though it was likely spiritual energy senses would be sufficient for the bears. He slashed at one who approached near him, finding it difficult to cut through the thick fur. At the same time, he kept some of his focus on the largest one, currently watching from its position elsewhere in the chamber. Everything seemed to be in the favor of cultivators until several swimming bears flipped the largest ice floe being used. It wasn't just a show of physical strength. There was only so much force that could be generated by a swimming creature, but also control of water elemental spiritual energy. It was not surprising they controlled spiritual energy, just the method they employed it in. It was quite clever, instantly bringing many individuals into a less advantageous terrain. With that said, 2 of the clans were quite used to underwater combat. Being dropped into the water opened them up to attacks from more directions. But the same was true for the ice bears. And with the Tenebach clan dimming their senses, the human cultivators darted around stabbing them with their spears while only having to deal with limited counterattacks, claws swiping and teeth chomping wildly. That was the point at which the largest specimen joined the battle. Its first act as it leapt into battle, forcing a large splash of water up into the heights of the chamber, and then freezing those pillars of ice, with people still inside them. None of the cultivators were helpless to escape, but being delayed for even a short time in their participation allowed the ice bears to deal with lesser numbers. The standout combatants were the Mulyani cultivators, as even if they couldn't pierce all the way through the bears' thick hides and fat, they could still release electric shocks into the bodies of the creatures. They made full use of their elemental advantage, coordinating with the Brandel cultivators for the sake of mobility. In the water, John had to rely more on thrusting attacks with his sword. Wider sweeping motions were simply restricted too much. He was able to overcome the friction of the water with some usage of spiritual energy, but he reserved that for when it was significantly better than just adjusting his style. With both water and air elements able to be used, John was mobile and capable of causing significant damage to the Ursine creatures, even as he coordinated the sensory deprivation efforts. His earth energy provided protection even when he was in the thick of things. The leading bear made good use of control of water, creating swirling pools and freezing people in whole or in part. A few individuals nearly lost their lives, but Mateo and Hardo were harrying the great creature, preventing it from following up its attacks. The creature was the equivalent of the ascending soul phase, so John focused his attacks on it as well. Meanwhile, Livna was leading the efforts against the lesser enemies. Jaws snapped towards John's neck, teeth rivaling his sword in length. At least it felt like it when they were so close. The creature didn't seem afraid of John's weapon, and when he barely managed to scratch its nose, John understood why. But with Mateo next to him, he remained confident. Control of the surrounding water was a constant wrestling match between the bear and the cultivators, and who was winning went back and forth. Even Mateo didn't remain in constant control, with the tip of her spear suddenly being frozen in a block of ice. That made it more difficult to swing as the great bear bit at her. But Mateo herself was out of its quite substantial biting range. Instead, it actually went for the spear, perhaps understanding that the freezing would make the weapon more brittle. As sharp teeth closed around the block of ice and crushed, the ice suddenly exploded, sublimating into steam. That was not a form of water it would have any experience with, and it was more than a little bit surprised as sudden heat scalded the inside of its mouth as its jaws snapped closed. No longer burdened by the chunk of ice, instead of withdrawing her weapon, Mateo thrust it forward towards the creature's palate. John reacted quickly, reaching out for Mateo and lending his air elemental energy, guiding lighting along her spear. A burst of energy sent the creature roaring away in great pain, though not without damage to Mateo's spear. To its credit, it remained in one piece, but bent greatly under the force of the jaws. The great creature began to retreat into the depths, and Mateo wasted no time in snatching the spear from a nearby clanmate. Many of the weaker bears were already defeated, and everyone should have a backup weapon. Even Mateo, but she didn't have the time to mess around with a storage bag. She dove along with John and Harda. They couldn't afford to let the creature get away, not if they wanted to rest safely in the area. No matter how expansive the prismatic chambers were, an individual cavern couldn't be anywhere close to the depths of the sea. That was true here as well, though it was a surprising few hundred meters down that they saw the creature squeeze into a side tunnel. They followed and popped out in a chamber of air, and more than a few treasures in various states. Some had clearly been gnawed on, perhaps for their spiritual energy or because of boredom. Regardless, it was clear that in previous times this particular creature had been the end for many cultivators. Now, though, it was merely a wounded beast, still dangerous, but careful maneuvering could finish it off with a modicum of risk. Chapter 212. The polar bear Patriarch wasted no time slamming a claw at the entrance to its den where John and Mateo were just entering. The attack was more than just physical force, but also the intention to free the lower half of the humans just exiting the pool leading inside. The couple split apart to avoid the former, while Mateo negated the latter transformation of the water. At least she kept it from fully solidifying. A thin layer of ice still coated their lower bodies. The two stood side by side, once more on solid ground, spiritual energy flowing between them. John was pushing the limits of how much fire element he could control without a totem, augmenting Mateo's water element, while in turn her water element was exchanged back to him to augment his air. He had some of his own, but they needed more than just a quarter portion of air element. Wind wrapped around the two of them as lightning coated their weapons. Their forms blurred, moving with great haste to flank the creature. From the right, John's blade slashed through the creature's fur, durable as it was. Jolts of lightning blackened the flesh as he moved. On the other side, Mateo's borrowed spear stabbed into the creature's shoulder, a sudden burst of power followed by a burst of water element transformation. As her spear withdrew, there was no spray of blood, and the twisting body of the ice bear came with a cracking sound as frozen blood within its shoulder broke apart. That application of the water element was hardly useful against humans. If Mateo stabbed a spear 20 centimeters into a cultivator, they would have a hole all the way through them. The roars of rage from the beast echoed inside the small chamber with great intensity, causing it to tremble as the two cultivators danced around it. Even as it spun around, Mateo remained out of its reach while John slashed at its left rear leg. When it threw its body to try to crush him against the wall, that left an opening for her to stab its paw. The creature held back nothing, but the coordinated efforts were able to overcome its rage. The battle ended with the great bear opening its jaws wide, biting at Mateo. Her spear stabbed upward through its palate, having just enough reach to do so without her burying her arm inside the massive creature's mouth. She still had to drop the weapon as she backed away to avoid snapping jaws that forced the weapon deeper and into the creature's brain. The bear crashed to the ground, unmoving. John didn't take its stillness state for granted and stabbed it through the eye, nearly burying his sword up to the hilt to reach the brain from another angle. Mateo sighed. We need to get better quality weapons. Nobody was ready to make anything worthy for mid or late consolidated soul phase cultivators. That is the unfortunate truth, John admitted. We're not even a full generation into our clans having consolidated soul phase cultivators. The stone conglomerate and shimmering islands didn't have that many before this generation either. He shook his head, and now things are going well enough that the Molten Sea and some sky islands are taking note of the region. He looked down at his blood-covered sword. We'll definitely need to look into better equipment. There did happen to be a pile of treasure in the den, but there weren't any unshod spears or long swords. However, there was the potential to reuse some materials and plenty of things to pick through. More than that, there was the entire Patriarch ice bear. The fur could be used for armor padding or perhaps armor all on its own, and its bones would certainly have other value. The only problem was fitting it in a storage bag, or rather, how they would divide it up between storage bags. There would likely be some mistakes with dismantling it, diminishing its value, but it was better than leaving it behind or trying to drag it around with them. After the battle, they took stock of their casualties, dead and wounded. There were fortunately only 2 of the former, but more than a handful of individuals with more than light wounds. Away from the others, John consulted with Mateo and the others. Did we overestimate our capabilities? Obviously, I understand we can't completely avoid losses, but we're here to empower our clans, not weaken them. Harda folded his arms in front of himself. If the Mulyani clan bore greater strength outside of our matriarch, your contributions were more than sufficient, Mateo assured him. We are confident that your strength will reach the consolidated soul phase later, and even if the Mulyani clan fails to grow for some reason, we would not abandon our allies. We fight for each other to what degree we can. Livna offered her opinion to John's initial question. In a battle at any scale, losses on both sides are inevitable. Most would judge the rewards from this battle sufficient. There is enough here to train up 2 consolidated soul phase cultivators, for which an equal number of soul expansion phase cultivators is no match. John nodded. It was basically like that, wasn't it? It was all about profits and losses. That was the truth of this reality. We will make sure their families are properly rewarded for their sacrifice. There was little they could do, except choose to remain stagnant. That would simply postpone losses until someone stronger came around and decided they wanted what the clans or individual members had. A slow and steady cultivation rate was nice, but only worked at a certain size. The clans were growing, but they had not yet reached such a point. Even then, large clans and sects expected losses for various reasons. Had they been somewhere else, the injured would have been sent back. As it was, they could not afford to spare escorts for a trip of many days. Escorts who would likely be unable to return. Sending the injured back along the route they came would likely be safe from natural dangers, but that wasn't a guarantee. More importantly, there would be some cultivators looking to take advantage of weak groups. With the vast scale of the prismatic chambers, it wasn't possible for anyone to enforce actual rules of engagement. Thus, it was riskier to send them back than to just have them trail behind, slightly slowing their progress and weakening their fighting force, but allowing them to rejoin once they recovered. Those who could not recover to a fighting-fit state had simply died, though if they had been facing different challenges, the results might not have been the same in that regard. Poisons, for example. The chances of running into any particular group within the sprawling prismatic chambers was rather low, with the exception of the tunnels around the entrance. Everyone had to pass through some of a small number of tunnels, and those were well mapped out. The earth element sections, which were the closest to the entrance, were densely packed, and people spread out from there. Because the triplets and the others with them were only present for the sake of experience and training, they were not going far. Though it would have been beneficial for many of them to seek out alternate elemental areas, especially those leaning towards the light side of things, they simply couldn't reach them without traversing areas that were much too dangerous and too unknown. But just because some would be favored didn't mean the opportunity wasn't worthwhile for all involved. The triplets saw their allies fighting and growing, whether it was those on the younger end or those who just took longer to advance in cultivation. Some simply couldn't gain any insights without dipping their toes into a bit of danger. Ursul, can we stop fighting things made of rock now? I'm the one who should be saying that, Melantha commented. You're quite suited for dealing with them, aren't you? My arms are tired, Ursul sighed, and I can only bash so many things. I have developed good techniques for augmenting any small cracks you make, Turdo added his own take. You don't have to pummel things into dust if you just cause an appropriate amount of damage. I could do that too, Ursul said. Just instead of expanding ice, I could grow plants in there Why haven't I seen you do it then? Turdo asked. Because I wanted to give you the chance, Ursul said, her eyes turning away. So you didn't actually think of that until just now, Turdo pointed out. Shut up. I can still smash you into the ground. That would just make your arms more tired. Turdo shrugged. He was also quite good at countering her straightforward attacks by redirecting the force of her blows, just enough. Neither water nor earth had an elemental advantage over the other, but that just meant how they were used was more important. Melantha looked around them, her eyes surveying the tunnel about them, floor, walls, and ceiling if the continuous flow could be called any of those things. Something's weird. What do you mean? Turdo said, glancing over his shoulder to make sure Xianxia was nearby. The consolidated soul phase cultivators were spread throughout the group to make sure they could support anyone who ended up in danger. It's like getting caught, Melantha said. Like a trap? Ursul said, carefully prodding the wall nearby with her stone club. More like being watched, Melantha admitted. Which used to happen before I got caught doing something I shouldn't. Now she got caught less, but when she did it was usually by her father, and she couldn't detect him. She turned towards Xianxia. Something is watching us, right? He nodded, though they were merely there to support, confirming something like that wasn't harmful for anyone's growth. Perhaps you should pass that information on, the Brandel clan bodyguard pointed out. Right? Melantha nodded. She cleared her throat and enhanced her voice to spread behind her. Careful, something is watching us. The various individuals behind them all clutched their weapons tightly, even some of the soul expansion phase cultivators. The 4 consolidated soul phase cultivators didn't really change their relaxed stance, but she knew they were able to spring into action at any point. They came across an oddity, an offset tunnel cutting through their own. It was vaguely circular like their own path, but instead of intersecting with theirs and splitting off, it began about halfway up the wall on both sides. That left them with a high roof very briefly. Ahead, the tunnel split into 3 more paths, some of which had their own weird intersections that could barely be picked up at the current distance. What could cause the tunnels to be like this? Ursul asked, and when her siblings looked at her, she frowned back. What? You think I should know? You spend as much time around the stone conglomerate as me. Nearly, Turdo said. As for the tunnels, I would normally say they should be due to the erosion of particular minerals. That configuration back there, however, would not happen naturally. He closed his eyes and nodded. Something dug some of these tunnels. What? Like through solid rock? Ursul rolled her eyes. That would take a lot of work. Years, maybe, Turdo said. But with control over Earth, it would be much faster. Yeah, I guess, Ursul said. But it would be easier to just liquefy it for a bit and push through. That would leave signs like weird lumpy piles of stone that aren't stalagmites. Melantha turned back to Ursul, who had been keeping pace with her. Why'd you stop? Ursul pointed at an indentation in the wall, around the size of the tunnels but quite shallow. Some of the stone in that area seemed as if it had flowed like melted wax. Not quite the same way as magma would, as it kept the same properties but simply shifted its arrangement. Something made tunnels large enough for us to walk through, but circular. And that's the smaller tunnels. That revelation was met with a slight shifting underneath Turdo's feet. But being ready, he managed to leap aside as nearly circular jaws opened up a meter wide beneath him, a creature flowing out of the floor as if stone weren't an impediment at all. A strange body with 6 limbs rose up, upper and lower claws in a tripod formation with a large central mouth on the front. Oh, Ursul exclaimed. Those things, they're called earthbirds? Earth gliders, Melantha said while she ducked backwards as the creature began to spin about, upper claws outstretched. You might be happy to know they're not actually made of rock. Though she said that calmly, she was already taking stock of how many others were appearing throughout and around their group. Not everyone had gotten away unscathed, but the Guardian cultivators were already on the move to cull the enemy ranks to a manageable level for people to fight. Chapter 213. Strange creatures with a trifecta of limbs on their front and rear sprang out of the stone tunnels, swimming through the stone as if it were water. The earth gliders only had a front and rear because of their other main feature, a large circular mouth at one end of their squat torsos. It was this that the flailing limbs tried to pull people towards, though if they simply clawed someone to injure them, that made them that much easier to grab subsequently. A wide sweep from Ursul's club forced the creature away from its attempts to devour Melantha, who found it difficult to dodge 3 limbs at once. At least 3, as the creature sometimes used the ones it was standing on. While that led to strange balance, it was also difficult to judge the creature's movements as it easily slipped through the floor. Even as Ursul batted it away, it turned that into a dive into the nearby wall instead of simply crashing into it. Ursul grumbled. It's not hard enough. Weren't you just complaining about everything being made of rock? Turdo asked. Yeah, but I can't break this with a club, and I don't have anything sharp to chop through it. Normally that's fine, because I can just squish things against the ground, but she gestured to the wall that barely had any visible traces of a larger-than-human-sized bundle of claws and teething having gone through it. If you can keep its movements controlled, Melantha and I can attack its torso, Turdo said. It must have some kind of internal organs. All right, Ursul nodded. Careful, it's coming back. Its maw appeared right below Turdo, but being the target for the first attack had let him recognize the movement slightly sooner. Instead of simply leaping to the side, he jumped up, causing the earth glider to strain to reach him towards the top of the tunnel that occupied its lower and upper limbs, letting Melantha take a stab at its side. A quick stab of her dagger drove deep. Then she kicked off to push herself away. Ursul took the opportunity to aim for a joint on one of the lower limbs. Her heavy stone club met with resistance, which was exactly what she wanted. As the creature was currently pushing off of the ground, it wouldn't sink through it. There was a snap as the creature's leg gave out, making it lopsided. Turdo pushed off of the ceiling to land off to the side further instead of coming straight down. Instead of reaching towards him, the earth glider changed its target to Ursul. She dodged one of the 2 claws on her side of the creature as she swung her club up from beneath. The remaining claw that struck her tore through her defensive energy and gouged 3 bloody trails along her left arm, a wound that would have been much worse on either of her siblings. That weakened her own attack, but she still managed to strike the creature from below, briefly raising it into the air. Turdo stabbed out with his spear, piercing deep into the creature's leathery hide. Dark blood sprayed from the wound as his weapon drew back. On the other side, Melantha threw a dagger near the same place she had previously stabbed. The intention had been for her attack to enter the open wound, but it was simply not big enough to hit on a moving target with earth energy deflecting her attack slightly. When the earth glider hit the ground, it continued falling, its movements clearly indicating its intention to retreat. However, it stopped with just its upper limbs out of the tunnel floor. Ursul's arms were locked around one of its arms, her wide stance locking her solidly in place. There was no movement at all as the creature strained against her. She was like a stone statue. The positioning of the creature's limbs allowed it the flexibility to try to attack her with the other 2, but she was also half covered by her position behind one of them. As it clawed at her arms, where most of her energy was focused, her siblings moved to cause more grievous wounds to the creature. It happened to have eyes just barely above the surface, and that was where Melantha's first dagger landed. Then she stepped forward to kick the throw dagger deeper. Turdo thrust his spear down at an angle, stabbing from just to the side of the maw of teeth deep into the creature's midsection. By the time the creature pulled back its claws from Ursul, it was on its last desperate movements to try to survive. With a yank, Ursul pulled it up further, revealing more of its midsection, the dark blood now flowing slowly as it ran through the last of its life. The bottom third of the creature was still in the stone when it perished, leaving it as a strange growth from the stone itself. Just about the time the triplets were prepared to congratulate themselves, the ground trembled violently. The 3 exchanged glances, and feeling the direction the new earth glider was coming from, they broke off and ran down the tunnel together, away from the rest of their group. As the closest of the Guardians, Aiden had already spotted the danger, but as up until that point the triplets were the least threatened by a single creature, he was still some distance from them. He broke into a run about the time a creature twice as large in every dimension poked its tree-like limbs out of the ground. Clawed limbs tore into the surrounding tunnel, building up speed as it moved after the triplets, its body leaving a trail of smooth stone behind it. It was not terribly fast. It was an ambush predator after all, but it was a close match for the triplets. It caught up to them out of the 3 branching paths, two of its front limbs continuing to pull it along as it half skittered, half swam through the tunnel behind them. The third swung down from above towards the cluster group. In a split second, everyone made their own decisions on how to dodge. Ursul and Turdo went one way, and though Melantha was half confident in her ability to follow them, she went to the other side as it was safer in that instant. The giant arm crashed down, nearly collapsing the central tunnel and staggering the triplets. Aiden was only a short distance behind, but they couldn't stop running yet. One hit from the creature would break bones at the very least, perhaps worse, either because she was alone or because of factors Melantha didn't know. The creature chased down her tunnel. She felt her sibling spin about a dozen meters down their own branch, but doubling back simply made them reach the split at the same time as Aiden. Melantha was around 2 bends by that point. The overlarge creature didn't care if the tunnel narrowed at any point, seamlessly slipping through where it should have crashed into the walls. She only had to maintain her lead for a few moments more. She surrounded herself with a cloak of darkness, throwing off the creature enough for her to duck under its sweeping attack and continue striding forward. And that might have been good enough if she hadn't been focused so much on the tunnel behind her. As she stepped forward, the ground crumbled away beneath her, sending her tumbling down and down and down. It was all she could do to keep herself in a protective cocoon of spiritual energy while doing her best to prevent herself from striking at a bad angle. If she slammed into something at the wrong angle, she could get a concussion or snap her neck. If she hadn't been so surprised at her sudden descent, she could have easily caught herself. But now she was falling down a series of mostly vertical tunnels. She couldn't tell exactly how many times she split off as she fell, nor how long the ordeal lasted for. She wasn't even certain she stayed conscious the whole way down, only that when she reached the bottom, her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted and everything ached. She thought to call out to Aiden up above, but she could no longer sense him or hear the battle she knew must have been happening. Shouting might draw his attention, or it might draw other creatures. So there she was, sitting alone in the dark. Half of that was not an issue for her. In fact, she felt that the main component of the spiritual energy had shifted from earth to darkness, though it was still on the edge. "What should I do?" she whispered to no one. If someone had been around, she wouldn't have asked. She reached in her bag and pulled out a small pellet of medicine. While she was mostly covered in aches and pains, there was enough damage that leaving it would make her less effective in battle. She swallowed that and followed up by closing her eyes in meditation, drawing in spiritual energy as she could. The medicine flowed through her body, eating away at the pain little by little, while her fatigue was slowly pushed back by her meditation. But she could not simply wait around meditating forever. She had to get back to her family. But how? Now that she was slightly rested, she walked over to the tunnel she thought she probably rolled out of. It was the only somewhat vertically oriented one around, at least. Now that she was not quite as beat up, she was confident enough to project her voice upward, focusing it with her spiritual energy. "Hello? Anyone there? Turtle? Aiden? Ursul?" She listened but got no response. At least nothing was rushing towards or trying to eat her. She began to climb cautiously. It was not terribly difficult with rough stone walls and a bit of spiritual energy to assist her. She was quite used to climbing, as it allowed her to get to places she wanted in a way that most people wouldn't expect. She soon came to her first dilemma. There were 2 equally viable routes she could have come from, both sloping together to meet up at the same tunnel. She hesitated to call out again, but tried once for each. No response came. She still felt no spiritual energy, but her own and the natural surroundings. She grit her teeth and picked a direction. Waiting for someone to come to get her would have been the best option if there was any certainty they could. But while they had been in one of the safer zones in the prismatic caverns, none of it was actually safe. Waiting around was just as likely to get her in trouble as moving, if not more so. This was fine. She'd been in danger before. Sure, not alone, but she could handle herself. She just had to keep climbing. An itching sensation like she was being watched was particularly annoying because she could usually pick out what it was. Even the burrowing earth gliders had revealed some signs of themselves. She couldn't even tell which direction this thing might be in if it wasn't just paranoia. She'd like to hope that all of her training had made it, so she wouldn't falsely identify an enemy, but she might have just hit her head. She climbed through the darkness, wishing there was something comforting like Sire Ursul hiding in it. Maybe they should have brought him along. Sure, Taking the clan's guardian beast everywhere might be a bit risky, but at least she wouldn't be alone. But Ursul wasn't here. Just some sort of spooky thing she couldn't quite pick out. Her fingers found purchase on rough stone, and she hoped she was going the right way. She had to be. Chapter 214. Looking down, the tunnel revealed a nearly vertical shaft with 2 branches out of sight of Ursul's glowing bracers. But she jumped anyway. Ah! Then she was yanked backwards by her granduncle. Reckless enthusiasm will not help anyone, Ursul, Aiden said with his grip firm on her shoulder. But we have to save Melantha. Ursul tried to shake him off. And perhaps if she weren't more than a full phase behind him, she could have succeeded. But she was merely at the peak of Foundation phase, and he was in the Consolidated Soul phase. And getting yourself lost will help? How? I know where I'm going. Right there. Ursul pointed with her club. Then she looked at it and tossed it down the hole. Oh, look, I dropped my weapon. I have to go after it. 2 seconds later, Aiden had shoved her against the nearest wall, manacled her hands behind her back, then tossed her over towards the rest of the group away from the pit. Then he caught Turdo's sleeve as he tried to sneak past. Do you need me to lock you up too? I know neither of you know how to pick locks. Turdo protested fruitlessly. But Melantha dash. Will be looked for. But not by children, Aiden said sternly. Especially not children who throw away their weapons. He looked sternly at Ursul. What will Master Renato think about your actions? You were supposed to let me go get it, Ursul complained, rolling herself to her feet. Weapons are valuable, Aiden said, but not as valuable as you. Both of you will stay here with the rest while I go find Melantha. Turdo, keep your sister safe. She won't be able to fight like this. Ursul roared in discontent. Then why not unlock me? Because you'll be safer being attacked by beasts like this than running off blindly after your sister. If you had waited 5 seconds for me to explain, I might have considered letting you come along. Can we? Turdo asked. Yeah, I'll be good, Ursul said. No, Aiden declared. You threw away your chance with your weapon, Ursul. Turdo, I need you to stay with your other sister and keep her out of trouble. Act like the responsible young master I know you can be. Yes, sir. Turdo inclined his head after a brief exchange with the other escorts, during which he handed over the keys to the manacles so they could make the choice about Ursul if it was too much trouble to protect her as she was. Once they were a day's travel away from the area would be sufficient regardless of her attitude. I will track down Melantha and hopefully your weapon, Ursul. Don't expect me to meet up with you in the prismatic caverns. I will be bringing her directly to the entrance. Aiden looked down into the tunnel, feeling less confidence than he projected. If he'd been a bit faster, a bit more careful, perhaps none of this would have happened. Melantha was alive. No, fine. She was fine. She tried not to think about the fact that most of the rations were with others, or that she was lost, or that something was stalking her. No, she was fine. This was just a little side excursion. One of the events that would eventually lead to her becoming a powerful cultivator worthy of propping up the Tenebach clan. If she survived, no, after she survived, after an hour, she decided that climbing was stupid. It seemed really easy at first when she started, brimming with spiritual energy and with fingers that weren't covered in scratches and twitching with exertion every time they were moved. Ursul could have probably continued, but Melantha had perfectly good side tunnels she could go down while looking for a way back up. And she couldn't say she didn't roll through any of them on the way down, because she honestly had no idea. She sat down in one to rest, drawing in more darkness element. There was only so much her body could handle in a single day, replenishing her stores a few times. Beyond that point, it would just be exhausting. But she closed her eyes and took deep breaths, drawing in spiritual energy and especially feeling it. The latter was important for when her stalker attempted to kill her. She didn't feel a human-killing intent behind it, everything being muted, but she sprang into action when the thing leapt at her, stabbing with her dagger into the ethereal belly of a living shadow. Dark claws raked across her arm as her dagger stabbed into nothing, but not without any effect. Her dagger twisted, disrupting the darkness element that made up the creature, scattering some and drawing some away. She stepped away as a creature visible only by the fact that she could not see beyond it continued to slash at her. When it stood in the middle of the tunnel, it was a gangly humanoid shape with clawed hands as large as its torso, certainly a troubling image. But it was when it was on the walls that it was the most trouble. Determining that she could damage it, the creature flattened itself. Not the way Melantha might, expelling her breath and pressing herself against the surface, but truly becoming two-dimensional plastered over the rough surface of the tunnel. Attempting to strike it merely resulted in her dagger smashing against stone. She might have been able to pull away the slightest bit of darkness energy from the thing, but she was hardly effective. And then the thing reached its arms towards her, one slashing along her wrist as she drew back. The thing was literally made of spiritual energy and tore through her own defenses like paper. It wasn't fair. Melantha took off running. Her brilliant ambush failed. She ran down tunnel after tunnel, trying to lose the creature. After 10 minutes, she realized that wasn't going to happen. It matched her pace, lingering there half-detected in the back of her mind. Yet when she stopped, weapon raised, it didn't attack. And why would it? It could wait for her to weaken or to try to rest. It was the hunter, and she was the prey. She carefully bound her cuts with one hand, keeping her dagger always ready. The presence had faded to a dull throbbing again, matching the physical one of her head, annoyingly. Melantha looked around, finding the tunnels were more natural. She wasn't sure how long she'd been away from the Earth Glider's tunnels. Perhaps it had been before the shadow, perhaps after she started running. Either way, there were fewer vertical options and a greater presence of other creatures. She was no longer alone, but she didn't feel any more confident for that fact. She could try to go back past the shadow, in a tunnel she might find her way through, or she could hope to lose it somehow. She wasn't confident she could actually sneak away, but she would try. If a creature or shadow could cloak itself from her senses, why couldn't she do the same? As she moved down the tunnels, trying to avoid the territory of anything that felt dangerous, which in this case meant a vaguely similar strength to herself, she thought several times that she had lost it, only to pick up the signs of it again later. She was unsure if her stealth was working or if it was her own senses that were failing. Melantha picked out a dire bat for her next move. She managed to sneak up onto one, hanging from a stalactite in a decently sized cavern. Though many bats flew to the surface at night, she assumed that this one was a full cave dweller like everything else in the prismatic chambers. A throwing dagger entered her hand, flying towards the thing's chest. Its resulting screech almost legitimately knocked her off her feet, and what followed was a battle where she dodged and weaved through the terrain of the cavern, trying to avoid the flying bat while slowly whittling it down. Then she set about making a fire with the sticks and things she would have had. If she had prepared anything like that in her storage bag, she could have had a dollop of spirit flame, a vaguely eternal heat source, a flint and tinder. Any idea how to cook or butcher meat or anything? She looked at the small handful of rations in her pack and at the dire bat. Was any of that actually edible? Raw? She just threw herself against the wall and sighed. This was stupid. That was when the shadow chose to attack, but at least it had been part of the plan. She just kind of been hoping to get a meal out of the first part. When the claws reached for her from the wall above, they had to extend into space she could attack, could cut apart with her dagger and her own darkness element. She lopped off one sharp finger, only to see it grow back a moment later. So this wasn't something she could wear down with injuries, but nothing was unbeatable. It only had so much spiritual energy. She just had to be more efficient than it. After another minute of dodging around, taking several small slashes while barely landing anything of her own, she was losing confidence in that. Perhaps if she had other options than fighting darkness with darkness. Water like her brother would have been a nice buffer that would slow the attacks and give her a chance to counter. The strength of earth like her sister. Fire or lightning as more intangible elements would help. But she didn't have any of that. All she had was darkness, and just the tiniest bit of light contained when she had been training with the Golden Tomb Guardians and later the Combining Luster sect. Her father did his best to inundate himself to the opposing element that he would eventually possess if he could somehow reach the Exalted Soul phase, which was the stuff of legends. Melantha had no intention of cultivating anything but pure darkness. But dealing with light was a real pain, so she'd done her best to learn everything she could. She dodged back, pointing her finger at the shadow and immediately calling upon that tiny bit of light. It came forth in a straight beam of light, something she had seen many times before. She didn't do anything complicated like splitting and recombining it. She just released it, The resulting flash made her worried that she was blind, and the pain in her finger made her worry she had exploded it off. Fortunately, neither seemed to be the case. She felt her finger, and it was all there, more or less. Some of it was crispier, but everything was there. She had gotten pretty good at handling external light, but that little bit had been contained inside her for so long, and she was already off balance from the battle. On the other hand, not blowing up her finger might count as an accomplishment. In front of her was a puddle of darkness element, more pure than that floating around her. The corpse of the shadow, more or less. She coaxed it into a storage container taken from her bag. At least she was prepared to gather spirit darkness. That was something. She couldn't eat it, though. So she munched on one of her rations and looked hungrily at the rest, her eyesight slowly returning in the pitch darkness. Those would have to last for a while. Unaware of their daughter's peril, John and Mateo, along with the rest of their group, continued to fight and harvest their way through the water element section of the prismatic caverns. It was a long trek, but they found quite a bit of value along the way, with less risk than the ice bears had been. Pools of water, underground lakes, frozen, and sometimes fog. There was quite a variety of water element to be found, and the Brandel clan was satisfied with what they found, either the bodies of beasts, spirit water, or a few interesting fruits. They would likely not grow in saltwater oceans, but they could be used for many things still. When they began to approach the air element chambers, John wasn't quite sure what to expect. Information was scarce among those of the stone conglomerate. Most of the residents didn't come this far into the prismatic caverns. Winsey did expect a general charge of static electricity, setting his hair on end. That was also within expectations. A chamber full of hovering rocks was not within his expectations, but there they were. Then again, there were entire islands floating in the sky, so why should he be surprised by even that? Except he hadn't seen any of those islands, only heard about them. In a world such as this with so many amazing things, he had only seen a small portion of them. Chapter 215. Cold metal encased Ursul's wrists. She did not mind the feeling itself, and might have found it comforting in other scenarios. However, the suppression of her cultivation abilities was not pleasant. It wasn't that she felt she was in danger. The clan was around her, and Turdo would also keep her safe. It was simply how they restricted her from doing what she wanted. Ursul didn't have a clan she was going to run or anything important like that. Her purpose simply being to do what she wanted. Something important, hopefully. And there wasn't anything more important to her than saving Melantha right now. And the manacles were stopping her from doing that. Her spiritual energy would not listen to her. Her muscles could not break them. Ursul only just barely remembered the path back to where they were, and further, and she was afraid she would lose it. Even falling asleep where they had set up for a rest might have her lose that. Ursul rubbed her wrists raw. An impressive result considering her skin was augmented by diamond defense, but she couldn't get her wrists out. She almost wished she were younger again, so she would have been small enough. If only she were stronger, she could have protected Melantha and herself, because she understood her siblings cared for her just as much. But she wasn't. She was only a single step from the soul expansion phase, but it was the most difficult one. Unable to do anything externally, Ursul's thoughts drifted inward. Deep inside, beyond where the manacles could affect her, her consciousness fell into the sea of spiritual totems, almost by accident. Bored, she idly wandered past various earth totems. Her browsing had no meaning to it. She'd ended up in the third layer, which had nothing that interested her anymore. She'd chosen one of them in the spiritual collection phase, which was considered a good but not stellar option for someone of her status. Her second was from the fourth layer, somewhat stronger. They would not grow as easily as her father's totems, all of which were nearing the power of the fifth layer now. But they would still develop, somewhat, as she moved from phase to phase. The fifth layer, that was what she planned to pick her next totem from. There were so many choices. A grand mountain, an extensive forest, a body made of stone, the concepts of earthquakes and landslides themselves. Ursul came back to her body, sweating. The exertion of staying on the fifth layer was still difficult, even if she only browsed familiar earth totems. All of them seemed good, but somehow insufficient. She understood that growth came one step at a time, but she didn't feel strong enough. Even on a simple training excursion, she had been insufficient. She dove back into the sea, as deep as she could go. She pulled herself to any earth totem, looking for anything that might help her. A totem to cultivate a body as hard as diamonds, but flexible? Too slow. A range of mountains? Useless if she couldn't deal with her current problems. The great momentum of a rock falling from the edge of the sky. A meteor wouldn't do her any good here if she couldn't build up anything. And without access to spiritual energy, she was jerked back to her body, trembling. Diving back in immediately was more strenuous. She was supposed to get used to things a little bit at a time and rest in between, and she did that. Ursul took deep breaths to steady herself. She caught just a glimpse of something that promised to solve her current conundrum. She didn't stop to think about whether it would be good for anything else. She wouldn't regret anything even if it lost usefulness later regardless. She dove back in, past the fourth layer, and past the fifth. She didn't even consciously realize how deep she had gone. She found her way back to her prize, covering the infinite and yet non-existent distance to her chosen totem in a single moment. She reached out to the unassuming totem. It was a plant type. It wasn't a forest or a massive world-spanning tree. It was just some scraggly roots growing in a crack in a rock. Nothing that seemed as if it should fit with any of the others. But this was what she wanted. Right now. Ursul reached out, pulling the totem into her. She expected to feel the roots, but what she felt was her being the boulder. Roots grew into her, slowly straining against her, then cracking her apart. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. It seemed too much for her, or maybe it was incompatible with her two stone totems. She hadn't been to the Viridia wildlands until after she reached Foundation phase and chose her second totem. Ursul lay her head on the stone of the tunnel. She had a pillow and bedroll, but she'd wiggled out of it. They were too comfortable and were going to lull her to sleep. And she couldn't sleep now. But could she do anything else? Ursul wriggled, straining her arms against the manacles. Why did Aiden have to do that? Yes, she was going to run off at the earliest opportunity if she didn't have them. But it was still unfair. She could only gather the tiniest amount of spiritual energy, and adding that to her muscles couldn't hope to break them. And what was worse was her gut hurt. No, it was deeper than that. It was her dantian, only metaphysically in the same location. She hadn't damaged it by attempting to bind a totem beyond her. Had she? Of course she had. How stupid. Her consciousness sunk into her dantian, where mighty boulders were cracked, the ground split. She could feel the damage throughout, but she also felt something else, deeper. A scraggly, pathetic-looking plant. A few leaves sticking out of a crack in the rocks below, with thin roots reaching for anything they could find to provide nutrients. Ursul didn't think after that. Instead, she just channeled her internal power through that, trusting in her understanding of its properties. A tiny amount of spiritual energy slipped out of her, not even worth it for the manacles to bother negating. It pushed against the manacles around her wrists, damaging nothing, but not fading away either. Ursul pushed, and her power snapped, causing no damage. No, that wasn't how it was supposed to be done. She had to be patient, just not too patient. She slowly dredged up more energy, pushing it back into position and straining against her restraints. It was difficult to hold her spiritual energy in such pressure, but she kept it up. Nothing seemed to be happening. Then there was a slight pop. The left manacle was open. With one arm free, her spiritual energy was slightly more free to flow, and Ursul reached over to the other. It took another few minutes of squishing her fingers in there and pushing against the manacle, but it too came apart. She felt so free, her own energy once more listening to her. She looked around for her club, realizing she'd thrown it away in an attempt to get a chance to follow. Maybe not her best move, but she'd be heading that way to get it back anyway. She carefully climbed to her feet, remembering everything Melantha had tried to teach her about stealth. The best she remembered was to not make noise. She could manage that easily enough on stone, and to just not be where people were looking or sensing, the latter of which was quite difficult with some of the adults watching the edge of the camp. But she was lucky. Asai Mulyani was probably the weakest of the leaders, not yet having stepped into the consolidated soul phase. And she was in the direction Ursul wanted to go. What was more, she was air element, and earth overcame air. Though Ursul was pretty unclear how that would help her in a situation of stealth. She managed to get to the tunnel she wanted to go down before the woman noticed anything. Ursul turned and ran. Her feet thudded against the stone, propelling her forward. She felt a strange surge of energy as she ran, doing her best to outpace her pursuer. She vaguely managed it for a while, but while she might be decent at sprints, Sigh was certainly going to catch up to Ursul eventually, even with her hesitation to immediately give chase. So Ursul looked for somewhere to hide. The best she could do was pick out a nice large stalagmite and slip behind it, doing her very best to blend in with the earth energy in the area. There were a few tense moments where Sigh got closer and closer, and then she was 3 meters away. Ursul held her breath, unwilling to move even a muscle. Then Sigh continued down the tunnel at a fast pace. Ursul waited a moment and then stepped out from behind the stone right into Turdo. She stepped back, raising her fists. "I'm not going to let you stop me." "Ursul," Turdo said, "this is foolish, you know that?" "I know that, but I can't just leave our sister like that. And even without my weapon, I bet I can beat you one-on-one." Ursul had to stop herself from actually shouting, or Sigh might hear her and turn around. Turdo also kept his voice to a loud whisper. "I know. I'm not going to try to stop you. I'll go with you." "You?" Ursul asked. "Always cautious, Turdo?" "She's my sister too, you know," Turdo said. "Now let's hurry before someone else gives chase or Sigh turns back." Aiden was lucky. He found Ursul's club only a few twists and turns away, down a few hundred meters of mostly vertical tunnel. When it had come to a particular place, it had stuck into the wall and maintained its position, standing out from the surroundings by its higher earth energy as an enchanted piece of equipment. That had taken only a short time, and now he had the more difficult and frankly more important task. He hadn't gotten a clear sense of where Melantha fell, and the tunnels split often. Sometimes they recombined, but Aiden could only return to the initial location and pick a route that seemed likely by half letting himself fall. He controlled his descent, which might throw things off, but he couldn't be certain of how Melantha had reacted. He only knew that his path definitely carried himself deeper. He did his best to reach out for traces of darkness energy. Unfortunately, without any actual combat, those would be sparse at best. He thought he sensed tiny wisps of energy, but that could have been him fooling himself with what he wanted. He had no choice but to pick something, though, some path. He couldn't just let his grandniece be presumed dead. Even if she hadn't been the young lady of the Tenebach clan, he would not give up on family. How long had it been? The adults seemed to have a sense of time, but maybe they'd just been going with the flow. Melantha knew she wasn't all that far from being an adult, and it probably didn't matter how many days it had been. She was hungry, having eaten a half-dozen meals of stupid rations. She really should have carried more herself. She had a storage bag with plenty of room. Even if she had, somehow, overfilled it with treasures, tossing out some food would have been fine. But it was too late to change her choices now. Her stomach grumbled. Raw direbat was starting to sound like a pretty good deal. Certainly more appetizing than whatever squid was ahead of her, lurking in a pool. Melantha would rather avoid it. But it was the only water she'd seen recently, her water skin having been emptied a day ago. Or maybe it was just hours. She really should have had more things to store water. Just filling up her storage bag seemed problematic, however. In the end, even as she was chewing on it, she was still unclear if raw squid was edible. It was certainly difficult to consume, rubbery and squishy at the same time. She ultimately used her knife to slice it into pieces she could just swallow whole. Then she moved to take a nap. If after that her stomach didn't protest too much and the remaining squid didn't seem to have gone bad, she would force herself to eat more. Chapter 216. Cold, silent, lonely, devoid of life. That was the world Melantha found herself in. The latter was good, in some ways, with danger being mainly associated with life. The shadow creatures counted as alive in that regard. Spiritual energy with at least some form of will, even if it was difficult to discern. Everywhere felt the same. Had she been down this tunnel before? Had she been retracing her steps? She couldn't remember, and by the time she thought to begin marking her travel, it was rather late. At least carving arrows into the stone was reasonable with the application of spiritual energy. She likely should have done that from the very beginning, but she wasn't prepared to be separated and had simply floundered around. Now Melantha didn't find her progress much better. At least she could see without fatiguing herself. The darkness was almost comfortable, except for the lack of friends. As for enemies, they came, but rarely, perhaps one per day, or every time she slept, at least. Sometimes a small group of beasts that could not quite discern her strength. The main danger came when she slept. She couldn't count how many times the slightest noise woke her up and set her on edge, while at the same time she was concerned she wouldn't wake when it actually mattered. Then she felt it, spiritual energy that was not just darkness but also light and fire. An anomaly such as that could be a danger, but she could not simply ignore the possibility of allies. She would approach cautiously to determine if they could be allies. There was something familiar. She followed her sensation of the individuals in question, a small group, stronger down certain tunnels and growing in clarity as she moved behind them, slowly closing the gap and bringing them into clearer focus. Melantha began to build up a pretty clear picture as she got closer. Light and fire in one, pure light in another. Both from sects she recognized, which was why she had to stay hidden. One was certainly not a friend, and the other was no, they were both enemies. But they might know the way out. She crept forward, spying a man barely old enough to be called that, and a woman several years older. Both were at the peak of the foundation phase, the same as Melantha. She was confident in her abilities, but taking on two people of equal strength, that was just foolish. The woman she had not seen with her own eyes, but she recognized from a portrait. It was her duty as the future leader of the Tenebach clan to keep track of their enemies. Zubida was somewhere at the bottom of the list of those from the Righteous Flame League that needed to be watched, but she was still on the list for the sake of her potential. "Which way do you think we should go?" the woman said, resting her hand on the man's shoulder while keeping the other hand on her weapon, a polearm. "Left? Right? We just have to pick one," the man said, "and hope it is the right path." Melantha clutched a dagger in her hand. It was only natural, since she could wind up in combat at any moment. "You must be more decisive, Nick." Zubida dropped her hand. "Left it is." As Melantha snuck after them, she kept alert of her surroundings. If she was attacked by something and revealed herself, she would be in a vulnerable state near two enemies. She sent something off to one side. A creature of darkness, a shadow. But instead of making its way towards her to devour her matching energy, it seemed enraged at the presence of two creatures of light polluting its tunnels. It wound its way along the ceiling, reaching down towards Nick. Melantha clutched her dagger more tightly, a throwing dagger prepared in her other hand. Then Zubida spun, placing both hands on her glaive. Flames and light slashed through the creature. "You should be more alert. It nearly got you." Nick nodded. "Sorry. I'll be more careful." Melantha bit her lip. That woman was dangerous. It wasn't surprising that she dealt with a creature of darkness so easily, while Melantha had to tear them apart piece by piece. But it was annoying. Two others traveling together. "I can't seem to find your club." Turdo shook his head. "Me neither." Ursul frowned. "But I think it was here." She held up a small orb normally attached to her belt, one that created light. It was dim, both to conserve the energy within and because of the sudden prevalence of darkness element. However, it was sufficient for the two of them to see. "Look at the damage to the wall here. It's just the right size." "Uncle Aiden must have found it then," Turdo surmised. "So if we can follow behind him, we'll be able to retrieve it." "But I don't. My club isn't as important as Melantha. He'll just make us go back if we find him." Turdo shook his head. "No, not without anyone else nearby. He'll have to let us come along." Turdo looked up. "Or we can go back now. I still remember the way." "You can go if you want." Ursul shook her head. "I'm not letting Melantha be alone. Besides, I'm stronger now. And without a weapon," Turdo pointed out. "I can sense that you broke through to the soul expansion phase, but you haven't properly stabilized there. Besides, you know I won't abandon you. Or Melantha. But if we return to the others now, I can at least be sure one of you is safe." Ursul didn't give him any sort of answer, instead looking around. "Finding Aiden will be difficult. The same is true for Sister, if she didn't want to be found," Turdo sighed. "But I do sense some familiar energy." "I don't," Ursul admitted. "You haven't been spending time developing your senses, studying a Leviathan. I can't say I'm the best tracker, but I can at least pick out something familiar in all this. We have to keep moving, though. If it fades any more..." Ursul nodded. "Let's go." The winds threatened to rip John away from his position, but compared to the focused efforts of Xianxia, the untargeted force of swirling winds was barely able to force him to expend energy anchoring himself. The way the hunks of rocks bobbed up and down slightly in the vortexes, slowly drifting and occasionally bumping into each other, simply added another layer of complexity. Members of the Mulyani clan moved freely through the chambers, riding the currents of air. John could replicate those effects to some extent, but he wanted to conserve his air element for when it was necessary. Though replenishing it was also rather easy in their current location. A bolt of lightning crackled between two islands. It came right for John and Mateo, but he used just a bit of air element to guide its trail around the two of them. For a water element cultivator, Mateo was quite proficient in protecting herself from such things, but it was still easier for John to deal with such things when they were at a relatively peaceful moment. Nothing lived in this chamber so far as they could tell. They had fought their way through a number of creatures nearby. Presumably, they would feed on the power in the area as much as they needed, then return to somewhere less volatile for their proper dwelling places. At the core of the chamber was a great ball of lightning, ever crackling. Harda was currently approaching, intent on absorbing it, or at least what he could. The rest would be stored for later. "We have some guests," Mateo commented, though everyone present could sense the group coming. They were doing nothing to hide themselves. A curious combination of air and earth. Nothing was technically wrong with that particular pairing, but it was odd. One fed into the other, instead of the balance of two allied elements. Difficult to make work, but clearly it did for these individuals. Otherwise, they would not have three consolidated soul phase cultivators among them. The youngest among them similarly seemed to be the strongest. Nearly the same age as John and Mateo, she was a single rank ahead, but that placed her in the late consolidated soul phase. Not an insurmountable gap, but one that should be considered. "We already have claim to this chamber," John stated. "It would be best for you to move on." "Is that so?" the woman said. "But it seems you have not yet tamed the spirit lightning, so it is still up for grabs." Nothing further needed to be said to know they would battle. The side they entered from was closer to the core. Harda and the Mulyani clan were around it, but alone they would not stand against the enemies. John and Mateo moved forward together, leaping between the floating boulders. Behind followed the members of their clans. The leader of the unknown group made a beeline towards the spirit lightning, while the other two, another woman and an older man, moved to intercept John and Mateo. They cut through the wind, flying with it and yet carrying the weight of stone with them to ignore the air currents as they pleased. They seemed quite familiar with the sort of terrain around them, launching towards the married pair. From their outstretched spears came twin lightning bolts. As the power was controlled, creating a simple path wouldn't divert it. Instead, John supported Mateo's formation of a water barrier infused with solid ice, forcing the attack around them. Their efforts seemed successful, but as the pair continued towards them with weapons outstretched, they found their steps heavy. Though they had avoided damage from the attack, something had seeped into them and the ground below them. Their feet were pulled to the stone, slowing their avoidance. John felt a trickle of blood down his cheek, his deflection not quite sufficient. Once more he wished he had a fire totem, as he had no elemental advantage over these cultivators. Earth beat air, but they were earth cultivators as well, and thus would be familiar with the most easily exploited flaws. Or they would perish quickly, but John didn't think that was likely. Sliding his feet along the ground, John determined that while the pole was strong, it didn't lock them in place. It simply made it more difficult to raise their feet, strange chains of lightning holding them back. Something they could learn to deal with, no doubt, but it would be better if they didn't have to. So John wrapped a small coat of darkness around the lingering energy. Spiritual energy absorption could just as easily eat away at active techniques as energy defenses after all. Since he could easily replenish his air element in this place, he pushed a gust of wind towards the two. It was only minimally effective, but it delayed their avoidance of a bolt of lightning between two of the floating islands. They would not be defeated by a single strike, but Mateo did cover them in a wave, soaking them. The leader charged through most of the Mulyani clan, encountering only Harda and another pair. Together their strength was just enough to hold on as they flew about the spirit lightning, exchanging blows. Harda had already been absorbing some of the power, and he began to channel some of it through himself, blasts of lightning that the woman redirected with her spear, but not freely. The two others continued their assault on John and Mateo. They were reasonably coordinated, but no more than could be expected of any two sectmates of similar status. Despite Mateo's elemental disadvantage, she held her own, resisting the lightning and winds. She knew her weaknesses and had trained to overcome them. John provided what little assistance she needed, small bits of earth energy to ground the attacks. Meanwhile, he suffused the area with darkness, slowly dulling the enemy's perception while he observed them. Though they were quite capable of flying around between the islands, they were also quite content to battle with their feet solidly upon them. When John and Mateo remained in place, they would fight straightforwardly, more or less. They had the mobility of air and the strength and durability of earth. They were quite proficient, but John could see stylistic differences that he could exploit. Slowly, he gathered earth element. When next lightning struck, he drew upon that power to enhance the sudden and momentary growth of vines, wrapping around their legs and holding them down. Mateo was quick to exploit the situation, stabbing at the woman with her spear while sweeping water at the legs of the older man, freezing him in position. John added onto that by liquefying the stone beneath the man, the vines pulling him up to his knees before their transitory existence faded. He forced the stone to solidify once more. It would only take an earth element cultivator a second or two to break out, but in battle that could be a critical moment, especially as the particular location he was in was rapidly approaching another island, about to collide. Chapter 217. Crackling flames filled the tunnels, smoke drifting along the ceiling. Along with the flames came the wonderful smell of cooked meat. It didn't matter what meat it was, just that it was cooked. It looked juicy and succulent, and totally inaccessible. Melantha's stomach grumbled, but she pushed down the feeling. She ate a bunch of squid just yesterday, or something like that. It was totally fine and had been satisfying and not a chore to eat, with its rubbery texture. She would have just left, but she had to keep watching. Zubida was a threat she couldn't ignore, a member of the Righteous Flame League. It seemed she was colluding with Nick, and thus the combining Luster sect. It was important to be cautious and to keep track of them. If the combining Luster sect was trying to play both sides of the field, the Tenebach clan couldn't afford to work with them anymore. Ichamanin, Nick grumbled. It's not great. Oh yeah, Zubida harumphed. I'd like to see you cook something better with the stuff down here. I'm sure that could be arranged. Nick stood up, leaving a half-eaten hunk of meat on the ground next to the fire. An eternal flame, it seemed. Melantha should have had one of those, though it did require special storage. We don't want to remain in one place too long. Something could be watching. You're right about that, at least. Zubida took another bite of the mysterious creature, tossing the remains over her shoulder into a pool of water nearby as she picked up the cooking fire with her bare hands, compressing it and placing it in a box. Let's get moving then. As the two left, Melantha slunk after them, stopping only to pick up the hunk of meat. It didn't seem any worse off for its time on the ground, but Melantha cut off one side anyway. Nick was right, of course. It wasn't great. It was gamey and kind of burnt. It was so bad that a few tears were streaming down her face, with no other reason. But it was a crime to waste food, so she finished it. Two of the floating islands collided, with one of their opponents between them. It would be a sorry day when a consolidated soul phase Earth cultivator perished from being crushed between two rocks, but the man did not get away unscathed. John saw at least a broken arm and perhaps a twisted ankle. Realizing his own position, the man retreated instantly, jumping into the swirling winds in the cavern. John would have chased after him, but the woman fighting alongside him held back both John and Mateo for a moment before she too fled. At around the same time, the ever-present feeling of discomfort in the room faded away as the great power of the spirit lightning sphere was fully dismantled. The leading woman appeared to have taken the larger portion, but Harda had claimed some for himself. With the state the battle was in, wrestling what remained out of the other side's hands would likely lead to death on both sides. The individuals from the Sky Islands had most of what they came for, and with their injured members they chose to retreat. John and Mateo only gave chase to the edge of the chamber. Running after them alone, or at all, was far too risky. Once they were certain that the immediate danger was past, they went to reconvene with Harda and the rest of the Malyani clan. The man himself held a metal rod, inside of which John could feel the crackling of lightning. His chest had a wicked wound, his armor having exploded off, leaving it bare. Black veins from fresh burns spread over his chest. Even so, the man had a smile on his face. "You all right?" John asked. "Got enough to make use of, at least?" "Oh, this." Harda shook his head as he held up the stored power. "This is for a sigh. I got more air element than I needed already." He gestured to his injuries. It wasn't just bravado, either. John could already feel the man's energy straining against the limits of the soul expansion phase. "Take care of yourself, then. We should be turning towards the center soon. We'll continue harvesting anything of note along the way, of course." Claws of darkness attempted to gouge out Ursul's eyes, and her only defense was to shut them. It hurt still, with damage on the edge of bleeding, but it could have been worse. Diamond defense combined with her recent breakthrough to the soul expansion phase made her more confident in her ability. As she punched her fist into the wall of the tunnel, however, she grimaced. "How am I supposed to kill that thing? It's like it's not even there." "It is an incorporeal creature of darkness," Turdo pointed out. "Earth is probably one of the worst ways to deal with such things, though I'm sure there's a way." Turdo didn't find himself all that much better off, though surrounding himself with a sphere of water meant such a creature's claws wouldn't strike him. And as the two of them quickly learned, nothing could strike them without being vulnerable itself. When they attacked, there was a moment of vulnerability. Turdo stabbed his spear to attempt to damage the claws themselves, while Ursul's ultimate response was more direct. When claws came to rend her flesh, she grabbed back at them, interlacing her fingers with the claws. Then she yanked, peeling the shadow from its safety on the wall. One would have expected the thing to slip from her grasp easily, but Earth Element spiritual energy didn't just deal with rocks and plants. It also dealt with solidity in all forms, including making things solid. Of course, it was much harder to do with another element, but she managed to solidify enough of the creature that it couldn't pull away without ripping off parts of itself. Once away from the wall, it carried sensible elements of three-dimensionality, and Turdo stabbed it through with his spear. It took several thrusts before enough of the creature broke apart. Then it discorporated into a misty remains. "Do you think we should store this?" Ursul asked. "For Melantha. She's the one with all of the containers that can hold spirit darkness," Turdo pointed out. "Best we just convert as much of it as we can to our elements to replenish ourselves. Don't want to get caught in a weakened state." "Right," Ursul nodded, well aware of how not having her weapon hindered her. "Then we'll continue after the trail." A clump of bones slammed down in the form of an enormous hand, nearly crushing Zubida. Unfortunately, the woman dodged between the fingers, slicing through the base of one with her glaive, searing the surrounding bones and causing the disconnected bones to collapse into a pile. On the other side of the creature, though it did not have a front or rear, Nick prodded with his staff, sending beams of light into the creature's midsection as it grew various appendages to counterattack. Melantha hung back, taking in the whole picture. The creature was dangerous, obviously. Whatever it actually was, it had slain many denizens of the area, and seemingly some humans, or things with very human-like skulls based on how the jaws attempted to bite down on its surrounding prey. But though it seemed an ephemeral creature like the shadows, Melantha detected that it had a solid form somewhere beneath the bones it wore as weapon and armor. "What are you even doing?" Zubida shouted. "You have to do more damage than that. Destroy it." "I'm sorry that my talents lay in other areas," Nick replied, creating a flash of light that momentarily stunned the creature. "I'm not an expert at direct damage and severing limbs." As the thing flowed about like the world's most unpleasant river, it crawled over the dislocated bones, happily picking them back up into its form, rendering much of Zubida's efforts useless. Once she noticed that she became enraged, spinning her glaive wildly and chopping a path deeper into the creature. With a final thrust, the tip of her weapon, coated in light element, burst apart the actual creature inside, though from Melantha's perspective that looked like an accident. Only rarely was a hallway not filled with flames or at least dripping with molten rock, which meant the Milanovic clan members had to pair up with Amber Heart members to keep them from overheating. It was not particularly burdensome, but instead just chose where they happened to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The Earth cultivators had already had their time, and now the group was continuing its counterclockwise journey along the outer ring of the prismatic chambers. Soon enough, they would be reaching the light element portions, which the Golden Tomb Guardians were looking forward to. Despite the dangers and some further run-ins with sects from the Molten Sea and the rare others with the power to challenge them, the venture had been quite profitable so far. Cultivations were advancing steadily, and the experience would allow that to continue long after they had to leave. But despite their gains, the risks would eventually outweigh them if they stayed too long and allowed themselves to become fatigued. That was why they continued directly towards their furthest goal. If they found themselves in a good state on their return path, they could explore further. "We're getting close," Turtle commented. "We'll soon catch up to Uncle Aiden. Then we'll be able to help him find our sister." "That's great," Ursul said. "I really hope he has my club. My backup weapons are not good." Honestly, she preferred her fists except for the reach they could provide. "Just a bit further," Turtle said as they carefully moved through a cavern that had far too many toothy stalactites and stalagmites. It was as if it would swallow them whole. But they weren't in an area with high earth element, and they were simply rocks. Though their presence, along with varying heights of overhangs, could allow many things to hide nearby. Both were on alert, but sensed nothing. Ursul continued forward, eager but wary. She couldn't help squinting. "I think I feel Uncle Aiden, finally. But is it getting darker?" Turtle looked down at the stone dangling from his belt. "It seems like it. These should still be fresh, though." Unlike their sister, they could not see perfectly in the dark, and she didn't even have the blessing of Ursul yet. Just a natural affinity. The two of them could get by with less light, as they were attuned to allied elements, but they still needed some. They continued further, but the oppressive darkness only grew. "I don't like this," Turtle said. "Is this not where Uncle Aiden went?" Ursul asked. "Shouldn't it be safe?" Even as she asked that question, she was becoming aware of the muting of their voices. Along with light, sound was fading. No, not just that. They should be even closer to Aiden, but their sense of him had shrunken. Something fell from the ceiling. First only a few, then a constant rain. Small, wriggling things only about as long as a forearm. Though given the ring of teeth they had, they certainly didn't appear small. The two siblings ran ahead, shaking the things off them. But there were so many, sharp teeth biting through their spiritual energy and latching on. And everywhere they ran, there were more of the creatures. Leeches planning to devour them. The worst part was that they could barely even feel them, as even tactile sensations were fading away with the light. Ursul crushed them in her hands while Turtle tried to protect them with a dome of water above, but they coated the walls, ready to spring on their prey from all angles. The only mitigating factor that kept the two from being immediately swarmed and devoured was that some of the leeches latched onto others, happy enough to eat their own brethren. Ursul grimaced as one bit into her shoulder. She knew that Turtle must have had it much worse, without diamond defense bolstering his skin. She recalled a technique from the Viridia wildlands, and began growing facsimiles of flowers on herself and Turtle. They wafted a foul scent and a poison that should have been fatally potent. But there was only so much she could do with an unpracticed technique. Instead, they were simply deterred for a moment. Turtle was covered with bloody wounds, while Ursul was relatively unscathed. Around them was a swarm of creatures barely held back by their distaste and uncertainty. Unfortunately, Ursul didn't think she could hold on long. Perhaps they should have stayed behind after all, but it was too late to regret that now. Chapter 218. Though they simply wanted to rescue their sister, Ursul and Turtle now found themselves in danger as well. They were beset by constant barrages of wriggling leeches that were sizable enough to cause serious damage with their teeth before draining the blood from their bodies. Worse, their senses were being dulled by the swarm, making it hard to even feel where they were being attacked. "We need to run," Ursul declared. "I'll charge forward, you stick tight behind me, so they don't drop on you." Turtle had no time to complain or protest, nor did he have a better option. All he could do was keep track of her from a single step away and run as she ran. A canopy of branches and leaves grew atop Ursul's shoulders and head, providing some amount of shelter from those dropping from above. Ursul stomped heavily as she ran, crushing leeches underfoot while Turdo did his best to protect himself with a bubble of water. It was unclear to either of them where they were going. They were just running as fast as they could. That meant some leeches dropped behind them, but some still clung to them and others leapt from in front of them. It seemed as if there was a never-ending swarm of tens of thousands, perhaps more. Anything that wandered into these caverns would die. Ursul, despite having just advanced to the soul expansion phase, did not have enough energy to keep up most of her defenses. The canopy simply kept some of them from landing on her, while she had to deal with the rest directly with her body, counting on diamond defense. Against a reasonable number, it would have been, but they were still not individually weak enough to ignore. Turdo was already bleeding profusely, his spiritual energy basically empty. He began forming layers of ice over his wounds to staunch the flow, and the hail of creatures seemed as if it would never end. Suddenly, the oppressive, nasty darkness full of writhing creatures was replaced by another darkness, that of a protective blanket. It shrouded them, comforted them. Turdo felt so safe he almost stopped running, at which point a hand yanked him off his feet, dragging him along by the back of his shirt. Salvation had arrived in the form of their granduncle Aiden, each swing of his blade cutting down dozens of leeches. In an instant, all of the critters attached to the siblings had been eliminated, and at least in their little bubble they could feel, hear, see. What Turdo felt was pain, but also relief. Ursul continued charging forward while Turdo was carried. That didn't sit right with him. He could still run. He had to. But his feet never got close to the ground, and he didn't want to disrupt his uncle. They'd already done enough to make him upset. It took what felt like an hour, but was probably little more than a few minutes for them to reach a tunnel, though they were still assaulted by leeches the whole way and even beyond. Even still, they were no longer being rained upon. Their movement didn't slow, though Turdo was allowed to run on his own feet. Aiden held the rear, slashing at the tides following behind. And then, they were alone. Turdo continued to run after Ursul until Aiden stopped them both. The sibling collapsed into separate heaps. Their uncle was still a flurry of movement, pulling out salves to stop the bleeding, pills to purge the internal effects of the leeches, and Ursul's club, which landed on the ground with a thud. This was the point that Aiden was supposed to yell at them for being stupid, chastise their mistakes, perhaps threaten uselessly to send them back. But he didn't. Instead, he began binding his own wounds, wounds which he should not have gotten. "You snuck past the leeches," Turdo said. Aiden nodded, crushing a leech in one hand and using some of his spiritual energy to push its teeth out from the inside so as to not tear the skin. "Then you had to go back in for us." Aiden didn't have to say more. Turdo was correct about that. "Sorry. I'd ask what you were doing here," Aiden said, finishing his motions, then standing and pacing around the chamber they were in, eyes searching, but I can easily surmise. "How did your sister get unbound?" "I broke the shackles," Ursul admitted. Sensing that would not be sufficient, she added, "Using my new totem." "How could that even?" Aiden's senses swept over her. "If only you were a bit less talented." Aiden threw them some rations, munching on some himself. "Eat. We need to get moving. This isn't a safe place to remain still. Nowhere is." Two light cultivators stood at a split in tunnels, only expending enough energy to light up the immediate area around them. The woman, Zubida, started walking down the one to the left. "We should go right," Nick declared. "Oh." Zubida tilted her head. "Now you have an opinion? I've already made my choice. Feel free to go off on your own." Nick sighed, watching her stride down the tunnel. Then he shook his head and walked down his tunnel of choice. He doubted she expected him to split up, but he had the feeling that this tunnel was much safer. He simply hadn't offered input before because it hadn't mattered. Everything felt the same. Of course, this way, he was giving up Zubida's assistance. Having someone fighting by his side might make up for the difference in danger. Along with that, he was picking up more danger in the form of the Watcher. Now he was alone, an easy target. Yet even so, he felt slightly safer going this direction in a manner he would have preferred was actually alone. Not that he ever expected to get out of these blasted tunnels. He would never have come to a darkness-infused place had not the circumstances forced it. Well, if he was going to die, you might as well get it over with. If you're going to kill me, you might as well get it over with. You have the advantage here. His muscles tensed. No, he really didn't want to die, but he could hope it was at least swift. She was usually quite efficient with her attacks, but none came. Nick turned around. Oh, come on, I can sense you there. You know? You've been following us for days, maybe? He shook his head. Quite a while. We had to lose out on sleep because of our watches. He still couldn't see anything, but he felt the presence step closer. You lost out on sleep. Melanthina's voice came from the darkness. But your lady friend passed out on her shift. That bitch. Nick grimaced, acting like she was so good. Couldn't you have just slit her throat or something? The voice hesitated. I could have. And you could definitely kill me here, Nick said. I'm barely managing to keep the spiritual energy from eating me alive. You're basically overflowing. Melanthina stepped closer, into the couple meters of light he had, a hand held over her face. Or maybe leaking, she shrugged. The bags under her eyes were at least as big as Nick's own, and she was pale. Not that she ever had a lot of color in her skin. How could a sheltered princess of a darkness clan have her skin touched by the sun? But at the moment, the specific brand of paleness spoke against her health. Do you know how to get out of here? I don't, Nick admitted. I was just planning to travel anywhere away from this pervasive darkness. Should suit you, though. In other circumstances, Melanthina agreed. You're actually more efficient with killing the darkness creatures, though. Listen, Nick sighed. If you're going to kill me, just do it now. I'm not going to wander around with you, making your life easier before that. Which was the main reason he had stayed with Zubida. She was very aggressive against the monsters here, and willing to expend her own energy. I'm not going to kill you, Melanthina said. I just didn't want to lose to someone like you. Nick narrowed his eyes, and Melanthina squinted. She was really not good with even the little light he was putting off. It sure felt like you were trying to kill me. You nearly killed me. Yeah, right? I fought you to some stalemates or won by a hair. No way I could have killed you. Your attacks are scary, Melanthina admitted. Really? Nick frowned. He honestly hadn't felt that. They're fast, powerful, hard to react to. Melanthina shook her head. Without special training, they would have torn me apart. Yeah, well, as much as I've tried to conserve myself down here, I don't have that much left in reserve. I can protect you while you rest. Nick couldn't be certain if he believed her. So far, he had no experience to indicate she was a liar. And if she killed him in his sleep, at least it should be fast. Not here, he said. Too dangerous. We need to keep moving. If we find a good place, I guess we can alternate watches. If Zubida really fell asleep, then Melanthina couldn't do any worse. Walking behind Nick was no good. There was that blasted light, which made it impossible to see. So instead, she kept ahead where it wouldn't give away her position and she could actually see. He thought she wanted to kill him, which was true, or had been sometimes, but she supposed he wasn't really an enemy she should want to kill. Just an obstacle she had to overcome, a rival to temper her skills. But sometimes she wanted to kill him, just a little. Not that different from her siblings, really, though it was a little different because progress was somewhat easier. Even though they could not pass unnoticed, many creatures of darkness could find Melanthina regardless. Keeping herself constantly shrouded was exhausting, regardless of the abundance of energy. Shadows especially were surprisingly quickly defeated, with spears of light passing right by Melanthina to strike them. Strangely enough, she wasn't worried that they would hit her. Corporeal enemies she could deal with herself. And thus, for single enemies, the division of labor was based on who could most efficiently defeat something. Melanthina tossed a throwing dagger right into the throat of a giant bat, piercing its energy defenses and causing it to plummet to the ground. Melanthina couldn't help but look at it, her stomach churning with hunger and revulsion simultaneously. The creatures here have been relatively weaker, Nick began. Melanthina had half a mind to remind him she killed it easily in one hit, but he seemed to have an actual point instead of just saying that. We should take a rest. There shouldn't be anything dangerous that comes here regularly, with easy food unclaimed. All right, Melanthina said. She hadn't had actual sleep in forever. Not that she could sleep well here, on rocks being watched over by Nick, but it would be better than being alone. Almost anything was better than that. A squelching sound brought her eyes to Nick and a sharp knife he had driven into the bat. What followed was a bloody scene of absolute butchery in the most literal way possible. He cut it apart into pieces, then pulled out a metal dish. "I'm not going to be able to do this a lot," he said, "but keeping spiritual energy isn't any good if we collapse." He dropped bloody chunks of meat into the dish, positioning his hands on either side. Light poured out of his hands, but instead of blinding Melantha, it was basically contained to the dish. It only hurt her eyes a little. She saved her sarcastic questions about why he wanted to see it that badly, and just watched. Soon enough, the meat was sizzling. Nick flipped it over, pulling out small pinches of something from his bag and throwing it in. Not a terribly long time later, he handed her a chunk of cooked meat. Melantha took it gingerly, protecting her fingertips from its heat. Then she took a bite. "Too bright," she said as she immediately turned around, though Nick was barely making more light than absolutely necessary to see the food in his hands. Melantha took another bite, then another, as tears streamed down her face. She hadn't eaten anything cooked in forever. Whatever that burnt garbage was that had been left behind totally didn't count. This was actually properly cooked, and with spices. Not a lot, but it made all the difference. She was able to just eat until she finished it without forcing it down. "That was pretty decent considering the circumstances," she said, still facing away. "Why didn't you cook before?" Zubida insisted, Nick said, "and since she was expending energy instead of me, I just let her." "I see. Thanks," Melantha said. "Why don't you sleep first? You need to try to replenish that energy." "Thanks," Nick said. "Make sure it doesn't hurt when you kill me." She wasn't sure if she was supposed to see his slight grin or not. Then he just curled up against a wall. Well, now it was her job to watch Nick. For danger. Watch for danger. Chapter 219. The darkness of the prismatic chamber seemed all-encompassing and eternal. The two siblings trudged after their granduncle, keeping their light to themselves as he sensed for danger. Few words were spoken, which made everything more difficult. The heaviest steps were in the back, Ursul taking a protective position over her brother. She was wounded herself, but the leeches had done much more damage to Turdo and Aiden, both injured because Ursul went running off after Melantha. She hated that, but it would all be worth it when they rescued her. They just had to find her first. Aiden led the way with conviction, but Ursul couldn't sense even the slightest traces of her sister. Then again, if Melantha was trying to avoid dangers, she would be pretty difficult to find. They had to use their senses to the utmost regardless. If they were with the whole group, they would have strength in numbers and the ability to relax. Here, they had just 3. With Uncle Aiden's consolidated soul phase strength, they should be safe, but that didn't mean they could be careless. Even their previous caution hadn't been enough to notice the leeches. Slight tremors in the ground brought back recent unfortunate memories. "Earth gliders," Ursul called out. "Something's weird, though." Their presence was dull, though how they moved the ground was not. When one burst out of the floor, Ursul dodged away, swinging her club down towards its upper body. It was little more than clawed arms and teeth, and her attack struck true. The power of her new totem drove roots into its body, a body that seemed strangely soft. Turdo attacked it from the other side, stabbing into its midsection. Normally, the Earth gliders would have avoided such an attack, but it simply swept a claw at him as his spear sunk into it. It was only his training to always maintain defenses that saved him, a cushion of water, sending him staggering back instead of being rent apart. 2 more burst out of the ground, moving towards Aiden. One staggered and swayed. One of its lower limbs bent at an odd angle. The other had a hole straight through its midsection. All 3 were primarily radiating darkness instead of earth element, and it soon became obvious what these were. Reanimated corpses, zombies driven by spirits of the darkness element itself. They had no fear of injury or death, attacking only to kill and feed. If a body was slain, the spirits would simply find another. If they were all fresh and healthy, defeating such reckless opponents would probably be simple. As it was, Ursul had to chase after her opponent, striking whenever she could and doing her best to avoid its claws. Her armor would be little better than rags after they returned to the surface, and her diamond defense had already been pushed beyond its limits, merely keeping her going instead of being an unbeatable armor. Each strike with her club drove more earth energy into her opponent, and on the 5th strike the roots finally grew enough to seize up the limbs of the earth glider from the inside. If its body had been more rigid, she could have cracked it apart, but this was the best she thought she could do against this particular opponent. The slowing of its attacks allowed Turdo to stab into an elbow, destroying bone and muscle structure. That meant that particular arm was held up only by darkness energy, greatly weakening its danger. Aiden dodged and weaved around his two opponents, slicing into them layer by layer. As expected, he alone was more effective than the two siblings. When the first body no longer functioned, the spirit inhabiting it slunk off, leaving him to deal with just the second. He slashed into critical parts of its limbs, slicing between the individual clawed fingers, so they hung limply, then moving further into its reach to remove them at the shoulder. When the spirit left its body, he did not simply let it drift away, instead stabbing his blade into it and tearing the energy apart with his own. Turdo made an attempt to disperse the spirit of the one the siblings defeated, but it slipped into the darkness-infused walls mostly intact. Left behind were the corpses and the rubble-filled tunnels they had approached through, stone torn apart instead of smoothly swimming through the rock like the living creatures they had inhabited. The rise and fall of Nick's chest was comforting, partly because now Melantha wasn't alone, and partly because it was so peaceful. His rest would not have been quite so pleasant if she had not been keeping the natural darkness away from him, since he was already exhausted. Letting her traveling companion be slowly worn away while he slept would have been foolish. For her own part, aside from sheltering him from the darkness, she sat content and alert. Her stomach was full, but her senses were prepared for something. Fortunately, things tended to be territorial, so there was more danger when they were moving about. The hours were long, but they felt less terrible than when she was fully by herself. It almost seemed quick when Nick awoke, radiating a dim light. How long was I? Melantha looked up. Based on the movement of the sun, I have no idea. Right. Well, I feel much better. It's your turn to get some rest. Oh, right. Should be pretty easy. She was exhausted. Nothing weird about thinking about being watched as she slept. It was just like being with the clan. And strangely, it was easy to fall asleep. Melantha woke up to the smell of food. Her eyes quickly settled on the thin strips of meat, much more appetizing than bad. Go ahead and take some, Nick said. There's enough for both of us. She picked up a strip out of Nick's strange cooking dish. Once she looked closer, she could see it was jerky, but it was strangely juicy and flavorful. Fruity even. What is this? Just some jerky soaked in light apple wine, then it's cooked out. Don't want to dull our senses. Nothing difficult, really. Melantha had to disagree. Sure, she'd had better and fancier food. How could she not? As the young mistress of the Tenebach clan. But that was done with a proper kitchen and numerous chefs, not in the middle of a danger zone with random things in someone's pack. It also didn't hurt that Melantha couldn't cook at all and didn't have any food in her storage bag. How stupid. She should at least have a pile of tasteless rations. There wasn't much in the way of conversation. What could they talk about? Nothing good, really. Melantha led the way through the tunnels, keeping ahead of Nick's light. He would stand out to anything here, which could either make him a target or have the creatures of darkness avoid him. There were many tunnels to choose between, and Melantha couldn't help but look over her shoulder towards Nick as she came to them. She didn't particularly sense anything, and if he had no reaction, then she would just pick one. There were a few places where she sensed high concentrations of darkness, and if she had been interested in training, still those would have been potential boons. But she just wanted to leave. At one intersection, she just stood and looked back for a while. Is something wrong? Nick asked. I'll tell you if I sense any problems. Otherwise, you can just pick whatever. Well, it's hard for you to be around all this darkness, right? That's right, he said as he stepped forward, which is why I would prefer to be out of here as soon as possible. I could help with that. The darkness. She stepped back towards him, holding up her arm to keep the light out of her eyes. They were fully dark adapted, so pure light was especially uncomfortable. As she moved forward, Nick's light shifted its focus, bending around her. She wasn't sure why she was surprised. That was literally his sex focus. Even so, experiencing it in a non-aggressive manner was new. Ever since the first match they'd faced each other, that had defined their relationship. As enemies, which is what they still were and would continue to be after they got out of this place. Melantha stood awkwardly next to Nick. If he were one of her siblings, she would have grabbed their arm or something to make the process as easy as possible. Instead, she just reached out to the surrounding darkness, pushing it away from him and pulling it around towards her. As they walked along, Nick kept his light focused forward and also kept it from reflecting into her eyes despite its brightness. Like that they continued onward, looking for a way out. They had to go up, but it was hard to say if one tunnel that briefly rose would be better than any other. Finally reaching the light element section of the caverns, Renato and the Amber Heart cultivators were able to relax somewhat. Light was still opposed to earth, but it wasn't directly dominant like fire. The Golden Tomb Guardians were now in their optimal area, and the Milanovic clan was recently bolstered by their journey through the fiery chambers. The walls were lined with crystals, much like the prism underfields, though more sparse. Don't bother collecting any of the crystals here, Deirdre instructed the Guardians. It's better to leave them for later when they've developed. And while others might not necessarily extend the same courtesy to us, these chambers are distant enough that fewer will reach them. In truth, they wouldn't gain much from simple light-producing crystals. Those were widely available and pointless for training unless present in great quantity. As they walked through the tunnels, light drifted in and out, but never faded entirely. Few things stood out, but a particularly bright and powerful source pulled them down a particular path into a larger chamber. There in the middle was a formless orb of light, a spirit light source of high caliber. "Hold on," Renato said, putting out an arm to stop the others from approaching. "It's a trap." Obviously, such a thing wouldn't be completely undefended. The local denizens would want to absorb its power for themselves. However, nothing else was apparent. "How so?" Deirdre asked, not trying to push forward. "I don't sense anything." "It's the oldest trick in the book," he said, stepping forward and stomping the ground. As he did, a ring of stone crumbled away, leaving the light by itself on a central platform. Beneath the now collapsed thin ring of stone was a trench full of long, thin crystals. They didn't seem to have formed naturally, but instead were placed near to vertical and sharpened. Then the seemingly lifeless mass of spirit light began to move. A bolt of light shot from it towards Renato, who blocked with his club. Then the light winked out, leaving people in sudden and unexpected darkness. Even the light produced by the cultivators was lessened in that moment, as the light element was drawn together. Then the sphere of light reappeared next to Licanus, who directly punched it, flames coating his fist. His reaction, while inelegant, served as a decent counter to the force of spiritual energy levied against him, a scalding light that scattered around his outstretched hand and focused energy. The light blinked out once more, negating its presence. "Careful, it's looking for weak targets," Deirdre said. "Get in defensive formations and share the burden." Everyone moved quickly, and as predicted, the next attack was on the weaker cultivators on the back line. However, a focus on pure defense and the combination of energy from several soul expansion phase cultivators let them resist the attack. When it disappeared again, Deirdre rushed into the middle of their group, forming a blade of light on the head of her staff and slashing at seemingly nothing. An explosion of light burst from where she slashed, revealing the spirit. It pulls in all the light to itself. Watch how the shadows shift to find it. With that guidance, everyone prepared themselves to fight and dismantle the spirit. It wouldn't be as easy of a reward as simply gathering unrestrained spirit light, but it would be worthwhile spoils for the Golden Tomb Guardians. Chapter 220. The thing that tipped Melantha off was not something she saw or sensed, but something she didn't see. It was just the same as sigh, Ursul, a form of nothingness that couldn't be seen even with the eyes of a darkness element cultivator. But she couldn't see beyond it either, and that was what she noticed. The moment the edge of Nick's light touched it, it reacted with a whip-like tendril of darkness sweeping across the chamber. Power swirled around Melantha's hands as she placed herself in the path, grabbing a midsection and then the end as it tried to twist around her. Without a physical component, such a thing should have been able to bend and grow at will, but she disrupted the flow of energy with her own. With his light just shining on the main body of the thing, a lump dangling from the ceiling that did not actually light up, Nick acted quickly. He pointed his staff, light gathering in an instant and firing outward as a beam. That same beam split into a wide beam of colors and focused in on a single point on the target. The combining luster sex techniques at play to increase power through a high degree of control. Light and darkness met, annihilating each other as they were liable to do. The core of the creature exploded, and its attacking tendril withered into nothing but raw darkness energy. The remaining bits and pieces of the creature told the story of a large plant-like bulb. It was a short battle, a single exchange of attacks, but many battles were decided in such a manner, especially with ambush predators involved. Even if the ultimate victory came a dozen moves later, the opening moves of battle could decide the flow. "Thanks for blocking that," Nick said. Yeah, of course," Melantha said. "You're offensively good against the things here, so it's most efficient to keep you safe and let you attack as you please, even if you have some defensive training against darkness." She should have probably stopped talking halfway through, as bringing up why he needed to train against darkness element attackers led to some awkward situations. Fortunately, he wasn't the type to bring it up that frequently, given the circumstances. "Is any of this useful?" He gestured to the bits of plant-like matter. "I think so," Melantha said. "I can certainly gather it to see what we can do with it." She started stuffing things into her storage bag. "Too bad, there's no light element for you." "Yeah," Nick sighed. There was supposed to be a path skirting along the edge of the fire chambers that led more or less directly to the light chambers. Maybe it worked, but I got separated from the sect and ended up being unable to go back. Tumbled through some burning tunnels that I couldn't see myself climbing out of. "I was wondering how you ended up down here," Melantha sighed. "It was Earth glider tunnels for me. One was too strong for me, Ursul and Turtle to take on, and I didn't see the fall. Then I was spinning and tumbling and at the bottom of a strange web of tunnels." Melantha shook her head. "I hadn't heard of any connections directly from Earth or fire to darkness." "Maybe nobody survived to talk about it," Nick said. Then he cleared his throat. "So, I guess we have to be the ones to spread that knowledge." "Yeah," Melantha nodded, subconsciously reaching out to grab his sleeve, but stopping herself before she made contact. That would have been unpleasant for both of them, and she could deflect the natural darkness element away from him without actual contact. The next travel period, Nick and Melantha were still continuing along. They were being slowly worn down, but it was slowly. With Melantha reducing the strain on Nick and some regular cooked food, they were able to maintain a basic equilibrium. Though the need to take shifts on watch meant they got by with the minimum of sleep required, hoping to get out of the area sooner. If they came to a bunch of burning tunnels, they might just try to push through them. Melantha also hoped they might get back to the same web she'd first lost herself in, where they could hopefully do a better job of finding the way out. Chances were that they were getting further away from either or both, but they couldn't expect an exit to come to them. "Something feels weird," Nick commented. Melantha pondered. "Down the rightmost tunnel? Should we avoid it or check it out?" "It feels a little bit like light element," Nick said, "and while I know that wouldn't be much fun for you, if it is light element chambers, it should be closer to the surface. Or at least explored territory." "That doesn't sound very fun," Melantha admitted. "But we should check it out." "If it is," Nick said, "I can return the favor, keeping the light element away from you." "Thanks," she nodded in response. Silence took over. There wasn't much to talk about. Yes, here are more dark tunnels, and beasts, and dark tunnels, and spirits, though they didn't run into anything trying to kill and eat them as they continued onward. After they got closer, Nick had another comment. "I guess I was mistaken, sort of. There's certainly more light element, but I was a bit optimistic." He shook his head. "Should have expected something like this." Ahead, as far as they could feel, swirling light and darkness interacted in their typical violent fashion. That led to what could be considered to be wider tunnels and more open caverns, if one did not take into account shattered stalactites or simply bits of roof falling and caving in areas. "So," Nick said, "the fact that this is still happening and the whole place isn't just bare like the Annihilation Strip means that this has to be new, or at least cyclical." Melantha frowned, then nodded. "Certain tunnels get flooded with one element or the other until they react. But if there are proper stalactites here, then it doesn't shift that quickly. It's possible they grow quickly due to special factors. With this much spiritual energy interacting, it might only take days or weeks." Nick shrugged. "Not like it matters either way." We can't just afford to wait and hope it changes to our favor. So then what do we do? It's clearly not safe to go through here. Nick sighed. We should turn back. Find somewhere else. It's crazy to mix light and darkness. Yeah, Melantha agreed. Neither turned and began heading away. But isn't this our best hope of a real change? It does seem like it, Nick admitted. And if we get through, I'll be happier. But that doesn't really change our overall status. It would just hopefully bring us closer to a route out. I guess we have to go through then, Melantha said. Once more, neither made a move, forward or backwards. If we're going to go through, we need to coordinate as much as possible. If we can prevent the confluence of elements, the danger will be minimized. I think we've been working together pretty well, Melantha said. I don't disagree. But we do best to minimize our necessary controlled area and optimize control. So, we'd have to stand close together? That's fine. Melantha lied. It's not like I've never had contact with a man before. That was technically not a lie. Family counted, right? Even though it'll be kind of risky, Nick admitted. We're opposing elements, so coordinating the bridge between us is important. I can handle that, Melantha said. I've been practicing light and darkness interactions for defensive purposes. Same thing here, Nick admitted, which is good because I think someone one-sidedly handling things would be problematic. Great, so we just grab on, then step into a miniature annihilation field and hope we can find our way through. Why couldn't she have just died in the fall? That would have been so much easier. Ursul quietly grit her teeth. Her physical injuries were nowhere near as bad as the others. She was fine. There was definitely no clenching in her guts like her body was trying to kill her. It also definitely had nothing to do with a certain time of month, because that was still probably a week away. What day was it again? So maybe she wasn't quite sure it was not that. She could check if her spiritual energy would allow her to do anything without stabbing her directly in the stomach. Ursul wouldn't let something stupid like that stop her from being effective in combat. But outside of combat without adrenaline, she began to be somewhat concerned. It was probably fine, though. What could it even be? It's not like her dantian would suddenly explode for no reason. If that was going to happen, it would have already. Almost for sure. She wasn't even absorbing spiritual energy right now. Ursul. She startled as Turdo put a hand on her shoulder. Are you all right? Stupid, empathetic brother. Yeah, I'm fine, Ursul said. Turdo just looked into her eyes. Seriously, if there's a problem, you need to say something. We're already off balance here. Ursul had already caused enough trouble. She couldn't afford to add more. But Turdo was right that not talking about it might be worse. My dantian is not doing great. Aiden spoke from ahead. In what manner? Headaches? There's a lot of pressure. What tier is your newest totem? Aiden had a general sense of it, of course, but there was some potential ambiguity. I think it's 6th, Ursul said unsurely. You think it's a 6th tier totem? Aiden asked sternly. I know I dove past the 5th tier because I couldn't find anything to solve my problem. Then we shall assume it is 6th tier, which is already an extraordinary achievement, Aiden nodded. You did not properly adjust to that layer. Well, no, Ursul admitted. Your dantian is likely struggling to accommodate such a rapid shift. If you are fortunate, the pain is simply that of forced growth. If not, Aiden shook his head, then there is nothing we can do about it now. Perhaps gently circulating your energy will help. Aiden's eyes shifted and he picked their next branch, this way. Since they couldn't be completely certain there wouldn't be some sort of attack, Nick placed himself on Melantha's left side. That was where she kept her free hand. He was also right-handed, but he could hold his staff in his left hand with little trouble. There would be a minimal loss in effectiveness if he pointed his focusing crystal slightly off target compared to Melantha having to use her dagger in her offhand. Though moving in combat would be difficult for either of them like they were. So Melantha spoke to give herself something to distract her rather than needing to actually vocalize their plan again. Create one flow of spiritual energy around us. We want to repel darkness away from your side and draw it to mine around the back, while having any light element do the same around the front. Nick's hand had calluses. That wasn't particularly strange for cultivators, though Melantha kept her skin in optimal shape with the usage of some of the clan's resources. It wasn't just for vanity, but rather expected of her as the future clan leader. But it was also nice. Nobody wanted to have rough skin. Except, of course, Turdo's skin was smooth, and Ursul's honestly felt more like sandpaper. So it wasn't a universal desire. It was strangely comfortable, except for the part where Melantha could completely ruin her hand if she let a mote of darkness out through her palm, or if Nick did the same with a speck of light. Since they were coordinating their control, the area of contact was devoid of protective spiritual energy, which would have just clashed anyway. They stepped forward in sync. Most of the spiritual energy in the area was already annihilated, but the flow was continuously shifting because of the contact between pockets of light and darkness. Melantha flinched as a wave of light flowed towards her, trying to push it away. Even with her practice, that still caused a moderate explosion and scoured her defensive energy. She slowly built it back up, keenly aware she couldn't do that more than once or twice more. Sorry, Melantha said. Nick hadn't been damaged by the explosion, but she had clamped down hard on his fingers. I was supposed to trust you to handle that. I understand. It's hard to go against instinct in training. Don't worry. Melantha chose to accept his words as they were instead of concerning himself with whether he thought she was stupid. He probably did, but they could leave that for later if they both survived. When they both survived, they just had to get through at least a kilometer of chaotic chambers and tunnels. Chapter 2:21. Danger lurked around every corner. Danger that Aiden might have bypassed on his own, but that was not possible with the siblings present. So he had to continue on, looking for something while he walked with confidence. Was any of this Melantha's fault? No. She simply fled a creature she could not defeat, picked a wrong route. Perhaps she could have been more aware of her surroundings, but that would be a failure of her youth and of her training. And up until that point, tunnels without creatures had not been a danger. Ursul, certainly. Aiden was not pleased that she had insisted on chasing after her sister. Turdo should have been the level-headed one there as well. But could he really expect them to remain rational? Certainly not, when this was his fault. He should have maintained a closer position to the triplets instead of assuming they could handle everything thrown at them. They were the most important of those present, and Aiden was responsible for them. And if a tactical mistake in a single battle was not Aiden's fault, then them being where they were now was. He shouldn't have declared he would search on his own. With everyone they had present, they could have marked the branching tunnels while keeping contact with each other. If Melantha had remained stationary, which might not have been a choice, they could have found her soon enough, or at least determined she had moved on. By running off on his own, Aiden had indicated to Ursul and Turdo that such behavior was acceptable. It didn't matter that he was stronger. What mattered is that he hadn't insisted on remaining together. Now, the two thought they were on Melantha's trail, bound to catch up at any point. And perhaps they would, if she yet lived. Aiden didn't like to consider one of the reasons they might not have found her. Based on Aiden's understanding, after stumbling into the darkness layer by an unexpected route, and now having gone far from their entrance, it would be easier to find their way to more familiar areas. Based on the sorts of creatures they were encountering, Aiden thought they were getting close. Unfortunately, there would still be quite some distance to go even after they got back on a known route. Aiden wasn't sure he would last that long. The children, a young man and woman, now wouldn't get far without him unless they got to cleared routes. Of course, even those places wouldn't necessarily be safe. With no hesitation, Aiden picked the middle tunnel of a set of 3. Confidence was important here. The danger felt less than others, and even if he was wrong, he would have to deal with that. Ursul's face was still one of pain, her spiritual energy fluctuating. Even in that state, however, she was still a beginning soul expansion phase cultivator. Turdo next to her was at the peak of foundation phase, still a significant step weaker. It was clear to Aiden they understood their lack of strength after their near death. The residents of these tunnels had locked onto their group's position. Aiden didn't think they seemed particularly quick, but running away would at best force them to face one of the other tunnels with a greater sense of danger. In the worst case, they would end up sandwiched between 2 groups of monsters. And it didn't matter if said groups would kill each other afterwards if they killed the 3 cultivators first. Enemies incoming, stuck to the walls and ceilings. Get ready, Aiden warned. His voice sounded strange to him, the pervasive silence having suffused into everything, both for the sake of stealth and lack of any will to chat. It was as if the darkness itself were coming for them, forms indistinct not because light didn't touch the approaching threats, but because they simply were that way. In fact, The light reflected off of some portions of the creatures, a brilliant sheen on a dark sludge, with the only features being irregular half-dissolved bones poking out. Aiden rushed ahead to meet the enemies first. His sword held to the side, he sliced one on the walls clean in half, then he bounded upwards and sliced through one on the ceiling. It was surprisingly easy to dismantle them. Too easy. Even as he was landing, Aiden shifted to reverse his direction. The one on the ceiling dropped down as two, now separate masses, but still completely functional. Darkness wreathed Aiden's blade as he chopped towards one of the pieces, rending and tearing the spiritual energy inside it. The disruption of spiritual energy at least caused the quavering mass to dissolve. Now all he had to deal with was the second half, and the rest approaching. Hopefully without letting too many pass to Ursul and Turdo, but even if he tried to completely block them, the two siblings would try to join the fight. The first one from the wall found that the siblings weren't that easy to eat. Ursul smacked one, splattering it into a dozen pieces that began to slowly crawl back towards each other. So it seemed there was some limit to what they could manage. Or perhaps the spiritual energy inhabiting them had some sense it couldn't attack anyone without enough mass to reach and move quickly. Turdo must have paid close enough attention to Aiden, because his spear stabbed deep into the other half of the first one, freezing its middle with his water element. He then lifted the frozen portion on his spear, smacking it into the wall. The still liquid outer part of the black goop came along, but when it broke apart in the middle, all it could do was cling to the spear with part of it, attempting to crawl towards Turdo's hands. Another unfortunate property the ooze seemed to have was quickly evident. The polished wood of Turdo's spear had worn away in some parts, presumably dissolved by the creature's acid. Of the three of them, Turdo's weapon was the least enchanted. The Brandle clan had access to high-quality weapons, of course, but a more powerful weapon wasn't always better in the hands of a lower-ranking cultivator. Ursul's club showed a few pockmarks, but it was much sturdier to begin with. Aiden wasn't concerned about his own weapon, but he was concerned about his body. Against some enemies, he could afford to let his armor take hits instead of spiritual energy, but for these, that wouldn't be possible. More and more masses converged on the group, Aiden slashing them apart and dancing around them. Though tracking more formless shapes was troublesome, it also limited how far they could extend. He also needed less spiritual energy at once to permanently collapse a smaller section. Taking the majority of the burden of the combat on himself, Aiden wasn't able to perfectly maneuver the battle. Perhaps if he had been fresh, but he was anything but. His spiritual energy was strained, unable to recover fully without proper rest. He also had injuries from the leeches, lingering bites that could have become festering wounds. Medicinal pills helped, but it would take longer to recover blood, and there were only so many pills a human body could process in a short time. If the area were not suffused with the darkness element, Aiden would have lost all momentum days before. First to be grasped was his ankle, a small offcut that Aiden had lost track of wrapping around his lower leg and melting through his spiritual energy. A burst of energy tore it apart, but his trousers and skin bore the scars of the attack. As Aiden chopped apart the oozes, some of them exploded into tiny pieces that retained their acidity for a few moments. One such globule struck his cheek, a small part of it burning through his energy defenses. Aiden couldn't spend time watching the siblings, but they seemed to be getting overwhelmed. He increased the pace of his battle, though it left him open to more wounds and burned through his remaining spiritual energy faster. After cutting down the last of them, he didn't hesitate to rush towards Turdo. Aiden had let more than a few slip by, and this one came as Turdo was dealing with another. Aiden arrived as it began wrapping around him from behind. He slashed out with his sword, precisely slicing off most of it, but some still clung to Turdo. Aiden stepped in, grabbing the mass with his hand and tearing it away. The end result was that Turdo was only marginally injured. Aiden hid his hand behind him. "Are you two all right?" Aiden asked. There were certainly some new wounds. Ursul's armor was going to completely fall apart soon enough, and her bodily durability wouldn't be sufficient on its own. "As much as I can be," Ursul sighed, leaning on her stone club. "I am fine," Turdo confirmed. Again, as much as one would expect after a battle. "How about you?" "No serious injuries," Aiden shook his head. "We need to keep moving." As Aiden turned, Turdo's face didn't seem completely convinced, but there was nothing Aiden could do but keep pushing forward. He had no confidence in stumbling across Melantha, but he could at least get these two somewhere safer. The only good thing that could be said about where Melantha found herself was that there was nothing trying to kill them. The clashing light and darkness likely had no awareness at all, and if she were asked, she would have to admit that her coordination with Nick was keeping them mostly safe, in the sort of way that a vein of, or was mostly safe from miners who had to go get new picks. Eventually, the surrounding rock would be broken through, and they would be carved apart, but for the moment they stood strong. Energy flowed around the two of them, hinging on their clasped hands. Melantha could feel the heat of Nick's hand. He was sweating, and definitely only him. The whole situation was uncomfortable, but she couldn't exactly complain about that when they were fighting to survive. And then, things began to slow down, and Melantha found herself with less and less darkness to divert, until eventually they stumbled out into an ungodly amount of light. Though Melantha found her eyes were shielded by Nick's efforts. "I can't believe we made it out," Melantha said. "Now we're in light element chambers, of course, so things are still pretty bad," she sighed. "For me, I always forget how bad this is. Sorry you had to go through it." "It's not as if you are the source of all darkness," Nick replied. "But I am glad to be somewhere more comfortable for me. And hopefully we can find our way out and back to our people." "Yeah," Melantha nodded. This was tolerable, with Nick deflecting most of the light. Her own training was useful, but she was still a darkness element cultivator. She could only manage so much. "So," Nick said, "are you going to—" "Am I going to what?" Melantha asked, following his gaze. There she saw his hand with loose fingers and her own gripped tight. She loosened her grasp, but neither immediately pulled away. "Oh, sorry. That's all right. I suppose this is more efficient." Melantha was having trouble coming up with more things to say. "Yeah, should we go?" The intensity of actual light varied more than the presence of light element. Crystals produced visible light, making Melantha squint constantly. She could never fully adjust to the current level of light. She was focused on the various forms of light around, so she was first to notice a floating orb of light. She couldn't tell exactly what it might do, but it came towards them with purpose. And in this place, there was nothing that could be considered friendly. Melantha didn't have a fancy darkness crystal to focus a beam through, if that would even do anything, but she could still manage a facsimile of the sorts of attacks the combining luster sect preferred. She'd learned it to fight against Nick, of course, and used it to counter his attacks. Here, she targeted the ball of light, using her training to keep the elements from detonating until her attack had pierced into its core. Then it tore apart. "I guess we're swapping roles then," Nick said. "You focus on the incorporeal enemies. I'll deal with the threats that are easier for me." "Agreed," Melantha said. "But I'll warn you, if you also want me to cook, it's not going to be good." Chapter 222. Darkness swirled within Aiden's Danteon. Thin wisps where there had once been a swirling storm of power, drawing in from outside himself. Aiden was able to slowly replenish his stores. It was not an issue of available spiritual energy that slowed him, but rather the strain on his meridians. Recovering would only take a day or two of rest to let his body balance out, perhaps a week at the longest. But if he had the luxury to do so, he wouldn't be in this state to begin with. Ursul and Turdo slept back to back, the former clutching her deteriorating club to her. Turdo didn't hold his weapon as he slept, the sharpness making that undesirable regardless. The two of them had been asleep for several hours now, and though they needed more rest, Aiden couldn't give it to them. Aiden's eye twitched, on the edge of passing out himself, and yet in a way overstimulated. Each change in the flow of darkness could be another threat. He dealt with several shadows in the last hours already, creatures of pure darkness. The short battles hadn't even woken the siblings, the darkness element inherently hiding itself. Just a little longer, and they would be moving again, searching for their goal. Or at least, Aiden's current goal. With the information possessed by John and Mateo's group, they were in no particular hurry to go anywhere. So far, their efforts had been fruitful, securing water and air element treasures for the Brandel and Mulyani clans. They had recently entered the area of darkness, where John was hoping to find something of sufficient power to take the burden of the blessing ceremony. With Ursul now being whole, and his personal affinity to guide the process, It was unlikely the older generation would face such a significant drop in cultivation, but avoiding those results altogether was optimal. The trouble came down to finding something of worth. Not all power was usable in the same manner. Ursul might be able to consume a preserved corpse of a great beast, but that might not be the best option for spreading energy about. Their group had picked out a particularly dense energy to reach their current area, but John was not so certain it would be useful. Careful, he said. The spores of these mushrooms give off a great power. They had seen some mushrooms in the earth chambers, but these were quite different. Though their form started out fairly typical, a stem leading to a rounded cap, that was where they seemed to break conventions. Some were as tall as a man, not unheard of, but others grew even taller, where the space allowed. Instead of merely growing out of the rock floor, these mushrooms also grew out of other mushrooms, both branching off the stalks and caps. It made them appear somewhat tree-like, though their stems were thick all along their length with little tapering, and the caps at the ends were much denser than leafy foliage. John picked up a rock and tossed it into one of the bundles of fungus. Surprisingly enough, the mushrooms themselves did not react. He couldn't be certain, they had no mobility, but as the stone struck the bundle with enough force to make it tremble, a cloud of spores fell. Those spores settled on the ground and on the lower parts of the mushroom tree. Before his eyes, he saw new growths appearing. The largest growths pulled in both the surrounding spores and the spiritual energy of the mushrooms they were branching off of, leaving the latter with a hollow feeling. The whole process happened over a few seconds. Mateo shook her head. Seems dangerous to approach. John nodded. One more attempt. He pulled out one of his throwing daggers, sharp and well-made. Coating it with earth energy to provide the greatest possible impact, he threw it. The dagger sunk into a different mushroom tree, shaking it. The blade sunk deep, though the fact that it did not entirely pierce the fungal mass meant it was fairly durable. However, there was no reaction. The spores simply fell and did their thing, growing more quickly out of the blob itself compared to on the ground. There, the mushrooms only grew to finger-sized. The ones around the base fused with the general mass. They don't seem to actually react, but they're certainly dangerous. Wandering into whatever area felt safest was hardly a complex plan, but Aiden could only do so much. He had to make judgments as they came. It seemed odd that one of those would be following a mass of spiritual energy, or perhaps a large number of individual sources, but he had reasoning for that. It was unlikely for anything to immediately double back upon its path, especially if they stayed far enough behind it to avoid notice. Regardless of whatever that mass was, it should clear most trouble along the path it took. In his current state, any logic had to be good enough, and it had served them well enough so far. They'd come across a few corpses of beasts, which was somewhat odd. The corpses were mostly whole, still full of spiritual energy. Numerous tiny wounds littered them at all points, indicating to Aiden that they were dealing with a swarm rather than something similar to the oozes. It was odd they hadn't consumed their kills, but Aiden didn't want to question it too much. He just kept his focus ahead, while also paying attention to where Ursul and Turtle moved. They had to remain safe, best accomplished by him staying ahead. Just not so far he couldn't protect them if something came from behind. Ahead, he spotted an oddity. Careful, he cautioned the siblings. Not that they weren't on guard at all times. He moved closer cautiously. Looks like some sort of web. A sheet web, to be precise, flapping loosely against the left side of the tunnel. There were shreds of it elsewhere, but some part had held on, and had ensnared some hundreds or thousands of beetles, each with a body about the size of a fingernail. Not particularly tiny or large by the scale of normal insects. Some of the mass was shaking loose, but most of those that remained were starting to weaken in their struggles as a large number of spiders, smaller individually than the beetles, climbed over them, sinking teeth between their defensive plates and causing them to still. The spiders then began to wrap up the beetles. Such a thing could be ignored, were it anywhere else. Insects were the lowest of all life, but the spark of spiritual energy within each and every arachnid and beetle meant that as a whole, they could be a threat. Oh, cool, Ursul said. Bugs? Best leave them alone, Aiden said. If they didn't disturb them, there should be no trouble. And from what he saw, they could at most be an annoyance. The only concern was that the swarm he was following had many times more beetles in it. Aiden continued on with caution, but fatigue was dulling his senses. There was no way to know for certain if he would have noticed the razor-sharp threads at head level in his optimal state. The only thing that was certain was stumbling into a web face first, a dozen threads lacerating his skin. Unprotected by spiritual energy, he would have been wounded far worse. He immediately jerked back, stretching some of the web with him. His sword sliced through the webs where they had not broken, freeing himself just as something dropped on him. A spider, legs extending out to match the size of his palm. Fangs sunk into his forehead, but he tore the arachnid away, crushing it against the wall. Unlike the others, it seemed to have made its web alone. "Are you all right?" Turdo asked. "I'm fine," Aiden lied. He couldn't afford further wounds, and he felt a sharp pain spreading around his head. Attempts to force out the poison proved difficult. It clung to his blood, so he forced out both. A few dozen milliliters worth of blood he couldn't afford to lose, but couldn't keep. He did his best to subtly retrieve and swallow a pill, forcing the medicinal energy through his body. He would pay for that later, but he had to make it to later to care. Keeping his sword in front of him, he was able to avoid further trouble from webs, the razor-web spiders unable to reach him if he became aware of them. The siblings followed behind, safe in his shadow, senses stretched and strained, determining that up ahead the swarm had slowed. Aiden didn't want to approach, but he was concerned about staying in place as well. He maintained caution until the point at which he felt something familiar. After that, he didn't exactly rush, but he strode forward with determination, one step in front of the other, while he still could. The first part of what he found ahead couldn't truly be called a battle. A swarm of beetles crawling over something that didn't fight back was hardly a battle. Based on what he saw further ahead, they were mushrooms sprouting like a tree. He simply couldn't see any part of the closest ones. Further on, less of the swarm had reached, and some of it was scattered due to the people present. Familiar wind and water elements, and more importantly, a pleasant darkness wrapped up with a trio of other elements. Either Aiden was so delusional as to be dead already, or they'd found Fortkran and Mateo. Salvation for Ursul and Turdo at last. "Mother!" Turdo called, maintaining some level of caution and not rushing towards her as he clearly desired. Ursul simply clutched her club, looking for a place she could make a difference. She hung back behind Aiden, which he was grateful for. The swarm had carved a path between the mushroom trees, the latter of which the other cultivators were clearly avoiding, and thus Aiden would do so as well. Skirting by part of the swarm that had just started devouring a mass of fungus, Aiden kept a cloak of darkness around himself and the siblings, simply to make them less attractive of a target. Ice froze part of the swarm into a single odd statue as Mateo strode confidently forward, paired with Fortkran and followed by a number of others. Winds pushed away both beetles and some sort of terrible spores that grew out of everything they touched, including some of the beetles. Nearby beetles seemed interested in what human tasted like compared to fungus, but Aiden and the two with him swept them away, Aiden's energy straining to its limits. They moved forward, and soon there was only one clump between them and the others. Fire burned through the area, followed by a wave of water, sweeping everything to the side. Aiden didn't stop the siblings from rushing forward into their parents' arms. Not that he could have if he wanted to. He smiled, relief flowing through him. His body relaxed, sword falling out of his hands. He knew that just a meter or two away there were thousands of beetles that might try to devour him, but he didn't care. He'd at least accomplished this. His failures, his overconfidence, at least this had come to pass. Two of the siblings safe. What would transpire for the Tenebach clan without their young mistress? He could not be certain. Perhaps somehow she yet lived. That was all Aiden could hope for, that his carelessness wouldn't break the line of succession. His eyes caught Fortkran, his nephew. There was much to tell, and he gladly would if it was possible. As adrenaline left him, followed by his spiritual energy no longer supporting his tired body, he collapsed to hands and knees, briefly catching himself before total darkness overcame his mind. He was glad that the siblings were not looking. Chapter 2:23. Despite her growing fatigue, Melantha felt oddly safe. Maybe that was actually because of the mental fatigue messing with her brain. How could she be safe? here in a place where even the environment wanted to kill her. Even if Nick kept the light element away from her, she wasn't actually as safe as if she was with someone stronger. No offense to him, but he was only a match for herself, and she knew she wasn't powerful in the grand scheme of things. Do you recognize any landmarks? Melanthina asked. Unfortunately, the prismatic chambers shift with time. The last time the combining luster sect came here, there were clouds of insects lighting a path, and a shaft of light coming from the depths of the earth. The rest is just crystals on stone walls, he gestured vaguely, which could only possibly guide someone if they had seen them before. We haven't run into anyone, Melanthina frowned. But your sect was heading here, correct? Assuming we haven't stumbled onto an entirely different and unconnected series of light chambers, Nick confirmed. Upon looking at Melanthina's response, he quickly clarified, but there's been no records of such a thing. We just have to find somewhere familiar, or someone who would let us follow them out, as long as it's not the Gleaming Sun sect, or the Righteous Flame League. Or them, Nick agreed. I wonder what happened to Zubida. Why? Melanthina asked, accidentally tightening her grip, because if she didn't get herself killed running off alone, she might not have nice things to say about me. That's because she's stupid. That won't actually change how people react, Nick shrugged. Silence dominated their time, even though they weren't actually attempting stealth. Speaking took energy and something to talk about. Melanthina didn't do much chatting with anyone but her siblings and to a lesser extent other family, and talking about their current situation was just depressing. Nick didn't initiate much either, simply commenting on features they came across. They came across a chamber, empty except for the ever-present light element. It was actually rather nice, not too bright. Upon the walls, dance patterns that seemed to come from nowhere. It was like sunlight in the clear ocean around Puolani, dancing on the sandy floor. This is caused by luminescent strings, Nick explained. A form of spirit light, but it actually had some solidity and surprising durability. Do people weave them into clothing? People have tried it, Nick said, leaning his staff against himself and stretching his free hand out, grabbing at nothing. Tell me, does this seem like good material? Does what? Melanthina asked. Here, feel it. It's non-volatile. Melanthina sheathed her dagger and took the nothing from Nick's hand. In it, she felt perhaps the softest thing she'd ever experienced. Shadow silk could only just match it. Wow, this is amazing, right? Would you wear it? Well, is light element so? Probably not. That's the only reason? Nick raised an eyebrow. Why else would Dash? Melanthina blushed. I mean, obviously there are other factors that make it poor as a material. Perhaps a cloak or gloves might do. Good idea, Nick admitted. People find things to do with it anyway, so it's still valuable. I don't suppose you have a spool? Fresh out, Melanthina replied. Nick frowned, rummaging through his storage bag. This will have to do, I guess. My backup staff. I think I saw that one before. During one of our duels, Melanthina clarified. It's a shame to just throw out a perfectly good weapon, and you never know when something will be destroyed. Nick let go of Melanthina to use both hands, spooling up as much of the practically invisible thread as possible. The patterns in the room faded away, leaving a pleasant glow around the staff. Nick did something to tie off the ends. That'll have to do. He put it away, then naturally reached out for Melanthina's hand again. She considered refusing, but it was more efficient and less awkward than him simply hovering around her, trying to deflect the light element. And though this particular chamber was fairly timid, others could be quite draining. What conflict do you have with the Gleaming Sun sect? Historical sect squabbles, Nick replied. Why? I was just thinking maybe we shouldn't allow fire and light cultivators. The Righteous Flame League is also awful. Then Melanthina cleared her throat. Also, I sensed them up ahead. The Gleaming Sun. Now that they were brought to her mind again, Melanthina remembered they weren't exactly on good terms with the Tenebach clan either. They were significantly weaker, so that wouldn't be a problem except that she was the young mistress of the clan off by herself. Second, Foundation phase, Cultivator wouldn't change the odds any. They had more than a handful in the group up ahead, and twice that in the Spiritual Collection phase. Now that you mention it, Nick frowned. I can sense them. I think they're coming this way. He looked at Melantha. Do we run? I don't think fighting is an option. Running would just get us caught, Melantha said. At the very least, I stand out in this place. If we split up, dash. Nick began to pull her down a side tunnel, with haste, but not such speed that it required outputting spiritual energy. Maybe they haven't noticed us yet. I'm sure they could be distracted by something shiny. What's this way? Melantha asked. Nothing of interest. Which is the point? Is that supposed to include no tunnels? Damn it. Nick also sensed the end of their tunnel up ahead. It most certainly was not. All right, what if I go back and dash? Can you follow my guidance? Melantha asked. Perhaps we can camouflage ourselves among the light element here. Light isn't much good for hiding, Nick pointed out. Melantha kept them walking forward. We have to try, and darkness cultivators know how to conceal things. If this doesn't work, dash. Then we'll have to hope they get distracted by something else. I think they're already at the entrance of our little tunnel here. Melantha pulled Nick up against the wall, keeping their connection. Work with my flow. We want to match the surroundings. They'll just be able to see us. I heard from my father that light can be bent around people for invisibility. I don't know how to do that, Nick admitted. Then we'd better figure it out quickly. Melantha reached out for Nick, her spiritual energy wanting to react destructively with his. That certainly would not be allowed. She'd spent a lot of effort learning how to make it not do that, but actually working. Well, that would be new. Strands of energy intertwined like fingers, and the two of them managed not to kill each other. Neither of them could spare the attention to determine if the gleaming sun sect was approaching or not. They had to focus entirely on their efforts. First, the outer flow of energy was made to match the surroundings. Then they began the complicated process of bending the light. Melantha kept her voice low as she gave verbal guidance. We need to make sure that the light from the wall behind us reflects back to their eyes, and the same in reverse. They were wedged into a divot in the wall, so the angle they had to deal with was less, at least. Focus on the flow of energy, since small visual aberrations will likely be ignored by cultivators if the spiritual energy is as expected. Nick was good at this. Then again, he should be. He had plenty of practice dealing with darkness, just from fights with her. He knew what people would be looking for. Is it supposed to go dark? He whispered. I'd assume that's from the light no longer reaching our eyes, Melantha replied. Quiet now. I think I hear someone approaching. Footfalls on stone soon became clear enough, and they couldn't do anything but hope their concealment was effective. I swear I sent someone, said a masculine voice. Well, there isn't anyone here now, replied a feminine voice. Just a dead-end tunnel. Maybe there's a hidden passage. A sudden burst of energy sent the tunnel to trembling, a wave of heat washing over the two hiding individuals. Doesn't feel like it. Say I'm solid. Let's return to looking for something tangible instead of chasing ghosts. Melantha wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but she knew that was exactly the wrong time to do so. She continued to control her breath, never actually holding it so she would not become lightheaded. She felt Nick's breath following the same pattern. After the footsteps receded, she wasn't sure how long it took for Nick to say something. When can we stop? I don't know if I can hold this. You can drop the visual, Melantha said. Hold on to the other. I'll try to sense how far they've gone. Suddenly, two faces were looking at each other up close. Too close. Melantha distracted herself with what she'd said she would do, picking up senses of light mixed with fire as subtly as possible. They definitely moved past, she confirmed. If you can maintain this while moving, we can slip down the tunnel they came from originally. Melantha led the way, choosing where they stepped and their pace, her clasped hand trailing behind. She was pretty sure her fingers were numb, and Nick's would be too, or aching perhaps. Soon the feeling of the gleaming sun sect faded behind them. The tension slowly receded from them, and pins and needles flowed into Melantha's hand. But she didn't want to let go, or she'd have to face the light element around them. Finally, Nick sighed, dropping the extra concealment. I don't know how you keep that up. Practice, Melantha shrugged, and perhaps darkness is better suited for such deceptions. Sometime after their next rest, they sensed another group incoming. Powerful, Nick commented. I don't know if we can avoid them. They're also an odd group. I can't quite pick them out, Melanthina admitted. What's odd? Pure light element cultivators, mixed with pure fire cultivators and pure earth cultivators. Really? Melanthina's eyes lit up. That might be Dash. She stifled her enthusiasm. We should try to find out who they are. What were you going to say? Melanthina shook her head. That's the same configuration as part of our group. Can you tell the styles? Just the elements from here? There are multiple consolidated soul phase cultivators. We have to approach, Melanthina said. If they're enemies, they might already have sensed us. If they're neutral, I can buy our way out. With what? Promises of clan funds, Melanthina admitted. I don't have enough of value on me to bother killing me, if they're not already enemies. Sounds nice, Nick admitted. You be coming as well, of course. I couldn't just leave you. How nice. I suppose we have to determine if they're friendly or not first. Nick frowned. They seem to have turned towards us. Tension filled Melanthina. It could be an unknown alliance of enemies. The Tenebach clan had more than a few groups that would want to kill her. But it could also be friendly. She could pick them out now, through the light element. Then she began to recognize their aura. Her steps sped up. Are you in a hurry for something? It is them, Melanthina confirmed. The Golden Tomb Guardians, Milanovich clan, and the Amber Heart. Tears slowly rolled down her face. Right? Seems so, Nick said. He also seemed relieved, though he was clearly less immediately relaxed with the incoming group. Flames. Suddenly in front of them was a whirlwind of blue fire. Who the hell are you, kid? To make this nice young woman cry? Nick stammered. That's her boyfriend, said a feminine voice that pulled back the blue flames with some green. Oh, that guy. Flames faded, revealing Lacanus and Justina. Sup, kid? He's not Dash. Melanthina dropped Nick's hand. He was just helping me fend off the light element. Sure thing, Lacanus said. I mean it. Melanthina frowned. But I'm sure he's quite fatigued, so perhaps I could get assistance from someone else? Of course, Justina said, looking back towards Deirdre. I don't suppose we could give an explanation of why you're here with just him? Melanthina hung her head. It's complicated and long. If only she'd dodged the correct way, or watched her feet, or chosen a different path. But at least she'd survived. Melanthina didn't even realize her knees were giving out until Nick was propping her up under her elbow. Her consciousness slowly faded away as others caught up to Lacanus and Justina. Chapter 224. Bits and pieces of the mushroom trees, including the spores, were stored along with the remains of the beetles that fed on said mushrooms. All had some value for the darkness element they contained, perhaps usable for the upcoming blessing ceremony. The rewards of the battle itself meant very little compared to the news that came along with it. Melanthina missing, the other two siblings slipping away after Aiden to try to find her. John and Mateo had already exchanged quiet words. They had not even known the two were in peril. But seeing their relief, it was clear they would think carefully about what they did in the future. What punishment could their parents provide that would prove more effective than of them nearly dying due to their choices? If they had wandered off simply searching for excitement, things might have been different. But concern for their sister was completely understandable. Even if ultimately they did more harm than good, there would be things to say later. But for the moment, they needed comfort. While the two parents comforted their children, other members of the group checked on Aiden's condition. He was alive, though that was about as optimistic as an assessment of his condition could be. Overtaxed spiritual energy, half-healed wounds, and overall a body pushed to its limits. But he would be carried away on a stretcher rather than in a body bag. The discussion came up about what to do next. The future of the clan is at stake, John frowned. It is uncertain if we have enough materials to perform the empowerment ceremony without reducing the older generation's cultivation. On the other hand, we clearly can't ignore Melanthina's plight. Hardemiliani shook his head. I don't think there's a good answer to be had here. However, the Miliani clan has already achieved our goals. We will support you in whatever decision you make. Though he said that the Miliani clan would benefit from spending more time in the air chambers on the return trip. She is as much my daughter as she is yours, Mateo added. And though it pains me to say it, I think we must take a practical approach to the situation. Either she has found some method to survive longer, or she has already perished. Not knowing Melanthena's actual situation, they could only speculate. As the current head of the Tenebach clan, it is your duty to decide how to approach the situation. John nodded, closing his eyes in thought. But there were no decisions he could make that were particularly better than others. We will focus on searching the area. As a group, we will not split apart and weaken ourselves. The priority will be finding signs of Melanthena, with resources as a secondary objective. If we don't find anything in the near future, we need to withdraw from the prismatic chambers with more speed. Perhaps you will have managed to return to the training group, or... John shook his head. Everything was speculation. What Melanthena wanted most was to see her family. But, unlike them, she was confident she would see them again. Lacanus and Justina were a powerful pair, not to mention Deirdre and, of course, Renato of the Amberheart. She was safe, and she would not stray from their protection. It bothered her how much she needed it, but she had to accept that. Nick had drifted away, more into the center of the Golden Tomb Guardians, whereas Melanthena remained on the outer edge with several of them directing the light element away from her. They weren't as good at the job as Nick alone, but then again that required physical contact. She was the young mistress of the Tenebach clan, so she couldn't exactly go around touching people casually. It would be unbecoming of her, and without proper affinity, contact would probably do more harm than good. Even the next day, when she'd gotten some proper rest, Melanthena found herself in a sort of daze. It wasn't just the prominent light element, though that didn't help. It was that she was still alive, which was difficult to believe. She learned a lot about herself and about what she needed to carry with her. Her storage bag didn't even have rations or much in the way of water. She relied on others for everything. That was what she had grown used to, but clearly her reliance had gone too far. As the head of a clan, she would ultimately be relying on others for support, but she had to be able to take care of everything one person could handle. During one break, the parents sat the two down to talk. "We want you to know that we understand why you snuck off," John said. "But we're still upset," Mateo added, "because we care about you. Remember, just like you love your sister and don't want her to come to harm, she also would be sad to hear you got hurt because of her," John said. The two siblings said little, simply nodding, their heads held down in shame. That wasn't the main intent of the conversation, but it had to be done sooner rather than later. Their group scoured tunnels, slaying anything that got in their way and looking for any signs of anything. But the prismatic chambers weren't some tiny tunnels, but a sprawling network that spanned almost a whole country. No matter how much ground cultivators could cover, they could not see all of any section. Their time wasn't unlimited either. The prismatic chambers weren't exactly sealed like the crystal caverns that the Order of the Amber Heart controlled, but there were safer times to enter. These lasted a month or two, outside of which even a group like theirs would struggle to survive for long. One of the hardest things John ever had to do was declare they were calling off the search and returning. Nobody was happy about that. Not himself, not Mateo or Ursul or Turdo, nor were their allies happy. But everyone accepted it, even the siblings. Ursul and Turdo would be watched carefully, of course. Just because John expected them to grow and learn the consequences of their actions didn't mean they would have done so immediately. He hoped their talk, short as it was, would influence them, and either they truly listened or found no opportunities. Returning through the fire and earth chambers, Melanthena grew more comfortable. Nick somewhat less so, but he'd had a chance to refresh himself in the light chambers, and not having to worry about their survival let both relax. They exchanged few words during their gradual departure. When they finally stepped out into the sunlight, a source of light a dozen times better than pure light element-infused chambers, Melanthena didn't have a chance to say anything as she was tackled by her siblings. "I thought you were Deiid," sobbed Ursul. Turdo was clearly using his control of the water element to wipe away his own tears. "We followed after to look for you." "By yourselves?" Melanthena asked. She didn't get an answer to that, which told her what she needed to know. "Stupid." The young adults soon found themselves encapsulated by two more pairs of slightly larger arms, though their parents were not all that much bigger than them anymore. "You made it out." Melanthena easily recognized her father's aura and took comfort in it. She also loved her mother, of course, but their connection wasn't as deep. It might have been due to the lack of shared element, or something else, not that it truly mattered, because they were still family, and she was alive, off in the distance, She barely spot 10 Nick being taken in by the elders of the combining luster sect. His return was met with much relief, but more formality and lacking familial love. Melantha didn't want to think about that and pulled her eyes away. She didn't see the Righteous Flame League anywhere, so there was no indication if that bitch Zubida made it out. She hoped not. That would be the only positive about everything that happened. Some days later, in the headquarters of the Order of the Amber Heart. So, Renato looked down at his pupil. You broke through to the soul expansion phase, awakened a new totem, and broke free from spiritual energy restraining shackles. Ursul nodded proudly. And then you went and almost got yourself killed. That's not quite dash. Renato cut her off. If you're going to act like you're invincible, you're going to need to be quite a bit stronger. I hope you're prepared to train hard, because I won't be going easy on you. Understood, Master. Ursul stood up as tall and proud as she could. More strength, that was what she needed. Enough that she could protect everyone she cared about. The whole point of them being on that expedition was training, but it wasn't enough to stop there. I want to visit the Leviathan, Turdo declared. His mother looked at him, seeing the resolve in his eyes. You aren't going to be doing something stupid, are you? You will be with me, Mother, Turdo replied. I trust that you will keep me safe while I do what I must. And what is that? I need to be in its presence to find totems that resonate with it, Turdo explained. It is the strongest power I know, and both myself and the clan would benefit from positive results. Mateo looked him over carefully. Turdo was usually not the one to undertake foolish actions, but this most recent time he'd gone along with Ursul, without prompting. On the other hand, he seemed to have thought about this next step and was set in his plan. Very well, I can take you, but be aware of your own limits. I know your cultivation has gone smoothly up until now, but don't forget that thresholds between stages are the most important point and the most dangerous. Even if you aren't pushing yourself, you cannot afford to fail. Turdo nodded, his eyes filled with conviction. Darkness swirled inside Melantha. The blessing ceremony was coming up, and if she could break through to the soul expansion phase before she got the proper blessing, it would mean wonders for her future cultivation. Unfortunately, Melantha sighed. If she kept trying like this, she would just hurt herself. Her mind was just constantly distracted with thoughts of stupid things. That wouldn't do. She had to focus on what was best for the future of the clan. To that end, she found her father and made a declaration. Father, I am ready to accept suitors. You are you? John smiled. I'm not saying I will marry any of them. Melantha folded her arms. But I need to see who will make offers. For the sake of the clan's future. Of course. In that case, I will ask for only the most qualified candidates. I am certain there will be many from the Darklands and the Stone conglomerate eager to make their attempt to win your hand in marriage. Melantha nodded seriously, but her gaze looked off into the distance. The journey to the prismatic chambers had provided much experience to those who went along, as well as opportunities for resources. Overall, the alliance associated with the club had come out in a good position, despite various setbacks. They were not without their casualties. Injuries, some permanent, along with deaths. But the trials and experience would help others improve, and the resources would be used to train their clans and sects. They weren't the only ones to have gains. There were other groups of significant power, and not all from the local region. The Molten Sea cultivators and those from the Sky Islands were able to snag resources for themselves, and they continued their encroachment into the area for their own unclear goals, influence spreading ever further as time continued to pass. Chapter 225. Looking for suitors involved sitting around at a lot of fancy parties watching swarms of men vie for her attention. Though some might enjoy that, Melantha found it rather boring even when things escalated to actual combat. She wasn't actually in any rush to choose who she would marry, so she just watched and made non-committal statements. Unless a suitor was particularly dreadful, in which case she told them in no uncertain terms that they could leave and not come back. Otherwise, she tolerated them for the sake of the clan. The first individual to catch her eye did so by suppressing everyone in his path without a word. One component of that was the way he carried himself, with confidence. The other could probably be attributed to people not wanting to be swarmed by bugs. Not that Melantha actually saw any as the man from the calamitous swarm kept things well contained. A pleasure to meet you. The man inclined his head to Melantha. I am Grigory of the calamitous swarm. Though we remain physically distant, our previous interactions have led to us desiring closer ties. The man spoke like she was the only person in the room. He ignored the other suitors, of course, but he also focused his attention on Melantha instead of addressing her father. Not that he ignored the man, but he made his intentions clear. Obviously, he was another suitor. That was the whole point of these monthly gatherings. Melantha began judging him. To his credit, he was not immediately discounted like the vast majority. Backing? The Calamitous Swarm was a powerful darkness sect and friendly with the Tenebach clan. Strengthening ties wouldn't hurt. His cultivation? Late consolidated soul phase. Not bad for his age. His age was the first negative factor. However, he had to be at least a decade older than Melantha, perhaps even twice her age. In 3 years, when she was of marriageable age, it would be less significant, and another decade after that it would hardly be noticeable. For cultivators, a couple decades became very little, in the extreme cases stretching to a half-century. It was merely the first strike against him. As for his cultivation technique, Melantha did not mind insects, having even experimented with the basics of the Calamitous Swarm's control methods. That didn't sway her either way, though of course like the majority of her suitors, he was of the darkness element. The most directly compatible and simple matchup for her. Since being outside of the 4 core elements, she was not within the cycle of dominating and supporting elements. They talked for some time, though Melantha couldn't show too much preference for anyone immediately. Over the course of the evening, she observed his etiquette, which was not something all sect cultivators bothered with. Do you know Bodana? Melantha asked. She escorted us through the soul-rot bogs on one of our journeys. How could I not? Grigory replied. She is well known in the sect. And of course, she was my teacher. Really? Melantha raised an eyebrow. I never would have guessed. She really wouldn't have, because Grigory kept his swarm hidden while Bodana. Honestly, Melantha wasn't certain if she'd seen the woman herself the entire time, with the density of the cloud around her. I didn't end up going with the same style, obviously, Grigory said, but I learned much under her tutelage. Melantha watched the way he used his knife and fork to cut a thin strip of meat. He chewed precisely and evenly. This is excellent. What sort of spices does it use? Most of them I don't know, Melantha admitted. Just the local peppers. I'm certain we could ask the chefs. Do you cook? Oh no, not myself. But I would be interested to see if we could reproduce the same flavor in our kitchens. Yes, of course, Melantha nodded. That makes sense. Subconsciously, he lost points for that, even if it was all entirely reasonable and expected. Strong fingers squeezed the ingot of tempered mountain steel, formed by the very hands of Ursul's master. This ingot wasn't meant for anything except to exhibit the properties of the material. Nothing she did could cause it to bend, but she knew that if it did, its flexibility would allow it to return to its current state. So far, she hadn't been able to put a scratch on it. Even smashing it with her weapon made her more worried about the stone of her club. Then again, there was nothing she could lay it on that would withstand its force, so it simply created an ingot-shaped hole in the surface. She twisted and pulled, straining her fingers and energy, but of course this would do nothing. She already knew that, but her stubbornness didn't allow her to give up against something that couldn't even fight back. She had another technique, of course a new one from her third totem, roots. If she were to give it a proper name, the totem was roots cracking boulders. These roots could squeeze into a tiny gap, generating exceptional force and tearing at the weaknesses of a material. And so far, she had gotten absolutely zero benefit from them while fighting this tempered mountain steel. But she was just a newly born hill, and her master was a high mountain. There was the entire gulf of the soul expansion phase and the consolidated soul phase between them. On the other hand, this was a soulless hunk of metal that wasn't even being augmented by spiritual energy and not being able to overcome it with either raw force. Or her new ability bothered her. Roots needed at least a tiny crack to slip into, but this ingot was pristine. It had been forged to extreme limits, and while it was technically useless now, Once it had been fixed in its form, it would take more effort to turn it into usable weapons or armor. It was still a challenge. There were things she could not beat with brute force even if they just sat there and let her. Her pride at unlocking her new totem and snapping apart the shackles binding her had already been diminished by the following results. Nearly getting herself and her brother killed instead of helping her sister in any way. Melantha was safe, but it wasn't at all because of Ursul. And Aiden was not showing himself around her. Nobody would quite tell her how bad it was. But his injuries weren't just something he could recover from in a month or two. Ursul ground her teeth, trying to force her spiritual energy into the stupid, flawless hunk of metal. Even if she was trained in cold smithing, she wouldn't have been able to break apart the bonds of her master. But her new totem was powerful, and if she could find the slightest gap she could do something. In the end, she made no progress, throwing the tremendously heavy chunk of metal on the ground in frustration. She wished she could go out and smash something, but she wasn't allowed to fight until she showed progress. Outside of combat, and she knew Master Renato probably knew better than she did, but she didn't feel herself getting stronger, and if she had, it couldn't have possibly been as quick as she wanted. Floating in the depths in front of the Leviathan, Turdo felt the ebb and flow of the massive creature's energy. It permeated everything in the area, influencing not only the sea itself, but also the local inhabitants. While some creatures became more aggressive, most simply grew stronger gradually while keeping their normal levels of conflict. Not that either result said much about the Leviathan itself. It was asleep, or hibernating, or maybe very slowly dying. Turdo didn't think it was that one, because it didn't feel any weaker since he'd first seen it, but he couldn't guarantee anything. Mother. Turdo spoke, modifying his voice to be more comprehensible underwater. I would like to get closer to the Leviathan. And how are you going to do that? Mateo asked calmly. We are already directly adjacent to it. It was true. They were positioned right in front of one of the caves. Whether it was a nostril or blowhole or pore or something else entirely, it was part of the Leviathan. There wasn't much closer they could be, except with the layer of rock covering the surface of the creature. Even inside the cave, Turdo could imagine being closer. What if we go inside? Turdo asked. We can feel the core of the beast, perhaps. Or get swallowed by it, never to make our way out, his mother countered. If we go by the cycles of its breath, even if it performs particularly abnormally, we can expect a long, safe spell. If we replenish ourselves and wait for the next, we could spend hours inside when we have days at minimum. I would have to rest long before it became a danger. Even if he could replenish the air in his lungs with some difficulty, he could only spend some hours underwater, especially considering the pressures of the depths. His mother was able to shield him from some difficulty, and was the only way he was able to ascend and descend quickly. You know, Mateo said, I always thought you were the sensible one of you three, not the type to go running off doing something crazy. It's not crazy, Turdo denied. Intentionally putting yourself inside an unfathomably powerful beast definitely is, his mother countered. But I will admit to having some interest myself. We will do as you ask, but you must follow my instructions exactly. The moment I say we're leaving, you come with me at top speed. Of course, Turdo said. I can hardly use my improvements to assist the clan or the rest of those I care for if I perish. And you are among those I would least like to see hurt. Each month more people came and went. Even if they understood they had no chance of catching Melantha's attention, it was still valuable for people to show up at the banquets. That included other young women looking to catch the attention of those with ambition and status. It was also valuable for networking between clans and sects, both in and around the Stone Conglomerate and more distant Darkness clans. Eventually, another suitor caught Melantha's attention. This one closer to her age, though the vast majority of her suitors would be older. At best, they would have just begun cultivating if they matched her age, and cultivation talent was one of the most important factors in who she chose. Someone from a good sect wouldn't really have any sway there if they had no cultivation talent. Sure, sometimes people married for love or whatever, but the Tenebach clan had to ensure their main line remained strong. Power was attractive anyway. Melantha couldn't imagine having a husband that could not at least vaguely match her in cultivation. That would be a hindrance to her own potential growth. Young Mistress Melantha, the young man said awkwardly. I hope you will, I came here to at least, I'm Vahan, of the Obsidian Tower. The Obsidian Tower was technically inside the borders of the Wuthering Steppes, though it obviously had ties to the Darklands with the cultivators there. It was prominent enough for him to be considered. His current lack of social skills was certainly a problem, though it was strangely charming and could be rectified with some tutoring should he be chosen. Everyone is quite aware of why these banquets are being hosted, Melantha said. Of course, someone of your talent is a consideration as a suitor. Tell me, what have you accomplished? Well, I'm at the 20th rank. Early soul expansion phase was a reasonable cultivation for his age, and Melantha was just a step away from the 19th herself. She would likely advance after the blessing ceremony. I have totems from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. It was likely he had stretched himself for that last one, but he seemed to have managed well. And I have won several tournaments, while ranking highly in others. Melantha just looked at him. He looked back. She continued to look at him. And, well, I know my accomplishments aren't that impressive yet, but I'm sure in the future. Oh! Melantha blinked. You were actually done? I thought you were just, well, what's the biggest thing you've killed? Ah! Well, there was a razor-wing falcon, quite comparable to your mature shadowhawks in speed. Beautiful specimens, might I add. Anyway, it had a wingspan of 2 men. I fought alongside other disciples of similar cultivation to defeat it. Melantha felt that the compliment for the Shadowhawks was sincere. Everything about this guy he was nice, talented enough. Certainly, she could do worse. But she was kind of hoping for a story where he was snatched up into the sky and had to strangle a rock or something with his bare hands. Or something that sounded like he'd pushed himself and dealt with adversity, somehow. At least he didn't inflate his encounters. But somehow, he fell short of the standard she had set. Chapter 226. Shimmering reflections reminded Ursul that the ingot of tempered mountain steel was still undamaged. It was tempting to continue her efforts with brute force, and maybe if she was successful in that regard, it would be good enough. She had to be able to learn a technique that could damage a completely still target, no matter how durable. That could be one way to surpass the training. But what was the point of having a new, powerful totem if she didn't use it? And she was quite capable of that, at least when considering anything else. Even if she were attacking Master Renato himself, as long as she could break through his energy defenses, she could maneuver roots around his armor. But there were no cracks and flaws in this perfect ingot to exploit. It just was as if it had always been. Logically, she knew that it had been made, but she couldn't find evidence of that. She needed a crack or a divot or something. On a smaller level, her roots worked on living enemies because they were permeable by energy. That was technically true of the mountain steel. She could pass earth elemental energy through it. She just couldn't form it into something inside. Living things had all sorts of gaps in their bodies between organs and bones and muscles. Plenty of space to manifest something and take advantage of the pushing forces of roots. Even the individual bones and organs themselves had pores she could take advantage of, eventually. For the moment, she didn't consciously choose how the roots grew. They just sought out where they could likely cause the most damage. But perhaps she would have to control the finer details eventually. Ursul continued banging her head against the wall, sometimes literally for weeks. Complaining to Master Renato wouldn't do her any good, and there weren't really many others she expected to be able to explain things to her. She could ask for an explanation from him, but that felt like giving up. On the other hand, her father only had a single earth totem, but he did know all sorts of weird things. And if nothing else, he would listen to her complaints. Ursul could also go to her sister, but Melantha was weird lately along with being busy with clan stuff, and Ursul didn't really think she would get heard properly. Since she wasn't making any progress, spending a couple days traveling back and forth was a good use of her time. And maybe she would stay a bit longer, though it was awkward to be around the Tenebach clan. Aiden's injuries were at least partly her fault. Though as the current leader of the Tenebach clan, John found himself with many duties to attend to. He could always make time for his children, especially if that time was being used for questions on cultivation, because that was one of the most important things either of them could be doing. Ursul held out a metal ingot. I can't damage it. Okay, John said, reaching out to take it. Let me take a look. He almost dropped it when it turned out heavier than expected, but his quick reactions allowed him to adjust his grip and use some spiritual energy to protect both his toes and the floor. A very dense metal. Ah, mountain steel is it? John nodded. Being difficult to damage is its main function, after all. Ursul sighed, taking back the ingot. Obviously. But this is the task given to me by Master Renato. What's the problem then? John asked. I can't damage it, Ursul repeated. Why not? Ursul grit her teeth. Because I'm not strong enough. Is that so? John raised an eyebrow. Because I know you are very strong. What, specifically, is the problem? Ursul just threw up her arms, seeming to barely notice the heavy ingot in her hand as she did so. I can't smash it. It's tougher than anything I can smash it with or against, so it just makes holes and stuff? All right, John nodded. That's certainly one problem. In that case, you just need to find something tougher to smash it against. And no, that should not be any of our defensive walls, John clarified. Ursul hung her head. Probably wouldn't even work. And then? John asked, waiting. What other ways have you tried? I tried to bend it, Ursul demonstrated, but that just makes my fingers hurt. I wanted to use my new totem to take advantage of gaps and pop it apart, but there aren't any. No gaps, huh? John nodded. I suppose you could say that. I'd bet it had some crystal defects, though. Beyond that, everything has gaps if you look small enough. How small? Ursul asked. Somewhere like a billionth of a meter? John was fairly certain that was somewhere close. So like the gaps between atoms. What are atoms? Ursul asked. Well, John realized that this world didn't really need the concept of atoms, and in some ways it caused more headaches to know about them. The things that spiritual energy could do broke a lot of his understanding on every level of matter. Atoms are the smallest unit of a thing that make something the material it is. That was only sort of true because not everything was a pure element. More were molecules. That would take some explaining if it mattered. Beyond that, it's just components that could become anything. There were probably some ways that wasn't true, but this was just a basic explanation. Anything? Ursul asked. So if you could break something down into less than an atom, you could make it into anything else? Sure. How much energy do you have? John asked. How many trillions of times are you willing to repeat the process to have a usable amount of stuff? John grinned. Atoms and molecules are very small. How much is a usable amount of stuff? Like a house. Like a teaspoon full of stuff, John said. That doesn't make any sense. Not everything does, John shrugged. Anyway, I don't think you'd want to break atoms down one at a time, even if you could. Though it could be useful. On the other hand, it might require a cultivation at the ascending or exalted soul phases, or even beyond what anyone could actually reach. Just because something could theoretically happen didn't mean humans could do it. Anyway, I'm not sure if that's a practical use to you. John brought the discussion back around. If you could find a flaw in the crystal lattice, perhaps you could use your totem to take advantage of that. I'm not sure how easy it would be to work at that size, though. Ursul looked down at the ingot in her hand. This is metal, though, not a crystal. Metals still have a crystal lattice. Let's see. John scooped up some nearby dirt. Nothing I show you will be fully correct because things get weird at small scales. But I can show a useful explanation anyway. He formed the dirt into 7 little spheres with connecting segments in the shape of a cube. This is one way that you can consider the atoms to connect. Each sphere is an atom, though these connecting sticks aren't necessarily solid. Or anything really. I don't get it, Ursul said. It might not be a good explanation, John admitted. This is the sort of thing people can study for decades to come up with what seems like a better and maybe more accurate model. Ursul frowned. I'm going to need you to explain it more. How is it like a crystal again? John hoped he could remember enough to give a good explanation, or recreate that knowledge somehow. He could certainly sense small enough to deal with things on the cellular level, but that was still several orders of magnitude larger than dealing with atoms. He doubted Renato had any of this in mind, but if this somehow made Ursul more effective, it wouldn't matter. And if it didn't, hopefully it was fun and a good family bonding experience. When he suggested going inside the Leviathan, Turdo hadn't expected it to be quite so alive. Not the Leviathan they knew that was alive, at least in some sense of the word. There were just a lot more things living inside of it than Turdo expected. At least most of them didn't seem to be aggressive towards humans. There weren't any massive divergences in the ecology from standard deep-sea fare. Not very many eyes, which Turdo found reasonable since he wasn't even using his. If necessary, they could pull out a glowstone, but navigating by their energy senses was reasonable enough and wouldn't make them stick out. The few light sources were usually traps of some sort, and at best they would attract curious creatures. There were all sorts of eels, some particularly weird fish, crustaceans, and all sorts of jellies and squid, and other things that seemed to be more tentacles than anything else. A vibrant ecosystem that somehow thrived despite lacking most traditional sources of life. Except chunks of food from above, Turdo supposed. Do you think these things eat the Leviathan? Turdo asked his mother next to him. These in particular? No. Something must have tried at some point, though. For the most part, Turdo was allowed to navigate as it pleased him. As long as his mother didn't sense any particular danger, he chose paths inwards towards what he presumed was the dantian of the creature, though he could not be certain if it even had one. Either way, it was where the flow of its energy was strongest. He didn't make it all that close before he couldn't withstand the pressure, both of the sea and the energy from the Leviathan itself. He presumed he had at least another kilometer he could travel into the creature, but being a couple hundred twisting meters into the creature did allow him to sense more of it. The overwhelming oddness of it all. He wanted to simply bask in that, taking in its feeling. Hopefully that would allow him to match to a similar totem, one of great strength or great potential. So what is the point of these fancy dinners again? Ursul leaned over to her sister. To improve relations with other clans and sects, and to search for an appropriate suitor for myself. Why? Ursul asked. Because the Tenebach clan will need an heir at some point. You don't need me to explain the process to you. Right, Ursul? Melantha grinned slightly. I know how it works. Ursul grumbled. I just thought you would. Ursul drifted off. I don't know, you don't seem to like any of these guys. That would be why this is still ongoing, Melantha pointed out. It could easily be years, or even a decade, before a proper match is found. So, what's a proper match then? I have various standards, Melantha explained. One must have sufficient cultivation talent. There is little that can be done to get around that. I would not wish for my husband to be killed off or to have to hide in the manor forever. Along with that, they have to come from an appropriate sect or clan. What's appropriate? Ursul asked. A group we have or wish to have good relations with of sufficient power. At our current status, dipping any lower than the upper mid-tier of sects would hinder the clan. And someone you like. Well, of course, Melantha nodded. But that's a more nebulous requirement. Difficult to discern unless I interact with people. Thus, they come to me because I am a fine catch. And they would be marrying into the clan. Melantha looked to Ursul as well. No doubt some people would be interested in you in a similar fashion. Those looking to improve ties with the Order of the Amber Heart. Ugh, Ursul groaned. Don't make me think about that. I'm just saying the truth. You're a woman of great cultivation talent, who will have significant status. Many suitors would be interested. I think I'll pass, Ursul said. You might change your mind later, Melantha shrugged. But I have a duty to the clan. But do you want to be married? Ursul asked. Of course, Melantha said. So, who's the best one here? Ursul looked around. In this batch? Probably Kaleo Calhane. Oh yeah, him, Ursul grimaced. Oh, Melantha raised an eyebrow. I just remembered that he and his sister walked around with the minimum amount of clothes possible. The Shimmering Islands can be quite warm, Melantha shrugged. So, if he's the best candidate, what does he have going for him? Decent cultivation, obviously. The Calhane clan is a bit on the weaker side of acceptable, but it would tie us more strongly to the Shimmering Islands, improving our alliance's influence. And I personally quite happen to like what he looks like with his shirt off. But you don't like him. Melantha shrugged, glad it wasn't weird for her to hide her conversation with her sister. Not really. He was just born into his position. So were we, Ursul pointed out. Well, yeah, Melantha shrugged. Anyway, his element matches. It wouldn't be bad. Oh, Ursul said. That's why. That's why what? I just expected someone else to be here, but he's not the right element. Who? Melantha asked. One of the Milanovichs? Sure, Ursul said. Let's say that was who I was thinking. Chapter 227. The block of heavy metal sat in Ursul's cradled hands. Maximizing its closeness would allow her to better observe it, and potentially pick out these very small things, flaws in the structure, or whatever. Ursul still hadn't observed anything on the level of atoms or molecules, but what she understood was that she could look closer, deeper. It made sense, really. Though it appeared perfect, could anything made by a consolidated soul phase cultivator truly be perfect? Ursul knew she couldn't compare to them, but she also knew that there was at least one phase beyond. The exalted soul phase was too legendary to count, though perhaps that would be the level when something actually achieved perfection. Ursul's senses focused on a smaller area, then smaller still. The smooth surface of the ingot had no flaws she could discern, but there was at least one place she could look. It had edges, after all. Everything that wasn't a sphere had some sort of edge or visible change. And in a way, a sphere had the most change as it was continuous. In this case, the ingot was the traditional shape, somewhat close to a rectangular prism. But it wasn't quite that, with angled edges making it slightly wider at the bottom, closer to a trapezoidal prism, though the edges weren't hard but rounded. Either way, that left her plenty of places to search for flaws, places where 2 or even 3 faces met. She'd done that before, but she hadn't been looking small enough. Probably, as she sought flaws, she also worked on decreasing the scale of her roots. They were naturally able to find paths, so perhaps if they were the right size, they would work on their own. Smaller and smaller still, until Ursul wondered how they could possibly cause anything damage. Though the answer to that was simple, the same way as any other roots. For they did not have to remain at their starting size, but would expand to crack open any gaps they wormed their way into. Days turned into weeks, turned into months, as she immersed herself into the ingot for much of her waking hours, until she finally squirmed the tiniest root imaginable into a crack she wasn't sure hadn't just been imagination. Her following celebrations immediately resulted in disappointment when she lost her focus and the root faded away, leaving no traces. But the fact that it had been there for even a moment meant she could do it again, if she could find the exact spot again. The way Aiden strode up to John, one would think that he had fully recovered from his injuries. His entrance into the underground chambers, carefully policed by Sire Ursul, had him standing proud and tall. "How goes the studies?" Aiden asked. "Slowly," John replied. "Carefully. Wouldn't want anyone to end up devoured by these spores." The risks associated with these particular fungi were actually minimal. At least they couldn't spread out of the underground chambers. Sunlight would immediately kill off the darkness element fungal colonies. However, he and anyone else working with the fungi had to be careful, as it would happily devour darkness element or flesh if one was careless. It does grow and contain power quickly, and we took some pointers from those beetles who seemed to feed off of it. Soon enough, we'll have sufficient energy that nobody has to drop their cultivation for the blessing ceremony. About that, Aiden commented, "I think it would be better to perform it sooner rather than later, for the sake of not only the young mistress but also the younger generation as a whole." "It won't be long, I don't think," John assured him. "At this point, a few months could be critical," Aiden pointed out. "Things aren't as stable as when you first arrived." "I'll see what I can do," John sighed. "I don't come just to prod you," Aiden said. "I have a solution. Allow me to provide the necessary energy." "You know we'll call upon everyone when the time comes," John said. "Not just spare energy," Aiden said, "but using the traditional methods I can give of my cultivation base." "You already did that a generation ago," John said. "It's not your duty." "Of course it is," Aiden insisted, "especially given my failures." "Is this about that again?" John shook his head. "It was simply unfortunate circumstances. Nothing you could have prevented. I don't blame you. Besides, you've done so much for the clan and for myself." "Please," Aiden said, letting his legs tremble. "This might be the last thing I can do for the clan." John frowned. His uncle had opened himself up to be fully observed. His physical injuries did seem to be recovering, but John could feel the lingering damage from overusing medicines and overdrawing his spiritual energy. "If you go through with this, it will be the last thing you do for the clan," John said. "Even if you live." "I'm not getting better," Aiden said. "My cultivation will drop below the consolidated soul phase on its own soon enough. And the time should be now. Melantha is waiting for this for her advancement, as well as others." Seeing that he would not be able to sway his uncle, John conceded. Very well, I will speak to Sire Ursul about your inclusion. Father. Melantha came to John while doing her best to not look like she was up to something, a state he immediately recognized. Your path of cultivation will see you next attuning to a totem that incorporates both fire and darkness, correct? What totems have you considered? Information on one's totems was not something that should be shared freely, but such information was never entirely secret. Speaking about it with trusted family members was perhaps unusual, but not necessarily inappropriate. John just couldn't figure out why Melantha cared about this in particular. That is the plan, he said. There are a few options, smoke-related ones being the most direct. If I want to lean towards concealment and disruption, then there would be something more offensive like balefire. John would have called that hellfire if the concept of hell existed the same way in this world. There were various views on afterlives, though the only thing that was confirmed was sometimes people reincarnated with memories. Though clearly not everyone. Were the rest wiped clean, or did something else happen after death? What does that one do? Melantha asked. It would create clinging flames. There are potential variations like fires that feed only on the immaterial, or flames that draw the heat from the target. That one got quite close to being tri-element with water involved, but John knew there was some flexibility on the edges of things anyway. The same results could easily come from different viewpoints, or they could diverge wildly from the same starting point. Sounds like you have interesting choices ahead of you, Melantha said sweetly. Have you considered what you would do after that? The final element is light. Are there even any light and darkness totems? Is that even possible? Kyun sighed. He really hoped she was over that. Not because he didn't like Nick, but because things would be very difficult for her if she continued down this line of thinking, for various reasons. He looked at his daughter. She looked after him, with her best impression of innocent eyes. Perhaps if she'd ever been innocent, she would have been more convincing. Combining light and darkness is perhaps the most difficult thing anyone could do. I will have the entirety of the ascending soul phase to consider options. As for totems, I have looked into them somewhat. And Melantha prompted. And what? Are there any totems that combine light and darkness? There are, though they are quite rare, and have the capacity for great danger. You know what happens when the elements mix, don't you? Explosions? That's right, John nodded. Now if only she would actually factor that into her decision-making. If I had to pick one, I would probably lean towards something like ultraviolet. What is that? It's a sort of light that can't be seen. If you can't see it, is it light? Was it light? Of course it was. Ultraviolet light. Infrared light. People definitely said that. But they were just parts of the electromagnetic spectrum on either side of light, which perhaps meant they were not light. Or perhaps the light element could do very odd things. It was also possible that such rules didn't apply in this world. John wasn't some enlightened being who knew everything, after all. Not yet, at least. It was weird to even consider that such a thing might be possible. But regardless of anything else, the most closely associated thing would be the light element. He'd felt the totems. You should not expect combining light and darkness to be straightforward and easy. But you can say it is light, and it would probably be the thing least likely to make you explode if you tried it. Or infrared, but that's almost more fire element. Melantha frowned. Once again, you proved to have great insights into the world. She turned to leave, but John put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Is there something you want to talk about? John asked. No. Why would there be? John smiled. Oh, I just thought you'd be concerned about this whole search for a suitor. I haven't heard you give particularly favorable impressions. The suitors so far have been too flawed. Fair enough, John shrugged. Though I'm going to tell you right now, if you find someone without flaws, that just means you can't see them. Anyway, if you need advice on choosing your third darkness totem, I hope you would speak to me about it and choose carefully. Oh, yes, of course, Melantha smiled. I will gladly provide a list of options I have been considering. John could see her scampering off to the library to look up traditional darkness totems. She'd probably do some searching through the sea of spiritual totems as well. Telling her about specific totems that she could search for, even just vaguely, might motivate her to make a poor choice. But at least she wouldn't pick the first light and darkness totem she stumbled across and harm herself if she could find something like ultraviolet. If John wanted what was best for the clan, it was possible he should have forced a confrontation. He could tell her to not think about Nick and to marry a darkness element cultivator from an appropriate background. And maybe that would work. She would likely struggle against him for some months or years, but eventually accept her lot in life. But John would regret it. He wanted the Tenebach clan to prosper, and that included his daughter being happy. He hadn't exactly followed a traditional path himself, so how could he blame her? And though following one's heart wasn't the norm here either, he was quite fond of the idea. And if Nick was bad for her, it wouldn't be too hard for him to disappear. Not that John thought he'd have to kill him, nor was he planning to. He just briefly considered the possibility, and the case proved necessary. John just hoped that Melantha didn't hurt herself, physically or emotionally. Because even if Nick was a perfectly nice young man, it was possible prolonged exposure between the two would find them not good for each other. But it might be beyond a critical point. At least guiding her towards something like ultraviolet would leave her with a functional totem, should things go awry. At least, anything short of the two killing themselves when attempting dual cultivation. John tried to remember if he'd done the talk yet. Not sex. That had been dealt with, fortunately. The other one, specifically about not mixing that in true dual cultivation. Distractions were never a good idea, especially if you were going to do something like mixing light and darkness. Worry couldn't help but consume John. Could he manufacture an opportunity for the two of them to meet again before the blessing ceremony? Because if she saw him again, she might realize it was just an infatuation, or perhaps admit it all to what she thought nobody else saw. And it would be easiest for everyone if that was all it was, and she got over it before anything else happened. Chapter 2:28. Finding an excuse to get away from the Tenebach clan for even a short time when the blessing ceremony was on the horizon was difficult, but nobody could really stop John. He considered going alone, but that would be both risky and much harder to set up. Aiden was no longer able to guard him, but there was still his cousin Kristen not too far behind in cultivation. Around the time Johannes Dallin had broken through to the consolidated soul phase, the floodgates seemed to have opened, and over the next 2 decades, many individuals throughout the area had advanced as well. That was especially notable in Marble County, which had gone from no consolidated soul phase cultivators to over a dozen split between just the Order of the Amber Heart and the Tenebach clan. A few other sects and clans in the county had 1 or 2 each. That didn't leave many people qualified to be a guard to John. And for the sake of speed, he limited it to just Kristen. Instead of taking a carriage as far as they could, they rode specially bred horses. The two of them could maintain a faster pace on their own. No matter the quality of the mounts, they couldn't match consolidated soul phase cultivators. However, they served the purpose of allowing them to travel with haste without exhausting themselves in case they should encounter danger. Is this really a good idea? Kristen asked as hooves thundered along the cobblestone roads. What part? John asked. Any of it. Running off practically alone to find a light element kid that you're going to bring back to marry your daughter? Kristen tilted her head. Or are you going to kill him? He's a decent young man. I wouldn't just kill him. It would make things easier. For the clan, perhaps. For myself personally, I don't know if I could sleep at night. You've killed before. The future of the clan is a good enough reason, is it not? Kristen asked. I could likely sleep after killing him if I weren't worried about my daughter killing me in my sleep. And don't pretend she wouldn't find out. Not that it would be a good solution anyway. Regardless of the reason, he's a subject of inner turmoil for her. I need that to be resolved, and the extreme options are most likely to result in poor results. So, what? You have them meet up and orchestrate a fight? Then she gets over him. Same problem. She'd find out eventually. So instead, I will hope that they determine they're not suited for each other on their own. I just have to first make them actually consider what they're doing. Perhaps everyone watching from the outside is wrong, and they don't actually feel anything like that. Oh, please, Kristen rolled her eyes. She was looking around like a lost puppy the whole trip back, and she was not particularly forthcoming with details of their time together. Whatever happened, she's clearly being more than a little bit selective with her search for suitors. I'd hoped she might actually be looking, but I think as things are, she'll subconsciously find ways to reject everyone. If they meet again and actually spend time together, they'll hopefully settle things. And if she decides she actually wants him, as long as he's also agreeable, they can be married. You know, I'm not a traditionalist when it comes to cultivation matters. His 4 different elemental totems spoke to that. But I won't let them rush into things either. It will be some time yet before Melantha actually marries. John wished he was so confident about the options as he sounded. Being a parent was difficult. Maybe in another decade or two, he'd be ready to have his first children. West through the stone conglomerate, then south into the Darklands. Once more he returned to the calamitous swarm and sought Bodana's guidance through the Soulrot bogs. The trip posed no danger to 2 consolidated soul phase cultivators and 1 in late soul expansion. Without weaker individuals to watch over, they navigated the area quickly to reach the dead fields. Their actual target was beneath, and they reached the prism underfields and the underground combining luster sect about as quickly as any messenger could have. An important clan head like John showing up certainly qualified to interrupt the sect head, but John didn't think that was necessary. Instead, he asked to be brought to Elder Romantas, who he'd interacted with more previously. "What brings you all the way here?" the man asked. "Without an entourage, even. I came here to talk to Nick," John stated clearly. "Ah, I don't know what business you had with the young man, but..." Elder Romanta's face fell. "He's dead." John gave Elder Romantas a thorough appraisal. Considering the previous conflict between Melantha and Nick, it would be easy to assume he might have negative reasons to be present. However, the man at least seemed to be truthful. "What happened?" "The Annihilation Strip." "What happened there? Some sort of training mission?" "I don't know precisely. Some of the other disciples said he wandered off there alone. He hasn't been back for a month. So he's dead," Elder Romantas declared. "That is likely true," John admitted. "But I'd like to know more. Could I talk to some of these disciples?" "Of course. I think Earl would be easiest to find." John remembered him from his match against Ursul. He didn't know much about the young man in particular, except that he was one of the talented prospects. That brought some level of suspicion to mind. Perhaps an elimination of a rival? It was too early to say, of course, and if that was the case, there was little he could do but confirm Nick's death. Perhaps inform some of the elders, but he wasn't going to get involved with another sect's internal politics. Finding Earl was indeed rather quick. He was training in a chamber with regular patterns of crystals all about, making quite interesting patterns. He quickly took note of the newcomers. "Elder Romantas," he inclined his head, clan head. "Are you here to seek me out? Unless you wish to use the training chamber." The clan head would like to hear about the incident with Nick. "Oh," Earl sighed, slouching quite convincingly. "It was strange, really. We were training on the surface. Nobody cares if you destroy something up there. Over to the north, the tunnels open up and let out the light element, so it's a decent place. What flows back towards us is quite high quality. And of course, further beyond, it clashes with the Darklands." "What happened?" John asked. "We were training. He outmatched me, of course, but I could always learn a lot from him." Then he looked off towards the Annihilation Strip, said something about needing to push himself further. Ol shook his head. "We all told him he was crazy, of course. He mentioned moving through such an area into prismatic chambers, along with your daughter. Don't know how they managed that, but the Annihilation Strip is many times worse. Not much a Foundation Phase cultivator can do there, even one on the border of soul expansion. Maybe someone like you could survive there, but can you show me where it was?" John asked. "If you want. Not much to see." He just walked off. "A shame," Elder Romantas said. "He had great talent." Once again, John picked up no signs of deception. In truth, it was possible for cultivators who survived danger to think they were invincible and immediately get themselves killed. It didn't always happen, and John thought Nick was more level-headed than that. But he hadn't really dealt with the young man much. "I'd like to see," John said. It took some time to get to the training location, but when they did, Earl gestured. "It was somewhere around here. I think he walked between those 2 hills. It's not really dangerous until beyond the horizon, but nobody wants to approach that." "This was a month ago?" John asked, looking at the ground for tracks. If there had been any, they'd long since faded from the rocky terrain. "Just about, yes. His body's probably dust now," Earl said. "There's really no recovering if you get injured out there." John looked at Kristen, who sighed. "Fine, we'll go. Even if this is the worst side for us to approach from." "You're going in there?" Earl asked. "That's right." "Well, good luck." The disciple looked up at Elder Romantas. "I would advise against it," the man said, "but you are stronger than myself, so you are better able to judge the danger." As far as I can currently see, it's just about as dangerous as standing right here, John gestured. We'll take each step in stride. Bodana, if you could wait for us? Of course, the woman nodded. I'd probably just lose my swarm if I went. I hate this, Kristen complained. Constant light element trying to eat away at me. Just wait until we get to the explosions, John said. That'll be something. To be fair, he was actually doing the majority of the work keeping the light element away. Though his ability to control the light element was still limited, he could influence it safely with a bit of air or even fire element. The latter he was getting better at controlling, and he felt quite comfortable with the thought of attuning to a fire element totem once he attained the last 3 ranks of cultivation required to approach the ascending soul phase. It wouldn't be a quick process, obviously. Strangely enough, the density of light element actually increased as they approached the true annihilation strip, even though they'd passed the point of origin. It was like the light and darkness were drawn to each other, which perhaps they were. Hopefully, this wouldn't turn out to be a metaphor for his daughter's relationship. What are we even searching for? Kristen asked. Any signs of humans, John said. Fluctuations that are not natural, or just actual tracks. For the moment, I think we should stick on the easiest to traverse route heading deeper in. This area wouldn't challenge a light element cultivator at all. Though the annihilation strip was quite wide, the border between 2 countries, it was not particularly thick. It could be traveled through in a day or 2, assuming one survived the part where the annihilation happened. John and Kristen took a rest before entering the danger zone, taking their time to get there. Then they entered, and it became ever more important to keep the light away from them. And yet it was also easier in some ways, as the bigger dangers only came with darkness. Darkness both of them could keep away. Despite their best efforts, however, they not only strained themselves, but had to deal with unpredictable shifts. Sometimes a burst of energy would reach into the opposing element, forming something akin to lightning as the energies annihilated each other. This left the landscape ravaged with broken and melted rocks. Moisture always boiled away and no plants growing. On the other hand, at least they didn't have to worry about dangerous beasts. It was likely possible for them to simply pass through the area. If they kept going at a steady pace, they would be on the darkness side soon enough, and thus more comfortable. But they were looking for someone. John knew that it was likely true that Nick had already died, so he wasn't going to search the whole width of the strip. But they could at least dip in and out of the area for a day or 2. That was the plan, but he was soon surprised. A vortex of energy appeared in front of them, more off to the side. Really, but the point was somewhat deeper in. And it wasn't just the expected burst of energy, but something special and intentional. John led Kristen up the nearest hill so they could spot the source of the commotion. Well, look at that, John said. He's not dead yet. Just as he was saying that, there was a spike in the disturbance. Both were quite familiar with it. The feeling of someone breaking through to a new level and most likely attuning a totem. Then the figure in the distance collapsed, and the strange calm returned to the expected bursts of opposing energy, particularly strong around the fallen lad. Since we already came this far, we can't let him die now, can we? Kristen was already moving, and John was keeping pace. That's right. I have to say, he's got ambition and maybe the talent to fulfill it. They quickly approached, and John leaned over the prone form of Nick. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem fully conscious. His energy seemed to have been pushed to its limits, and John could see a few fresh wounds as well as healing scars. Hey, want to come to a fancy party? Nick didn't seem in any position to respond, and John was already scooping him up. He didn't want to stay in the area a moment longer than necessary, even if he was an entire phase ahead of Nick who'd been in the area for a month. Though he, probably, hadn't been in the thick of it the whole time. If he had, John would have to push his already high estimation up another notch. Chapter 2:29. Following the same path back out of the annihilation strip came with the increased difficulty at the front. Seemingly random bursts of conflicting light and darkness continued to mar the landscape, but eventually John was back in the Deadlands proper, atop the prism on her fields. There, the light element was only a background headache, as it had to first rise up from underground where it originated. John found himself exhausted. He couldn't imagine going in and out of that area for days on end, or even worse, remaining there constantly. Even with his cultivation, it didn't seem like it would be enough. Nick, on the other hand, seemed relatively intact for his time there. When John felt him stirring, he backed away so that the lad would be able to channel spiritual energy to himself without interference. It wasn't clear if Nick recognized what was going on around him at first. Instead, he was reacting instinctively to replenish what he had lost. As he did so, John could feel within him 3 totems. The first 2 were light element, of course. The last felt almost like nothing at all. But it was certainly real, and that meant the young man had stepped into the soul expansion phase. Once he had replenished himself somewhat, Nick gained a greater awareness of his surroundings, including John and Kristen. Hello, sir. I did not expect to see you here." He looked around, finding no one else. "I'd like to think our relationship with the combining luster sect is mostly positive, and I intend to keep it that way. Congratulations on your breakthrough, by the way." Thank you." Nick inclined his head. "I presume you are responsible for retrieving me? Your sect thought you were dead." "They weren't far off. You broke through, but if you'd remained there unconscious," John shook his head, "chances are you'd be broken down like everything else there." "I had hoped." Nick shook his head. "Clearly, I overestimated myself. Why did a promising young man like yourself do such a thing?" John asked. "Surely, you could have made do with more conventional training." "Well, in the prismatic chambers, I saw the power of mixed light and darkness. I wanted to be able to control it." Those words rang true, but the way Nick wouldn't look at John indicated they were incomplete. "Would have been a shame if you died to this," John said. "My daughter wouldn't have been happy." "Why not?" Nick frowned. "We have traditionally not gotten along." "Yeah, she might have tried to kill you," John shrugged, "but she wouldn't have persisted in that if she didn't have strong feelings about the situation. You see, at this moment my daughter is also on the threshold of soul expansion. I'm sure you were aware of that, though. After all, you managed to work together to get out of a bad situation in the prismatic chambers. You didn't stay around so I could thank you, by the way. So thanks. The Tenebach clan owes you for that. I appreciate the sentiment, but she also helped me survive. So I think we're close to even." Nick kept his eyes down. "That's good, because I have a favor I need to ask of you. I need you to come visit the Tenebach clan." John held up his hand. "And before you protest, I promise I won't let my daughter kill or otherwise harm you. Not that she probably could at this moment." "What do you need me for, sir?" "I need you to come to a party," John explained. "We've been hosting notable individuals from all sorts of places, and you certainly fit." "I'm not sure, Dash. Surviving a month in and around the Annihilation Strip? Breaking through to soul expansion at your age? That's something worth praising. I was barely beginning my cultivation journey at your age." Admittedly, that was because the original Fortkran had screwed things up so badly, but Nick was still a frontrunner in that way. You don't happen to be a reincarnation of some great master, are you?" Nick's confused reaction told him everything he needed. "No, sir. I'm just me. Probably for the best," John said. "Anyway, we'll let you rest for a few days, and then we'll be off." "But I haven't yet, Dash." John didn't let the young man continue his protests. He was already walking away to clear things with Nick's sect. Kristen, following after him, had a comment. "You didn't tell him what the purpose of the parties was." John shrugged. "I didn't want to scare him off, and I'd prefer to see organic reactions." Each day that passed increased Melanthina's annoyance. Her cultivation was at a deadlock, likely until the blessing ceremony, which still had no definite date. That, on top of the endless hunt for suitors, was wearing down on her. Sure, she'd technically asked for it, but finding anyone good was so difficult. If Ursul wasn't around occasionally, she didn't know if she could put up with it. There wasn't really anyone else she felt comfortable voicing her frustrations with. "I think I might have begun my search too early," Melanthina said, because I was thinking about the future of the clan. But now, calling it off early would look bad for the clan." Melanthina sighed, then grimaced. "I'll have to bring it up with Father when he returns. I guess. Still nobody you like?" "Everyone is so." Melanthina shook her head. "Not good enough." "I don't know if I fully understand your standards yet," Ursul said. "And since I'm not really planning to get married or anything," she shrugged. "Explain. Who's the best here this time?" "Ichamin." Melanthina reconsidered the options. "If I had to pick someone, I suppose it would be Gordon." "Gordon what?" Ursul asked. "I think that's it." Melanthina shook her head. That fellow from the Supreme Slate sect. Oh, him. Something wrong? Melanthina asked. Nah, he just challenged me to a spar. You are both earth cultivators. It could prove enlightening. Maybe, though I'm currently busy figuring out this challenge from Master Renato. I'm almost there. Anyway, about Gordon. What are his traits, positive and negative? He's from a good sect. Muscular, but not overly bulky. A talented cultivator. And the bad stuff? Ursul asked. Well, Melanthina shook her head. I doubt he's as multi-talented as people say. Couldn't you just try to find out? Like, ask if he really can drum? His very steps are rhythmic. I have no doubt he would manage that one. Ursul looked at her sister. Earth should be compatible as well. She drew out the word. So, is it his status? He wasn't born to anyone famous, but he's likely to have a high position in the sect. So you do know about him, Melanthina said. I had to know about who I might be fighting. I just didn't ever learn his name. So, your actual objections are? I don't know, I just don't like him. Melanthina frowned. I mean, I don't particularly dislike him. Logically, he should be a good choice, but I don't find myself thinking about him unless he is specifically called to attention. Unlike someone else? Ursul prodded. Melanthina responded vaguely. I was just wondering if there was someone specific you were thinking about, often. Ursul continued. No response. Like someone with a 3-letter name and the light element. At that moment, Ursul only meant to tease her sister. But Melanthina didn't react at all. Ursul followed her gaze, only to find the individual in question standing awkwardly at the entrance. Wow, he's got great timing. With her sister unresponsive, Ursul watched her reactions to Nick moving from place to place in the party. Though she was almost slack-jawed, Melanthina was also focused. Her expression was mostly neutral as he walked around, trying to find some conversation to join. Pensive when he briefly joined Gordon. Sharp when he encountered a group of women. And then almost horrified as he began to walk towards them. Nick bowed deeply to the two sisters. Melanthina Tenebach, Ursul of the Amber Heart, I appreciate the invitation to your event. Though I will admit, I am not terribly social, and I find myself surprised at the lack of certain groups friendly to the Tenebach clan. Melanthina managed to compose herself quickly. Nick, I had not expected you to be here. As for these missing groups, I wonder what you had in mind. I understand that you are allies with the Golden Tomb Guardians, the Milanovich clan, and the Kalhane clan, few if any of which are in attendance. That's because, Ursul grinned, they're not elementally compatible with Melanthina, and the main purpose of these events is to find her a proper suitor. What? Nick's face looked appropriately shocked. Well, you see, Melanthina tried to explain. In a few years I will. Obviously to continue the clan I will eventually be wed. I don't know who invited you. Not that I'm implying disciples of the combining luster sect aren't welcome. But that is the main purpose. I see you made it over here already. The head of the Tenebach clan appeared out of nowhere next to his daughters and Nick. Good. I wanted to talk to the two of you regarding that incident in the prismatic chambers. I was hoping we could have a discussion on the conflicting elements of light and darkness, and how it ties into cultivation. Perhaps even my own, should my cultivation manage to progress beyond the next phase. Ursul looked at her father, who looked back at her. John grinned. Melanthina and Nick were still awkwardly staring at each other, until Melanthina finally managed to say something. Yes, cultivation. That would be. Melanthina only managed to get out words in short bursts. Wonderful. To speak about. I am certain. Good, John nodded. Come, let us sit and talk. I am especially interested in how the two of you managed to work together in the darkness tunnels, culminating in you passing through mixed light and darkness. Nick spoke first. Well, because of previous conflicts, I trained to resist darkness. So I was more or less barely sustaining myself. John nodded. What about that woman who was with you? Zubida? Where'd you hear about Dash? Melanthina cut herself off. I did see he was with someone else for a time, which I mentioned to someone. She glared at Ursul, who was looking anywhere but back at her. What had happened with her? Nick shrugged. I don't know. She was clinging to me for support, holding me back. You honestly saw most of it. He cleared his throat, looking back to John. Anyway, after I encountered your daughter, she helped minimize the effects of the surrounding darkness on my own element. That allowed me to more effectively maintain the reserves I had left, and we split the dangers based on who was most effective against certain forms. My light element was good for destroying bodiless spirits, whereas a pure darkness cultivator would have had to wear them down one bit at a time until they dissolved. I see. John nodded. About this part where she staved off the darkness. How was that accomplished? Melantha answered first. Nothing complicated. I just redirected the energy. Is that so? All of the darkness energy in a wide area suffused with it? I certainly know your talent, but that sounds exhausting. It was, Melantha admitted, which was we increased our proximity to minimize the strain. And how did you handle rest? John asked. We watched over each other consecutively. Melantha supplied. Reasonable. Had the two of you fully let down your guard, you might have had problems. John could have prodded them more about the proximity, but as much as he loved making his daughter squirm, he did want to actually determine their compatibility, not just push them together or apart based on his own maneuvering. What about passing through to the light chambers? Nick answered that. It was an area of great danger. It required significant coordination, but we did not think we could afford to spend the time backtracking. Coordinating light and darkness must have taken great focus and skill. Even so, it was no doubt very dangerous, John emphasized. Maintaining anything of the sort for the long term would have been quite risky. Melantha nodded slowly. We were lucky to encounter our clan's allies not too long after venturing into the light chambers. Nick shielded me from the environment until then. John nodded. It is not a secret that my cultivation involves various elements, and ultimately I intend for a full cycle, though whether I actually reach such a thing is quite uncertain. Even so, as my cultivation is mainly focused around darkness, attaining a compatible light totem will be the sticking point. Melantha previously asked me about it. For her, I share the idea of the ultraviolet, a light that is not quite light. On the other hand, perhaps greater power could be mine if I were to bind something like your most recent totem, Nick. One based around controlling the destructive overlap of light and darkness. John wished he could actually read minds, instead of just the blatantly displayed emotions of young people. With the two having been called out for both looking into combined light and darkness totems, he wondered what would happen. Hopefully, they would produce results atypical of combining the two opposite elements. Or at least he hoped that they could get along as somewhat friendly rivals, keeping ties with the combining luster sect. Chapter 230. Returning to the surface occasionally was a necessity, but as soon as he was able, Turdo would return below to the Leviathan. It was a being of ancient power, yet full of many contradictions. Inside and around it there was much life. Yet for the most part the Leviathan itself did not act as if it were alive. The occasional breaths in and out were the only exception, the only signs of life it showed. Yet it was easier to compare them to a natural phenomenon. But beneath the petrified outer layers, Turdo could feel some sense of true life. His mind sunk into the sea of spiritual totems. Most totems could be found simply by searching for a particular element, perhaps with some particular qualities in mind. Or at least most known totems. Turdo couldn't guarantee there weren't more undiscovered totems, as the sea of spiritual totems didn't seem to have physical limits. Perhaps it was infinite, or perhaps not. Either way, there were certain totems that couldn't be found unless one actually knew what particular features to sense for, having been exposed to something similar. Mere speculation didn't always work, as there were things outside of people's comprehension. Such it was with totems that gave off a similar feeling to the Leviathan. Water element totems, both alive and dead with hidden depths of power. Turdo couldn't find anything exactly representing the Leviathan up to the 5th layer. He could find a deep-sea squid, powerful whales, and various other sorts of creatures whose totems would imbue him with certain features, but nothing fully representative of the Leviathan except vague concepts. There was nothing necessarily wrong with them, but he wanted more. Turdo pushed on into the 6th layer. He could feel the strain immediately as the pressure multiplied. This was not a place he was meant to be. Yet, he had to be able to attune to a totem from there. Ursul had. and he had been able to match her cultivation. He was just a little bit behind right now. A few months was quite annoying, but she'd ultimately pushed herself forward before she was ready. But with more time, Turdo believed he could achieve the same. He had to, but his time on the 6th layer was short, and he couldn't hold himself there any longer. He was pushed back into his body, where he had to steady himself and avoid taking the deep breaths he wanted. Getting salt water in his lungs was never fun, regardless of his ability to deal with it. Turdo dove again and again into the deep sea with the Leviathan and the sea of spiritual totems. In his brief moments on the 6th layer, he desperately searched for something resonant with the power of the Leviathan. He found himself brushing up against the edges of something, but he was always pulled away before he could reach it. But he refused to give up. He needed the power to fight alongside his sisters, and Ursul had already reached the soul expansion phase. Melantha would be there before long. Once the Tenebach clan's blessing ceremony occurred again, she was astounding and would be able to attune to a powerful totem. And if he didn't manage this soon, they would both pull ahead. Turdo lunged for the totem he could feel, but he found himself flung away with great force. He swirled back into his body, and the world itself continued to flip over as he was filled with vertigo. Was the totem rejecting him? He wasn't good enough? Turdo looked at his mother, gesturing for them to return to the surface. He had tried again and again, and he wouldn't let himself pass out another time. He had to know his own limits, even if he didn't like them. Layers of sea, from the deepest dark of the sea floor strangely full of life, to layers of darkness with moderate life or none, up to zones of twilight, then sun, and finally the surface itself. The kelp spire forest rested above. When they finally surfaced, Turdo climbed to the top of one of the spires. It was the same one that he and his sisters had almost been killed upon, what felt like forever ago. Ursul had nearly sacrificed herself there. Turdo could remember being unable to act, both in and to a lesser extent the prismatic chambers. You didn't want that. Aren't you going to dry off? A gentle voice said from nearby. Turdo looked up to see Emilia, his fiancée, unofficially still. It was ultimately up to them, but both families already approved. Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted and didn't see you coming. Turdo stood and bowed politely. I was not expecting you to visit, but I'm glad to see you here. Of course, Emilia smiled. We came to find you at the clan, but learned you were here. I heard you are undergoing intense training. Turdo nodded. I recently learned that my power was not enough. Being born with natural affinity didn't prevent myself or my sisters from being in mortal danger. They exchanged a short conversation, after which Turdo felt more relaxed. Then Emilia excused herself to let him get back to meditating and recovering his energy in safety. Turdo was just settling down when he felt her coming back, so he stood up to meet her. Something wrong? Yeah, you're soaking wet, idiot. A burst of flames covered him at the declaration. When they cleared, they revealed a younger version of Emilia, but only by looks and the style of her cultivation. Damn it, Verusha, what's wrong with you? Nothing, she said, but there are lots of things wrong with you. Like what? Turdo said. He should have just ignored the kid, but she'd immediately put him in a combative mood. Like your stupid face. Though Emilia likes it for some reason. When are you going to propose to her? When I feel we are both ready, Turdo said. Not that it's any of your business. Of course it's my business. She's my sister. Even if I don't want a stupid brother-in-law, she'd probably be happy. Yeah, I get it, Turdo said, but it would be at least 5 years before we could actually be married. I'm not in any rush. You're right. 5 years is a long time. Verusha crossed her arms and nodded. But if you take that long to propose, I'll set your hair on fire during the wedding. Yeah, I get it, Turdo said. What are you doing here anyway? Just tagging along with your sister? I wanted to go to the beach, she said. You don't know how much nicer beach sand is compared to desert volcano sand. But then you weren't even there, so we had to come out here. Anyway, you're having trouble attuning to your totem? Who even told you that? Turdo asked. Nobody. But you've been at peak foundation phase for a while, so it must mean you can't attune a totem. Why not? The one I want is pushing me away. It seems I'm not compatible. Turdo wasn't sure. Why? He told her that, but he was hoping it would lead to him being able to get back to what he was doing faster. Then punch it in the face and make it compatible, Verusha said. Easy. Turdo rolled his eyes. Like you know, you haven't even attuned to your first totem yet. So? I'm 10. You hadn't either at my age. I totally did, Turdo countered. Sure, he was born with something like the first rank of cultivation, so it wasn't exactly fair, but she didn't need to know that. Well, it's not that I can't. Verusha turned her head away, snorting fire. I'm just trying to find the best totem. Oh yeah, Turdo asked. What kind are you looking for? Like I said, the best one. There is an A. Best totem. Turdo sighed. It just depends on what you want. Verusha shook her head. There is a best one. I'll prove it. All right. Turdo waved her off. You do that. Now all that calm he felt from his chat with Amelia was gone, and he was just annoyed. His whole recovery would be thrown off, and probably the next dive. Just great. Wow, Ursul said when she was alone with her father. I can't believe you brought Nick here. Are you actually setting him up with her? I just want them to make an informed choice, John said. I know we've made fun of her for liking him, but honestly none of us know for sure if she does. She never stops talking about him, even when she's not talking about him, Ursul pointed out. And that definitely means she feels something, but it could involve confusion from their early rivalry. Either way, I want her to resolve her thoughts on him before the ceremony. But what if she does like him? John shrugged. Then she likes him. Ursul bit her lip, probably hard enough for most people to break skin. Won't it be awful for her to realize that and then have to marry someone else? John frowned. Why would she have to marry someone else? I suppose he might not reciprocate her feelings, but it would be better for her to know that sometime soon, rather than having it in the back of her mind forever. But she said, would you even let her marry someone like him? What about him? John asked. Is there something I don't know? Well, he's lowborn, or whatever people call it. So? John tilted his head. I have standards, but he's a talented cultivator, and he seems like a decent person. He's marrying into the clan, so it's generally easier if he's not part of some important clan. Oh, you should probably tell Melantha that. I've made myself pretty clear on the matter. Have you? Ursul asked. Because, you haven't talked with me about it at all. Besides, like, finding someone decent. That's because you don't have specific duties you're needed for. You're free to choose anyone. Or not choose, I suppose. Oh, good, Ursul said with relief. But, you should probably talk to Melantha about it. Because from what I heard from her, things might not have come across as clearly as you intended. John sighed. Unfortunate. But at least this came up. Now, instead of years down the line. Thank you for your concern for your sister. Of course, Ursul nodded vigorously. I'd do anything for her, including break out of special restraints by attuning to a totem too powerful for you. Hey, Ursul said, it doesn't even hurt anymore. I can totally deal with it, and I'm almost done with Master Renato's challenge. I'm glad to hear that, John smiled. John later found Melantha and straightforwardly explained what it seemed she'd misunderstood. He wasn't sure if it was ultimately a good idea, because they didn't end up having a real conversation. Instead, Melantha just stood there expressionless for a while before excusing herself. John might have preferred to let things develop naturally if they had time, but he couldn't afford to let her choose the wrong totem because she was confused. Hopefully, at least she'd be able to be more intentional this way. In the same vein, John supposed he ought to be clear with Nick. He wasn't sure if his opening was necessarily correct, but by the time he really thought about it, the words had already been said. Young man, do you like my daughter? Nick jumped out of his skin at the ambush question. Well, the thing is, you see, John held up his hand. Just to be clear, it's fine to answer in either the affirmative or the negative. I'm not going to condemn you for liking her, nor would I blame you if you didn't, given your earliest interactions. Go ahead and take some time to think. Nick did that, finally responding. I think I may have grown fond of her passion, even if much of it was directed towards trying to kill me at first. Once I got to spend some time with her, not trying to kill each other, I found her to be pleasant company and a reliable combat companion. I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but it's fine, John said. I think you should tell her whatever it is you truly feel. Perhaps not right away, but I wouldn't linger too long either. If nothing else, I imagine your sect would want you back eventually. At least as long as they got to keep him. Perhaps in a few years, they'd snatch him away. Of course, sir. I'm not certain if the words will be so easy to say to her, though. You just have to be honest, John said, which sometimes means saying you don't know what to say, even if it sounds kind of stupid. Chapter 231. Once more into the sea of spiritual totems. To Turdo, the true presence of the Leviathan was not exactly an authoritative power. Instead, it was a power so grand it didn't care about how strong anything else was. Something to that effect, at least. He was back to the sixth layer. That same totem that he felt called to, though it continued to reject him. He'd tried wrestling with it, or even attacking it in frustration that was in no way related to any annoyance that he'd experienced during his training. Now he planned to beat it. When he approached, he was once again pushed away. He let it happen, but instead of just leaving, he waited for some sort of returning flow of energy that he could ride back towards the totem. He got closer, whatever that meant, in a place without actual distance. Another pulse pushed him away, but like the ebb and flow of waves, he gradually continued his efforts, until finally he reached the totem, clutching it to him. He felt it continue to pulse in his grasp, but once he had a hand on it, he wasn't flung away. He drew it into himself, feeling the rush of power as he attuned his third totem and at the same time officially entered the soul expansion phase. All he needed was a bit of determination, it seemed, and months of training and effort. Turdo wondered how his sisters were doing. Marry me? What? Nick looked over towards Melantha. Wouldn't it be crazy if you came here with the intent to marry me? Though I doubt Father even told you the purpose of these parties. You're right about that, he didn't, Nick agreed. Melantha bit her lip, looking away. But knowing what I do now, I would have come anyway. A slight intake of breath was all that betrayed Melantha. Is that so? It is, he declared. And I should say, I enjoyed spending time with you, even given the circumstances of the prismatic chambers. I think we worked well together, and I even enjoy fighting you the times I don't feel like you're actually trying to kill me. Melantha coughed, but Nick either didn't notice or ignored it. Should we get married? I don't know if I could say that's a good idea for many reasons, but it's going to be at least a few years, right? Do you want to at least spend some of that time getting to know each other? Yes, Melantha said instantly. To the last thing. Small, previously imperceptible imperfections appeared before Ursul. She had no idea if she got anywhere close to the size of atoms or molecules, but her father's advice still helped. Regardless of how, there were imperfections in this mountain steel. She focused her spiritual energy to finer and finer levels, worming roots into the structure. Then she began to empower it, increasing the pressure around it. The mountain steel would be fighting against itself, as the roots of energy couldn't be pushed out. But before it all came apart, Ursul stopped. She should show this to Master Renato. She was confident enough that she could do it. It would be better to display it in his presence. She doubted he would accuse her of cheating, but she also wanted to get feedback to see if he could find flaws in her technique. Ursul was a notable figure among the disciples of the Order of the Amber Heart. People took notice of her, because of her family, of course, but most cared about her being in the soul expansion phase at an age where most were barely beginning the spiritual collection phase. There were always exceptions, but all of the triplets had been born with a high affinity. Ursul trained hard to make sure she wouldn't waste it, and she knew her siblings did the same. Walking through the sect without getting requests to spar was a difficult prospect, so Ursul just prepared to accept all of them. Whether people were stronger or weaker didn't really matter, since she could either learn something or it wouldn't take long. And knowing exactly the right amount of restraint to use against weaker opponents was still useful. Eventually, she managed to wade through all of that and find Master Renato. She held out the heavy ingot. I'm done. Are you? He asked. Doesn't look damaged to me. It will be in a moment, Ursul said. She focused on the flaws she knew about, and ultimately only a small amount of spiritual energy under extremely fine control wormed its way into the mountain steel ingot. Then she pushed, and it crumbled apart, breaking into a handful of distinct and craggy chunks. See, your control has definitely improved, Master Renato agreed. But you're too slow. It wasn't that slow. Each second is an eternity in combat. And you already knew the flaws. Can you do it just as fast with this? Master Renato produced another ingot. Given how much work it was to make those, and how impractical they were, as they could not be feasibly reworked into armor, set into form as they were, Ursul was surprised he had another ready. And not knowing where the flaws were, it did take her a few extra seconds to discern them, but she'd refined her ability to seek out small flaws quite significantly. There, done. Next, Master Renato said, somehow producing yet another ingot. Though Ursul wasn't expending all that much spiritual energy, which was the whole point of her totem, focusing her senses, so much did come with mental fatigue. She got through the third and fourth, but on the fifth she needed a break. Why do you have so many of these? Master Renato grinned. That's a secret. It can't be just a screw with me, Ursul frowned. Is this part of your own training? He just shrugged. You can believe whatever you like. Either way, I'll have more until you can perform this reliably and quickly. Though I should caution you to not get too focused on mountain steel specifically. Made by different people, it will be only slightly different, but there will be other nearly impenetrable materials that will doubtless function differently. Do I even need to break apart everything? Because even if someone wore an armor of pure mountain steel, I might be able to turn them into a soup inside it if I smack them hard enough. What lovely imagery, Renato said. But while I imagine you could do that once or twice, if they weren't too skilled, it would wear you out much more quickly. You can't always expect your opponents to be a fair match for you in either strength or numbers. Yeah, Ursul had to agree with that. I guess that makes sense. Though she could also just pretend to be smacking someone around and make use of her normal roots well enough. The time came for the Tenebach clan's blessing ceremony. There were some for whom it felt a bit late, while others would doubtless feel it was too early. Children who were too young would have to wait for the next opportunity in a few decades, meaning that the first phases would take longer for them than others. But having to work with only their inborn affinity would not be the end of the world. The Tenebach clan still had sufficient resources for them to match most other powers, at least for a while. Other clans or sects still had their own methods, but the Tenebach clan simply couldn't perform the blessing ceremony as they pleased, not even with Ursul fully recovered. Though perhaps sometime in the future, they might be able to consistently provide enough resources to prevent the older generation of cultivators from having to make a sacrifice. John paid special attention to his uncle Aiden. The clan was just a bit short of what they needed to be able to perform this time's ceremony without loss. They would have managed by digging into savings or splitting the burden between the older generation, but Aiden had made his choice this time. It was hard to argue against, as Aiden was able to make his own decisions and the logic held. He was not going to stay a consolidated soul phase cultivator for long anyway, so it was better to get something from the loss. Everyone involved gathered together beneath the clan in the constructed habitat of Ursul. That included everyone to receive the blessing ceremony, including most of the older generations and specifically Luctus, John's grandfather. Of those still living, he had the most experience. Besides Ursul himself, of course. The special blessing John had received upon being transmigrated, involving just Ursul, was an exception. The normal case was for there to be a group effort. Though in theory only Aiden would give of his cultivation, the ceremony still required vulnerability from all of those involved. If the provided resources were insufficient, or if John's affinity with Ursul or the guidance of the others was insufficient, they could experience some setbacks. Because of that, everyone had to maintain optimum focus. In the central position of those receiving the blessing was, of course, Melantha. As the future clan head, the position of honor was hers. But it also came with responsibility. She would be responsible for a small portion of the distribution process. That was a divergence from tradition, but the traditional ceremony had also been modified specifically for Ursul's injuries and for what the Tenebach clan could accomplish. Darkness suffused the area, a comforting darkness, even if it was also disconcerting. Ursul was still only a vague, bestial form, yet with more power than before. The ceremony began, and John was filtering energy through himself. It was not unlike a battle formation, though they did not have to worry about outside influences. The underground was sealed and guarded, though the exact timing was kept secret just in case anyone intended to cause trouble. Energy swirled to and from John and Ursul. The various materials, sources of spirit darkness, produced a heavy fog. Curved webs of spiritual energy filled the area, flowing from the upper generation to the younger. As predicted, they were a bit short, but Aiden freely offered of his cultivation base. John shuddered at an intrusive thought that it would be easy to take more power for himself. Through John and sigh, the power flowed from the outside in and back out from Melantha. The entire process was less than an hour, but John felt as if he had been fighting the whole time. But eventually, everything settled, for a moment, at least, until Melantha broke through in a burst of power. While she'd technically waited until after the ceremony, that wasn't exactly what John had in mind when she'd made her intentions clear. On the other hand, perhaps it was a good thing. Shortly after that, a handful of others picked either the first totems for the spiritual collection phase, with a couple advancing to foundation phase. Reaching the soul expansion phase was a bit more work, especially for the younger generation, without a blessing, so Melantha was the sole individual to immediately achieve those results. And then the blessing ceremony was over. John wondered what totem she'd picked, until he found himself outside and saw that everyone had a light sunburn. Ultraviolet it was then. At least it would be usable in case things ultimately did not work out with Nick. Sure, they seemed compatible now, but as it turned out, people were complex. On the other hand, even if they ran into issues, that didn't mean it couldn't work out. Everyone had problems. John was just lucky that Mateo was able to talk to him straightforwardly about theirs. It wasn't always pleasant, but it had to be done. Ursul returned to the clan to see her sister once more. The previous schedule had long been disrupted, and perhaps the triplets would never again spend most of the year together. But with the conclusion of the blessing ceremony, they would see Turdo again soon. So Ursul asked, "How did it go?" "How did what go?" Melantha asked. "With Nick." "Why would you think there would be something with Nick?" "Because it's been obvious to us for forever," Ursul pointed out. "Really?" Melantha frowned. "Really? So, how'd it go?" "It seems we're officially courting, or something of the sort. Parties called off? They will be more infrequent," Melantha said. "If nothing else, I still must maintain a social presence as the future clan head." Ursul waited until Melantha was taking a sip of her watered wine. "So did you kiss yet?" Liquid went everywhere, and Melantha was hacking and coughing. Why would you even suggest something of the sort?" Ursul shrugged. "I don't know, I don't even get why anyone would want to. But I'm going to assume that's a yes. I don't like this subject. I'm telling Turdo you did, whether you admit it or not. Do as you please. But if any rumors spread about me, something unpleasant might find its way onto your pillow." Chapter 232. It felt like forever since John had been able to spend actual time with Mateo, instead of just meeting in passing. The prismatic chambers barely counted, as that was a time of combat and they were surrounded by others. That had led to the triplets' most recent troubles, but finally everything seemed to be resolved with all of them alive and generally happy. John sighed. A small mistake almost led to complete disaster. That is the ultimate fate of many clans and sects, Mateo mused. We could have likely recovered, but it would have stymied the upward growth of our clans. In times like this, that's no different than a sharp decline. A golden age of cultivation. Makes me worried for what comes after. Try to put it out of your mind. Phenomenon like this can last for a very long time. It wouldn't be strange for it to last a generation or two, potentially past our natural deaths. You say that, John said, but have you considered at what point our natural deaths will occur? Our most recent ancestors hadn't even reached the consolidated soul phase. Even now that he has, I doubt Luctus will live past 150 years. Yet it would be odd for either of us to not live past 2 centuries, even if our cultivation stagnates here. A reasonable point, Mateo admitted. Then we shall have to work all the harder to maintain our positions. The two of them were relaxing in a secluded cove near the Brandel clan, because even if Mateo was used to such things, it was still quite pleasant. The warmth of the sun and the cool of the water nicely balanced each other, with the cove having just the right amount of breeze. They were able to spend some time in silence, just being with each other. Alas, there were still duties that needed to be done and questions that had to be asked. What do you think about the ascending soul phase? John asked. The closer I get, the more uncertain I am about achieving it. You should not doubt yourself. I know you have the talent and the drive. Even if it is a more difficult step, you will succeed." She looked at him and smiled. "Soon, you will join me in the late consolidated soul phase." Hard to believe it was little Turdo who pushed you hard enough to advance, even if indirectly. He's gentle, but far from timid or weak. All of the triplets are strong in their own ways, and they will be able to resist the pressures we and the world place on them. John sighed. "Is it unfair to wish we could skip to the point when the clans were their responsibility?" "I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to think about," Mateo nodded. "I would like to spend more of our year together." "This was a stupid plan," John said. "It might be a couple decades late to tell our grandfathers that." "Could have been worse, though," John said, squeezing her hand. Several weeks later, upon Kamana, which was primarily controlled by the Mulyani clan, many prominent figures were gathered around from various regional powers or allies. John and Mateo were present, as well as Luctus and Netanel. The triplets were also present. From the Mulyani clan, there were Sigh and Harda, recent advancements in their cultivation allowing them to prop up the clan. Finally, there was Kuzma. The question of her presence was a complicated one, with only her body definitely being present. Though she had undoubtedly been powerful, she was also known to push herself to achieve whatever she wanted. Fatigue and wounds from various important events had built up, and most likely she'd been hanging on through sheer willpower for years. It seemed that the relief of Asai and Harda being able to advance their cultivation, together providing structure for the clan, had allowed her to let go of her grip. Dark clouds hung on the horizon, a common sight in the shimmering islands, known for its powerful, if sometimes brief storms. It was not a coincidence the ceremony was being held at this time, nor would a storm actually disrupt the ceremony, but rather was required for it to advance. Asai was the first to speak. Before Kuzma, there was little worthy of being called the Mulyani clan. However, in her lifetime, she built up something great, providing a place for a clan that grew around her. It seemed as if she would last eternally, even if that wasn't her desire for cultivation. But as we all know, everything must come to its end. She will be remembered. In the distance, lightning flashed. Rain began to fall as winds picked up. Various others took a chance to step up, saying a few words. John, speaking of how she dragged him off for crazy training. The triplets, recalling her defense of them. Various others, speaking on how she was a whirlwind of destruction that showed up to save the day. Luctus and Ninel also spoke of their youth, her ambitions to turn her family into a proper clan, and how crazy it seemed at first, even with the two of them having established clans. But with little but moral support, she pulled something together, fostering the later generations. Harda was the last to speak. "Though my cultivation now closely matches hers, I know my power does not match her true intensity." She was a whirlwind that came to quick decisions, flipping about like the winds of a storm. "And so we gather here to return her to the storm." As if punctuating his decision, lightning finally struck Kaimana. The storm continued, and as the storm passed over, the lightning strikes were drawn to Kuzma and amplified, turning her body to ash, which was swept up in the powerful winds and carried away. Several others had words to say, but Kuzma's time had come and gone. A reminder of how people would eventually fade, but also what they could accomplish even in a single lifetime. As always, time continued to pass. The triplets no longer remained together year-round, but had at least a few months out of the year together. When they were apart, they sent each other messages delivered through the flight of shadowhawks. But there was only so much words on paper could say. But the times of separation came with the joy of reunion and allowed them to grow independently, even if the purpose was still to support each other. Luctus and Netanel withdrew into seclusion, focusing on their cultivation. They already had little remaining involvement in clan affairs, but as their ambitions were tied to the clan, there was little better they could do but improve themselves for the remaining durations of their lifespan, measured in decades or less. They would make themselves available for the defense of the clan if necessary, but would otherwise be seen only rarely. The younger generation of adults did not slack off in their training either, striving to keep up with the two clan heads. Advancing through the ranks of the late, consolidated soul phase was not something that happened quickly, But as predicted by Mateo, soon enough John stepped into the 34th rank with her. The surrounding region likewise continued its surge in growth. Friendly groups like the Order of the Amber Heart, the Milanovic clan, and the Golden Tomb Guardians were among them. The same was true to a lesser extent for the combining Luster sect, though their geographical separation limited how much mutual support could come into play. Though it was gradual and almost ignorable, the influence of the molten sea wormed its way through the northern sunfields until it reached a strain, which never had the cultivators or the will to restrict movements in any manner. The Sky Islands also exerted their influence into the Darklands, pushing westward. The motivation for such expansion was not clear for either of them, but both seemed interested in the Shimmering Islands. Melanthena's father had reminded her quite frequently that nobody was perfect, and while at first she'd thought it was intended as some sort of disparaging remark to try to keep her from forming a deeper attachment to Nick, she came to learn it was likely the opposite. Prepared for some sort of revelation that Nick killed puppies for fun, she took some time to realize what was really meant. One of the things she liked about him was his silent stubbornness, his unwillingness to accept defeat at her hands. That was also a source of conflict, though not in the area of direct competition and cultivation. That pushed them both to develop further and was only a good thing. Instead, it was other areas where they ran into friction. His inability to be present all the time was understandable. Melanthina understood he had his own duties, and he had to train where it was best for him. When he was around, she enjoyed the time they spent together, but less so when it involved official matters. He didn't seem to take social events seriously. He was never a slob, but he would often show up to events with poor timing or less than impeccably groomed. Sure, Melanthina could appreciate messy hair sometimes, but others would pick it out, commenting on it where they thought they were not heard. Or worse, when they thought they would, saying she should pick someone better. But that last part was not his fault directly. She just wished sometimes he would show them that he was better. But with her main problems being that sometimes he was a little bit messy or less formal than she would have liked, and that he was overly humble or didn't rise to provocations of people that weren't her. Her list of complaints wasn't that large, which made them stand out all the more. If she could just change those things, maybe he would be perfect. Don't, her father said as she complained about it. Don't what? Don't assume you can or should force him to change, John said. Maybe he will give in time, especially if you speak honestly about how you feel. But focusing on the assumption that he will change for you, or that he won't change in other ways, will ultimately lead to disappointment. But you and Mother Dash, we what? Have a perfect marriage? Of course not. We just don't show our flaws in front of others. And most importantly, we have resolved to work together continuously to manage our marriage. Your work isn't done when you're officially married, but just begun. Just make sure you know what is most important. What's most important to you? Putting up with my crazy cultivation path, her father grinned. Though the two of you have made very similar choices there. Perhaps you'll have enough struggle just from that. Is dual cultivation so difficult? With light and darkness? It will absolutely be. And remember Dash. Don't mix cultivation and sex. I know. I don't think either of us would like our organs liquefied from a distraction. It would be an absolutely embarrassing result for everyone involved. And your siblings wouldn't let it go beyond your grave. Yeah, I get it. And don't forget you can talk to your mother if you have any questions about things. I know, Melanthina emphasized. I'm not a kid anymore. Tell me that in another decade or after you have a child, and I might believe you. The club once again met at the Tenebach clan, still the central location for all of their reincarnated and transmigrated members, plus the honorary member Mateo, who had brought them together because of an important discovery. We figured out what they want, Mateo said bluntly. We've tracked their movements to the Kelp Spire Forest. Who? Deirdre asked. The Molten Sea or the Sky Islands? Both. And no, it does not seem that they are working together, but something in the area seems to have drawn their attention. It seems unlikely we can just ignore them, Renato said. If they're in that area, they must be after the sea god, the Leviathan, Mateo confirmed. Whatever you want to call it. And whatever happens with that, I can't imagine it will be good for us, the Brandel clan, or the whole region. Lacanus added his thoughts next. It bugs me that we've just let them get this far without doing something. Sure, Personally, Justina and I are at the least risk, but we're still making the area seem like easy targets. Maybe we are, John admitted. We haven't been letting them do as they please, because we don't care. They have the power to back it up. Consolidated soul phase cultivators and an unknown number of ascending soul phase cultivators. Any number above 0 of which being a serious threat to everyone. I don't think our clans will be enough, Mateo explained. Which means we'll need to draw in others. And that means a proper war, Renato nodded. Unfortunate, but without things coming this far, it is unlikely we would have been able to ask for the aid of many beyond ourselves and our closest allies. At best, we could have rallied Marble County and a few clans from each of the Shimmering Islands, the Sunfields, and the Green Sands. We don't want to show our hand too early, Mateo said. But we do need to raise support. That's why I brought the information this way. Others in the Brandel clan no less, though perhaps others in the Shimmering Islands might have picked up on it. Though how these groups came to learn of the Leviathan to begin with is a concern. I have not witnessed many others outside of our trusted allies diving even close to deep enough to encounter the Leviathan. Perhaps our various visits tipped someone off, though that would still require some locals to disseminate the information. We need to be careful of who we approach. With that, the meeting was adjourned. Some such as Lacanus would be less directly involved with recruitment. He was perhaps a step or two less reckless than when he was younger, but he still wasn't suited for such tasks. Justina, however, could handle it better, and the rest of them had more experience with such responsibilities. Chapter 233. For the first time in a while, Ursul was involved with actual sect business. She wasn't in charge of anything, of course. She was both too young, barely in adulthood, and not quite strong enough to provide a good impression. The soul expansion phase was nothing to sneer at for someone of her age, but promise of future power wasn't the same as current strength. Thus, Master Renato, who was in the late consolidated soul phase, was a better option by far. That didn't mean Ursul had no purpose, though. Diplomatic missions between cultivators also ended up being demonstrations of might. And while a single person on top was a reasonable influence, having a good base of disciples to hold up the upper generation was also important. Strength wasn't everything, but it would make people more likely to go along with suggested paths. The first stop was Heavy Gold Mountain. They were a decently powerful sect, more or less centrally located in the stone conglomerate. Having developed several consolidated soul phase cultivators in the recent rise, they were worthy of the Order of the Amber Heart's efforts. Ursul remembered one of their disciples fighting against Turdo in a strange tournament. But though they'd been vaguely matched in cultivation, compared to the triplets, even the best cultivators were significantly older. That included Nick, though he was closer to 3 years than something like 6 or 8. He'd also managed to keep the gap with Melantha from changing significantly. He wasn't born with light affinity, but he'd taken to cultivation early and developed rapidly. All the diplomatic stuff Ursul could afford to tune out, but when it came time for some demonstrations, she was ready and focused. Her opponent was similarly at the upper end of the early soul expansion phase, but he was about as old as they could get away with while avoiding embarrassment. Almost 30, adding a good 2/3 of Ursul's own age on top. Though if one counted experience, Ursul had sort of 18 years of cultivation experience, and Cornatus was probably similar, maybe a bit less. Though it also wasn't quite fair to count Ursul's time before she could walk or talk, even if she had cultivation. After the necessary polite introductions, they got to the good part. Cornatus was of course decked out in shiny golden armor, with a similarly gaudy hammer. It was possible there was some sort of secret that made adding gold into their equipment practical. At the very least, they seemed to have techniques, so it wasn't a drawback. But if it wasn't a true benefit, it just seemed arrogant. Then again, Heavy Gold Mountain was one of the stronger sects in the region, so they could afford it. Ursul didn't feel like getting any cracked bones, so she made sure to dodge the initial wide swing. She was durable, sure, but that was no reason to take an attack head-on, unless she planned to get something specific out of it. A few years ago, Ursul would have had a significant reach disadvantage. Now, that gap had narrowed. Cornatus was still a large man, tall, and with the reach that entailed. But Ursul had attained her adult stature. Her stone club had a long enough handle that she could somewhat match her opponent's reach, so she was able to get a glancing blow on his shoulder in one of the earlier exchanges. It didn't seem like much, but for Ursul it was the start of her ultimate victory. The ground trembled as her opponent stepped forward, and then she found herself flung into the air as he slammed his hammer into the ground. Ursul could have avoided it, but she let herself leave the ground without resistance. That was just energy she didn't have to provide herself as she wound up for a downward assault. Obviously, her opponent was ready, swinging his warhammer up toward her as she descended. To save her ribs, Ursul altered her weapon's trajectory to intercept his. A shockwave of energy scattered small rocks and dust everywhere as the two clashed. To the untrained eye, it would seem that they came out without anyone gaining an advantage. But Ursul was pulling ahead. More importantly, if she could match him blow for blow, then he couldn't build up the momentum the heavy gold mountain was known for. Her first touch had dug roots into Krenatus' shoulder. They were small enough he might not even have noticed. Clashing with his weapon, more roots grew along the shaft and inside his arms, spiritual energy ready to cause trouble. If this were a grudge match, Ursul might invite another head-on clash and tear apart his weapon and maybe his arms to boot. Instead, she was simply going to build up the pressure inside him until it was obvious. To that end, she chose to exchange blows, hammer striking her ribs as her stone club did the same to Krenatus. They were both flung away, the impact not crushing either of them. Ursul's ribs were a bit sore, but it wasn't a big deal, though she was working with her father on an eventual improvement to diamond defense. The materials for such a thing wouldn't be cheap, though. Ursul held her club out towards Krenatus, a steady smile on her face. He should be feeling the infiltration of the roots, and if he didn't wrap his head around it soon, she didn't mind causing a little bit of internal damage. She could have probably beat him in a brawl as well, but why expand her knowledge of Earth and not use it? Not using her new totem would be a complete waste. It only took 2 more clashes for the man to realize he'd lost, and he could feel the tension inside his muscles and bones limiting his range of movement. He properly surrendered, and in turn Ursul placed a hand on his shoulder to dissolve the energy roots without causing any injury. The stone conglomerate was a wide country, and the next big stop was further west. The Marble Mountain sect, perhaps a bit less prominent than Heavy Gold Mountain, but more positively inclined to go along with the Order of the Amber Heart, and thus indirectly the Tenebach clan. The same general situation, with Ursul prepared to display her power. This time, it was against a guy named Rug. He was closer to his mid or even early 20s, showing talent a level better than Krenatus. This guy happened to use a halberd, which came with a proper expansion of his reach. He'd have great leverage, and having a proper blade made it riskier to intentionally take a hit. Ursul's skin might be tough, but once that was chopped through, it would get risky. She would have to make sure she kept up solid energy defenses to avoid injury. Her opponent approached, his halberd clutched tightly in his grip. "Oh, let's have a good match, okay, miss?" The almost timid way he spoke, and what Ursul thought was a light blush, nearly threw her off. Was it some sort of trick? It didn't matter, because he followed up with taking a solid stance. "Let's," Ursul responded. She held her stone club at the ready. The halberd came in wide sweeps, swift enough that she found it difficult to move in. Ursul was tempted to catch it below the head, but no doubt her opponent dealt with that sort of behavior all the time. She kept a cautious observation of his style, trying to pick out flaws while avoiding attacks. If she took a bad hit, it could shift the whole trajectory of the battle. Her opponent seemed quite well grounded, steady on his feet, and capable of covering pretty much any angle she tried to approach from. But Ursul had some other methods of approach to try. She stepped forward, seeming like she was leading into an upward sweep of her club. Then she was suddenly launched into the air by a projection of bamboo. Rug's halberd came up, but he was slow in getting it behind him. Ursul couldn't suddenly change her trajectory to approach, but her club tore into the stony ground beneath them, launching a spray of shards at his back. He quickly spun around, but instead of raising herself up, Ursul did the same for Rug, causing his halberd to swing over her head. No doubt if she'd simply raised a pillar of earth, he would have been ready, but he seemed to be less sensitive to the plant-focused aspects of earth cultivation. Ursul was surprised he didn't immediately topple as her club slammed into the side of his leg, but she kept herself inside his optimal reach, pressing the attack. He shortened his grip on the halberd, taking advantage of its spear-like properties to attempt to fend her off. But ultimately, he couldn't stand up to Ursul. "I concede," he said simply. Ursul nodded. "Good fight." Rug then got a dreamy smile on his face. A marble statue, flying through the sky. A beautiful dove, alighting upon the dais. Poetry? A what? Ursul tilted her head. Beautiful Ursul. Might I ask for an opportunity to court you? Oh, that was what the poetry was for. Might as well make this clear. I'm going to have to refuse. Alas! May I ask, is it a weakness in my cultivation or my personage that you perceive? Listen, Rug, I'm sure someone would absolutely love your poetry. But I'm not interested in anyone regardless of flowery words or muscles or cultivation or whatever else. As for your cultivation, I guess you could shore up some weaknesses by expanding the breadth of your understanding of the earth. Maybe see if you can visit the Viridia wildlands. I understand, Rug nodded. If your words are not just a kindness, it is not a fault in myself. Look, I don't know anything about proper courtship, but if you find someone you like but they're not interested in you as you are, it's probably not meant to be. Don't assume you should change for someone else, unless you've got a serious flaw, I guess. Ursul shrugged. She literally just admitted she had no idea how any of that crap worked. Why was she giving advice? I shall contemplate your words, both as a worthy opponent and a guide in the matters of love. Should she repeat her warning? Whatever. He'd probably be fine. So, how'd the talking and stuff go? Ursul asked Master Renato after they finished their tour. About as you'd expect. Nobody wants to get involved with the affairs of the Darklands or to step foot in a strain. But with a bit of time we can get a few involved, and others will join out of momentum. Renato nodded seriously. I've also sown the seeds of danger in their minds. So whether or not they'd been considering the Sky Islands and Molten Sea as threats, they'll now be more aware. Good to hear, Ursul nodded. I don't know if I was actually that much help, though. I fought a few people, but that's it. It's a good reminder for them that in a decade or two you'll be something amazing, especially with how your training has been going. Speaking of which, I do have a reward for your progress. Oh yeah? What is it? You'll have to follow me to the armory to find out. Ursul hoped it was a new weapon, though she had also been looking at buying one on her own, either with saved up money or through the sect. When she stepped into the armory, her eyes wouldn't look at the various weapons and armor strewn about, but instead they settled on an armor rack displaying a set of darkly shining armor. She was quite familiar with the material. That was mountain steel. And because it was settled into its form upon creation, that meant each section had to be formed exactly as it was and then attached to a structure beneath. I see you like it, Renato commented. Wah! Ursul came out of her daze. Yes. It looks nice. It's yours, Renato said. When Ursul didn't have the ability to respond, he grinned. What, you didn't think I was spending all that effort on making mountain steel for fun? Or so you could break it in training? I didn't think about it, Ursul admitted. But shouldn't you have made armor for yourself first? This is so valuable. I don't know if I can accept it. Renato laughed. You're going to have to, because it won't fit anyone else. But don't worry about me. I have my own plans. All right, Ursul said. This armor was made for her, and they couldn't just adjust a few straps to make it fit someone else. Also, she did want it. I will humbly accept. I hope I can prove worthy of the effort. You already have. But if you want to do something more, just stay alive and help out the sect when we need you. Chapter 234. Whichever direction John chose, his path would take him through the carved-out paths of one of the encroaching groups. To the south, the Sky Islands were stretching across the close edge of the Darklands. To the north, the Molten Sea had cut right through the middle of a strain, even taking Lunson under their control. Though that hardly mattered, unless they tried to do something to the normally neutral tournaments. But they seemed smart enough to not mess around with that. And their presence in the prismatic chambers had been much the same as anyone else. Perhaps a bit domineering, but not enough to make anyone move against them in a coordinated fashion. And perhaps, like the other factions, John should have chosen to ignore them. But he was not the only one with feelings of indignation about them just extending into the region as they pleased. The whole point of his current tasks were to find others who agreed with them, supporting them. Sure, it would be easier to keep their heads down until these groups pulled out. They couldn't stay extended as they were indefinitely. But then what would they do the next time someone took a domineering stance? The time after that? There might not be direct losses to the Tenebach clan this time, though the Brandel clan would lose a useful training tool if the Leviathan was somehow damaged. It could be worth it to give it up. But the idea wasn't seriously entertained for long. John set out to the north, disappointed once more that Aiden would not be coming along. Aiden said he was content with how things had turned out, and perhaps that was true, but whether or not he'd come to terms with it, John's uncle was dealing with adversity that had torn him away from his traditional presence in the clan. He would wind up losing his importance without his strength, though the respect others had for him should remain. The Tenebach clan was not heartless and cutthroat like some clans, mostly due to maintaining reasonable numbers instead of expanding at all costs. There was a clear difference between the stone conglomerate and a strain proper, more than just the fact that the hills and mountains gave way to open plains or anything related to the tangible world. "How do you feel?" John asked Kristen, who maintained her position as his chief bodyguard. "In what regard?" "My health is in a good state, and my cultivation has been advancing. Slowly, but that is to be expected. More on the cultivation side. And about here," John gestured vaguely all around them. "I feel like I am in a wasteland completely devoid of spiritual energy," she said bluntly. "Though it is not taxing like being in a light-dominant region, I feel like my recovery here might be even slower." "Interesting," John said. "In what way?" Kristen asked. "I definitely felt like that at first, but I'm under a very different impression of the area." Though it was not flashy, John felt the area was quite vibrant with spiritual energy. It helped that he had skill with multiple elements, as he was able to discern the finely mixed elements, which combined might seem to be nothing. He was able to directly control 2/3 of the elements, and his control over fire without a totem had been improving over the years as he approached the peak of the consolidated soul phase. Once he achieved the 36th rank, there would still be the significant threshold between phases, but he was no longer worried about attuning to a proper totem along with that. "In the future, this might become the best place for me to train," John commented. "Off by yourself? Even if it is not terribly far from the Tenebach clan, it is still far enough that anyone who had a grudge against you could gather together and attack you without fear of reinforcements arriving." "Good point," John said. "I don't think I would even want to subject Mateo to this long term, since her solo cultivation would be limited. Though not so much as she might have, as her totems gave her tastes of the other elements. Something she likely wouldn't have done if not to be more compatible with him, and something he was continually grateful for. Unlike himself, her totems were all water-dominant with traces of other elements, whereas John's totems were all dominant in a different element with traces of darkness. Except for his first totem, of course, the pure tree of darkness. I wouldn't be in as much danger as you might think, though. If I was not defeated quickly, I would be able to retreat and replenish myself, whereas others would find that more difficult. Though I suppose if they were to expend spirit elements simply for the sake of recovery, it would be a different matter." Though the Molten Sea controlled a slice of a strain, they were mainly focused around a particular east-west road going through the capital. They also didn't stop others from passing through. They just maintained a presence with frequent outposts along the way. Because of that, John only spotted a couple groups before they arrived in Lunson. There, they had a somewhat larger presence, but John was not concerned about them at the moment, because they would have no reason to harm him. Aside from a few skirmishes in the prismatic chambers, they hadn't had actual conflicts. So as long as he didn't do anything to change that, he could expect them to not even think about him as anything more than another person of high cultivation. Because of that cultivation, his presence wouldn't go unknown, and hiding it would make him seem even more suspicious if noticed, but they likely wouldn't bother him. Most of the time, Lunson was practically a dead city, at least as far as cultivators were concerned. They would only be around for the time directly surrounding a tournament. Thus, accommodations meant for them were largely open during any other time, and quite cheap as well. It was not difficult for John to secure an entire suite for himself and a modest group of attendants and guards traveling with him. John didn't really need any of them, except perhaps the guards if something went wrong, but it was best to keep up appearances. "Our first order of business is to determine the situation," John said. "Our information might be old or simply inaccurate." They didn't exactly have informants placed in a strain. John didn't ignore the events in the area, but no special care was taken to get information from what was effectively an empty country. He just took whatever those passing through brought along. Because of the Molten Sea's continuous presence, we might be able to get wind of their actual goals, instead of just assuming. Just because John couldn't think of any other reason they and the Sky Islands would both be interested in the area around the Kelp Spire Forest didn't mean there was nothing. Perhaps some old sect ruins or the like where they hoped to glean something of great value. Though they would have to be very well hidden, which would make it odd that the information could have traveled so far. Then again, the Leviathan was much the same. The main permanent population were farmers, a portion of those who ran the various inns, and merchants. The former were certainly most concerned with certain dangers, but were also least likely to interact with cultivators to any significant amount. John supposed that the innkeepers and merchants would be a better bet for information. Odette stepped out of the tomb, one surrounding a guardian beast who had never truly been dead. It was still a useful structure, and keeping Qarn's existence secret was generally to the Golden Tomb Guardian's benefit. The guardian beast aided in their cultivation in exchange for the same, the sect and beast working for each other's mutual benefit and defense, if it were to come down to that. That was becoming ever more likely day by day. "Deirdre," Zachary called out to her. Did she have anything to say? Odette shook her head. It was still weird, in a way, being called a different name, even though it had been the only name she'd used for many years. Very little, just that we should remain wary of the encroachment of the Righteous Flame League and the Luminous Harmony sect. She will not be helping offensively against either. The Luminous Harmony sect had almost killed her once. She'd survived that due to the help of what would be important allies in the future. Then she died during an important battle in a moment of self-sacrifice. The Society of Midnight had been stronger than anticipated, or perhaps Deirdre had been naive to think that she in particular would survive. Ultimately, she helped more from their side achieve the same goals. That was who Odette wanted to be, and she felt quite good about how she'd been faking it so far. It was strange, being in a world of cultivation after her death, but she had a support group in the club, 3 transmigrators like herself, strangely all speaking English, which was still a point of mystery among them, and 2 reincarnators born in this world in this and their previous lives, instead of taking over the bodies of individuals who perished but remained relatively intact. Different experiences, but all knew death. Though in a way, the transmigrators knew death twice, even if once wasn't themselves. "What are you thinking about?" Zachary asked. "Just the Luminous Harmony sect. Things would be so much easier if we'd been able to get rid of them years ago." There she was saying something like that as if it was easy or acceptable. But in this world it was. Killing people was part of the norm. Wiping out a clan or sect was an exceptional action, but it wasn't that uncommon either. Usually, it was avoided because of the cost to the victors and what that would mean for their relationship with other enemies. Those little brats tied themselves to the molten sea, or I'd go do it right now. "Alone?" Zachary grinned. "Possibly," Deirdre shrugged. "But I'd probably bring you as backup in either case." "How went the negotiations?" "About as expected. Everyone is waiting to see what might happen. For the moment, those who weren't rolled over along their path were happy to be left out, and they don't want to even mess with their allies. So they'd be quite content to let us experience more losses before they concern themselves with the imminent threat." "What did decide? At least there isn't a large delay in mobilizing forces, unlike those of mundane armies." Not that she knew much about those. They didn't do much in the region since every country had sufficient spiritual energy, and back on Earth she'd stayed as far away from war as possible. Too bad the combining luster sect is so far away. Even if they're a bit weaker, they could fill out our numbers. "We might call upon the Milanovich clan," Zachary said. "I've been talking about it with the sect head, though that means getting our whole alliance involved and escalating things like that might not be the best right now." "It won't be long regardless," Deirdre said. "Now that they've pushed all the way towards their goal, I expect things to escalate quickly from here. That's why we want to keep things minimal. Then, when they're occupied there, we strike with full force and cut them off. Assuming we can, of course." Zachary shook his head. "They have more than a couple consolidated soul phase cultivators just hanging around to back up their voluntary cronies. Then there's Asgir and the League's sect head, at minimum. If only we could bring Qarn on the offensive." Deirdre shook her head, "but I'm certain the Righteous Flame League would love to capture her. Hearing about what happened to Sire Ursul, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Being ripped to pieces spiritually sounded just as awful as having it happen mentally. Persevering through, that was something great. The same with Qarn, and her withstanding a darkness element claw lodged in her gut for a lifetime. Both had a mental fortitude she admired and aspired to replicate. She couldn't help but think about her death on the bridge. That was something she absolutely wanted to avoid. Chapter 235. The permanent population of Lunsen had grown slightly, not just because of the presence of the molten sea, but also because the surrounding countries were growing. It led to more than a few people spending more time in the generally neutral location and a few hiding out from various factions, though the latter would do well to avoid Lunsen itself, since they were most likely to be spotted and nobody in a strain could or would stop any powerful groups from exerting their will. His spiritual energy concealed, John walked around the city, picking up tidbits of information. Some of it did not seem relevant to him at the moment, but various people had different information to share. The Molten Sea was not the only one with longer-term forces in the area. It also included allies they had picked up like the Righteous Flame League. That gave John more reasons to be subtle, because while he did not have anything closer to a real feud with the Molten Sea just yet, the Righteous Flame League would likely recognize him. John wasn't looking to get hunted down, so he would do his best to avoid them. As for their presence, the locals didn't have that much to say. They weren't exactly appreciated, but they mostly paid for their stays, enough that the local innkeepers weren't losing out on running their formations. Some of the information he was most interested in was the location of outposts away from Lunsen, but that information didn't come up in casual conversation. Perhaps once he knew who he could trust, and the same in reverse, John would bring it up more directly. For the moment, he was enjoying the change in scenery. A thin coating of darkness pervaded everything, but instead of making the atmosphere gloomy, John thought it was rather the opposite. It protected from things being too bright, toning down the atmosphere of his little world. If he wanted greater shade, he could rest among the roots of the Tree of Darkness, taking shade from its voluminous canopy. The earth beneath him, like most dirt, was recycled from living matter. It was just that in this facsimile of an ecosystem, there weren't really insects and bacteria. So it had to make do with the spiritual energy dissolving and taking the components that matched it. The air began impure, but that only supported the plant life that John had improved upon after visiting the Viridia wildlands. Around a slowly growing island was a sea, dark and deep. Its moisture provided something for the air, and the depths were filled with all sorts of pseudo-creatures. They fought and ate each other, leaving behind bits and pieces of refuse, but that too was part of how things were supposed to be. Then there was the sun in the sky, a ball of fire element slowly growing in size. Though it produced something like light, there was nothing but the smallest traces of actual light element in the area. John had grown in his control over fire even without a totem, but keeping a constant amount of light was just too much at the moment. He would have an entire phase to manage that, and since each one took more time to complete, he was confident he could complete his objective. Assuming, of course, that he was able to advance at all in the ascending soul phase. Hopefully, having the full cycle of the core elements would provide a boost. John swirled his energy through the various cycles, augmenting each element with the previous and nourishing his totems. Their ability to grow was the most important feature, along with their particular elemental affinities. It had been many years in the consolidated soul phase, and they were finally approaching the 5th tier in power. At rank 35, with one more step inside of the consolidated soul phase, that was just about where he should be according to his plans. He was quite lucky that it had worked out. He knew that. Whatever came from natural talent and intuition, he was lucky to have. Being part of a sufficiently powerful clan was also good fortune. And using his inexperienced thoughts to develop a plan for his future that only required small modifications was also something he couldn't have just expected. He was lucky, but so were the other survivors of the competition, known as cultivation. It didn't discount his efforts as matching, because all the luck in the world couldn't replace effort. The former Fortkran showed that. The world shifted, pulsing with power. Roots and leaves swelled. The ground itself expanded. Instead of encroaching on the sea grew as well, reaching into the distance beyond the horizon. Swirling air picked up evaporated waters from the seas, depositing it on the land where much of it directly returned, while some was captured by the smaller plants. And the pseudo-sun pulsed, awaiting a totem that would allow it to properly exist. Moving around with Kristen following him made John more obvious, but sneaking around alone would make him more suspicious. She was the most powerful of his guards, so it was a reasonable sacrifice to keep her present. The rest would be with him only when traveling out of the city, or if had good reason. "What do you think of our progress?" John asked her. Kristen shook her head. "I'm not even sure if we've made any progress. We will not be able to accomplish much on our own, and there aren't any other major powers here that would work with us. All we've heard were mild murmurs of discontent. And with that being visible on the surface, what do you think is underneath?" "Well, I'm more discontent, maybe?" "Perhaps," John said. "Or perhaps I am wrong, and we will find nothing. Not everything will lead to a useful result. In such a case, we will be returning to somewhere where your training will have an easier time." "I'm not concerned about a month or two." John shook his head. "Maybe not, but I'd like for everyone to have their best opportunities to grow as they see fit." The markets of Lunson usually had little of great value. Most resources were sold within the region they were obtained. Cultivators would tend to gravitate towards a region that suited their cultivation method. There was some trade, such as between the Phoenix Forest and the Green Sands. Each had different types of fire-attributed resources, and they both bordered a strain, though the Green Sands only touched at a small point. Often, trade would flow through the stone conglomerate instead for their quality and safe roads. Likewise, the blustering peaks and wuthering steppes would often pass through a strain along the way, though there was a reasonable chance of trade passing through the Shimmering Islands and taking a southern route as well. But occasionally something good would find its way to Lunson, with the seller looking for a deal there instead of moving on to a more favorable destination. Perhaps they needed quick money, or they found their time more valuable. Either way, the markets weren't empty of cultivation resources of various levels. John spent some time there, though the chances of finding anything worthwhile to him was quite rare. There was no local authority to protect people, so the merchants had to have their own strength or hire guards commensurate with the value of what they were selling. On one such occasion, he sensed increasing levels of spiritual energy indicative of some sort of conflict. Not a proper battle, not yet at least, but an argument with tensions raised. There were 3 individuals involved in the dispute. First was an older man with a respectable soul expansion phase cultivation and dark skin. "That price is much too low." He slapped his hand on his stall. "This is a genuine fire plume, carried all the way here with my own hands. Gathering its roots and soil to put in a pot was not a trivial task, yet you offer merely half of my already reasonable price. With a low-quality product like that, you should be honored that I am willing to purchase it," countered a younger woman projecting an aura of self-assurance. Perhaps it was justified, as her cultivation matched the older man's despite him most likely having lived twice as long. "It's hardly a purchase at that price. I would do better just consuming it myself and hoping to break through to the consolidated soul phase." That was when the third individual spoke up. "An old man like you trying such a thing would be a waste. You should accept her generous offer." John had already given the 2 a once-over. The woman's cultivation showed her to be part of the Molten Sea, and the other was from the Righteous Flame League. Regardless of how he felt about them, he had to consider their positions before getting involved in any way, especially the Molten Sea, which was not in direct conflict with the Tenebach clan. "You can either take my price or find something else," the old man said. "Unfortunately for you, I've now set my eyes on it," the woman said. She reached out to grab the pot, which seemed to have waving flames coming out of it directly. The old man grabbed her wrist. "Pay the full price, and there won't be an issue. Or is your sex so poor?" Flames sprung up around all 3 of them, hands edging towards weapons. "Hands off the lady," said the younger man. If John had determined whether or not he was interfering, he would have mentioned how little robbery fit the Righteous Flame League, or supporting those they were subordinate to doing the same. But instead, he casually began to gather some energy. No need to reveal himself early. The pair attacked simultaneously, the woman stomping the ground and tearing apart the streets, flames bursting upward, and the man flashing light towards the older fellow. John gestured towards the man from the Righteous Flame League, then made his own move. Throwing a dagger, he charged with lightning at the woman. Kristen understood his unspoken command, charging toward her target with her spear wreathed in darkness. The flames and burst of light faded away with the woman clutching her arm and the younger man with a spear tip at his throat. The temporary vendor had flames of his own protecting him, but there were some clear scorch marks. "Who the hell are you?" asked the woman from the molten sea. John took a deep breath as he stepped closer, circulating his energy. "The better question is, who the hell are you?" "Robbing people in open daylight." "I'm Dash." John's sword was out and half a centimeter into her trachea. "You're nobody, especially to a sect like yours." She pulled back, fire in her eyes, even as blood dripped down her throat. She choked out a few words. "We won't forget this insult." "Which we?" John said. "Your sect? Perhaps not. And I suppose the same is true for you. But that's because you won't have the chance." If she had immediately apologized, John might have considered letting her go, truthful or not. And while he didn't enjoy bullying the weak, these two weren't actually so pathetic as to be truly ignorable. And choosing to attack someone simply because they didn't like his price, and in a pair, was something he didn't want to allow. Her head fell to the ground, and Kristen had thrust her spear along with his motion. 2 cultivators were dead. The Tenebach clan was already at war with the Righteous Flame League. Tipping their hand and starting conflict with the Molten Sea wasn't necessarily the right choice, but neither was just letting a man die. And John had kind of come to cause trouble. "They were going to kill you," John noted to the dark-skinned older man. "I know," he said, hanging his head. "And now I must flee, or their fellows will do the same." He looked around the market, where dozens of eyes were watching. John felt their eyes as well. "Let us escort you out of the city, to the north," John said as he casually grabbed the storage bags and weapons of the 2 fallen disciples. Their clothing would serve as armor, but he did not have the time to strip them of it, and he didn't want corpses in his storage bag. The older man clutched the pot to his chest and nodded. "I am Suraj, Fortkran Tenebach," John introduced himself. "And this is Kristen. She probably didn't want to save you." "I would prefer to not have an incident," she said. "But since it happened, I am glad he is alive." As they stepped out of the open market into side streets, John cloaked them all in darkness, hiding their energy from any who would be searching for them. "This is not to the north," Suraj noted. "Obviously," John said. "You can return to the Phoenix Forest via a roundabout path if you wish, but I have some people to pick up. You can follow us, or you can go your own way. I think I am likely better off with you." "Depends on how fast you can run," John grinned. Chapter 236. In the world of cultivators, being indecisive was often worse than making the wrong decision. Though saving the old fellow Suraj in the markets might risk tipping the hand of the Tenebach clan, if it was not seen as a retaliation against the Righteous Flame League that had been openly hostile, it only slightly changed the timeline of hostilities with the Molten Sea. And they had been able to expand into the region far too easily, so it was time someone did something. Sweeping by the inn to pick up the other Tenebach clan cultivators, John settled the bill, and they were on their way. Ripples were spreading through the city, and word of the incident would no doubt provoke a reaction from the Molten Sea soon enough. But though they were the most dominant power in the city, they didn't control who entered and exited. No one did, really, and in many places there weren't even proper walls. Nobody was financing anything that could stand up to cultivators, and the Molten Sea hadn't contributed to such things during their stay either. Thus, behind a cloak of spiritual energy obscuring darkness, the group left the city behind, traveling south towards the stone conglomerate instead of north like John had indicated. He didn't expect to fool many people for long with that, but his main goal had been to get out of the city. Because the terrain was easy to travel, they were even able to bring along the carriage. If they'd had to, John wouldn't mind abandoning it. He could have also used it as a distraction, but that would either mean it being caught shortly outside the city or sacrificing whoever would drive it. He preferred to avoid losses here if possible. "Thank you once more," said Suraj as they sped across open fields. "I did not expect them to be so brazen as to attack me in the open. I know the Flame River sect has little esteem in the eyes of these Molten Sea sects, but for them to completely disregard my position as a factor," he sighed. "Then again, I'm not even in the Consolidated Soul phase. They have more than a few in the late Consolidated Soul phase like yourself. And there are rumors of ascending Soul phase cultivators, but hopefully those are just rumors." "Hopefully," John said. He recalled Pheromone from the Society of Midnight breaking through, and how difficult it was to deal with him just at that threshold. On the other hand, his personal power had grown significantly since then, and so had his allies. If he fought alongside Mateo, he was confident in beating him with just the two of them at the current moment. But their enemies wouldn't necessarily be in the first rank of the phase. Going back to the topic of that fire plume, I think your price was quite reasonable. I'm actually interested in purchasing it myself. What this? The old man gestured to the pot carried in his hands. I couldn't possibly charge my savior for such a thing. It wouldn't be right to receive it for free, John said. But if you insist once you feel more secure, I won't reject it either. It truly might be worth the price to save his life. It was going to be what Suraj lost his life for, after all. But John wanted to be a bit more decent than that. And Suraj might think he would be left behind if he did not give it up. So for the moment, he would hold on to it. John stuck his head out of the carriage window, looking behind them. He had been hiding their presence, but he couldn't truly erase the trail behind them. The ground was too soft, decent soil that was relegated to minimal use as it only grew mundane crops. He didn't yet sense anyone following them, but he had no doubt they would come eventually. It was simply a question of the intensity of the molten sea's response. Perhaps they might forego a chase, but this was their best opportunity to strongly retaliate against the Tenebach clan. After all, they could potentially kill him here. And while John understood the very real threat, he remained calm. He had Kristen by his side, and some reliable, if less powerful, other individuals. His own cultivation had reached the late consolidated soul phase, and he was actually fairly confident fighting in a strain, as he was able to use approximately 4 times as much ambient spiritual energy compared to most cultivators. The molten sea did train both fire and water, so he might only be double compared to them if they were able to separate the elements. But he was ready to handle trouble as it came. He'd made his choice, and was ready to face the consequences. Though it seemed the molten sea was a bit slow, as there were still no signs of them after an hour. Unfortunately, the horses drawing the carriage weren't tireless. Neither were the people riding inside. They continued along until the evening, avoiding the main road and settlements. They were heading for the closest part of the stone conglomerate instead of drifting more east towards Marble County, especially since there was a good bit of the stone conglomerate between them and home regardless. Simply crossing the border would change the dynamic, but it would also be at least another day of travel. John was awoken in the middle of the night by the current watch. Clan head, riders are approaching. Nothing else needed to be said. There wouldn't be any others coming along. John looked towards the horizon, where he spotted just the slightest lights in the distance. But even without them, he would have been able to pick out the riders, due to the Tenebach clan's dark vision. Suraj, John said, waking the old man. Be prepared. A battle is coming. It might be possible to run, but only John and Kristen had a reasonable chance of escape. On the other hand, if they ran and were singled out to catch, they would be in a worse situation. Leaving his senses open to feel out the enemy, he sensed someone familiar. Faye. A scare. What were the chances that he was in the area? Not that low, really. The Righteous Flame League had clearly thrown in their lot with the Molten Sea, and Lunson was the only sizable population in a strain. It seemed the man had also managed to step into the late Consolidated Soul phase, and was even the same rank as John now. But if they fought, things would be quite different from before. He'd had a fairly decisive victory in their first clash, with things only being closer in the Phoenix Forest because they fought in a fire-dominant area. And if it had been only a scare, John would have charged forward himself to finally be rid of the man. Instead, there were also 3 mid-consolidated soul cultivators and a handful of late soul expansion cultivators. That did put a bit of a damper on the options for retreat. Just the consolidated soul phase cultivators could prove a serious danger. We're going to try to draw them apart, John declared. Focus on taking out the Righteous Flame League. I'll be more effective against the Molten Sea. John wished Mateo went everywhere with him. This bunch of fire cultivators would find themselves washed away. The Molten Sea would at best match up evenly, but fighting alongside John, both of them were stronger. His synergy with other Tenebach clan members was at least a tier lower. Kristen gave him a look as he edged away from the rest of them. He smiled back. Hey, if you're worried about me, take out your targets quickly. The odds were certainly slanted against them, at least on the surface. 2 consolidated soul phase cultivators for their 1. The only area they were a bit short was the soul expansion phase cultivators. Even though it was only because of Suraj, or they'd be a near-perfect match. John prepared a special trick in front of their group, using just a little bit of earth and darkness energy. The end result was nothing that would appear to be a trap, as it was just effectively mundane potholes, or whatever the proper name for small sinkholes in a field was. Those wouldn't do much to a consolidated soul phase cultivator, but that wasn't their purpose. Instead, they were for the horses. They were clearly a special breed, but while horses could be fairly quick, they also weren't known for durability. John couldn't guarantee a simple misstep would completely destroy a horse like their more mundane counterparts, but if he could limit their capabilities, it provided more opportunities for a later retreat. If he simply ran now, they could run their horses ragged and then chase after him on foot, fresh and full of spiritual energy. As the enemy got close, they had clearly caught on to the waiting presence. While the Tenebach clan members were reasonably well hidden, Suraj could only restrict his energy. And the Righteous Flame League was partially light cultivation, allowing them to pierce through some of the veil of darkness. Once they actually got close, they shone like the sun. How annoying. John made the first attack, throwing a water element-coated dagger at Xianxia. It pierced through his spiritual energy, but couldn't get through the protective collar around his neck. Too bad. It would have been nice if he went down immediately. Then John circled off to the side. Immediately, Xianxia and two others swerved towards him. That was bad for John, but good for the others, who would have a slight advantage in numbers, with similar cultivations. John's ploy only got 2 out of 3 horses in that group, but that was more than sufficient. Though the cultivators easily leapt off their falling mounts with no ill effects, Xianxia ended up ahead of the pack by a small amount. John clashed directly against him, sword versus spear, as the man leapt from his mount. Swirling water and darkness crashed into fire and light. John had an elemental advantage with the water, and the others were mutually destructive. But the reason Xianxia went flying back was the final difference, despite their technically matching cultivations. All 4 of John's totems were 5th tier. Xianxia had only 1. The others were 3rd and 4th tier, and though they doubtless received some improvement from training, it wasn't enough to advance their tier. It took a significant effort, where totems were not specifically selected for such an attribute. Though John would have liked to follow up on Xianxia, he had to retreat, sprinting away as the other 2 closed in on him. Both were from the Molten Sea, which meant John only had half an advantage on them. He could use water to suppress their fire, but they could control the water element as well, so it wouldn't do much. He did have air, though. He began to circulate his various elements, as well as drawing from the environment. If he was to sustain a battle versus 3 individuals, he would need to maximize his efficiency and recovery. And maybe he could flare some emotions to keep his opponents off balance. How righteous of you, Xianxia. First your sect attacks someone to rob him, then you come as assassins in the night. A lance of light stabbed through a position just to John's left, where he'd shifted his voice to originate from. A new trick from Xianxia, then, though John had assumed the possibility. And though the moon was dim, leaving only the stars to light the battlefield, that soon was irrelevant with the flames scattering everywhere, catching dry grass alight. The 2 members of the Molten Sea weren't able to get a good lava pit going, however, as the topsoil only burned away instead of properly melting. John gathered some darkness energy, recalling his daughter's battles. She was much better at combating light than him, a skill that had only improved with her latest totem, but he hadn't watched her and Nick try to kill each other so many times for nothing. And he trained with the Golden Tomb Guardians to overcome light element as well. His left hand was filled with a bundle of energy, which turned into a bolt of darkness, much like the beams of light the combining luster sect used. Xianxia sensed it coming and blocked with only fire energy, but it wasn't as if darkness was offensively bad against fire, and he staggered back. John was going to need to do more than delay his opponents. However, Kristen's part of the battle might conclude in the Tenebach clan's favor, and in fact he was counting on it. But as bouncing waves of fire rushed towards him, John knew he needed to injure some of his opponents to keep himself safe, and soon before he was worn down by their combined powers. He just had to do it without sustaining injuries himself. Chapter 237. Every move on his part, thrusts, slashes, parries, ripostes, dodges, and each varied technique, reminded John he was missing one step in a cycle of power. He felt the momentum build as he cycled from water to air to earth, each supporting the other. Then there was an awkward hitch as he cycled back through darkness and water instead of continuing on a fire. He didn't exactly lose momentum with that step, his acceleration just stopped momentarily. At the current moment battling against 3 consolidated soul phase individuals, he needed every last bit of power he could squeeze out. John had to make the best use of his elemental advantages. Air to overcome water, water to overcome fire, and darkness to destroy light. He parried an incoming spear thrust from Xianxia of the Righteous Flame League, as the 2 others from the Molten Sea tried to surround him with fire. His actual clashes with the Molten Sea before this point had been limited, and John had to remind himself of their actual elements: fire and water. They melted rock into a liquid to control it, rather than controlling superheated Earth itself. Of course, they could still counter his Earth-based techniques, as each of his opponents was a fire cultivator, the dominating element in that pair. Xianxia stepped forward as John stepped back, only for the man to immediately find himself half buried in the ground. Sinking in the mire was one of John's oldest techniques, and augmented with water, its effectiveness was actually much greater. As he performed that technique, John had another brilliant idea, but one that was completely unpracticed. Too risky to use here, but a combination of air and earth that produced unexpected results. With a moment of separation from the light cultivator, John was able to focus on the 2 from the Molten Sea. Their attacks had a consistent flow to them, and though fire seemed to be their main offense, they were also able to create instant explosions of steam to impair vision and scorch the body. In addition to that, much of the time their defenses were dominated by water elemental spiritual energy. John charged a throwing dagger with lightning and his arm with earth element. His target dodged his attack, stepping into attack with a palm strike. John protected his chest with a bubble of water, charged with electricity. There, lightning struck, not just the augmented palm of the man, but also from behind him as the charge was pulled towards the earth element in John's hand, taking it on a path through the man's back. The palm strike sent John staggering back, but the relatively unprotected back of the man had left an opening, jolting his muscles and preventing him from following up. As the third opponent immediately followed up, John drew heavily on the ambient spiritual energy, his one advantage, shoving at the third man with a blast of water. It was meant to knock the man off his feet, but as a water cultivator, he simply redirected it around him. It still forced him to stand still for a moment, and ended the tempo of enemy attacks with a slight victory for John. He didn't have much spare attention to pay to Kristen and the others, but he got the impression that they were suppressing the consolidated soul phase cultivator. If they could take out that single combatant, the battle would significantly shift in their favor. Until that point, John had to stay light on his feet, fighting against mostly fire cultivators. All of his earth element techniques had to be augmented with water, making them slightly disadvantaged against the Molten Sea cultivators, but at least neutral against Xianxia. It was a shame, really. He would have liked to use Bite of the Gorgon to cripple one of them, but petrification wouldn't do much unless he got a lucky hit. And if he was betting on that, he might as well bet on it with something that would do fine in normal circumstances. Each step he took, John propelled himself further by shifting the earth beneath him. He floated slightly, wisps of air making his body light. His movements flowed like water. Finally, darkness concealed his exact intent, allowing him to catch them off guard time after time. Even a slight delay in reactions could be enough. But he was still constantly beset by waves of flame and flashes of light as Xianxia stabbed with his spear. Focusing on fighting 2 styles at once was exhausting, and though he was better able to replenish himself, the total stores of energy within his opponents was significantly greater, with Xianxia nearly matching him and the other 2 mid-consolidated soul phase cultivators providing the advantage. Even with 5th-tier totems, he was barely hanging on, but John was able to keep his distance, and his opponents didn't seem too concerned about stopping him immediately. Likely they thought that he would wear out soon, and if they believed the standard lines that a strain was a desert of spiritual energy, then that thought was justified. It was likely they had never tried to carefully unweave their 2 elements from the background of the area, and thus would only recover a small amount of their energy. John looked at Xianxia, darkness swirling around a throwing dagger in his left hand, a core of sharpened ice inside. The repeated combatant looked back, his stance showing he was ready for anything John could do, which was why the throwing dagger was never intended for him. Instead, It sailed straight over his head, to arc down towards the fourth Consolidated Soul Phase cultivator, piercing into his shoulder and throwing off his attack. That left an opening for Kristen to drive her own spear through his heart. The sudden death gave the 3 remaining Consolidated Soul Phase cultivators pause, though it was only for a fraction of a second. As Kristen turned to take out the Soul Expansion Phase cultivators to free up the rest of the Tenebach clan forces, and the rescued Suraj, who was contributing admirably to the battle, the 3 charged towards John simultaneously. It was the right move, of course. If they took him out, the battle was won, which was why John responded with what he also perceived to be the optimal tactic, turning on his heel and running. No longer was he facing them, carefully avoiding incoming attacks while looking for openings. Instead, he sprinted along, propelling himself forward with the emerging bamboo sex methods, projections of bamboo stalks, shooting him at an angle to leap great distances. While in the air, Iskair targeted John with beams of light, but as he felt the power building, John dodged to the side. Cultivators of the air element were not without movement options in the sky, though John found himself somewhat lacking in proper techniques. That was something he would have to fix. The chase lasted no longer than 30 seconds before John circled back around to his allies, standing firm next to his somewhat battered but still combat-viable Kristen, as well as the rest of his guards. John took a stance, with the others following and contributing their energy to the battle formation. The cultivators of the Molten Sea charged forward, and at first it looked like Iskair was coming with them, until he suddenly turned at the last moment towards his abandoned mount, leaping onto the creature as 4 Consolidated Soul Phase cultivators clashed. John didn't want to let him go, but he was rather occupied. His cultivation outmatched both opponents, but he was also worn down from the constant bombardment of attacks. It was far too risky to do anything but fight them straightforwardly. The first one fell quickly enough, as they now lacked numbers. His bravery was commendable, though perhaps he was too confident. Iskair was already nearing the horizon. It would be simple to finish off the last enemy. John had a better idea. Capture him. He'll be a valuable hostage. Fanatic cultivators were capable of detonating their own cultivations to avoid capture. But no matter how much stated devotion an individual had to a cause, very few were actually fanatics, especially higher up the chain. Clearly assessing his situation, the man held up his hands in surrender. "I'll be worth more if I am healthy," the man said unapologetically. "Quite true," John admitted. "It's too bad your ally ran off all on his own like that, isn't it? You had a decent chance of winning." That was actually closer to the truth than John would have liked to admit. Though he was confident in his survival, once they'd taken out the first opponent, Kristen might have had to be sacrificed. That wasn't something he was willing to do, so he much preferred this situation. "A terrible coward," the man grunted as they began to bind him with cultivation, restricting manacles. "What is your name, by the way?" John asked. "Roshan," the man said somewhat reluctantly. "What do you intend to do with me?" "You'll be a hostage. We'll trade you for cultivation resources, or perhaps Iskair's head." "I vote for the second one." The man looked over his shoulder. "You can write a paper to endorse that option then," John said, smiling only internally. Driving a wedge between the Righteous Flame League and the sex of the Molten Sea could only be beneficial. Winning the battle instead of just surviving was also of great value. The Molten Sea might have replacements for their lost Consolidated Soul Phase cultivator, but the Righteous Flame League had only a few, counting their sect head and Iskair. A significant blow for a long-time rival, and perhaps the first step in a bigger move. Even so, the potential risks made John ponder whether his choices were appropriate. A bit too hasty, perhaps, even if he could justify it with the ultimate results. Then again, they still had to make it to safe territory. There was no guarantee there wouldn't be more after them. Roshan didn't look terribly enthusiastic about sharing those details either. Well, as long as he was otherwise cooperative with the hostage process, that was sufficient. Though the next few days weren't very restful, they crossed the border into the stone conglomerate with no further issues. Of course, there was some suspicion about bringing around captive Consolidated Soul Phase cultivators, but the Tenebach clan was well known even outside of Marble County. At worst, people were indifferent or curious, as the Molten Sea didn't have a foothold in the country. They continued straight southward until they were deep in the stone conglomerate's territory before circling east towards Marble County. There, Roshan would be imprisoned and eventually ransomed off, unless the Molten Sea was truly uncooperative. They might be, but even if they had more consolidated soul phase, cultivators people like Roshan didn't exactly grow on trees. If the price was reasonable, they might accept the results, though John still expected retaliation at some point. That would resolve itself later. First, he had a technique to attempt, a combination of air and earth. He was immediately glad he hadn't made the attempt in combat, because it turned out seeing a video one time years prior was insufficient for him to immediately replicate an effect. The intent was to force air into the earth, ultimately creating something referred to as liquid sand. The name itself showed some initial problems with it. It wasn't functional on any old soil. At best, John managed to blow a bunch of dirt in his face. What he really needed was for the air to rise from the bottom, though that wasn't the only issue. The size of the soil particles was also a factor, even if he could sneak air element through the ground with his own earth energy. He wasn't willing to consider it a failed technique yet. Another step in the cycle would be to add some water, which was quite sensible as what he was doing was really just an extension of sinking in the mire. But if he could find a way to augment what he was doing with the air element, it could only become more efficient. Water, air, and earth working together might even be the best. And if ultimately the air didn't help, he would still learn from his failures. Chapter 238. A small form darted across the night sky, practically invisible. John wouldn't even have noticed it if he hadn't been coincidentally looking in that direction. He saw it descend and knew a new message had arrived. The Shadowhawks were providing a valuable service, and they were intelligent enough they could be trained to deliver to multiple locations instead of simply returning to one particular home. They weren't the only option available, but the fact that they preferred to fly at night made them less obvious, and they were faster than any land or sea-based delivery. They still didn't even come close to instant communication, but it allowed John to contact Mateo and receive a response within a handful of days rather than a few weeks. Contacting other allies was likewise important. Even the Order of the Amber Heart, which was quite close to the Tenebach clan. The hostilities with the Molten Sea had to be communicated to others, especially the Golden Tomb Guardians, though they were already somewhat in conflict with them and the Righteous Flame League. John found Suraj in the gardens, where the earth element was allowed to flow naturally. Much of the Tenebach clan's land focused on amplifying the darkness element, but they had many retainers and allies who made use of the earth element. How are you doing? Quite well, thank you. It's much more comfortable to recover here than a strain. What if I told you that a strain has more fire element than this place by a significant margin? The older man looked at John. I would think you were being insincere. You can say liar, John grinned. But it's true. If you could directly draw upon the fire element there, I imagine it would be more efficient than converting earth here. Though perhaps it is ultimately quite similar for you. As the amount of each individual element there is significantly less. The man nodded thoughtfully. Given your rare style of cultivation, I will take your word for it. But then why can I sense it? The whole place has entered a state of near balance. None of the spiritual energy is concentrated, but naturally overlaps with the other element. Being sensitive to more of the individual elements, I know how to pick them apart if necessary. Though John mainly just filtered out the light and the majority of the fire, letting the others sort themselves out inside his Danteon, unless he had a reason to intentionally separate them. Perhaps I could learn to make use of it. Should I travel through a strain again? Suraj nodded. Speaking of travel, when do you wish to return to the Flame River sect? We are able to obtain passage through the Shimmering Islands, and the Molten Sea has not acted so arrogant as to attack arbitrary vessels just yet. Or at least not many. Mateo had spoken of increasing numbers of mysterious disappearances, though that could also involve the Sky Islands. Soon then, Suraj nodded. Has the fire plume been of use to you? The root cause of the incident could be said to be the fire plume, though it could have been anything of value those particular individuals wanted. The actual value might not have mattered, as they could have demanded anything for free. John personally thought he'd arrived at the best solution, where people saw them make the attempt but get defeated. It would put the Molten Sea on guard, but there was another factor that might balance it out. I have found it useful indeed, John said. He had ultimately paid slightly less than Suraj's asking price, saving himself some of the price, but more importantly buying favor with Suraj. He would be an important factor in drawing the attention of the Phoenix Forest sects to the situation outside their borders. The energy is sufficiently gentle, yet vibrant. Suraj smiled. Good. In hands other than yours, I would say a cultivator not of the fire attribute would waste such a thing. But I think that will only be technically true for a short time. Not to presume anything, but I believe a fire totem is coming in your near future. The near future. Well, perhaps it could be considered that, John said. It might be a decade for him to reach the ascending soul phase, or even more, though that depended somewhat on if he got stuck on the threshold. That was part of the reason he was putting in all this work for elemental attunement ahead of time. He also needed to be able to connect to a 5th-tier fire totem, and while he could resist the general pressure of the sea of spiritual totems, he needed more. In a cell nearly devoid of spiritual energy, but most importantly devoid of earth, fire, and water, the man known as Roshan sat in meditation. Perhaps he was focusing on the sea of spiritual totems, which could not be cut off from access by any methods the Tenebach clan was aware of. On the other hand, he might have been simply passing the time in the bare comforts he was afforded. As a hostage, Roshan would not be comfortable, but because he had been cooperative, he was afforded more than the basic necessities. His wounds had been properly treated, even with some medicine to accelerate the process. He had a little writing desk, and his bed was nice enough. No doubt things were quite boring still, but that simply motivated him to hope the process would finish sooner rather than later. Though it was decent for a prisoner, it was nowhere near the finery that a consolidated soul cultivator would come to expect. Have you received a response? Roshan asked as John approached. Not yet, John admitted. Your letter is on the way, but we don't expect a response for at least a few more days. Your cooperation will certainly speed along the process. They had carefully checked Roshan's letter, of course, to make certain there was no hidden code within it. Not that it would necessarily help him, even if he could add such information. There was nothing new to the Molten Sea except for what John wanted shared. Specifically, that Asgare fled while the 2 Molten Sea cultivators were relying on him to continue the battle. And though John sincerely believed that would have simply led to another loss, the idea that he could have helped would not only help with them underestimating his own power, but also help drive a wedge between the allies. Asgare should have been the most motivated to win, but instead he fled. John had spread that news as far and wide as possible before the Righteous Flame League could put in place their own narrative. He also emphasized their role in the attempted robbery of Suraj. He did want to turn people against the Molten Sea, but he also hoped there could be a peaceful solution to end their intrusion, or at least one that involved less harm to the alliance that had built up around the Tenebach and Brandel clans. A pity, Roshan said. I would quite like to be out of here sooner. If not that, why are you here? I simply wanted to check on you and your accommodations. Someone of your status deserves at least that much respect. This was the continuation of John's plan to butter the man up. Though he was only a mid-consolidated soul phase cultivator, he no doubt felt important. If he had been from some entity other than the Molten Sea, his relative status would be higher. John wasn't going to say any of that, just do his best to influence the man's thoughts in the way that was most beneficial to the clan. Any clan or sect would have a dueling arena of some sort, and the larger the group, the more they could customize. They were especially helpful for enforcing non-lethal combat, and they could also balance out unequal elements, or make them worse. Melantha shifted uncomfortably in her seat. The arena was in its usual state like the rest of the clan, full of darkness element. For most cases, that would allow both cultivators to fight at optimum effectiveness and display their best results. After all, the Tenebach clan was a clan of darkness cultivators. Here, one of the combatants was of the darkness element, but not part of the clan. The other, however, used a light element. It was totally unfair and unbalanced. Not to mention the darkness cultivators was older by a whole handful of years and a rank higher. Yet the terms of the combat had been agreed upon. She looked over at her father. Should she have made some official statement? Should she have prevented this? What is it? Her father asked. She wiggled in her seat, was just thinking it was odd to see you behind me, instead of at the forefront. Well, you'll grow used to it. A simple and straightforward answer. Had he truly believed her? Melantha was quite confident in her ability to deceive, but less so where her parents were involved. or her siblings. They simply knew her too well, and she might also have hindered her own performance. They appear to be ready. You'll have to announce the start. Oh yes, of course. Melanthina stood, projecting her voice. We gather here today for a personal contest between two cultivators. Disputes inevitably arise, and this arena is provided so they can be settled amicably. Melanthina did her best to keep her bias out of her voice. Personally, she thought this situation had arose because someone had been butting into a situation he really had no say over. On the one side, we have Vilger of the Ebon Crest. On the other, Nick of the Combining Luster sect. Ready yourselves? Begin! She sat down and did her best not to clutch too tightly onto the arm of her chair. She at least hoped her white-knuckled grip was out of most people's view. You should believe in him, her father's voice whispered in her ear. You know him. But what if Dash? What if don't win battles, he said. Just relax. Sure, she would relax. It's not like she would marry Vilger regardless. He was way too old. Also, she didn't like him precisely because he pushed for this. She was relaxed. Her body, relaxed. Mind, relaxed. Everything, relaxed. She was pretty good at putting on a facade, at least. The battle didn't start off with a sudden clash. Unlike many. Surprisingly, Nick didn't even use his staff to fire a beam of light, one of his best moves. Instead, he only approached cautiously. That gave Vilger time to drag the tip of his spear along the ground, forming lines of power. He would form a zone of domination it would be very difficult to attack into, but easy for him to attack out of. What was Nick doing, letting him take his time? About halfway through his efforts, Nick finally readied an attack. A simple beam. The moment of charging enough for Vilger to raise his own spear and extend darkness to match and destroy the incoming attack. But instead of finishing his crest immediately, Vilger took the opportunity to shift his stance, a fluid motion that resulted in the spear in his hand suddenly flinging forward. Even Melanthina could barely see the shift happening through the veil of darkness. The spear pierced through Nick's chest, and the arm of Melanthina's chair cracked. Totally unrelatedly. It was fine. Everything was fine, especially since Nick still stood there, unharmed. Though the fact that the image of him, there was a mirage, had become clear when it scattered into nothingness for a moment during the passage of the darkened spear. The spear returned to Vilger's hand, carried back by his spiritual energy. He immediately returned to his crest. This was the time that Nick most needed to take advantage of to win this battle. Though the rank difference between them and the arena being infused with darkness would be a problem. A few more beams of light came from various angles, though Melanthina couldn't pick out which, if any, were its proper origin. If she were in the arena, she could use some disruptive methods to pick that out, but she would not interfere in a match, especially not to her own detriment. Vigler continued to defend himself, a cloak of darkness growing ever stronger around him. He finished his crest. So that was it then. A moment later, Melanthina couldn't see. She retained her composure, not cussing up a storm in front of everyone present from a little flash. Actually, a little flash of light shouldn't have done much to her. Her third totem really helped with that. The other darkness cultivators probably had it much worse. Even so, it took a few moments to blink away the flashes, and she realized there was something she was supposed to say. Looking carefully at the scar that had once been a crest, she determined it was well and truly destroyed. Inside it, Vilger was no longer on his feet or indeed conscious. She focused for a few seconds to make sure she was not hasty in her announcement, but there was no deception to be felt. Her probe was certain that Vigor was down. Nick was clearly confident of that, as he was standing visible just outside of the former location of the crest, looking at her with anticipation. Match complete. Victory, Nick? Melanthina did her best to say that in an unbiased fashion. Hey, at least she didn't cheer. Congratulations. Thank you, young Miss Melanthina, Nick said, projecting his voice. In this moment of victory, I would like to make a request. Go on, Melanthina nodded. Melanthina, will you marry me? She nearly exploded. Had he just asked? Here? Now? But she had been planning. It didn't matter now. She had to respond, but her voice barely squeaked out. Help, father. What do I say? Well, I'm fairly certain the word you're looking for is yes. Yes. Melantha cleared her throat, properly projecting her voice instead of shouting. Yes, I will marry you. She knew it was coming, but she'd been caught off guard by him being the one doing it. Then again, wasn't it more appropriate as the one of lower status? Ugh, nominally lower status, anyway, which was kind of why she had wanted to be the one to ask. But she was kind of glad it ended up this way, even if her brain wasn't functioning well at this exact moment. Chapter 239. The exchange of Roshan would be taking place at the Quartz clan. This time, it was one of those John was familiar with instead of a new one. This particular Quartz clan was on amicable terms with the Tenebach clan, situated in the northeast of the Stone Conglomerate. Ragu had taken over as the sect head and was close to reaching the mid-consolidated soul phase. 1 generation prior, and he would have been considered something special. Now he was hardly above average for those born into a clan of any size. This exchange needed to go smoothly, not because John hoped it might lead to future peaceful interactions. He was quite certain that if ordered, Roshan would fight against him again. Sparing the life of a consolidated soul phase cultivator was leaving a serious threat alive. However, Roshan's life should hopefully cause more damage than his death would. In truth, the exchange was in the Molten Sea's favor. The resources agreed upon for his release were extremely modest, considering the wealth of the region. However, John hadn't wanted to push too hard in the negotiations. Even if future conflicts were all but inevitable, he wasn't certain he wanted things to escalate immediately. This would mollify them for some time, and Roshan was going to complain about Isker, and driving a wedge between the Molten Sea and the Righteous Flame League would be useful. Even if they didn't completely cut them off, if it made them hesitant to provide support once or twice, it could more than make up for Roshan's continued involvement. John was more cautious with bringing along backup, though most would not be directly present. Along with Kristen, he had 24 more guards, including a few early consolidated soul phase individuals. However, if the Molten Sea came with a force that was even close to matching them, he had no intention to stay and fight. Roshan would die, and he would retreat into the Stone Conglomerate. If the Molten Sea was foolish enough to give chase at that point, he could call in some favors from surrounding groups. But all of his worries appeared to be for naught, at least in this particular instance. A relatively modest group of 3 consolidated soul phase cultivators and twice that many soul expansion phase cultivators was what arrived to retrieve Roshan, led by a man with stark gray hair. As the host and vaguely neutral party, Ragu was present for the encounter, John and the Elder approaching each other while their guards stood back on either side of the meeting hall. Ragu fulfilled his formal obligations. Today, we are here with Elder Axel of the Flowing Flames, as well as the Tenebach clan head for an exchange. Roshan will be returned to his sect in exchange for agreed-upon resources. As Roshan was already visible on the Tenebach clan side, the first thing to be brought forward was a chest, open to display liquid flame. Part of the exchange was the chest itself that could contain such a thing, though the condensed mixture of energy was not as hot or as volatile as true flame or molten rock. After confirming that it was the right amount, John gestured for them to bring forward Roshan. 2 weaker disciples carried forward the chest, passing Roshan to leave it with John. The matter is resolved, Ragu declared. Let the parties depart from neutral ground in peace. John almost thought Elder Axel would leave without saying anything, but the man spoke briefly before he turned about. One might wonder what greater value you gain from this exchange, but the Flowing Flames will remember the return of our disciple. In a way, that was the most valuable part of the whole deal, because it brought to mind that while the Molten Sea appeared to be one monolithic entity, they were part of a region as varied as any other country. They might act together for a purpose, but they still had their own factions. Unfortunately, John knew little about their internal politics. They weren't terribly open to outsiders, but it was at least an avenue to approach in the future. When the news came of his sister's engagement, Turdo couldn't help but be happy for her. Specifically, for how she had come to accept what she really wanted. Turdo liked Nick too. He wouldn't have let Ursul push her towards accepting her true feelings if they didn't think he was actually a good match. There was, of course, the slight issue of elemental compatibility. In normal circumstances, it wasn't really an issue. The vast majority of pairings worked out. Any of the 4 core elements with each other were either the same or one of them supported the other, or was allied with the other. Light and air, or fire and darkness with earth or water, were also allied. More rarely, one might see light or darkness with opposite allied elements, which wasn't great for cultivation, but also not necessarily dangerous. Then there was light and darkness. But both Nick and Melantha were the kind of fools who would turn the explosive danger into an advantage rather than a detriment. They even already had totems to bridge the gap. Beyond that, well, it was their personal cultivation. Turdo had to admit that Nick wasn't the greatest in terms of social situations. He'd put in the effort to learn, but he was a whole lifetime behind politics. But he also wasn't going to be leading the Tenebach clan. He was just marrying in. For that, his martial capabilities were generally sufficient to cover him, though Turdo was a little bit concerned about children. On the other hand, he and his siblings were exceptions for having elemental affinities before they were born, and with opposite elements, the two should be even more likely to have children that were unattuned, right? He didn't actually know, and he only knew what he did about unusual cultivator births because he was one of them. His sisters barely knew more than he did. Children. Someday, he would have children. Somehow, that was more terrifying than the Leviathan. Actually, that wasn't really a fair comparison. Turdo was far too comfortable with the might of the Leviathan, and though it should have still been terrifying, it wasn't. He just didn't know if he was ready for the responsibility. On the other hand, he wasn't in any rush. He was just 18 now, and just because Nick and Melantha got engaged at the earliest practical time didn't mean he had to. There was also the factor that Amelia was 2.5 years younger than him, so there was plenty of time to get used to the idea. And they didn't have to immediately have children, though it was a necessary duty. Unlike the Tenebach clan, the Brandel clan didn't have strict traditions. Mateo's parents simply happened to die before having a second child. Though Turdo understood not wanting messy lines of succession, Turdo wanted to talk to Amelia about all of this, but he also kind of didn't. He didn't quite get that, but he'd figure it out eventually. She was often around, so it wasn't as if he had to rush things. Speaking of which, do you ever get tired of being here, Amelia? Why should I? She asked. Well, it's more difficult for you to cultivate, Turdo pointed out. Fire supports water, not really the other way around. Before Amelia could reply, someone else butted into the conversation. Yeah, it's awful, Versha complained. We should make you come with us sometimes. Beaches get boring after like a week, and they're too cold. Amelia cleared her throat. Versha, I have no intention of dragging about my future husband as I please. I personally find it quite comfortable here. That's just because you're too boring to have opinions. Turdo took a deep breath. He needed to relax. Versha was just volatile because she was a teenager, and because of her father, probably. And being a fire cultivator was likely a contributing factor. You don't have to be here, you know. Of course I do. If I hang out back at the Milanovic clan, I get approached by all sorts of weirdos. They'll say things like, Versha, you need to be more ladylike to attract a suitor, but also, Versha, you're not old enough to climb Zalvolch. So it's easier to sneak up on the way back. That's where you've been disappearing to? Amelia frowned. Nope. I've been doing completely normal training stuff. Versha took a deep breath. And also, people keep complaining about my hair. They say things like, why isn't your hair green anymore? And all I can say is, why is your hair still green? Turdo looked directly at Versha. Was it not always blue? It was red yesterday. Versha waved her arms wildly. Okay. Turdo tilted his head. He was quite uncertain as to why it mattered. Were you not paying attention? It's just hair, Turdo said. It's not just hair. Versha complained. Hair is important. Then why do you not like people asking about it? Because, Versha stormed away. The calmness returned. Turdo looked towards Amelia, who just smiled back slightly. She's just at that age now. You were a lot more restrained? Turdo suggested. Even Melantha was less. For everything not involving Nick. Nobody is going to be quite the same, Amelia explained. Not even siblings. Well, obviously, Turdo shrugged. So why isn't her hair green? I'm not quite sure, Amelia admitted. It is green sometimes, though. It changes with her emotions, I think. It didn't happen until she properly began cultivating, and it's more frequent since she's reached the 2nd and 3rd rank. But it could also just be the time. It's unclear. Perhaps because of her forcing herself into cultivating earlier than she should. I'd ask why she insisted, but she's Versha, so Turdo shrugged. She's just like that, I guess. Well, yes, Emilia nodded. But sometimes she's more. Oh yeah? Any idea what causes it? I do have some ideas, Emilia admitted. But like the hair, I don't know if anything is the actual cause, or just a coincidence. She was aware of the heavy club swinging towards her head, but she ignored it. This was a great time to get in a strike of her own, and her stone club came down on her opponent's shoulder. At the same time, a club hit the side of her helmet. Its momentum was negated with just a slight tilt of her head. Her own attack hit solidly, forcing her opponent to step back. Haha, gotcha. Ursul grinned. Bet you weren't expecting this when you gave it to me. Were you? Ursul stepped forward. Today, the student defeats the Ma dash somehow. Her face was in the dirt. She pushed herself out of the dirt, rising to her knees. Damn it, I don't know how you did that trick, but dash, instead of taking its position under her feet, the whole world decided to spin again, toppling her onto her back. Clink, clink, clink. That was the sound of a stone club tapping on her face. You done? No, I can still dash. Ursul twisted her body, and her head only went deeper into the ground. How are you even doing this? I'm literally not doing anything, Renato said. But I dash. Have a concussion and ruptured eardrums, I think. The world did a dozen flips as she was pulled to her feet. Focus on your body. Ooh, Ursul. It's not fair. That shouldn't have done anything. And why not? Renato asked. Because I'm wearing mountain steel and my skin is basically invincible. I don't see how any of those things would stop this. Were you defending with your energy? Well, I didn't need it. Renato sighed. Clearly you did. I'm regretting giving you this armor now. No, don't. I love it. It's great. I get the lesson. Ursul spoke wildly. I guess I can't do that until I finish Super Diamond Defense. Don't tell me you're naming a technique that. Well, I dash. I forbid it. Renato said. Why not Hill Defense or something? Because hills suck, Ursul said. And I don't want it to be limited to Soul Expansion Phase, or whatever. She grimaced. I guess I need to focus more on internals, she muttered to herself. What kind of rocks can I eat? Renato popped a healing pill in her mouth, which she automatically began to dissolve, then patted her on the shoulder. If your technique actually goes anywhere, come to me for help with naming. Chapter 240. The motives of the Molten Sea were easily presumed with regards to the Leviathan. Many of their cultivators specialized in both fire and water, so a powerful source such as the Leviathan could be of interest for many reasons. The Sky Islands were a more difficult topic. The majority specialized in earth and air, while the Leviathan was pure water. Perhaps it was as simple as water supporting air, and the scale of power involved being of sufficient benefit. Or perhaps they knew something more about the creature, something which even the Shimmering Islands did not know. The Leviathan had been the cause of much research for Mateo, with no meritorious results. Certainly, there were records of great sea creatures, but the scale of them was far less than the Leviathan. Going back several centuries was insufficient to find any true records of such a thing, though Mateo didn't find it that strange. If it had been buried in the deep sea for so long, few cultivators would have it cause to get anywhere near it. As it was, the creature was embedded in the majority of the sea floors and cliff faces in the depths. It wasn't impossible that it melted its way through the stone or otherwise arrived in that situation unnaturally. But on the surface, it appeared as if the layers of rock and sand had simply formed atop it through mineral deposition. Finding little information through other means, Mateo decided to go towards the source. The Sky Islands had to know why they were doing what they were doing. At least some of them. The rest would at least know who was in charge of things, which was at least progress. There were rumors of ascending soul phase cultivators among the Molten Sea and Sky Islands, but no actual names had been confirmed to be present in the region. Of course, Mateo could not simply go around asking people. They would at best tell her non-secret information, the sort they could already easily acquire. At worst, they would take her for an enemy, which in a way, she probably was. Both personal danger or trouble for the Brandel clan would be a negative outcome in such a case. So she had to be secretive about it. The best method seemed to be catching some of their messenger birds, but obviously that wasn't so simple. They were swift and trained to fly high to avoid projectile attacks. The easiest time would be to ambush one upon release, but that also carried with it the highest risk of being caught. A messenger bird going missing was one thing, but those who sent it would most likely watch it for some distance as it flew away. After that point, it was more difficult to track. Fortunately, the limited area that the Sky Islands had cut through the northern end of the Darklands to reach the sea narrowed the range of likely routes and destinations. Even if the birds were returning all the way to the Sky Islands, part of the route would be similar. Not all messages would be going through such routes. Many would come with their people on ships. However, more time-sensitive and likely more important messages would take the fastest methods. Mateo had so far made several unsuccessful attempts, but as word came in from her spotters, she felt confident in her chances. The particular birds were vaguely familiar to the Shimmering Islands, specifically those who could fly high and for long distances on the winds. They did not land except at their destinations, meaning she couldn't hope to catch one resting. While it might be possible to keep up with certain ships, it would be quite obvious. Instead, she intended an ambush along the way to capture the target as quickly as possible. She swirled the water beneath her in anticipation. She considered forming a water spout, but they could hardly stretch high enough into the sky to take out a bird flying outside of bow range. Not without the inclusion of a powerful wind cultivator as well, but these birds were sensitive to the air element above all. This made Mateo's chances look hopeless, but she had one method left to attempt. Releasing her grip on the waters below, she extended her efforts towards the skies. The messenger birds liked to fly high, sometimes even above the clouds for cover, which meant by predicting its route, she could take control of a group of clouds it was going to near. Of course, at such a distance, Mateo could barely do much of anything even as a consolidated soul phase cultivator. Extending her power multiple kilometers meant she only had a tiny fraction of her strength for the same effort, perhaps as little as a single %. But she was not fighting a consolidated soul phase cultivator or even a soul expansion phase cultivator, but rather a beast with a more modest cultivation. It would be rare for it to even be comparable to the late foundation phase in terms of combat strength. So, as it flew above a cloud, the cloud itself folded in on the bird. A bird such as this could fly even with heavy moisture, as it would drip off of its body. However, that was water without intention. Under Mateo's control, water condensed onto the creature's wings and clung to it. She even forced it to begin the freezing process. From a close distance, there would have been no contest. From this distance, the creature's limited spiritual energy protected it instinctually. But while it was able to prevent the water and her energy from infiltrating its body, she still froze a layer around it, limiting the flapping of its wings, and more importantly, adding significant weight. The main thing that allowed birds to fly was their low density, and some could not even fly with a full belly. The message itself would be lightweight, but water was quite dense, even if it was marginally less so as ice. As it lost height, it became easier and easier for her to control the creature's bonds. It managed to shake some of it off as it dropped, but even the small portion of the cloud that properly clung to the bird caused it to finish its spiraling descent into the sea. Mateo leapt in after it, directing her ship to follow. She would swim faster than they could move, and she didn't want to risk damage to the message. A minute later, she had retrieved the creature. Most likely it would be slain, though they could perhaps fake some damage to the carrying straps if they wanted it to seem like an accident. That would be decided later. For now, it was caged. The message itself was in a sealed container, to the benefit and detriment of Mateo. It was safe from the elements and from her. If she opened the container in the wrong way, it would likely destroy the contents. That would take some study, but they finally had something. Hopefully, it was something useful. It was a week of effort to safely open the message container, though Mateo would have gladly waited longer, given her time spent waiting for the opportunity to capture one. As a final precaution, Xianxia was the one who actually opened it. There didn't seem to be enough spiritual energy entangled in it to actually hurt someone, but it was better to not risk it. He twisted apart the last strands of detectable protections, tore apart the lock, and dumped a rolled scroll into his hand. He unfurled it, looking at it before shaking his head. It's in code. No, a special cipher. He turned it towards Mateo. Look, the character set isn't even the same as ours. Mateo sighed. I guess the next step is to get some cipher specialists to decode this. Though if it's any good, we'll need a clue to pick it apart. She looked it over. Unless we are lucky enough to be able to guess, but I certainly can't at this point. A few shapes seem familiar, but I have no idea if they fit to the sounds I would assume. Instead of being discouraged, Mateo was intrigued. Anything worth inventing, such a cipher, for had to be valuable. Unless the Sky Islands just use ciphers for all messages, which was quite possible. If it was common, it would be easier to decipher, either manually or by finding someone who already knew how it worked. At the bare minimum, there had to be one person on either end who understood it. If they weren't a specialist, they might even have something written down. It was too early to attempt infiltrating somewhere controlled by the Sky Islands, of course. Better to not spark a conflict, especially after her husband and the Molten Sea. She didn't blame him for what he did, but it was inconvenient. Now remember, Justina said to Lacanus or Steve, but she avoided using that name since it would be strange if it were overheard. You are here along with me because I'm strong and I'm your husband? That's technically correct, Justina admitted. But I meant specifically your role. You're here to protect me, like you need it. I might, Justina shrugged. Anyway, to protect me and not to be involved in the negotiations. Hey, Lacanus held up his hands. Things went great with the Furnace sect. They like me. She looked at him, her eyes steady. And I told you the Red Iron sect wouldn't want me to be around. That didn't mean you had to set on fire the first person who looked at you funny. Did it not help the negotiations? Justina frowned. Obviously they were rather timid after that. But this, next, group has no history with you, good or bad. So please let me handle things. Sorry, Lacanus said. I try. Justina wrapped her arms around him. I knew you were like this when I chose you, but we're being relied on for something bigger this time. Like raising our children, Lacanus nodded. Working together, I think they're turning out well. So, make sure to ask if you need me. To beat someone up? It's called exchanging pointers in this world. Lacanus nodded seriously. And I know you can do it yourself, but you're usually not flashy enough. I'll keep that under advisement, she said. For the moment, though, unless specifically instructed, I don't want you to get involved except for standing there looking tough. The aesthetic Blaze were firm believers that form was function. It was a component of their cultivation that spread over into all aspects of the sect. It led to buildings carefully formed from the sands themselves, sparkling viridian in the sun. It was also the cause of braziers, fully lit along the paths despite it being midday, that would have made it unnecessarily hot, except for the way the vaulted ceilings channeled the temperature away from occupied locations. Their diplomatic locations strangely didn't favor their own sect, but instead the prominent feature was a central brazier around which all participants stood, with enough room for about a dozen in the center, or many more if they were willing to take a place in concentric circles radiating out and up in the room. There Justina stood with Lacanus behind her, across from the sect head, a man barely past his prime, after factoring in the slowed aging from cultivation advancements. Sect head Witold. So, Justina Milanovic, what business does your clan have to discuss with us? It is a matter of importance to the whole of the Green Sands. Obviously, you are aware of the Sky Islands cutting a route through the Southern Territory and the Darklands. We are, but what of it? They have not come here. Not yet, Justina admitted. And though the Milanovic clan is more distant, we don't believe that is the only relevant factor. The Wuthering Steppes and the Darklands are not our allies, nor our own territory, yet we cannot ignore the intrusion. We most certainly can. It has been years. And if they choose to take up permanent residence, I understand your hesitation. The Sky Islands are a powerful alliance. But if we unify against them, we can overcome them. Are you not also dealing with the Molten Sea up north? Witold asked. Your allies seem to have come into conflict with them. Though it might not appear to be, it is the same matter. Are you aware that they both expanded into the Shimmering Islands? Even more removed from us, and of little concern. Justina almost got mad at how flippant this man was. Fortunately, she had someone to do that for her. Truthfully, she found that Lacanus had been doing quite well keeping himself in check, and spewing just the right amount of fire out of his nostrils. As long as he could hold it there, she would appreciate it. I suppose you wouldn't want to know what great treasure attracted them then, Justina shrugged. As tantalizing as such a thing might be, I am well aware the aesthetic blaze would never be the one to control anything of such value, regardless of what it is. Perhaps not, Yestina admitted, but it would be beneficial to be allied with those who do. And I don't think you'd receive many benefits from the others when they pull out of the region with our resources. Yestina intentionally used the final word to keep it a mystery. It might have been a factor she only had assumptions about what it was, shared with the rest of their alliance. But mystery was also quite practical for enticement's sake. We might be interested in hearing what this thing is. Whittled took the bait. Good enough for a start. From there, she could make him want to be part of their larger, if more temporary alliance. Chapter 241. Attempting to decode the cipher was proving impossible. Nobody knew where to start, Mateo included. Yet she still had an itching feeling of vague familiarity. Perhaps it was simply that it was recognizable as a language. Mateo had the intention to ask Yestina. Hailing from the far side of the world, she might recognize something from before the overall homogenization of language. The ubiquitous travel of cultivators had, mostly, narrowed language to one thing, but it wasn't complete and total. If it wasn't that, then they needed to capture someone who could decode it. Most likely, a person would be unhelpful, documents would be better. The Brandel clan still intended to intercept more messages where they were able, but Mateo herself couldn't afford to spend so much time on it. She still had other duties as the sect head to perform, and while this was likely important work, she also had to make sure everything else was managed properly. Turdo was learning some of the management, but he wouldn't take over for some time. 5 years, maybe a decade or two. It all depended on what made sense. And though she was eager to be free to spend more time with her husband, it would not come at detriment to her clan. Speaking of which, though their schedule of exchanging the triplets between the clans was no longer in effect, it was about time to have Turdo see his sisters. Especially after Melanthina's engagement, meeting in person would be valuable. If for nothing else than seeing her darkness, attributed daughter squirm in discomfort, the trip would be worth it. Being around her husband was one place she was allowed to grumble and complain without weakening her image as clan head. They kept nothing from each other, or at least nothing important. Obviously, they couldn't possibly relay every interaction they had while apart in full detail, or it would take at least as long, and probably longer than the actual time involved. You should have seen her blush, said Fortkran. John in private, a strange man, but strange in a pleasant way, infinitely preferable to the previous inhabitant of that body. And then she shouted, yes, you should see the two of them together, just standing next to each other, as if the world would explode if they so much as touch. Even though they, definitely, had more control than that years ago. Endearing, and better than the alternative where they are. 2. Physically affectionate. Certain consequences would reflect poorly on the clan. John nodded. They do seem to be strongly implying they would prefer a sooner ceremony. It's not really a good time, but he shrugged. We can't count on there ever being perfect timing. So, how were things in the Shimmering Islands? The Sky Islands continue their suspicious activity, with the molten sea edging in on the area. We did manage to capture an encoded missive. Oh, anything interesting? Hard to say, as it hasn't been decoded yet. The strange glyphs and the sensitive nature of its retrieval meant we were hesitant to make copies. Strange glyphs? John asked. Yes, they don't use the common language. It might be constructed or something older, though the Brandel clan didn't have records of these. Perhaps we could look into it here, John said. When we are away from prying eyes, she agreed. They could block the sounds from around them, but concealing their visual forms or surreptitiously looking at a page might cause trouble if there were any spies in the clan. As far as they were aware, the staff and clan members were clean, but it was better to be cautious. See, Mutial said, strange glyphs. I thought to show them to Yestina in case they were more common around Aegler and such. John took the unfurled scroll, and his eyes widened. Oh what? Well, it's not encoded. You were right about it being archaic language, even. You recognize it? I didn't know you studied languages. I know almost exactly 2 languages, John said pointedly. 2? But then, exactly. So, can you read it? How archaic? Some centuries, I think? John shook his head. I'm not a scholar on the topic, but it's basically readable, so it can't be too much more than that. What does it say? He looked at the text carefully. Miss you regarding. EBEA. SDN. Oh. EDEP. Oh. S. As prescribed. Reaching. Oh. Beast itself continues to be a matter of great difficulty, but its vast size implies trouble with its retrieval. Thin. Personal visitation might be required for. Oh. Intended peripheral. Work will continue in the present, using both S and at least one that looked more like an F, and S in the middle of words as well as the thorns. Oh. Hurt John's brain, and some things were clearly just misspelled, but it also meant that someone had transmigrated hundreds of years ago, also speaking English. Why English? Surely he should have run across someone speaking something else by now. It wasn't so ubiquitous on Earth, especially then. It's not signed, but they seem to be asking for someone important to come join them. And yes, they're interested in the Leviathan. Because it's English, we can only assume the Sky Islands had a transmigrator a few centuries ago. I think they kept it around as a sort of code language. How many centuries? 3-ish? I'm pretty sure whoever wrote the missive learned their best, but doesn't actually speak it well. They could have still learned from the original source, which might be the person in question. Does it say who this is directed towards? John shook his head. Perhaps it would be assumed as a personal letter. I don't see any other indications. Perhaps the seal? It might be the messenger birds, Mateo said. We ultimately disposed of the one we captured, but there could have been more. Well, John said, we learned a little, and that I can translate these. Steve can probably do it as well. In a pinch, I'll write a proper translation, but unless there's another layer of obscurement, it doesn't actually say much. John scrunched his nose. You were implying this individual might be the actual transmigrator? They would be quite old, but if they reached ascending soul phase, it would be possible to live several centuries. But that's also assuming the same flow of time between our worlds. Based on Steve, it should be close, John said. But with just 2 of us, that's a pretty limited number of samples. You look concerned. I liked having all of the transmigrators be on our side. You don't think we can get along with the Sky Islands? I definitely don't like how they're going about things, John said, or the interactions we had in the prismatic chambers. They don't seem to care how we're living here and think they can just come and take whatever they want, which might be true, and it would support the idea of this person being a transmigrator if it weren't far too common of an attitude among cultivators. But if we can match them against the molten sea, whether we'd like them or not, they'd be quite useful. As long as they don't try to fight it out by moving through the stone conglomerate. Right? John nodded. Though they'd face more than just a modicum of resistance if they try. Renato has been doing well with the negotiations, and we could actually stand united, at least for this one thing. So, the language for their secret messages is the same as yours. Could you fake something? John frowned. Maybe. It's old and weird. My handwriting and style wouldn't fit. I'd need more samples, and for these things I think are mistakes to actually be that and not some sort of code. If they recognize specific handwriting, I'd be a dead giveaway. We'll look into it, Mateo said. It's good that we at least discovered this. I feel much more relaxed. Mateo grinned widely. Want to do something else now? Given the circumstances, Nick was now a permanent fixture of the Tenebach clan. He was familiar with many of the clan members by now, including the current clan head. It was intimidating to be around someone of such power, but he'd been nothing but encouraging of the relationship. One individual he was less acquainted with was Ursul, Melantha's sister. She was around frequently, but she was an earth cultivator and more often found training with the Order of the Amberheart. The 2 of them had little reason to speak to each other in the past, though ultimately he'd found Melantha's siblings friendly even when she had been less so. It was still weird to find her seeking him out, though. Oh hey, what a coincidence to find you here, she said with the subtlety of a boulder as she dragged him off into a corner. She certainly had a grip on her, didn't she? Did she actually think this was subtle? A pleasure to see you as well, Nick nodded. She hadn't actually said anything of the sort, but he might as well maximize politeness. Yeah, so you're marrying my sister. Yes, everyone knows that. Because you proposed in public Ursul said, slapping him on the shoulder. He was fairly certain it was supposed to be friendly, even if it was bone-creaking. It saved her the trouble of figuring out how to announce it, and made it harder to refuse. If she truly did not want to, she would have made that known. Nick frowned. Did she say something? He knew it was what he wanted, and as far as he could tell, it was the same with her. But could she have been deceiving him? Not to harm him, he thought, but the opposite. Huh. She never says anything intelligible about you. She's definitely smitten, though. I'm just wondering if you're prepared for what this entails. I am, Nick nodded. Oh yeah? And if you had to fight me to marry her? Nick frowned. I don't see how that would be beneficial to anybody. It seems likely to just make her sad. But would you? You fought that Eben Crest guy. That was because it was a good opportunity. It was easier for me to do it than for her. And you used the opportunity to propose. Also easier for me. What do I have to lose? I don't know. Your dignity. Nick smiled. Only if there was a real chance of her saying no. You should have seen her blushing. You're right. I should have. How come you didn't invite me, huh? Well, Nick held up his hands defensively. If I did, she would have known something was going on. I considered it, but you were away in Vilger. Nick shook his head. Ursul rolled her eyes, somehow making Nick feel like he was the shorter of the pair as she glared at him. Fine. Just remember to treat her well, or you won't have to answer to just our parents. Understood. Ursul was replaced with Turdo not terribly long later. I see. Nick nodded. One of you is keeping Melantha occupied, huh? Turdo shrugged. You found us out. We just want to make sure our sister is going to be treated well. Of course. You've all been watching me for years now. You know better. I'm surprised, Turdo admitted, turning back and forth. Ursul said you were hardly even intimidated. I'm not afraid of being crushed, just of a knife in the back. Shouldn't you be afraid of Melantha? Then? Not anymore, Nick shrugged. And if I do something to deserve it, at least I can presume it will be over quickly. Oh, if something comes up, I'd prefer you run it by her first. I'd rather not die to a misunderstanding. I wouldn't knife you in the back. I'd have an unfortunate swimming accident or something then. Nick grinned. Well, I don't want to give anything away. Turdo grinned back. But it could involve you getting lost on a deep-sea excursion. Of the triplets, Turdo was definitely the nicest. But while Nick was certain both siblings would fight for their sister, they really needn't have any worries. Melantha could take care of most of her problems herself. Though perhaps that was the issue, avoiding relying on others. He hoped he could be one more option for her to consider. Chapter 242. A Note from Halosty. Today I come to you with a recommendation for a series in its early stages. A cultivation story with great potential, full of vivid descriptions, and with a consistent upload schedule. The cultivation system being laid out in pieces seems quite solid, with an intriguing potential for faith-based development. See the actual synopsis. The protagonist knows some level of restraint and actually seems to have a good head on his shoulders. But of course he has his own struggles to overcome with regards to a certain foxy lady. Check out the tags and content warnings, as it is definitely leaning more towards the racy side of things. But if it sounds good, I can recommend giving it a read. https://www.royalroadcdn.com/public/covers-large/68602-web.jpg?time =16853677789. Tao of the Web. Warning: this fiction contains sexual content, traumatizing content, in which a well-intentioned earthling with all the idealism of a Disney princess decides to bring some much-needed civility to the cutthroat world of cultivation with social media. Synopsis. Choose wisely, for choice is what makes the cultivator. That was the one true maxim of this world, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme, where the strong flayed the weak to take what they desired, where the heavens weaved stories on behalf of their favored children, using all else as mere pawns for their means. For eons unchanged did the cultivation world remain, with traditions and taboos set in stone. But that's ancient history. The flickering screen showed the Red Heaven Supreme Patriarch live-streaming his Tao of the Sigma Tyrant podcast, the nine-tailed celestial vixen kickstarting the 9x9th wave feminism. and the transcendentist golden Buddha hustling his self-help pyramid scheme to his untold number of followers. Even the foreign gods and immortal devils came down to lurk beneath the dark web 24/7, illegally trading pirated video game mods and contraband MP4 files for the newest fad crypto spirit stone. Finally, deciding enough was enough, the mortals rose up, armed in all caps, and canceled every cultivator online for even the slightest microaggression, triggering the conservative heavens to bend the knee or be demonetized. When he was but a mortal, young, previously young, a soul adrift from a far gentler world, had merely asked this innocent question: is such cruelty truly necessary? No, he judged. His modern sensibilities would not allow it. In a world where he could cultivate to be anything, he chose to be kind. Thus, standing upon the shoulders of all the great thinkers of Earth, and with the help of his rich, foxy sweetheart, he had set out with a dream to make the heavens merciful. But alas, Lady Fate was fickle after all. Young turned the television off with a confused, ashamed, and profoundly remorseful heart. He had achieved his dreams, but at what cost? Disclaimer: this fiction may contain descriptions of explicit sexual and erotic acts, long character arcs, philosophical discourses, irrationality over logic, partisan idealism, and other adult themes, all towards being a hopefully gratifying, fun, and emotion-packed story. Book 1, which lays the groundwork for Young to invent, adapt the web in a non-exploitative, scummy manner, is fully written. It pursues comprehensive world building and might therefore require patient readership due to its deliberate pacing. Start reading here. Link to Chapter 1. Following instructions was easy. Ursul could replicate most Earth techniques displayed to her in a reasonable time frame. Forging her own path was more difficult. Figuring out how to use her roots to infiltrate mountain steel had been a hard process. Part of it might have been Master Renato not fully knowing how her ability could work. He didn't have the same totems as her, after all. But regardless of the reason, his instructions had been limited, and it took longer to figure things out. Then there was Diamond Defense. Easy to practice. Ingest a particular mineral, circulate earth element to dissolve it, and distribute it throughout the body, focusing on the skin and bones. She'd done it quite young, without really having permission. But the cost was not in the difficulty or time, simply the materials themselves. And she had no idea how anyone came up with that. Sure, her body and the materials were both tough, but she didn't exactly have a layer of rocks all over her. Her skin was still very skin-like. So, how did anyone come up with that? And how could she apply that to more of her body so she couldn't get knocked about? The most troubling problem was definitely her brain. If it rattled about, she could get a concussion, but messing with such a delicate internal organ was asking for disaster. Master Renato didn't have anything particularly helpful when she asked. Generally, people will have a moment of inspiration. From there, they work out the details. Inspiration, yeah, how useful. But she wasn't going to wait for that to just appear. It wasn't that Renato wasn't trying to be helpful, but she needed something more. So she went to the one who always seemed willing to talk about cultivation in weird ways, her father. It took a bit of travel time between the order and the clan, but the end results were usually worth it. How do people come up with things like Diamond Defense? Did they just eat a bunch of rocks until they found something that worked? A good question, he replied. I would presume they studied the properties of materials, externally and internally. It's possible it took generations of attempts before anyone was successful. Then again, they might have used more common materials and found success, if somewhat lackluster results. Generations. She wasn't going to wait for that. Plus, she would have to start something. What about other elements? What do they do? What do you mean? Like to augment their bodies? Her father pondered for a good few moments. I honestly don't know of any other such techniques. Perhaps the blessing? But that is a special case that also augments affinity. I imagine the dark side is connected to that more than a change in the body. He stroked his chin. I should ask Sire Ursul about it. So nobody else does this? I'm sure they must, her father replied. But aside from Diamond Defense, I don't even know Earth element techniques to do something similar. I wonder if they would be compatible or undo each other. He paused. I assume you have a reason to ask this? I was thinking of developing my own to help out my organs. Especially my brain. It's a bit squishy and weak. She knocked on her mountain steel armor, provided by Renato, This will protect me from most things, but I can still get knocked around inside it, and inside myself. Perhaps you would do better with less rigid armor then, John said. But I can see the appeal of something nearly unbreakable such as that. And having a more flexible body would be worthwhile. I'd be careful, of course. You've no doubt considered how you might harm yourself. Even if she hadn't, he was giving her an opportunity to agree. Yeah, though I'm not sure how to determine that until it happens. Start small. Remember with Diamond Defense, it was a long process. If you absolutely have to try something, modify something less important, like a fingernail, actually, it's quite easy to modify the body. It's doing so without harm that's the issue. I can turn things to stone, after all. Would be trivial to do to myself, but my body wouldn't still function afterwards. That would be awful, Ursul said. Agreed. So be careful, and I'll see if I can find other techniques for you to compare with. Diamond Defense might be unique in its existence, but I can't think of any reason it should have to be. John wasn't certain if he should be searching through techniques while the whole alliance was at war or teetering on the edge of it. But if he were to wait for a time without conflict, would he ever get any cultivation done? Ursul had certainly piqued his curiosity. Was Diamond Defense singular among not only Earth, but all elements? Certainly, it was effective, but it wasn't so complex as to be difficult to replicate, though the expense was an issue. It wasn't something a clan could afford for all of its members. Indeed, it was almost not worth the cost for himself and Ursul. Passive defense was valuable, but the same effect could be achieved with good armor. Then again, it was most valuable precisely because it was inherent to the cultivator, not something that could be stripped away when captured or fatigued. And if it could upgrade a level higher, he could actually rely on it against opponents of his level instead of merely those weaker than himself. What would it look like for other elements? Certainly, it should not involve transforming the body into liquid, gas, or flames. Such things were better left to transient techniques, instead of hoping that such a form could be made permanent. Diamond Defense did not make one stone or diamond, but rather simply more durable. Other elements should have benefits as well, but what? As far as physical properties went, water, air, and fire were all flexible. Light and darkness as well. Certainly they would not all be the same. What other properties did they have? Changing, free, consuming, concealing, revealing. Few of those fit a physical body. And what materials would be used? Presumably, that would still be necessary. John shook his head. Before he could do any of this, he would need to find other examples. He certainly did not have time to develop a half-dozen techniques all on his own. Perhaps once the triplets took over the clan functions, but that would be quite some time off. Capturing several more messages from the Sky Islands did little except reveal that the same hand wrote all of those encoded in English. That didn't prove much, but it was fairly reasonable to assume that few individuals would learn a language just for message secrecy. A traditional cipher would be more useful in general, though if it weren't for other transmigrators, it would have been hopeless to translate the missives. Not without capturing some sort of translation dictionary, which would be much more extensive than a cipher. In addition to the difficulty of catching the messenger birds over the sea, there was also the issue that if they had too much success, they would be found out. Some amount of loss was reasonable, but even though these particular birds weren't durable, they were out of reach of most dangers. If too many disappeared, they might look into it. As for the matter of a transmigrator among the Sky Islands in the past, it was of interest but ultimately unimportant. After centuries, their legacy would be all that remained, and whatever impact their presence would have should have taken place long ago. Even so, John couldn't help but take interest, hoping to find something revealing, such as why it should be another individual speaking English. Even if he didn't understand other languages, the very fact that they were different should have tipped John off should he encounter anyone else transmigrated. But either others didn't speak Old World languages, there was a string of 4 English-speaking individuals through random chance, or something else was going on. For the moment, things had calmed down. That included the conflicts between the Golden Tomb Guardians and the Righteous Flame League, as well as any sort of open retaliation from the Molten Sea. However, the movement of people towards the Shimmering Islands indicated both the Sky Islands and Molten Sea were continuing to pursue their goals. Members of the lesser and greater alliances began to move as well. Moves could be made against both sets of intruders at any time, but they would have no doubt noticed changes and be ready. Nobody wanted to make the first move and likewise be the first to die, and many people were still foolishly hoping that the groups would just move out of the region. They might, once one of them got their hands on the Leviathan, or they might decide to become permanent fixtures with whatever power they gained from such a success. That was something the region couldn't afford to allow, but unfortunately, they weren't unified as a whole. Only small pockets under the control of groups of allied sects, though on a whole each country could be expected to work together against outside influence. Because it seemed the critical events would be taking place in the Shimmering Islands, John and Matatail returned there. The triplets as well, because though they would like to keep them out of a war, it would likely prove impossible. In such a case, it would be better for them to be accessible. That did leave the Tenebach clan low on manpower, but the Order of the Amber Heart could support them if necessary, as well as the larger stone conglomerate. It was currently prepared for trouble from the intruding groups that flanked the country. John and Mateo watched the kelp spire forest from afar. They have to be aware of the other's presence, John said. Do you think they will enter into conflict? It's difficult to say without prodding. However, we have already engaged in subterfuges that would make them less willing to do so. That is the one situation we absolutely could not afford. On the other hand, it is entirely possible whatever they are after cannot be shared. Mateo pondered for a few moments. I'd have to imagine they are after some core of the Leviathan's power. Perhaps it's hard, though I wouldn't put it past such a thing to have more than one. As for attempting to capture the beast itself, with it fully encased in underwater mountains, it's not exactly mobile. It seems impossible, but if they managed it, it would bring massive change to the Shimmering Islands and any territory they marched it through if it was capable of leaving the sea, John pointed out. Just some casual breaths in and out caused massive vortexes here. The southern Shimmering Islands could be ruined if it actually moved. I would not like to find out the effects, Mateo agreed, though it does seem we will have difficulty resisting. The ranks of these powers are not merely made up of a single ascending soul phase cultivator, or a few, if they have them. True, John agreed, though the Molten Sea's consolidated soul phase cultivators are as mortal as anyone else. Including us, Mateo said. Though I still agree we cannot ignore this, I can't help but think this might be an event we cannot overcome. Certainly, many of us will perish. That is something I would rather not think about, John admitted. I have more I wish to do. Mateo smiled. Everyone does. At least, those who have not given up on cultivation. I have to at least make it to the ascending soul phase, or conclusively determine that I cannot. Though more than that, I want to stay around to watch the triplets. Nick and Melantha are a sight to see, Mateo agreed, though I'm personally more intrigued by Turdo and his attempts at romance. I'll admit I haven't been able to see as many of those, John said. Do you think it would have been easier on him to have an actual arranged marriage? I think this specific setup is performing just fine. He will be able to determine his own feelings. Though no doubt he would have managed just fine had it been chosen for him. He's like myself in that way. People can make mistakes, though, John pointed out. I mean, look who you almost ended up with. The Tenebach clan would have worked with me somehow, she said. We would have come to an amicable solution for both parties. I'm sure you would have, John grinned. It almost certainly wouldn't have involved Fortkran, though, even with all the difficulties entailed in finding a replacement. Chapter 243. Swirling winds laden with dense water buffeted a bird that was otherwise unremarkable. John held one arm aloft as Mateo supported him, their energy intertwining. The animal fell, but at a measured pace, the two of them swimming to retrieve it swiftly. There wouldn't be much more time to change the situation before things came to a head, so this might be their final opportunity. The two of them took the package into the cabin on one of the vessels with them, where they would have some room to work. John unfurled the scroll, careful to not cause damage to the seal. They had prepared another that should at least appear to have similar enchantments, but having a fresh seal would heighten the deception. In truth, it's almost what we wanted, John said. A message of urgency, so that they can beat the Molten Sea to the punch. But it needs something a bit more confrontational. John considered how he would write a similar missive with an addendum. Something about making a move before the Molten Sea could use the power against them. But he'd also have to make it look right. Not only did he have to copy handwriting, but old word style. He hoped that the spelling inconsistencies weren't any sort of code, but instead simply that mistakes. It took some time to craft his message, after which they released the bird with their new message to continue on its journey. If they've got some sort of agreement, Mateo frowned, they'll likely know there has been some sort of sabotage. In that case, they would already be prepared to move together against us. John shook his head. In which case our alliance really doesn't stand much chance. We'd have to leave them to do whatever they please. I believe we could defeat them. The strength of our alliance is more than just forces added upon each other. That would depend on if they truly are working together, John countered. With the four core elements split between two groups, they could form a primary cycle without too much prior practice. But I'm optimistic that they won't work together. If possible, I'd like to come upon them only after they've begun to battle each other, so we can focus our efforts on whatever they're after. No member of the club was terribly enthusiastic about the prospect of fighting in the deep sea. At best, there was Renato, who would be working with an allied element. John wasn't counting himself, nor Mateo in this particular instance. They didn't have another water cultivator, nor a qualifying air cultivator. There was talk about including someone from the Mliani clan, but they would be neither reincarnator nor transmigrator, and without a connection. Deirdre was a light cultivator, so the depths would be difficult for her. Finally, there were Steve and Justina. The former would do extremely poorly without the latter, who had been a water cultivator in her previous life. Fighting in a disadvantageous battlefield for a short time wasn't the worst, but the other issue was maintaining an air supply. Consolidated soul phase cultivators could last pretty much indefinitely and even without the right affinities, but they would be constantly building fatigue. Weaker cultivators might only make it a few hours if they weren't water or air element. I believe we would be best suited maintaining our position on the surface, Justina said. Once the conflict begins, we'll have to protect our ships so we have a place to retreat. The same with myself, Deirdre admitted. Unless we determine they have darkness cultivators. The Sky Islands will likely bring some, as they pass through the Darklands, John reminded her. Our information indicated they were trying to sway some locals, those who they didn't tear apart along their path. Fortunately, none of their allies in the Darklands had been along the northern strip, though it would have brought them to an earlier response. I will most likely contribute best on the seafloor, Renato said. But the Order of the Amber Heart can also hold the spires if necessary. Any response from the emerging bamboo sect? John asked. Renato shook his head. Not yet, which likely means it isn't coming. I suppose they weren't swayed by neighborly issues, just like the rest of the Viridio wildlands. At least we managed to rally the Phoenix Forest, Deirdre said. They'll be cutting off the Molten Seas routes through a strain once everything begins. And the Shimmering Islands are ready to move in once the main forces get here, Mateo said. Even though none of the clans make their homes here in particular, none of the rest are willing to allow these groups to just come in and do whatever they want in our collective territory. On that matter, Justina asked, are you still considering moving the Brandel clan? That will depend on what happens here, and ultimately, it will be up to Turdo, since he will have to be the one managing it for longer. He is personally interested, but understands that the Leviathan is more beneficial to him than the others. And we'd be sacrificing an established position. Mateo shook her head. The only thing I can hope is that there will still be a decision to be made afterwards. John nodded. The Leviathan was valuable to the Shimmering Islands, and whether these regions wanted to somehow make it move away, chop it up into little bits as resources, or just run off with the most valuable parts of its anatomy, it would be a great loss to the locals. That was without considering how it was impacting the sea itself, as a habitat for all sorts of deep-sea life which trickled upwards to a significant amount of all sorts of sea creatures in the region. What once seemed like eternal waiting had rapidly become a pot that could boil over at any moment. It was impossible to keep quiet the fleets gathering around the kelp spire forest, though not all were present to participate in conflict. At least not directly. Many were simple, curious onlookers from the blustering peaks, the Darklands, and parts of the stone conglomerate that weren't part of the Alliance. It had become clear that there was a large event of some sort taking place, and nobody could stop the spread of rumors. This was good for the Alliance, because the Molten Sea and Sky Islands didn't have a clear idea of who was potentially going to act against them and who was just watching. John's earlier actions had certainly brought the Tenebach clan into the mind of the Molten Sea, but they wouldn't start trouble arbitrarily. More forces continued to arrive until a final pair of fleets, nearly in parallel. John sensed them coming from a great distance, not only because of the quantity of cultivators upon their ships, but also because of two individuals, ascending soul phase cultivators, and not just the early phase. Each was at least the 40th rank of cultivation, a solid handful of steps further than John, who was surpassed within the region only by a small number of individuals at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. Pharamond of the Society of Midnight managed to briefly force himself to that step, but he hadn't solidified his position upon his defeat. Now, John was much stronger himself, but these people were a cut above anything he had seen. Up to that point, John had hoped the few ascending soul phase cultivators that had already arrived were the limit. Now he wondered at the makeup of the Molten Sea and Sky Islands that they could send these individuals. And they weren't alone in their power, but came with a significant number of consolidated soul phase cultivators and hundreds of soul expansion phase individuals. 25 years prior, just the soul expansion phase cultivators would have dominated any sect or clan in the region. Letting the feeling of the two wash over him, John picked up details about their totems. Not hidden, but proudly displayed. Totems of the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks. From the Molten Sea, a split of 3 and 2 between water and fire, with water being the sole 6th rank. The individual from the Sky Islands had a similar split, except with 1/3 tier totem. She was weighted more towards earth than air. The two flagships continued along their paths which would casually lead them to intersect with each other. As they continued to approach, John watched carefully, worried that the worst might be coming to pass. Then it began. "Jesine, you old bag of bones," called out the Sky Islands cultivator. "Do you return here with the intent to perish?" "Fine words, coming from a crone," retorted the second woman. "You are the one more likely to die, with your relatively limited experience, Alva." It was not merely insults they were slinging, but rather once John was able to properly see them, it was clear they were both ancient. Baggy and spotted skin, quite unusual for a cultivator. To actually show such age with their cultivation, they had to be over a century old. No, Luctus was about that age, but had been at a lower cultivation for quite some time. Older than that, especially if they had taken any care to maintain their looks. Vanity was a trait of many cultivators, men and women alike. Multiple centuries, then? How unfortunate. While at their age, it was unlikely they would make further advancements. That could be exactly what drew them here. And more importantly, the fact that they wouldn't be stronger in a mere decade or two didn't matter, since they were dangerous now. At least John didn't have to worry about them working together. He felt genuine hostility between them. On the other hand, the fact that they would stop and taunt each other spoke of familiarity. That itself was an issue because while they would certainly work against each other, it also meant that they wouldn't commit to fighting each other. If they were the sort, one would likely have killed the other long before. If they didn't weaken each other, then dealing with them would be a difficult task. Hopefully, the particular prize before them would bring what appeared to be a long-standing rivalry to a conclusion, preferably with the loss of both. Though if one had to get her hands on whatever their specific goals were, John would prefer it to be the one from the Sky Islands. At least, the information heard about their activities was slightly less troubling than the Molten Sea. "I thought the leading figure of the Sky Islands was supposed to be named Sidora," Mateo muttered next to John. "Is this another? Should we expect more?" "Alva." John let the name roll over his tongue. In truth, he had begun his time in this world approximating names to his default understanding of English, though he had come equipped with knowledge of the local language which began to dominate his usage. "It could be that she's the one." John pursed his lips. "The original. The transmigrated?" "It was obliquely implied," John said. "And perhaps it's not as much of a secret. With their level of power," he shook his head, "it would hardly matter if people knew. Conversely, if someone of similar power had ill intentions, that was exactly the reason John would hide his own status. Personally, all he was wondering was why all the transmigrators he met seemed to be connected via language rather than any other properties, but others might have more troubling questions they wanted answered. Finding such answers might be unhealthy for some of those involved. John was briefly tempted to speak to the woman, but drawing attention to himself and those around him would be foolish at the moment, even if everything else somehow worked out. Better to watch and wait. Further words exchanged between the two revealed little more, and ultimately, their ships took separate positions outside of the Kelp Spire forest, maintaining their distance. Nobody attempted to keep any secrets about diving beneath the waves, though some observers would likely be unprepared for the actual goal. Chapter 244. Casual observers were willing to follow the foreign forces beneath the waves, but most were not willing to follow them into the depths. However, the further they went, the more those who were serious about involving themselves one way or another grew more determined. It was more than just the wider alliance keeping track of them, but also other forces who wanted to snatch away their prize, or at least pick up the scraps left behind by a rare event. Whether this was the sort of thing that occurred only once every decade, century, or even longer, those with ambition wanted to leave their own mark on history. Not all would be on the side of the alliance, but those not associated with the Molten Sea or Sky Islands would still help them blend into the crowd. The combined Tenebach and Brandle clan forces did more than just blend in, fading into the darkness of the depths as they swam downward. The two clans had a long history of cooperation, and under the guidance of John and Mateo, their spiritual energy was able to work together to support the weaknesses of others. Replenishment of breath and swimming speed from the water cultivators matched with improved vision and stealth from the darkness cultivators. Given the quantities of cultivators involved, the creatures dwelling on the way to the depths were more aware of them, though the individual reactions varied. Some became more aggressive despite the numbers, and some hid away, looking for stragglers. The Order of the Amber Heart came separately, escorting the Golden Tomb Guardians. Meanwhile, the Milanovic and Miljani clan remained behind on the surface to guard their ships, and thus a relatively safe position to return to. When they actually arrived at the depths, among underwater vents and where the sea life changed to the bizarre, they were close to the Leviathan. The flow of the sea in the area was turbulent, unlike normal. A point of contention came when Sithora of the Sky Islands split away from the groups of Jessine, leading the Molten Sea. Which of them seemed most likely to have better intel? Assuming they even had the same goals. Ultimately, they split by elemental compatibility. Renato and Deirdre split off to follow the Sky Islands. Earth would match perfectly well against combined Earth and Air, and the Sky Islands should have some darkness cultivators as backup. Light cultivators would be at somewhat of a disadvantage in the depths, but they would still be very effective offensively. If they were up against only darkness cultivators, the Order could augment their defensive lines. That left darkness and water to deal with water and fire. Cultivators of two elements would always have one that empowered the other, and their weakness to that same element in reverse would be lessened, but it was still better for water to face water than for Earth to go up against the Molten Sea where they only had a weakness and no strength. The Tenebach clan had no direct strengths and weaknesses, but would be generally empowered by the darkness of the depths, to a similar level as water cultivators. Each of the groups split up more and more. Either they were leaving decoys, or they were still searching for what they desired. Given the numbers involved, the latter seemed more likely, and it was clear they intended to brute force finding whatever it was they wanted. These groups led not just to the depths, but into the Great Leviathan and the tunnels through it. Having a small number of cultivators and occasional conflicts with local wildlife hadn't yet caused trouble. But these numbers were simply asking for the Leviathan to do something more than taking a simple breath in and out. They had to be ready. Ultimately, John and Mateo set out to follow Jessine with the core of their forces, being careful to maintain a reasonable distance. The Kelp Spire forest, and thus the Shimmering Islands, were not the only places in the region seeing spikes in activity. Not at the same exact moment, but within days on either side, other pieces began to move. The stone conglomerate and the Phoenix Forest simultaneously moved into a strain with the intent of expelling the Molten Sea for good. Whether they planned to block their retreat or simply cut off supplies was not set in stone, but either way they planned to send a message. The Sunfields were further along that same path, but they were less united in their intent. A number of them had capitulated to the Molten Sea, foremost among them the Righteous Flame League. They were of limited use in the depths, with both of their elements suppressed, so they planned to act on land. Specifically, They sought to redeem themselves in the eyes of the Molten Sea by moving against the allies of the Tenebach clan, the Golden Tomb Guardians they had prior conflict with. With many of the Golden Tomb Guardians away, it was a prime opportunity. To the south, forces of the Green Sands were moving to their southwest border that shared with the Darklands and the Wuthering Steppes. Though for the most part not directly impacted by the arrival of the Sky Islands, they had still chosen to stand against them, throwing their weight around. They were joined by forces from the southern Darklands, such as the Calamitous Swarm and the Ebon Crest, that even continued around the complicated border of the Annihilation Strip into the Deadlands and Prism Underfields, where the Combining Luster Sect and others moved to their northeastern border to enter the Wuthering Steppes. Together, these forces didn't fear retaliation from either of the greater powers, their unity overcoming the initial hesitation at the region's power. Not that such a unity was expected to last beyond a short time. Internal squabbles would likely resume once more within a few years. But for the moment, there were common enemies to drive out, powerful forces that simply chose to extend themselves too far for some sort of opportunity. And elsewhere around the Shimmering Islands, groups were on the move to protect. Monica Zamon stood atop the walls of the Golden Tomb Guardians along with Zachary, looking down upon the forces arrayed against them. "They sure seem serious about this, don't they?" she said, gesturing to the flaming catapults and other siege engines. "They mean to raze us to the ground." "They were the ones who began the conflict," Zachary said. "It's not strange that they would choose to escalate it, with their skewed view of morality. Strictly speaking, we should be the most righteous as pure light cultivators. It's obviously not about that. Not for anybody who knows anything, at least. Maybe they're witless recruits. They just like to put up a front, and when that image gets damaged, they can't help but react violently." Zachary sighed. "Should we have called for aid from the Phoenix Forest? These fellows are working with the Molten Sea after all." "Perhaps. I certainly hadn't anticipated such a response," Monica admitted. "Hopefully Deirdre does well with the forces she took, because we could have used them here." "What should we do?" "Well, surrender is out of the question. One would hope that our allies in the region would come to support us against such a blatant assault. We'll have to hold out against them as long as possible." "And then what?" Zachary said. "If no help arrives in time, they don't seem to be dawdling. Then we retreat and focus on protecting the most important parts of our sect." Zachary frowned. "Should we lock ourselves up in the tomb?" Monica shook her head. "I think not. That will take care of itself. I'll admit there are plentiful traps, but trust me," Monica said. "If they choose to enter there, the situation will resolve itself. Though we could hardly be called the Golden Tomb Guardians if we simply let them do as they pleased. Suppose they find it open and seemingly accessible, while our armories and libraries are secured. Then we simply have to follow in after them." Zachary sighed. "You are the one with her ear, but I hope you are fully considering the possibilities." "Don't worry," Monica said. "I am thinking of the good of the sect as a whole. And as you say, should any harm come to her, my position would be in jeopardy." "You know something I don't?" "Oh, do I?" The older woman grinned. "Amazing. Fine, keep it a secret. You and your apprentice." "Oh, she's hardly my apprentice anymore." Monica shook her head. "She's well on her way to taking over the sect." Zachary sighed. He didn't mind Deirdre's advancement. He just wished he understood more. "I suppose we must deal with what's in front of us now regardless." "That's the spirit. And if you're lucky, you'll get to learn some of those secrets you're itching for." John found himself overwhelmed by the presence of the Leviathan, and thus unable to properly trace the location of Jessine, despite the fact that she was otherwise quite obvious as an ascending soul phase cultivator. "Is there any end to this thing?" John asked Mateo. "I thought I understood it well enough observing from outside, but clearly I was missing more than I could imagine." "Of course it has an end," Mateo said. "It is not infinite, just vast. However, there are certainly many winding pathways through it." "It's strange," John said. "I thought the first we found was something akin to a blowhole. But now these numerous tunnels, they'd have to be akin to veins or capillaries. Except there is no blood flowing through them." "And what is blood?" Mateo asked. "A substance made up of many components, with the goal of carrying nutrients and withdrawing waste from different parts of the body. And it's also salty, Mateo said. So, maybe we're part of the blood now. I really feel like at this scale the salt is a minor factor, and I'm really hoping that we aren't nutrients. Foreign agents in the blood, then. I don't know if that makes me feel any better, John said. I don't want to run into any white blood cells or other parts of its immune system. I'd love to hear about these details later, Mateo said. But for the moment, I think we are safe. I've been deeper than this with Turdo and found little that could be a danger. Though I doubt Jessine will stop herself before breaking through something. John looked at the walls around him, flesh encased in stone. Would that actually help if you don't know where to go? Oh no, not through the walls. Things are simply not so open everywhere. What sorts of things? Structures out of which bursts of water flow during the breaths. So valves? John asked. I suppose so, Mateo said. Doesn't make it seem less like we're in some sort of blood system. Anyway, I suspect we'll run into the true dangers there. Otherwise, we just have to deal with incidentals. Speaking of which, Mateo called back to the others. Everyone gather around. Another flow is coming. Everyone packed into as tight of an area as possible without blocking the tunnels they were traveling through. Then, the water cultivators focused on smoothing the flow around them. As Mateo predicted, a sudden force pushed past them. The internal pressure of the tunnels could vastly exceed that outside that created the great tides, so caution was important. Even if the pressure itself wasn't an issue, being flung into a wall from the momentum of a turn could be extremely damaging depending on the speed one was moving. Anchoring down and aiding the flow was the best bet. It seemed Jessine and her group understood the same, as there hadn't been any signs of injuries, but it was likely more difficult for air and earth cultivators to manage. At best, they would be neutral, with the earth helping them anchor and the air making them prone to being pushed about. All right, just give it another moment and dash, another pulse nearly pushed away their group. Mateo shook her head. Looks like it started then. That one wasn't supposed to happen. A path is open now. Hopefully, it doesn't lead to something that will kill us. And if it does, we need to maneuver so it attacks them first so we can flee. Chapter 245. The unblocked tunnel did indeed contain something that wanted to kill intruders. But John and Mateo stayed at a safe distance with the rest, merely feeling the battles around some bends in the tunnels. The first things encountered were swiftly defeated by Jessine and the Molten Sea, revealing little information until John caught up and saw their form. They were large jellies, about half the width of the tunnel. As far as he could tell, their tendrils had only minimal presence of stingers and toxins. But of course what he could see was skewed by how they were partially boiled. There seemed to be a large number of them in the area, John's quarry leaving a trail of destroyed bodies behind them. I don't recognize this particular species, Mateo commented, even from my previous trip here. Perhaps that just means you stayed in reasonable places, John replied. They continued to creep after their quarry, who didn't seem to have been slowed down by the assaults as of yet. Another pulse through the waters reminded them of the great power in this place, but they could still endure something at the current level. Tunnels joined together, the Molten Sea clearly continuing on at a reasonable pace. However, more jellies flowed out of one of the splits. They blended in with their surroundings, not visually but in terms of aura. Then again, why shouldn't they? They dwelled in the area. Sharing the same aura of watery power was not odd, though they were much weaker. The jellies didn't execute any sort of complete maneuvers as they approached the pursuers. Instead, they merely extended their tendrils and nearly flung themselves forward. That was certainly quite a different sort of behavior from the norm where they would be considered drifters, but they were simple enough to deal with even without a ascending soul phase cultivator. John split one in half with his sword, while Mateo punched a number of holes through another. They didn't seem to have any particularly critical organs, but enough structural damage would still kill them. And they weren't without organs either. I don't know which of these mostly transparent globules was important, Mateo said, but we can test it a little bit at a time. There were more than just two, but the other dozen or so were taken care of by the rest. The jellies seemed bent on wrapping themselves around a cultivator, perhaps crushing or suffocating them. Even fish had gills that could be compromised, though John also detected some amount of an acidic substance. So perhaps they were to be restrained and slowly digested. That would work against truly weak creatures. But there had to be more. Then again, Based on the trail of bodies they were following, perhaps they simply made up for things with numbers that were ever increasing. The group ahead of them certainly didn't make it comfortable to follow them. Along with pockets of superheated water that fortunately didn't last long, floating bits and pieces of the jellies made it inconvenient to move about. Then there were floating motes of something John didn't want to touch. A simple flow of water pushed them aside, so the group could pass, but they seemed to be coming out of some weird, lumpy blobs. More attackers came from behind, and hiding from them was almost pointless. They would fill the whole tunnels, inevitably running into anything in their path. Once they actually got a grip, it was difficult for a cultivator to free themselves. The bigger issue was killing them without using too much spiritual energy so that those ahead might notice them. Perhaps that was already impossible, but John didn't think they were completely compromised as of yet. The worst was when the pulses of water came just at an intersection, propelling a group in from an intersecting tunnel. The main path was always cleared, but these things seemed to be converging on the intruders. John didn't like making things easier for those ahead, but they also had to keep up. The attacks weren't actually constant, perhaps a short skirmish every 5 or 10 minutes, so they were currently able to keep their energy replenished. But they would have to consider when it was time to retreat. The number of enemies couldn't be infinite, but it didn't have to be to wear them down. While the individual creatures didn't seem particularly dangerous, even the rarer ones distributing some sort of poison, that only seemed true for the first two. John was glad that the group ahead ran into a third type first, because the blast of energy produced a shockwave that even passed as far as their group. It was little more than a spurt of water at their point, but it was still a cause of concern. Once again, the creature that caused it seemed to have very little form. Though obviously it was hard to tell with pieces of it charred and separated from its body, it seemed to be little more than a cylinder, like a wide and squat worm, about 1 meter by 2 meters. It had some teeth, but from that pulse of spiritual energy, it didn't seem like they mattered much. It wasn't just water element either, but fire. John had thought he was conflating it with the molten sea, but he could feel fading remnants from the corpse. The effect on the tunnel showed its power, however. Somehow, a 100-meter length was twice as wide, not melted away, but seemingly gone. At the edges, nothing was any clearer, with a smooth, sloping transition from the normal width to the larger area. But while the normal tunnels certainly felt cramped, John was more apprehensive of a wider tunnel, especially as he saw it filled with bodies of creatures. He also picked out some human blood, since it was blood-like substance. Nobody dead yet, but injuries were being sustained. "We need to be quite careful of these," John said. "We should focus our attention on converging tunnels. I don't think as many will be coming from directly behind us as the sides of the area." Mateo agreed, and they took more care to allow groups to push onward towards the back of their enemies, saving themselves the trouble and adding to their opponents' hardships. It helped that Xianxia stood out like a beacon, her ascending soul phase power clearly obvious even from a couple hundred meters back. As they moved along, the standard size of the tunnel continued to increase in width, with occasional wider bursts from the weird tube creatures. They were a problem even when dead, as John saw some of the other types lingering around the wider areas. Fortunately, they would move on at some point, but not always together. Soon enough, they were several kilometers into the Leviathan, wrestling with what John hoped were some of the final foils in their way. The tunnel shapers seemed to lead groups of others, and John finally got to see how they worked. It seemed they had some number of spikes protruding from them at first, but instead of using them as weapons, the one they encountered simply had them explode outward into the walls. Those spikes were then pulled into the stone of the tunnels, which began to writhe and undulate in a truly unpleasant way as it expanded. The burst of energy from the tunnel shaper was also clearly a signal to draw more things. So John and Mateo weren't willing to drag out the battle. There were dozens of the jellies pouring into the area and a couple of the poison sacs. Then there were more specimens they hadn't encountered. Only a handful of one, which seemed to launch bone spears from their oblong bodies. Even if they only had several each, the force of their impact was astounding. It was a good thing that the Brandel clan cultivators were able to swim around easily and augmented their Tenebach allies. But their arrival was the first death. John hadn't expected this war to happen with no one perishing, but he had presumed it would be at the hands of powerful sections, or at least the Leviathan itself. These were just weird inhabitants. Or were they? They were certainly not attached, But on the scale of a leviathan, he wasn't certain what should count as part of it. That thought was put aside for later as a monstrously sized jelly squeezed its way through the tunnels. It occupied literally every centimeter of the larger tunnels, and even the further widened areas, a mass of flesh just pushing its way along. John and Mateo gathered the rest of their group around them in formation, with the two of them taking the forward central positions in the tunnel. They had been serious before, but here it was most clear they needed a united front instead of individual actions. The large blob was ponderous, so they had already killed most of the attackers, and the spear launchers had depleted themselves. John and Mateo let the outer edges of their formation test the creature as it approached, stabbing and slashing at its flesh. It was clearly tougher, many of the weapons slipping off of its durable outsides. But even when attacks made it through, they couldn't go deep enough to cause serious damage. And it continued forward, forcing people back as it tried to wrap itself around everything, enemies and allies alike. It was possible to outrun it, but fleeing constantly might push them into another group or worse, the Molten Sea. But as dangerous as it seemed, it also appeared to lack intelligence. "Let's try some lightning," John said to Mateo. "If you could augment my efforts." He drew one of the bone spears towards him with a tendril of energy as the group maintained a fighting retreat. His wife's energy joined with his. He had his own water element he could boost his power with, but hers was more plentiful. He tossed the spear directly into the maw of the creature, though it was more like a large blanket or pillow than a grasping mouth. The shock seemed effective, but only at slowing it down for a few moments. That was good enough for them to reach a point where the tunnel narrowed once more. Surprisingly, it didn't move any slower as it squeezed through something half the size, but it did force it into a position where John could reach more of it. He tried some earth elements, specifically with Bite of the Gorgon. Solidifying parts of its body proved effective at further limiting its movements, though it seemed to have some survival instincts. Or perhaps the opposite. Once it was clear it was in danger, it forced itself forward in a great burst that nobody was prepared for, wrapping itself around and over everyone and everything. John tried not to panic. Being smothered was unpleasant, but it wasn't as if he had even been breathing to begin with. He felt some sort of acid eating away at his spiritual energy, but the squeezing pressure was more important. He could barely move his sword arm, but he was still able to augment the sharpness of his blade. He also still held onto Mateo with one hand, and together they cut and stabbed their way towards each other, eventually carving out an area that no longer functioned. From there, they moved towards their other allies one at a time, systematically tearing apart the voluminous creature. It only stopped moving when it was more holes and tears than form. Various people had injuries, acid burns, broken bones, and the like, but most had survived. They had to take turns to mediate and purge some of the poison from their bodies, as only in this situation had they been exposed long enough to feel its effects. Inescapable wave tactics seemed to be part of the strategy here, and it had been working. Now John wanted out, but was going back the way they came the best option, or should they continue to follow after the Molten Sea? He certainly didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to experience the world where they got their hands on whatever they were looking for. Ultimately, it was decided that following in the wake of the Molten Sea was still safer, and if they found something that seemed to be a way out, they would take it. At least they had some understanding of the tunnels being wider deeper in. Chapter 246. Against creatures with soft bodies. Renato found that smashing them against a nearby wall was actually remarkably effective. There was always a limit to how much something could deform. It was still better to impale them upon spikes of stone, and with relatively narrow tunnels, the terrain was never a problem there. Deirdre and the light cultivators were also able to make use of their normal attacks, either their ranged options or their melee tactics with staff glaives. The motion of their weapons was restricted by the waters, but not so much as to stop them from being effective. Deirdre gathered her energy, producing a flash of light just as the body of one of the creatures launched a bone spear. Unfortunately, they were hardly sensitive to light, and the momentary flood of a single element didn't negate their other senses. She had to strike the weapon out of the water, concerned about those behind her being unprepared to dodge. It hardly mattered that the creatures were useless after a small number of attacks, considering how effective they were for the first few. Anyone below the consolidated soul phase would have great difficulty stopping them. Their group also encountered one of the tunnel-filling amorphous jellies. But under Renato's leadership, the Earth cultivators quickly reacted. He was the first to launch an attack, not swinging his club and risking being engulfed, but instead simply stomping on a tunnel edge and creating a spike of stone. But the spike didn't simply grow straight, instead curving around like a hook. An intelligent creature could have easily avoided such a thing even as it pressed through a narrow area. But the blob simply continued forward. The one hook broke off, but not before puncturing the creature. With it moving slowly, it wasn't difficult for the Earth cultivators to coordinate waves of hooks all the way around, causing the creature to tear itself apart from the edges. It didn't die from that, but it was significantly less effective at engulfing anyone with its outsides and tatters, allowing the group to more selectively bring it down. As for the tunnel shapers, while they were certainly more efficient at the process than proper Earth cultivators, they were not the only ones who could reshape the terrain. The trail left by their groups would be rather obvious, but neither the Order of the Amber Heart nor the Golden Tomb Guardians were ever going to be effective at stealth. They simply intended to remain far enough from the Sky Island cultivators that it was too much bother to deal with them. The tunnels are narrowing, Mateo observed. Attacks also seem to have slowed down. Hopefully that means we're approaching an exit. Or at least that they've run out of defenses, John said. A constant flood like this can't be possible forever. We're not the only ones exploring the Leviathan either, so it can't just draw from everywhere else. True, Mateo agreed. But I would bet on there being more verticality and layers in the equation than we've encountered. John just nodded seriously. This thing, it covers more of the Shimmering Islands than we initially thought, doesn't it? It should be contained to a relatively small area, if we're talking on the scale of occupied islands. Likely no larger than Pualani, counting the outer petals. It's just more difficult to get around. That's still a radius of more than a handful of kilometers, John pointed out. And even Pualani has a lot of empty sea between its various petals and between the outer ring and the core island. Oh, I understand that it's preposterous, Mateo said. But at most it would remove the kelp spire forest from the map, instead of, say, the bottom third of the Shimmering Islands. Did you really consider that as a possibility? John shook his head. Have you ever heard about anything that size? I have, actually. Upon researching the Leviathan, I learned about other massive monsters. Though the information on this one was limited, and the others were said to have been slain in times long gone. The stories were perhaps exaggerated, but I think by not as much as one might hope. The feeling of Jessine ahead, as well as the others with her, soon turned upwards. They were out of the Leviathan. Their own group soon followed, and they found their way to the surface to take much-needed rest. Their losses were minimal, but beyond actual deaths they had many injuries. And they still didn't know what was being looked for, or if they could actually properly change how the situation would play out. But they also couldn't just ignore it if they wanted to have control over their own future. Whatever was of value here should belong to someone from the region, not people poking their noses in from several countries away. Renato and Deirdre returned soon afterwards. In many ways, they appeared to have performed better, despite not having water cultivators. Then again, everything they were fighting was water element, so nobody had any particular advantages to begin with. The air cultivators of the Moyani clan would, but they were still working on establishing their next generation's leadership. Asai and Hardo were both working their way through the early consolidated soul phase. At the current moment, they and the clan were providing security for the fleets of the Alliance along with those from the Milanovic clan. They discussed the various things that had been effective and lacking with their groups to plan for the next day, but mostly they had to rest so they could move out whenever the ascending soul phase cultivators did. The headquarters of the Golden Tomb Guardians were under siege. Forces were unequally matched, with the Righteous Flame League bringing a majority of their cultivators. And conversely, the Golden Tomb Guardians had more than half of their forces away to help with the Leviathan situation. Once the attack had begun, it was clear that even with the advantage of a defensive position, the Golden Tomb Guardians were unable to sufficiently defend. Among other things, they could not properly cover the whole border they controlled, or they would have too few cultivators defending any one place. The enemy began to break through the walls, sometimes literally, sometimes setting up ways to climb over that the Golden Tomb Guardians couldn't combat. Ladders and ropes were easily destructible, but only if they could fight through the gathered forces to reach them. With each foothold the Righteous Flame League gained, the situation worsened. "Retreat," Monica ordered. "We will take shelter in the core complex." Covering a smaller area would be best with their numbers, but they couldn't just give up the walls without a fight. The core complex included the technique library and vaults. In short, where most of the sect's wealth was kept. There would be some in individual disciples and elders' quarters and throughout the rest of the sect, but the most important features weren't something that could be carried away. Like the tomb itself. "We're really not assigning any defenses to the tomb?" Zachary asked. "No," Monica said. "We will wait and watch. The traps will cause them a significant headache." "They are like cultivators," Zachary pointed out. "Only partially, and they aren't patient." "But what about when they get to her?" Zachary asked. "We can't just dash." "Trust me," Monica said. "I have considered the options, and this is the best one. I have already gained her approval." Zachary sighed. "Very well, but I don't feel comfortable just hiding." At that point, the last of the cultivators were pulling away from the walls, and the Righteous Flame League let them with little harassment, happily securing their new positions. "Don't worry," Monica said as they escorted the last group. "We're not done just yet." "Pathetic," Asker commented as he saw the Golden Tomb Guardians flee, not even bothering to defend the most grand, central structure of their sect. "What do you think, Sten?" he asked his lieutenant. "Victory is assured," the man said. "And by securing their core treasures, you will be able to secure your position as the next sect head. Likewise, we will return to good standing with the Molten Sea." "I can't believe their people were pathetic enough to be of so little use in taking out the Tenebach head. It seems they only have a few exceptional cultivators and a large quantity of mediocre consolidated soul phase." Sten nodded in agreement. "I would be careful where you spoke such words, sir. Obviously, I know that we're but a speck compared to the Molten Sea, at least currently. But with the growth we will achieve after these successes, I think we can push to a higher point. Depending on what we find here, I might even reach the Ascending Soul phase myself within a handful of years." "Then what of that old hag from the Molten Sea?" Asker shook his head. The Righteous Flame League moved in, opening the gates but still securing them with their own cultivators, ready to close them against reinforcements. Though there shouldn't be any of that for another day or so, or to stop people from escaping. Asker directed them past the quarters. Looting could happen later. They had to secure the most important locations first. He carefully inspected the doors on the central building. The tomb. It wasn't fully clear to Asker what sort of treasure lay inside, but it was clearly responsible for bringing these light cultivators to their current station over the last centuries. But it wouldn't be theirs any longer after today. Depending on how things went, they would then deal with the sheltered cultivators, as the treasury would be valuable to the Righteous Flame League. As they associated with darkness cultivators, the Golden Tomb Guardians didn't have any rights to keep anything. "These doors appear quite solid," Asker said to Sten. "But I don't sense anything too troublesome. We should be able to break them open with some effort." "Of course," Sten said. "However, perhaps I could try something first. The locking mechanisms don't appear particularly complicated." He held up his hand, a swirl of light and flame forming into individual fingers. "Go ahead," Asker agreed. Nothing attempted to kill Sten as he approached and began to touch the door. He wrestled with the lock for a good minute, but eventually he managed to trigger the right mechanisms, both through applying light element and physically moving what he needed. Then he pulled, swinging open the massive doors. Little good this did them, if they are unable to defend it. "Indeed," Asker said, looking towards where the Golden Tomb Guardians had retreated. "I suspect some kind of treachery. We will leave soldiers here to watch for their movements, along with those securing the walls." Inside of the cathedral-like structure, they could see many different intersecting corridors. The whole area was suffused with boundless light element, but it was clear there was more. "I do believe there are traps everywhere," Sten said. "We'll pick them out," Asker said. "But finding a route to our goal will take too long. We'll need to split up." Ultimately, they devoted a significant portion of their forces to exploring the tomb. The sooner they could find what treasures it held, the sooner they could leave. Asker headed his own group, but any time he was unsure of an area, he would have one of the disciples explore in detail. It was unfortunate for them when they were careless enough to set off a trap, whether spikes stabbing out of the floor or lances of light element. Most weren't able to survive, but they knew the risks. The light element was omnipresent, and though he himself was a light element cultivator, Xianxia found it somewhat oppressive. He had to get his hand on the source of power. Ultimately, the groups made their way through one step at a time. Unlike John, they weren't informed of the locations of traps or the route to the central chamber, but they had enough people to work things out. Xianxia's group arrived first, but as he finally came to the central chamber, he felt the other groups nearing as well. In the center was a most impressive beast. His eyes could barely rest on it, light emanating from its feathers and permeating the rest of the tomb. He could make out a general avian shape with a longer neck, splayed out on a large stone slab as if it were merely resting. No wonder the Golden Tomb Guardians had been doing well. The corpse of such a fantastic creature was not just a treasure, but countless treasures. He couldn't help but grin to himself. I see. Every feather of this creature, every gram of flesh and bone, they're all high-tier treasures. We can gain much. He stepped forward. For it to radiate such power even long after its death, it could only be hidden from the world by this place. He moved cautiously around the beast, looking for additional traps. He didn't find any, but that wasn't strange. The power of the beast would interfere with any sort of enchantment, and the area would need to be clear to harvest from the creature. Xianxia stopped down, picking up a fallen feather. Its power was enough for a spiritual collection phase cultivator to advance a rank or two even with no ambient energy. Or for a more practical matter, it would let them break through to the next phase with relative ease, drawing them to light-aligned spiritual totems. Strange, Xianxia said as he reached out for the creature's corpse. I don't see where they might have harvested. Its plumage appears nearly complete. His hand brushed against the feathers, pulling on one and finding it didn't easily come free. He didn't see an eye glaring at him, but he did hear the chastisement. Idiot. As a mid-consolidated soul phase cultivator, he wasn't easy to kill. His defenses were powerful, his reaction speed finely tuned. He was able to react. That was why he was merely knocked flying. Only a third of the features piercing through his defenses as a great wing batted him into the wall of the large central chamber. And that was a good result, as all of those along with him besides his Lieutenant Sten were completely sliced to ribbons by the feathers, the majority of which then returned to the semi-tangible avian. Xianxia was momentarily stunned, but then he grinned. It's alive! Huh, that was 100 times more valuable than he'd already thought, even though it must have been greatly weakened to keep it contained. Righteous Flame League, we're capturing this beast. His voice echoed throughout the chamber and beyond, pushing others to hurry towards him. His excitement was slightly abated as the general oppression of the area focused directly on him. Light itself was supposed to be weightless, but he felt as if he were covered with 1,000,000 iron bars. I am not an it, said the creature. That was about the time Xianxia realized that in addition to not being a tomb, this was also not a cage. No, it was more akin to a palace or temple. A very much not dead and completely unrestrained spirit beast was looking right at him, with a power well established in the ascending soul phase. And the only thing Xianxia could manage was flaring his energy to the maximum, so he could run away, hoping that his memory would let him avoid some of the traps. Just to go gather reinforcements, of course. They would still capture this thing, but he would need more of their armies. No matter the losses, it would be worth it. It had to be. Chapter 247. The lands of the Golden Tomb Guardians rumbled. Zachary focused on the battle occurring in the tomb, grimacing. Are we really going to let this happen? We will not sit idly forever, Monica assured him. Can she really last much longer? What do you think of the Tenebach? The sudden change of topic caught Zachary off guard. Well, they've been excellent allies ever since we first started working together. Even if our association with them is also the reason we ended up in this situation. He thought for a moment. Their clan head is an interesting fellow, and the alliance we've joined is mighty. The Golden Tomb Guardians have benefited greatly. It's unfortunate that things have come to this. Do you remember his first visit? Of course. It was quite odd that she would request a meeting with a darkness cultivator. Even if that wasn't fully the case with him, Fortkran came out looking quite exhausted. Monica nodded. And what do you think about Qrn's health? Zachary wasn't sure how the pieces fit together, but he had to answer. It is unfortunate that her condition is so difficult to recover. A cursed wound from a century prior. He shook his head. But I am also astounded with how she remains willing to share her spiritual energy. It seems we get more than a fair trade from protecting her, which is why we should. The tomb rumbled once more. Once they're all trapped in there, Monica assured him, we would seal it? I don't know that it would buy much time. Of course not. Monica shook her head. But they are still gathering. They need more of their forces, after all. Zachary frowned. I'm surprised. Even as a mighty guardian beast, I would not expect these forces all necessary to defeat Qrn, even with the tomb's defenses. Indeed, it is doubtful she would be able to defeat this army even at the peak of her power, Monica said, which is why we will be assisting now. Everyone, prepare to move on the invaders. Our time has come. It took only a moment for the forces to be ready. Everyone was clutching weapons already, anticipating attacks on their inner buildings, their treasury and libraries. And while those were indeed of great value, the most important part of their sect was in the tomb. Even the Righteous Flame League had recognized that, though they didn't understand, or perhaps they did now that they were on the move, Zachary had no complaints. He just hoped that Qrn had not sustained too many additional injuries. If she perished, the sect would suffer a sharp decline. Unfortunately, it seemed likely that she would be weak for a long time. Decades, perhaps. A small contingent of Righteous Flame League cultivators stood outside the tomb. They were barely able to shout warnings before they were slaughtered by the staff glaives of the Golden Tomb Guardians. And while those in the outermost sections were no doubt alerted, it was only a small portion of the Righteous Flame League. Specifically, they had found several routes to the central chamber, but they had to be followed exactly or risk setting off more traps. Meanwhile, the leadership of the Golden Tomb Guardians could more confidently lead their groups as they had deeper knowledge of the actual traps. And instead of trying to deal with every enemy group, they only focused on a small number of paths that would lead them most cleanly to the central chamber. The overwhelming light spiritual energy was oppressive to the enemies of the sect, even though the Righteous Flame League cultivated the same element in part. That was because it was not simply free spiritual energy. Instead, a large portion of it belonged to Qrn, who used it to bolster her allies. Zachary cut his way through Righteous Flame League cultivators. The strongest were likely already in the central chamber, attempting to kill the sect's guardian beast. But as Zachary continued to fight his way forward, he realized he'd made a mistake. At least his assumptions had been wrong, because the power ahead of him did not feel like an injured beast desperately fighting off a horde of attackers. At most, Zachary felt a small sense of fatigue from the spirit beast, but he would be even more confused if Qrn could fight with such vigor for so long without experiencing fatigue. He moved with haste towards the central chamber, focusing on offensive moves that would either force his opponents to take a hit or dodge as he pleased, which was usually into a trap. If they were lucky, it would be one that had been triggered previously. Either way, he kept moving forward, pushing them back along with the group trailing after him. It didn't take long to push into the central chamber, which is where he finally met some organized resistance. Not that he expected the Righteous Flame League to just let them march up behind them unopposed. A line of cultivators wielding flaming weapons, light glinting off of their armor, stood in his path. For exactly 2 seconds, before they were blasted from the rear, each being stabbed by no less than a half-dozen feathers made only of light. The moment it took for Qrn to launch that attack provided a small opening for the Righteous Flame League members in the area, including Xianxia. They struck out together, filling the center of the room with flames. That brought Zachary's mind to the lingering odor of flames and what he presumed was burnt feathers. But despite those minor signs, Zachary knew he had arrived in time. He wasn't sure if Qrn could actually bleed, but she wasn't seriously injured at this point. And in fact, she still felt stronger than when he'd first entered her presence. The only way that would be possible would be if the situation had been kept from him. That slightly bothered him, but he could also understand why it would have been kept secret. Monica hadn't yet fought her way through her path, but limiting the flow of cultivators into the area was worth that delay. Zachary didn't hesitate to charge forward with those behind him. After all, their guardian beast had held on this long alone. They were both obligated to defend her, and it was the most practical decision to support her vigorously. An early consolidated soul phase cultivator turned to block Zachary, parrying his blade with a halberd. Each swing of the long blade left behind a trail of fire that Zachary had to dance around. But he had his own spinning blades on offense. He stepped inward, swinging down in an obvious manner. It would be easy to parry his attack, and his opponent knew that. He also knew that Zachary could dissolve the extended blade, so he blocked with the shaft of his weapon, holding it low enough to catch the staff part of Zachary's weapon. The rebound force allowed Zachary to spin his weapon in the other direction, bringing it up from underneath the halberd while extending a blade of light from its lower end. The same would have happened if his weapon was deflected to the side. He would spin the rear around to strike at his opponent. The only option was to dodge, but as he didn't have a heavy head on his weapon, it was easy to shift his momentum. Knowing what he might do didn't help his opponent. They had to be better and faster to have a chance. The blade slashed the man's thigh, cutting through his armor and energy defenses. Then Zachary danced away, content to leave the man to deal with his injuries. There were dozens of Righteous Flame League members present, and he wanted to ease the burden on Korn as much as possible. Ultimately, Xianxia and the other consolidated soul phase cultivators would have to be taken out, but he had to wait for the rest of the Golden Tomb Guardians' forces. He moved through their forces, taking out enemies one at a time, or distracting them so that Korn's attacks would strike them. Golden feathers flew in all directions almost continuously, striking in both directions as they returned from wherever they impaled. Unlike the traps in the other sections, these were fully under her control and thus would never touch any member of the sect. Damn it! Why can't any of you even scratch this creature? Xianxia yelled in frustration. Now we have to deal with it, and the cowards at the same time. Monica Zamon arrived on the scene just then. Are we cowards for luring you into an obvious trap? And also, Korn, I am a woman, pathetic human thing. Korn slapped forward with a wing. Xianxia braced his spear to impale her wing, but the condensed spiritual energy held firm. He crashed against a wall, and Korn leaned down to bite into another cultivator with her beak. With the forces of the Golden Tomb Guardians converging on the area, the Righteous Flame League cultivators that were already hard-pressed against just Korn began to fall in droves. Some were in the various trap tunnels still, the reinforcements that had to split up to fit into the area. Others were in the central chambers, where they were subject to the majority of the Guardians' forces and Korn herself. The light element that the Righteous Flame League cultivated wasn't enough to prevent them from being blinded, especially not in Korn's lair. Massive windows gathered sunlight into the cathedral-like room, and Korn had gathered plenty of her own light element. Those who could barely see were still quickly suppressed by martial might. One by one, the Righteous Flame League was cut down. Only the Golden Tomb Guardians were left, and with their enemies gone, many couldn't help but fall prostrate before the glory of the Spirit Beast. He is not among the fallen, Zachary informed Monica and Korn. That is not an issue, Korn said. I think it is time. Monica nodded. I agree. Then from today onward, Korn stood proud and tall. Let the world know that the tomb houses not the dying, but one restored to full life. High in the tomb was a window that opened to let through Korn's significant size. She rarely left, Deirdre's death being an exception. But now, she was ready to take on the world. And though she still considered herself a guardian, she didn't have to limit herself to staying in the sect. Korn flew after the retreating members of the Righteous Flame League, including one Xianxia. Xianxia the coward, she called down after him. You flee from battle with your allies and from battle with your own sect. Do you truly believe you will survive again? He turned to face her, spear pointed to the sky. I am no coward, yet you only stand and fight when you think you have no other choice. Not that it will do you any good. As it turned out, Korn had the form of a bird. Obviously, that came with the ability to fly. But if that was it, she would hardly be at an advantage except when traveling. In the tomb, she was at an advantage because of her stored-up power and the traps. Here, she was at an advantage because of her aerial superiority. She had already demonstrated her light feathers before, and once more they sprayed down from above on the retreating armies of the Righteous Flame League. But that was not her only ability. She was a creature of light, and over time, she had gathered many abilities. Recently, She had been exposed to some members of the combining luster sect, which reminded her to build up her old abilities for moments like this. She had been cooped up inside for far too long during her recovery, but she was capable of more than just pecking and clawing. Within her beak, a brilliant light gathered, then fired in a concentrated beam towards the cultivators below. They were able to devote their maximum to defense given that they had no avenue to attack, but focusing on just a scare with collateral damage being enough to take out the others, there was no reason an ascending soul phase beast should fail to slay him. Only if he was able to run away from her could he hope to survive. But he was both slower and less maneuverable, and the lands weren't as friendly to his sect either. The Golden Tomb Guardians were not without allies. They simply had not been ready for the brazen intrusion. But they would also not arrive before Korn killed this particular individual. She was looking forward to telling her friends about this. The humans John and Odette in particular had been upset about him getting away and continuously causing trouble. Then of course there was the sect, who would be able to better enact their final retribution without someone of this power. Beam after beam of light tore into a scare. But rather than defending him, his allies soon realized that their best hope for survival was to split apart. Korn let them. They were but ants in comparison. It was unfortunate that the humans could not see the revenge on their own, and that Ursul would not see her display of power. But then again, she was now free to travel more regularly. Not too often, of course. The sect would need her, and her home would still be the best place to cultivate. But she would no longer be cooped up. This was the mark of a great change in the Golden Tomb Guardians' legacy, and her continued cooperation with them. Chapter 248. For figures stood together upon stone wrapped with massive seaweed. They maintained a position on one of the outermost spires, since ships could not safely enter the area. It might not have been strictly necessary to maintain such a position given the important maneuvering was happening below, but it gave them something to do. I have the feeling we're not going to see any battle, Ursul said. So? Melantha asked. I'd rather not do anything than run into the kind of trouble we had in the prismatic chambers. We're a lot stronger now, Ursul began. But it's best we don't get split up. I'm also not a huge fan of almost dying, added Nick, the most recent members of their little group. He wasn't with them at all times since they needed their own privacy, but he wanted to continue developing bonds. We're well over our head, at least considering what's happening down there. I know, right? Ursul sighed. We go and reach the soul expansion phase, and now even consolidated soul phase isn't good enough. So we get to stand around on guard duty. If we didn't come, the two of you would be sneaking off to cause trouble, Turdo commented. Ursul grinned at him. Speaking of trouble, where's your fiancé? At home, I presume, Turdo said. Emilia wasn't born with cultivation like us, so it's already impressive that she's reached the foundation phase at her age. It's not strange that she'd be kept away from the battlefield. Turdo crossed his arms, and she's not trouble. She's very sweet and kind. Ursul said. What? I thought you liked Verusha. Is there something about her that I should know? Oh yeah, Verusha is nice, Ursul said. I was just agreeing with you. It really didn't sound like it. Ursul waved him off. Come on, don't read anything into it. That's right. Melantha supported her sister. She wasn't implying anything bad about anyone. Then, Turdo frowned. Getting no response from his sisters, he turned to Nick. Nick shook his head. Don't look at me. I know less than you do. Turdo sighed. If she's secretly a psychopath, you're obligated to tell me as my sisters. Just go with your instincts, Melantha said unhelpfully, as his instincts were telling him his sisters were messing with him on purpose. Perhaps he should talk to their mother. A heavy club shoved an amorphous blob against the wall, wrapping up its tendrils along with it. The crushing pressure would have ultimately done very little if there had not been another cultivator ready and waiting. A stone spike emerged from the edge of the tunnel, impaling the jelly as it impacted the wall. It seems like there's just as many as before, Deirdre complained from next to Renato. I know we've moved into a different area, but it's almost like we didn't slaughter continuous waves of them on our last excursion. Not quite as many, I think, Renato said. Though that remains to be seen at the end of the day. I do wonder where they could be coming from. These tunnel complexes are quite extensive, but I'm not certain how every group manages to face so much pressure. To be fair, Deirdre said, I think only the main two groups and us following them are actually delving deep into this thing. Others are mostly poking around the edges. But it's still a lot. She shook her head. Come on, we should keep moving. They now had Tenebach and Brandel clan cultivators with them, which helped with their attempts at stealth and general quality of life. Though using darkness to hide light was a difficult task, they mostly just wanted to prevent Sidora or the other Sky Islanders from spotting them far off, or at least lessen their sense of being followed. The Order of the Amber Heart had more than half of their members walking through the tunnels rather than swimming. Maintaining a connection to the surrounding stone allowed them to make attacks from more useful angles, and as many of them used blunt weapons that were rather weak underwater, it gave them more options. The Golden Tomb Guardians were generally able to slice apart the various blobby creatures, and the main components of their weapons being made of light allowed them to maneuver fairly effectively underwater. But even the strongest of them had to devote more of their efforts to replenishing their air, and the Brandel cultivators were able to help improve their stamina in that regard. Both air and water cultivators were better at such a process, even if all sufficiently powerful cultivators could technically refresh their own breath. It still wasn't clear what Sidora was looking for, or if it was the same thing as Jessine was looking for. The two old women seemed to be in conflict, but that might have been more due to historical conflicts than the current situation. But allowing either of them to simply take something of value away from the region would be unacceptable. They weren't so untouchable that they should be allowed to do whatever they want at a cost to the locals. Though with that said, the two of them being at the ascending soul phase was a problem. The cooperation of the longer and shorter-term alliances would help, but it wasn't clear if it was enough. A spear quickly stabbed into a blobby form. Then that same form turned rigid as it was frozen. Turdo withdrew his spear, preparing to stab again, but strong arms wrapped around the frozen section and squeezed, cracking it apart. You'll never pull ahead that way, Ursul said. It's not a competition, Turdo said. Says you. But I dash. Something crashed into Ursul, sending her flying. But Ursul was the most durable of any of them. With her new armor, she mostly just got embarrassed about being tossed around rather than injured by most attacks, unless something knocked her head too hard. Why do they always go for me? Ursul complained. You were right there? Melantha is at least hiding from them. Turdo shrugged. Don't know. Nick was standing over on shore, firing beams of light at the stray and often half-dead creatures that were floating to the surface of the kelp spire forest. His attacks bent upon striking the surface of the water, but his attacks still hit their mark. After all, the combining luster sect was all about bending beams of light. He could easily account for even things like rolling waves. Though he did cheat a little bit by forcing certain angles of refraction where it was convenient. Melantha remained on the same spire with him, taking care of anything that got too close, except when, occasionally, they would combine their powers together. For that, they weaved their elements together, creating a quick bolt of energy rather than a sustained beam. Releasing their control would cause an explosion, but Nick was developing the skills to make it more effective than the random annihilation of light and darkness. It was quite effective, but if they were careless, their attacks would fail before they reached the enemy. It was good practice, especially if they wanted to remain around each other. The entire job of boats was to keep water out of them, so Verusha was quite annoyed at how damp the lower hold of the ship was. She didn't actually find any leaks or the like, but she constantly felt soaked. Why did she think this was a good idea? Coming to a place that was literally just water. She thought it would be kind of fun like the beaches on Pualani, but it wasn't at all. And she didn't even have anywhere comfortable to sleep because there was the slight problem that she wasn't supposed to be here. If her parents caught her, she'd probably be locked up and shipped away. Maybe she should let that happen. This whole thing was way bigger than she had anticipated, more like a war than a battle. And there were really weird fish floating to the surface, or bits of them. Lots and lots of pieces of fish. It was kind of making the whole area smell awful. It was even permeating the hold of the ship. Despite the things being weird and gross, Verusha kind of wanted to see them with her own eyes, which meant leaving the hold. And honestly, she barely cared if she got caught now. It was boring and uncomfortable. Why had she even wanted to come? After a few days, it became clear that the general quantity of things roaming the inner tunnels was decreasing, if not as quickly as seemed sensible. Even counting the ones that found their way out and drifted up to the surface, It was clear that the numbers were decreasing. That led to improved exploration speeds, though the full extent of the deeper tunnels was unclear. The sped-up exploration allowed them to get deeper and into stranger places. John had gotten used to a particular pattern of tunnels. Even if it wasn't actually regular, there were still expected shapes and vague distances he could expect to find more branches. But both that and tunnel width were becoming irregular, as well as the repeated waves of pressure trying to push people out. "It feels like a larger tunnel up ahead," John commented. "Yes," Mateo agreed, though there was a greater struggle than normal. "I would say that it means it will be safer for us," but John shook his head. Sometimes they managed to leave behind dangers. Either half-dead creatures or just built-up toxins could prove to be trouble. And sometimes trailing behind the other group simply meant that John and Mateo's group simply ran into clusters of the weird local sea life chasing after Jessine's squad. As they continued forward, the tunnel sort of got wider. But in another way, it was also narrower, as weird fleshy protrusions were sticking out everywhere, vaguely akin to the tendrils of the jellies. "This is actually part of the Leviathan itself," Mateo frowned, carefully prodding one with her spear. The tendril recoiled. "Strange that it's so similar." "Is it?" John asked. These creatures seemed to be symbiotic with the Leviathan. Perhaps it would simply kill them if they didn't fit in, so it would make sense for them to be vaguely similar. "I still don't like it," Mateo said, shoving another tendril out of her way. They stretched almost to the middle of the area. John brushed aside another one, but instead of recoiling, it grabbed onto his sword, rapidly winding its way up its length while pulling him closer to the wall. John cursed as it wrapped around his wrist. He hadn't wanted to lose his sword, but he disliked being caught even more. He gathered a burst of air energy to shock it before it could pull him into additional tendrils. Fortunately, that electricity caused it to lose its grip, and he pulled back to the middle of the tunnel. "Seems they're quite proactive," Mateo said. "We'll have to be careful not to fight here. I doubt they'll try to eat the other things." The earth cultivators with them had already pulled away from the walls, as it had become less stone-like. Their group swam quietly through the center of the tunnel, coming out into the previously perceived larger chamber. Shooting off of it in dozens of directions were rapidly narrowing tunnels with their own grasping tendrils. "Well," John said, "looks like I was somewhat wrong." There were many corpses of the weird jellies and other blobs, and the tendrils were pulling them into the walls. It was a mix of fascinating and horrifying to watch in real time, because as the walls folded in on themselves, it sealed up, leaving no traces of it ever pulling something in except a slight thinning of the surrounding density of the tendrils. Fortunately, it seemed that the particular area they were in had lower traffic, so they pushed onward after Jessine, so they could hopefully run into their next fight somewhere less unpleasant. John couldn't help but wonder how many people were sealed behind those walls, and he made sure to pay careful attention that none of them got grabbed. Chapter 249. Tunnels alternated between wide and narrow, some with grasping tendrils and some larger chambers that seemed like they must have held some of the strange creatures before they were defeated and then absorbed into the Leviathan. Following after Satora's group had that benefit, but also some drawbacks. Being unable to choose their own route, Renato and Deirdre had to follow a set path, or at least that was the intention. They tried not to be too close, and that meant sometimes they misread the exact route. In this case, they were stopped not because they were unaware of how Sidora had moved, but because she was still too close. "What is she waiting for?" Renato asked. "I don't know," Deirdre admitted. "She isn't fighting. Do you think she's noticed us?" "I would be surprised if we had gone completely undetected," Renato admitted. "But I don't think so. I believe she is interested in something. Perhaps she has found something related to her goal." Deirdre looked at the wriggling walls around them. "What do they even want? A way deeper into this mess?" "Seems likely," Renato said. He also paid careful attention to their surroundings, in case something would approach them. For earth cultivators like him, these new and strange cultivators made things more difficult. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long for the group to move along. In less than 10 minutes, they were able to move past the most narrow corridors with the grasping tendrils, back into the more familiar stony walls. They soon approached the area where Sidora had stopped and found themselves doing so as well. The corridor they were following came to an abrupt end, though it was clear that Satora's group had gone beyond it. Renato placed his hand on the wall. I can feel something behind it. He pushed carefully. It might be flexible, but it would take quite a bit of power to force it open. The generally round tunnel came to what wasn't exactly a flat cap. It had a small divot in the middle, pointing away from them. How thick is it? Should we break it apart? I don't know, Renato admitted. It's a curious feature. Curious indeed, came another voice. Their heads turned, as neither of them recognized the voice speaking through the water. Nor was it somewhere that it should have been possible for anyone to be. Out of the wall stretched a figure seemingly made of stone, and radiating a recognizable power. In the same moment they looked at the figure, Deirdre found herself shoved forward, letting the stone figure's fingers wrap around her neck. I tire of being followed. Despite making the opening move, it did not seem as if Sidhora actually wished to kill them. Or perhaps the stone-skinned woman simply didn't feel the need to rush. However, Renato held back his own attacks as Deirdre let her weapon dangle at her side. What are you looking for? It doesn't matter, Sidhora countered, holding the woman at arm's length. It does to those of us from the region. You are not from the Shimmering Islands. The Sunfields are nearly as far from here as the Sky Islands. And yet, we're part of the same people, Deirdre said. She focused her energy around her neck, but tried not to concentrate it so much as to leave the rest of her body open. But you rush in from afar and claim what you would please. I have the power, Sidhora replied. So, it is my right as a cultivator. Renato was mentally inching closer. Everyone else watched as well, prepared to spring into action. Deirdre considered a risky maneuver. Feeling the power in front of her, it was quite overwhelming. She was in a compromising position as well. But Sidhora was also missing something. They felt her pass on ahead. This was not her. An ascending soul phase cultivator was powerful. But against their group, would she be enough? It was unclear because this form was much weaker. So Deirdre was confident about fighting it. That wasn't the risky maneuver she was considering, however. Speech wasn't as clear as she would like underwater, but she did her best to enunciate clearly. The hand gripping her throat was kept away by her defensive energy. So at least that wasn't a problem. Why now? You have been here for some time. Alva. There was a flash of anger, the grip tightening, then returning to something similar to the pressure from before. How did thou learn to speak? She wasn't asking in general, of course, because Deirdre was speaking English. English is my native language. Tell me straight, how did thou learn I speak the same? The precise way Alva spoke certainly came with a peculiar accent, but it was far more recognizable than the written language Deirdre had seen. We intercepted a few secret missives, Deirdre admitted. Thou speak too freely to be false. And my own men do not speak as thee. Alva shook her head. It matters not. Enemies we remain. How did Xianxia find out? Alva took a moment, perhaps hesitating, or perhaps parsing Deirdre's speech. No doubt it sounded just as oddly formed to her. She knows not truly. Merely the name. Tell me, how did thou come to be here? Deirdre shrugged. I died, and then I was here. Is it so strange? There are many records of reincarnation and transmigrators. The latter words were in the current world's language. It was uncertain if Alva would have context for them in English. Of the former there are too many, Alva replied. The latter has only us that I know. Glad to make your acquaintance. Can you let me go? I am not here to converse, she said. Promise not to follow, and free shall thou be. We could aid you against Xianxia. Deirdre prodded the waters. It was already comforting that this woman hadn't gone directly for the kill, and there was a strange confidence to be had when one had already died. The greatest aid would be not at all, but I find interest nonetheless. Speak to me above. With that, the rocky form of Alva or Sidhora crumbled away, dust settling into a sodden clump along the bottom of the tunnel. Deirdre looked over at Renato. She had to explain, though there hadn't really been much to the conversation. Though they did learn something valuable in that Sidhora could clearly make powerful clones. Deirdre just hoped she herself didn't seem like a threat or an interesting target now. Bright blue hair dangled in front of a face in a dark room. It was good that it was blue because that was the color of water, and that was where she was, which, admittedly, might not have been her smartest move. And it also wasn't her choice that her hair was blue. Slowly, Verusha crept out from behind some crates. It had been a lot of work to sneak onto a ship without her parents noticing. Emilia was supposed to do it with her, but she chickened out. Obviously, she wasn't planning to fight in the war. She was just here to watch. But so far, mostly it was boring. All of the actual stuff was happening below the water. Or most of it anyway. She crept out onto the deck. This was the best time, as there was some sort of battle going on. Versha had been able to sense fire and water mixing for a while now. As she came out, she knew that other Milanovic cultivators were attacking from up on the ship, targeting something below. Fish, sea creatures in general, really, and weird blobs, apparently. Yeah, boil the stupid fish, she shouted, before realizing she wasn't supposed to be giving away her position. She ducked around behind a mast, focusing on her inner fire. It was dim, but it shouldn't feel out of place. Except that she was probably the weakest Milanovic present by a good margin. Nobody seemed to have noticed her just yet. She crept over to the edge of the ship. Then she looked over towards the stone spires. Cool. They just stabbed out of the ocean and had giant plants curling around them. Some of the leaves were as big as a rug. It wouldn't burn well, but that was a plus in her book. It seemed like the best place to stand. The battle had died down. No more monsters. She dangled herself over the edge, dropping as silently as she could into the water and then flailing about for a second to get herself to the surface. She'd learned how to swim on previous trips to the Shimmering Islands, but there was one difference. She'd done that in shallow water, like maybe 2 meters deep on the far end. Instead of she tried really hard not to think about how deep the water was under her. Versha began to swim towards the stone spire. It had her target, namely Emilia's fiancé. She had to assess whether he remained worthy. Sure, his cultivation was really high for his age, but that didn't matter if he didn't do anything with it. Swimming wasn't hard. People floated on their own, so all she had to do was push herself forward against the waves, which was harder than it seemed. Her spiritual energy also wasn't going to help a lot there. Fire was overcome by water. She just wasted all. Was she getting closer to the spire? She had to be. It was just hard to get a good look at things with the bobbing waves. No, she was definitely closer. It was going to be kind of a long swim, though. She'd slightly underestimated the distance. Everything was fine, though. She kept breathing as she'd been taught, moving her arms and legs as instructed. It was kind of difficult with everything soggy, though. Was that why they had special clothes for swimming? Oh well, this wouldn't be a problem for long. Once she reached foundation phase, she could better augment herself even in the water. She would be way stronger. She even had a good totem for it. She was just too weak. Finally, she was almost there. All she had to do was sneak up on the triplets and that one other guy, which was actually a lot harder than it sounded like now that she thought about it. Those stone spires weren't really good for concealing anything. Then she felt it from above. Its energy, a mixture of water and air. She attempted to yell something, maybe help, or something more eloquent, but what she actually got out was some screaming and coughing. Some sort of bird dove down towards her, and she couldn't think of anything to do but set everything around her on fire. Obviously, it didn't do much for the water, but she made a nice defensive layer above her. It lasted long enough to drive the bird away, but she lost control of it as she madly began to scrabble towards the spire. It was still so far. Then it came back. She released her energy again, but the bird was more determined. She felt its focused energy. It was going to impale her and then bite of her head, and around her, the water exploded into steam. Versha definitely wanted to do that, but she didn't think she did it. And she definitely didn't shape it into a directed geyser that blasted away the bird that was several times her size. Nor did she create the wave that pushed her forwards and up to where her arm was grabbed and she was pulled onto dry land. Or wetland. Or a wet plant, at least. But it was somewhere to put her feet. Standing above her was Turdo. Hey, she said lamely. Hey, you could have killed me with that. What are you doing here, Versha? Turdo asked. To that, she had no good answer. She thought about throwing fire at him, but that would have looked bad in front of the other three, who were also watching her, dripping pathetically. Maybe she could at least dry her hair? Strange, it was red now. Or maybe pink, for some reason. Chapter 250. Flames coiled around Versha as she dried herself off. Turdo just watched with his arms folded, but Ursul couldn't help but speak up. Why are you here? She asked. It wasn't as combative as Versha had expected, and she was slightly thrown off. Well, you see, I came here because I needed to see what was happening. Okay, Ursul said. But why are you over here instead of on a boat? Because she didn't want her parents to find her, Turdo said confidently. So she almost got herself killed swimming through monster-infested waters. I had everything under control, Verusha claimed as she shifted her body, so she didn't have to look directly at anyone. Nick and Melantha remained silent, just watching. Ursul added her own opinion. You might have survived that, Ursul said, but you wouldn't have gotten away unscathed. You have to know when you're going into danger. And why? Curiosity isn't good enough. Verusha kept her head down. What could she say? We'll escort you back to your clan, Turdo said, holding out his hand. Wait, isn't swimming now dangerous? Verusha looked at the water. Turdo shook his head. Not as dangerous as staying here. He continued to extend his hand. I can swim on my own, Verusha huffed. Emilia wouldn't be happy with me if I let you come to harm, Turdo said, taking her by the wrist. Come on. Verusha didn't see much point in resisting. She was weaker, and there was clearly no chance of convincing anyone not to bring her back to her parents. Her only chance had been to get out here undetected, which in hindsight seemed pretty much impossible. The swim back was much faster, as would be expected when one was with a water cultivator. Turdo's energy paved a smooth path for them, where the water helped them along rather than resisting their motion. The others followed along, but they were unnecessary. Turdo tossed his short spear at the only beast to get close, the waters carrying it back to him after it made a hole through the creature. As the group was by no means subtle about approaching the Milanovic ships, Verusha wasn't surprised when her mother showed up on the closest one. She leaned over the edge, looking down at the group. What do we have here? Seems like you had a stowaway, Turdo explained. He raised the group up on pillars of water, so they could simply step onto the ship. He only let go of her wrist at the end, at which point it was far too late to escape her mother. Hi. Verusha grinned as innocently as possible. I accidentally ended up on one of the ships and dash. If you're going to lie, you have to make it more believable, Justina shook her head. Now we have to have someone watch you. Honestly, young lady, it's almost as if you never thought this through. She gestured. Come along then, there are sea creatures I need to defeat. Wait, Verusha looked around. I don't want to hold you back. So maybe some less important people could watch over me. Like this group, she gestured. Less important? Justina raised a green eyebrow. 2 of them are due to be clan heads within the next few years. We couldn't burden them with watching over you, unless you agreed to act only in a support role. A drawn-out grumble that was certainly far from acknowledgement was the only sound Verusha made. Perhaps I could pick out targets for her to boil, Turdo suggested. She could stay as long as she maintained sufficient combat effectiveness and teamwork. Well, I don't know, Justina frowned. Are you strong enough to protect Verusha? Of course he is, Verusha exclaimed. Air. You know, Emilia's always talking about how strong he is, and they're all in mid-soul expansion. In that case, do you accept the terms to stay with him? Justina asked. Decide quickly, because I am needed to likewise boil some creatures. Between you and them? Definitely them, Verusha said. Then make sure to listen to Turdo, Justina said, keeping the grin off her face until she turned around. It was risky for Deidre to approach Sidora when they were on the surface. Terrifying as well. Not only would she be interacting with her full power, but she had to do it alone. She couldn't bring an army along with her, and she wasn't willing to compromise John. Steve was not a reasonable option either. Any other individual she might have to back her up would be unnecessary or die with her. She had to consult with the others first, however. I wish I could not go, Deirdre said. Then don't, Mateo said. I am afraid that she will take us as enemies if we don't go. And either of them are a danger to our alliance. At best, it would put Jessine and the Molten Sea at a significant advantage. And if you do go, Jessine will take us as enemies, Mateo shrugged. So if there is to be anything, I would prefer the option where you do not die before anything else. That said, do you trust her? Deirdre shook her head. How should I know? But I think enough to say that she likely wouldn't kill me during a talk. Otherwise, she could have just as easily come after us herself in the depths. Perhaps even her earthen replica would have been sufficient. Renato frowned. I believe we could have defeated it. Certainly, Deidre admitted. But if she only wished to kill one of us, or me specifically, then it was likely she could accomplish it. especially considering her opening move. Deirdre had been pulled into a compromised position. Her defenses weren't breached, but that might have been more due to Satora's caution and curiosity. Though there was another point in her favor. She chose to warn them away rather than simply attack. That had to mean something, though perhaps just that she thought it was less work. The choice is yours, Mateo said. The situation is what it is. We will support you regardless. Deirdre nodded. I believe I must go. It is unlikely we can resolve this situation with just our alliance. Not facing these groups individually, and certainly not if they work together. Any chance to work against another we should take. And between the two, we have practically no chance of allying with the Molten Sea. It wasn't difficult to reach Sitora. The separations of the different fleets were obvious, the Sky Islands taking up the southeast. People were waiting for Deirdre to escort her boat, and she boarded Satora's ship and was brought to a private chamber with just the older woman. Deirdre nearly flinched as the room was coated with stone, but if it was an attack, it was already too late. She didn't let her guard down, but she did her best to not seem nervous. Though we share a certain language in common, Sitora spoke. I do believe we have more linguistic similarities using the local one. That's probably true, Deirdre admitted, taking a seat on an offered chair. It was so soft she sunk halfway into it. It's strange to think about, and that someone from your time would still be alive. It would not be possible without cultivation. I doubt either of us could have anticipated this, Sitora agreed. Tell me, how did you come to be here? Deirdre shook her head. I don't really know. I died, and then I was here. In this body, the previous inhabitant having undergone an accident. A significant cultivation shock. It was not much different with myself, Sitora said. How did you perish? Was it a violent death? Yes, I likely broke my neck, or smashed in my head or something. Deirdre shook her head. I quickly lost consciousness, thankfully. I was killed, Sitora said. Both bodies, in fact. Here, it was meant to appear as an accident. My cultivation was shattered, my body in shambles, but functional enough to continue living. Only the core of my cultivation was destroyed, Deirdre admitted. My body was mostly healthy otherwise. What are the others? Sitora asked. Deirdre tensed. The ones you read about? She hoped not to give something away. The instances of transmigrators I found were similar. Destroyed cultivation, but otherwise healthy bodies. At least, enough to not immediately perish upon whatever it is. A new soul entering the body, I suppose. It makes me wonder if the former inhabitants should have died. I do not think there is any relevance of should. Merely what came to be, Sitora declared. Most likely they would have simply perished should our souls not have taken over their bodies. Or their souls might have returned, if the bodies were available. Perhaps, Sitora shrugged, but that is no fault of our own, and they would simply return to the cycle of reincarnation. You know of this as well, correct? Certainly, Deirdre said. I've read of it and heard rumors before. The topic seemed to suddenly change as Sitora grew serious. I thought she was like me, you know. Who? Deirdre asked. The old bag of bones. Jessine. We met each other in our relative youth, due to our rapid growth. We were both at the peak of the consolidated soul phase before we hit 70 years old. Deirdre nodded. So she was not like you? Like us, Sitora said. That deception would not have mattered by itself. It was the other incidents that built up. So if she's not like us, then she is a reincarnator. That's quite right, Sitora said. Would you like to guess how she died? Deirdre frowned. It wouldn't be at your hand, would it? No, her body wouldn't end up older that way. It's not so complicated as that. Think about why we're here. I don't know that, Deirdre said. But if you'd like to tell me, I think you have sufficient information. Obviously, we are interested in this Leviathan. Did she die here? Deirdre asked. It killed her, yes. So she's here for revenge? Revenge gaining power. Does it make a difference? Sitora shrugged. I am here to stop the latter. In that case, Deirdre said, perhaps we could work together? Sitora smiled. As I already said, I don't need you. But perhaps your numbers might be of help. I still intend to claim whatever prize exists here. You shouldn't, Deirdre said. Why not? It belongs here, she said. Why? Nobody here has obtained it in centuries, so they don't deserve it. Deirdre didn't really have a good reason. Or at least, she was realizing that Sidora likely wouldn't understand. Merely speaking English didn't mean she would have a similar basis for morals. Plus centuries in the world of cultivators, it wasn't odd if she diverged further. We must at least work together to prevent the molten sea from obtaining what they want. Must we? Sidora smiled. But there is no harm in such an agreement. However, your current efforts are liable to get you killed. No doubt Jessine will tire of being followed as well. Your alliance would do well to rethink how you search. What of the prize? Deidre said. What of it? If we get it first, then you had better be able to hold on to it, Sidora said. If you can't, it would be better with me. It didn't seem Deirdre would be able to receive a promise to let them keep it. Not that she was certain there was a physical thing anyway, but admitting her uncertainty wouldn't help. We will consider our options when the time comes. We would both be happier without Jessine and the molten sea obtaining what they want. Until then, we should at least stay out of each other's way. Can you commit to that? Certainly. You don't follow me around anymore, and we won't have issues. And should you determine that Jessine has found it, you can contact us to intervene. That seemed to be as good as she was going to get. She hoped she could trust it, but at least if they weren't close together, it was harder for them to backstab the alliance.